and welcome to day 2 of the HCS Salt Lake City Major. And we're here at the LVT couch, the watch party. I'm your host, Aliek, and joining me we have Active. We got Tools and McCaskey all the way over there. Yeah, you're kind of far over there, McCaskey.
I can't even hear you over here.
Today we're going to be hopping on and watching some pool play. We're going to start over with Optic and Lethal Fox, who are getting ready to start their day. And here we get an overview of the pools. And yesterday we were watching the open bracket. You can see where these teams place. We got Alpha Esports on Pool A alongside Space Station Gaming and Sentinels and Ascend Baseline. What do you think of Pool A, Active?
I mean, Space Station is coming out dominant as we expected. I think, you know, Space Station and Sentinels are going to be obviously those first two. It all depends on what Alpha Esports can do. Early in the day, we could see some mix-ups, maybe some upsets.
All right, and Pool B, which is the one that we're going to be hopping on and starting the day with. We got Optic there with Team Lethal Fox, who was on fire yesterday. Although they dropped down to lower bracket, they still were able to qualify. We knew they were going to, or at least people believed they would. They got through and made it into Pool B alongside Complexity, who have a 2-0 on that pool, Tools.
This pool is dangerous. That's the one word to describe it. Everything about it is up for grabs. Team Lethal Fox is a great team. They get an absolute series off teams like Complexity, like Quadrant. Optic Gaming is going to be the first challenge. We have news. I think Dead Zone hasn't been feeling that well, and we saw them have a rough start into pool yesterday. If Lethal Fox can come out strong and win this game against Optic, well, then suddenly they're not just looking at getting out of pools, they're potentially looking at trying to snipe first or play for that winner's bracket side. Very concerned about Quadrant. They just didn't look that good yesterday. They need to have a strong bounce back. I believe they're going to be playing Lethal Fox in that third spot. It could be the match that determines who goes through.
Well, you know who was looking really, really good yesterday? Eclipse Solar in the open bracket. A Cinderella run for them. They went all the way through. They were the 10th seed and unexpected. They had a lot of fans, though, Mikowski, and they were able to make it into Pool C. How do you think this pool's shaping up?
Pool C's got to be the mixiest of the four that I'm looking at on our screen. And when you look at Eclipse Solar, I would put money on the line that none of those three teams have ever scrimmed them before. Maybe even not even seen them in matchmaking. They have no idea what to expect. Eclipse Solar can take advantage of that. The mystery is what they can master here and take advantage of. Cloud9, they've got to be kicking themselves. They could see them at the top of the board at 2-0, but after a reverse sweep from Rebellion, not icing up against ITB as well, they weren't able to take a single series. So I'm looking at Eclipse Solar, and like Garrett said, sniping first place, that's on the line.
Now, guys, we were looking at, you know who was looking confident? It was Dark Inside, Dead Inside, but look at this. TLF versus Optic Gaming is starting right now, guys. Here we go.
Hopping on board with Lucid to start off our action. Oddball is going to be a game type where we have plenty of time to get acquainted with all the players here. Optic Gaming needing a strong bounce back in this series.
Yeah, Optic, I like to say, I want to see what they're capable of, right? Dead Zone, I had no idea that he was feeling ill, and honestly, it's tough, but when you're a champion, you got to make things happen. I remember Michael Jordan playing with the flu. He dropped, I think it was like 45 points, I think, that day, so got to do what you got to do, and I think Dead Zone's going to come through, and I think he's going to perform when he needs to.
Let's not forget, bringing this back to Halo, legit at MLG Orlando, I want to say 2008 or 2009, looked deathly ill. He had the flu. He had his flu game, Tim, and that was an event that straight ripping took first place, and maybe the best we've ever seen from legit. So just because you're sick doesn't mean you can't be sick on the sticks.
Lethal Fox doing sick things. Rami able to take down that player at back C, and it's a full setup for them. Optic Gaming trapped over that A side. White Tower is going to be their only approach towards this ball. They'll get through, but dangerous situation as that ball is just going to get played off the map, and TLF is well set up for this rotation already. Optic Gaming is going to have to rely on their slays to get to this ball.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You come out strong against a team like Optic Gaming, who find themselves second in their pool, which is not normally what we see out of Optic Gaming, and you take advantage of that, and then maybe you end up in a scenario where you start to take games away. But as we hop in, it's Sentinels versus Alpha Esports in game 2, and it's a 49-48 game.
Alpha also up 1-0 in the series already.
Wow.
An intense matchup for them. We'll see if they can ice this one out. And you can see how slow this game has become because of it. Notice that camouflage coming up in 5 seconds. Sentinels are going to use that camouflage to spring off and try to make something happen. But Lethal and Boo Boo Doo Boo, the two players of main concern for Alpha, they're the ones trying to leak in.
Oh, lots of damage coming in. They have to back up here, but Drift not confident enough to push in. They only need 1 kill, but you don't want to overextend and give Sentinels the 49th, and they don't do that.
Once again, slowing itself down. Sentinel's very cautious, but Noble gets away with the camouflage.
This is huge. Noble's going to be able to make a play here. What play will he make, though? Oh, there it is. It's a 50-48. Alpha come through with the kill. Even though the camo came through, they were able to clean up that kill. And again, like you said, up 2-0 now in the series. What are we seeing here early on a Saturday?
Alpha, they're a team that's so impressive. Keep an eye out on them all weekend long as we move back into our Optic TLF series. And well, TLF, man, this is a team that can get hot and can get dangerous. You see Optic, they've finally taken back that lead, but TLF certainly having their moments early in this game.
Yeah, it just comes down to how you start on these Saturday mornings. Obviously, everyone waking up. It's still a bit early for a lot of these gamers who stay up all night normally, so you got to shake off the cobwebs and come in and start to warm up, and it seems like Optic Gaming have done just that. It is 3 down, though, for Optic now.
That ball rotating through. Lucid, the last player alive. TLF are going to be able to rotate this ball quickly into back C, and Optic Gaming will throw their resources there, but it's just going to be an easy play ball decision for Rami, and well, he's just going to try to get some extra value with it. Player goes down.
Yeah, great play there by Remy.
They sniped the ball off. It didn't go off.
Oh, it did not go off. Ends up
That had to be a grapple
there.
grab.
It had to have been because it looked like it was going right off the map. Regardless of that, Optic continues time here. Trippy's the one with that ball in his hands, and be this big fight here on the back of blue, and beautiful shots once again by Trippy, looking warmed up, and then the grapple that he used to get that ball, uses it to get the camera as well.
Great shots right, Trippy. You're going to make this so easy for his team. Player over towards the left side, giving them some expansion, and well, Trippy, he's just going to dissect the middle of the map, get information for his team, and try to catch a player off guard.
Here comes the push here. He does see 2 of his teammates dead inside of that tower side, and he's looking to see where those players rotated to after the kill. Gets 1 with the trade there, so not the value you'd like to see, but regardless, Trippy's put a lot of value in, and honestly, having a really solid game as well. 12-8 for Trippy thus far, but it's still a very close game. No one really finding the opportunity to get that ball time.
Optic Game trying to make a strong stand towards this long haul side, but TLF, it's just not paying any respect to it. Once they got that damage in, they fly through the middle of the map, daring Optic Gaming to take the challenge. And well, Optic is slow and a bit lethargic to this challenge. It's TLF that's ready, and Dead Zone gonna have to win the 1v2. He gets the first one down, but it's just gonna be a backup from Rami. He understands his mission. Stay alive and ensure that ball doesn't fall into the hands of Green Wall.
Rami will do just that. A lot of damage output there towards the bottom of Gold Stairs. Holding the ball as well. Springs into action when his teammates need help, but the beautiful double push by Optic is going to potentially solidify. No, never mind. It is still TLF in control of that pipe side.
Well, Common last alive. He's getting quite a bit of value for his team by just getting that ball up, throwing it into that open space. Wins his life still in the 1v1 against Lucid. Common finding incredible value for his team. They were 3 down. This is the opportunity that Optic thought that they were going to be able to fight back for this lead. Instead, it's a neutral game that Optic Gaming is losing at the moment.
Well, the ball finds itself on the long haul side. It is still Optic now in control of the pipes. Camo is coming up as well. A beautiful kill was going to solidify Formal that shock rifle control. Oh my god!
Good try.
An amazing attempt there to try and grapple to get that melee to clean up the camo player, but it is Dead Zone with that camo in his hands.
Fortunately, when you get punched in this game, sometimes you get a little bit of that bounce back. You know, it's sent too far up in the air. That grapple, it takes an awful long time for the connection to come, and well, just doesn't get the trade. Let's see how much value Dead Zone can get from this camouflage.
Beautiful
Is
kill.
alive, insta-explode, making Walshy proud as Denzel looks for the next. Patient plays from him, gets the double, and look at this, a lead for Optic Gaming in the waning moments of round 1.
Those are the kind of individual plays you need from Optic Gaming if you want to take the lead in this game. You see Dead Zone getting those 2 kills in a row, just making a very difficult situation one that is in a positive form here for Optic, and they'll take that and they'll get the lead in this oddball round number 1. It is 82-63 thus far, but 2 down for Optic. Make that 3 down momentarily. We'll see if TLF can get control.
This is where Optic is the scariest. It's in the clutch moments. It's going to be very tough for TLF to find a break. Optic usually just does not make mistakes. Notice the neutral time at the bottom of your screen. Just 20 seconds available for TLF to play with that ball on the ground. And, well, Optic Gaming, they're finding the trades. It's just Yaxman searching for an opportunity, and there's nothing to be found. 10 seconds remain. Nothing is there for TLF. Optic Gaming build a strong foundation, and, well, round 1 goes their direction.
The green wall stands strong in round number 1. A little bit, you know, messy there just for a tad bit, but ended up picking it up towards the end. And like you said, the defensive wall stood strong. And we'll take that round number 1, but once again, it just takes a little bit to get this warm up in. Takes a little bit to get your bearings right on a Saturday morning. See if TLF can make some sort of an upset here, but as of right now, it looks like Optic are in full control. Once again, 3 down for TLF.
Almost worst case scenario for TLF, especially with Common's position being as well known as it is. That's going to be an easy pickup, and nothing scarier than a formal with a shock rifle camo combination to work with. Hide everywhere. This guy, you give him an opportunity, he will hit the headshot.
He's looking for it. There it is. A little body shot there onto Haynes. Takes him out. Oddball still in the hands of Lucid. They've got a pretty solidified setup here on the pipe side. TLF looking for a break, but unfortunately, the resources are not there. Formal doing a lot of damage. Finally, the troops come in, and that ball will be played towards that long haul side of the map. And with 3 down for Optic, this might be an opportunity for TLF to get that ball back in the pipes and get some ball time.
Grammy's been very quick to try to extract as much value out of this oddball whenever it's come up for TLF. It's gotten them great chunks of time against Optic Gaming, but I don't think it's a strategy that's going to hold you through against a team of the caliber like Optic.
Right.
This is a team that's competing for championships every single event. You're going to have to win some of these neutral slays, get those clean 4 downs. You can't just trust winning rotation after rotation. TLF 4 down, and this is where Optic Gaming is just so punishing to the other team.
Optic's doing exactly what you talked about. Get that clean 4 dead. They did trade out 2 kills right there, but they still get the control of the elevator side. They're able to understand where those spawns are coming from on the C side of the map, and it'll be more time once again for Formal. He will drop ball as he does sense the pressure coming through, but there's the break from TLF. They lose one in the process. It's Trippy who gets that kill for Formal, but Rami trades out as well, and it's a 2-for-2 trade here. But TLF really not able to find this time. They just allow Dead Zone to come in and get a double.
A scary moment for Dead Zone. I mean, he gets behind him. Once you see his reticle stand still like that, you know he's not going to miss. Perfect shots, perfect opportunity. Dead Zone, he could hit this rotation towards C. He's waiting for spawn knowledge. Once he gets the knowledge, he knows C is open for rotation. He gets in and out. Faces the side of TLF. This is going to be such a hard opportunity for them to try to break, and Lucid is a one-man army at tower.
Yeah, great job by Lucid here, fending off 3 different players. He also stays alive. This is so impressive by the MVP, and honestly, you don't expect anything else. This man has been really starting to pop off in old Lucid form as of recent, but the over challenge onto Haynes, 3 down for TLF.
It's so impressive. Whole comment, Ninja on Dead Zone. I don't know what it looked like over on the screen, but hey, I'll take it. You get in the feed, it always feels nice. But Lucid's position at tower was so strong with that commando. But it's not because of that initial kill that he gets. It's because of the damage that he provides down map. That commando at long range is just punishing as a team. You hate going around corners, pushing into fights, down those shields, and Optic Gaming are so effective at maximizing value off damage. TLF, they need to start focusing on these entry frags, give themselves numbers advantages throughout this game so that you can try to out-muscle Optic Gaming in some of these moments.
You're absolutely right. It's definitely Optic Gaming maximizing on the value. You see, they get that ball time, but TLF, they're going to have 3 down for Optic. They will grapple that ball inside of pipes, and now It's up to Optic Gaming to push through and break the setup at TLF. It'll be a lot of time here, but look at that initial push already by Formal. He gets in, forces the play ball immediately.
Great job by Lucid. One more player to worry about. Well, Rami, well, his position's known, so it should be an easy collapse as Formal and Dead Zone finish the job. The ball goes back into long haul, and the spawns from TLF, they might as well be in Mordor. Look at how far they have to travel just to contest. This is going to put this game almost out of reach, but Cobb in some way, somehow, super speed gets in. He forces them to drop the ball. So Optic Gaming, although they did such a great job to get this setup, TLF does an even better job at minimizing the damage that could be done.
And that's exactly what you do if you're Common, right? That's a situation where dying might be okay, but I say that as Formal gets a killing spree and a double, and 3 down for TLF.
And this is the problem with TLF. They're doing a great job of playing rotation, getting to ball, and making things mixy, but they just have not been able to keep up slay for slay with Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming simply is able to simplify the games by getting these numbers advantages, and from there, they can trust that they'll win whatever 1v1 is necessary for them to pick up the ball. We need to see more slaying output from Team Lethal Fox if they're going to be able to compete against Optic Gaming.
And it's what you do with those slays as well. 3 down for TLF. And it'll be an opportunity here for Optic Gaming to finish off this round and this game.
Fantastic by Trippy. Notice he hits the remote detonation on that player, able to get that kill. And the worst part for TLF, that kill happens as the teammates are spawning up. So you're still down numbers for that extra 10 seconds. And while Optic Gaming, they made round 2 look simple. TLF came out the gate strong, but Optic Gaming responded in fantastic fashion in our first game.
Really impressive to see. And once again, if you don't take advantage of that situation where you can find Optic kind of, you know, I guess starting off slow, and you don't take that game number 1, how do you take the series at this point? It's going to be difficult. Optic look good.
Yeah, they do. I mean, what else do you expect from Optic? I just keep seeing Optic as this team that's so like tactical, surgical, and I feel like this is what separates them from the rest of the teams in HCS. And you can see it here when they're going up against a team like TLF. It's just so clear how they operate. TLF though, I was looking at Jackson and he went 20, 13, and 24, which is impressive for him on land going up against Optic. Like he was doing his work here.
I've always been a big fan of Jackson. I think this is a player that has a lot of upside, especially as he gets more and more experience on LAN. Last event at Atlanta, that was his first opportunity to really play in that pool play section. He just didn't have that great of a tournament. I'm glad to see him at least having a bit of a bounce back, having some great stats against Optic Gaming, but I just want to see a little bit more from TLF as a unit. You know, it feels like they have the theory down. I just need to see that those slays come through.
Well, I don't know if it's going to matter what TLF does, because if Big Game Trippy shows up and plays Big Game Trippy style, Optic won't lose. That's their win condition. If Big Game Trippy's looking like he did in game number 1, 29 slays, most in the lobby, also contributed 36 seconds to the OBJ. If you've got Trippy playing like that, they can't lose. And I go back to a moment in the match when Trippy grappled the oddball off the map and back on to score more time, and then worked his way to the power-up to secure camo with that grapple as well. 2 instances where he had no aim assist and he secured the objective and the power-up. Trippy was looking great that game.
I will say TLF was looking strong at the beginning of the game. Can they do that again and continue doing that throughout the entire match against Optic?
I mean, for me, if you don't win that first game against the sleepy Optic, what are you going to do?
Yes,
right?
They look like they were just waking up.
Yeah, it's Saturday morning. Yeah, obviously it's Saturday. It's the bracket day, but you roll into things. These are these open bracket teams that are coming into your pool. They're coming into your house to steal your cookies. And Optic don't let it happen.
It's almost like a golf tournament. They call Saturdays moving day, and that's what I think of when I think of Optic. Saturday is where they wake up. They are famously known for kind of sleeping through pool play a little bit, taking their paces, taking their time, not exerting all of their energy on day 1. They're playing for the marathon, not the sprint. And you have that type of experience and almost education when you've been there, done that before. That's the edge that Optic have over TLF in this series. I think they're actually very evenly matched when it comes gunny for gunny, especially with a guy like Jackson going one-on-one with Formal, winning pivots throughout that match. But Optic, they've been here before. They've got a great advantage when it comes to experience, and we saw that in game 1.
So for anybody who's newer to watching HCS, what does a team like Optic even have to lose in pool play? Like, what do they gain or lose from not performing at their best at pool play?
The ramifications for this specific pool play is massive for Optic because they lost against Complexity. So whoever gets first in pool gets through the winner's side with high seed advantage against whatever team got second in a different pool. But right now, Optic Gaming, they're playing for second place. If they lose another series against TLF, suddenly they're looking at getting third in their pool potentially, and well, a third place finish for Optic would be devastating because that means no winner's bracket side. So even though this is a pool play matchup against an open bracket team, something that should be so simple for a team like Optic that has gotten second at the last 3 events, this is suddenly a Sunday type game where the ramifications of losing something like this is essentially taking away one of your lives. It's the same as losing in winner's bracket.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is game 2. Slayer and, again, Optic looking strong here to start off. We'll see how they continue this series. On board with Lucid now to start. Looking towards that push towards the C side. And this is the flank player that you hate to see. You're putting pressure on the players that spawn big door, push big door, and then you have a Lucid that comes behind and gets a double 3 down TLF.
It's so fast from Optic on getting that space, getting these kills, and this is where Lucid's the most dangerous, is when he has freedom to pick up the sandbox. Look at how he shoots this Commando. He's one of the best players with this weapon in his hands. He's going to try to take on the 1v2. Jackson shuts it down. Optic, they do get away with the sniper. It's going to be in Dead Zone's hands, but the camouflage for TLF.
Sandbox King and Lucid hasn't changed.
Oh,
using
look how
what he can.
fast Trippy wants to get out.
It is Common who, with this camo, tries to just make some sort of an impact, and that QT, just all it does is expose Common with that camo, and then he's able to get away scot-free. That's why the QT is such an incredible equipment to utilize here. And you see now, it is Optic Gaming on the back of B. They're holding strong, but TLF come through and try to break, but the trades come out once again, and that sniper is played off the map.
A truly frustrating experience for Common. He has that camouflage, and well, he's just not quite able to put as much value to it as he would like because of Optic Gaming's position. They had the high ground. They had the space. TLF was trying to find those weak points to try to battle through, and it was essentially all of the camo that Common had to use just to break a little bit of space for his team.
Now it's a 4-kill lead for Optic. They have that tower side control, and it's Jackson trying to break here. A lot of pressure coming out from Haynes as well, but that's going to allow Jackson to get up and get 2 kills. He does get traded, I believe. Oh, he's still alive, actually, on the back side of tower. Haynes putting pressure on the top center as well. Nothing really happening here towards but they do get this T-side control. They do get this tower side control, and they find Optic on the outside. They got to be careful of this flank.
Haynes just work with his teammate. I like how they're running as a duo. You want to just overwhelm whatever that first player you find is. Haynes, though, he suddenly finds himself feeling very isolated at the back of green. Even though his teammates were close by, the angles that Optic had were isolating, and well, they're able to overwhelm each individual member of TLF. On paper, it seems as if TLF is there playing together, but the way that Optic takes the challenges removes that team cohesion and allows them to get really simple kills.
Yeah, it's just that positioning, isolating, multiple players, making sure that you're in a good position, and Optic seem to find themselves in a good position time and time again on these pushes. 19-13 here thus far. It is Trippy on the top of tower, 3 down for TLF. They all spawn at B.
This is tough. TLF's just going to respawn at the wrong time. Sniper is coming up in 5 seconds, and they just can't get 4 players up at the same time to potentially contest. Haynes has an opportunity maybe to grab this thing away, but it's a well-timed flank from Optic Gaming that's causing mayhem. Trippy not quite able to find that kill, but TLF are having to scurry to their corners. Lots of damage that was put down, but the equalizing tool on the map is going to be in the hands of TLF. If you're going to make something change, this is the time to do so. It's in Haynes' hands. 8 bullets of this sniper rifle ready to take down members of Optic Gaming.
See, that first one does miss. Haynes, though, and TLF on the better side of that exchange, even with that flank happening, staying alive so well and even getting 2 kills in the process, but they still find themselves down 6. It is Trippy who ends up pushing Haynes. That's going to secure Trippy that snipe in his hands, and he just stops the push as well. It's a double for him and 3 down for TLF.
And once again, TLF just need to take more advantage of these opportunities. You had a full sniper, and it just doesn't get you enough value. Against teams like Optic Gaming, you just have to maximize opportunity. That hasn't been happening in Optic Gaming. You give them an inch, they'll certainly take it a mile. Be careful about Trippy's position here. Oh, wow. No respect given. I like the push from Rami, but it just wasn't enough. The rest of Optic Gaming's there to play cleanup and get that sniper back in their possession.
It's like David and Goliath. You have to have that confidence. Even though the beast is large in Optic Gaming, it's still be aggressive on those pushes. It just doesn't seem to be working out for them. 34-26, Optic have stood strong the entirety of this match, and even towards the second half of that first match, you see Formal with the snipe now in his hands. And the push coming through the big door side. I don't know if TLF are ready for it.
Well, the big thing to fight for here is camouflage. You see TLF putting a lot of pressure on this green side, and Optic Gaming, yeah, they're getting trades out, but they're not necessarily too concerned about that. What they need to be concerned about is this camouflage. Trippy's going to be able to win the rotation, win the double kill, and, well, that was the piece of utility that TLF needed to get back into this game. Now, you haven't had the sniper, you haven't had the camouflage. You're playing this on legendary difficulty. Triple for Trippy, everything is just going right. 14 and 5 for big game Trip.
Yeah, you love to see it too. So much criticism for him, and you see criticism for all the members of Optic, but there's a reason that they're on this squad. There's a reason that they're here. There's a reason they are world champions, and Trippy showcasing that reason right now. A 14-6 scoreline for him thus far, 44-32. Only 6 kills for Optic to close out this game.
And now this is where Optic Gaming have so much more freedom than TLF on the map. They can be aggressive. Look how fast Lucid is on the map. Because he understands, as long as I trade out, I am allowing my team to win this game. Just don't give up dumb deaths. Get at least 1 kill per death. You're fine. And you can see that Optic Gaming have a lot more fluidity on the map because of it. They can play forward, they can be aggressive, whereas TLF have to be scared of every shadow that arises in any corner.
Yeah, at this point, you're TLF, you're looking at a 2-0 lead here for Optic in this series, and unfortunately, like, what do you do at this point? I truly think, you know, TLF's a great roster. Obviously, I think, you know, making it through that open bracket, I think we've talked about them and have sung their praises online for many a days, but when it comes down to Saturday, when it comes down to, you know, getting into these these pools and playing against these top teams, it just becomes really difficult. And you've got a Dead Zone who's ill. He's got the flu, and this guy's slaying.
Hey, everything I see on this screen is ill at the moment. Let's get the 360 going, something, right? Get it done in style. Optic Gaming go up 2-0 in this series, and that felt like a game that was a must-win for Team Lethal Fox. When we talk about the Slayers, usually when you don't have that objective to orient you, that's when you have those opportunities to find those mistakes and take advantage. That just doesn't happen this time.
Yeah, you guys said they were going to wake up, and they did. They look so confident here and so comfortable against Team Lethal Fox. I think one of my favorite things about watching higher seeded teams, or like teams that are on the top 4 against teams that are not, is you can clearly see the difference in skill level when you get to watch games like this, and you can even learn a little bit just by watching what they're doing to the other team. I think it's really cool to see. Team Lethal Fox will have to do something on the CTF, though.
Yeah, honestly, you said it perfectly. I think there's just a very evident structure in teams like Optic Gaming. It's the reason they're world champions. They pick apart that positioning so well. When you're TLF and you're like, hey, we're going to push this too. Well, Optic is isolating one of those 2 players, and they're putting damage into one of those 2 players and staying alive at the same time. It just makes things so difficult.
And now the road is so hard for Team Lethal Fox. When you look at what this best of 5 is, Game 3 is scary. Double snipe map in Argyle. When you look at the team of Optic, you know, we talked about FaZe and SSG and the snipers that they have, but Optic Gaming goes pound for pound with any team in the HCS when it comes to snipers. Be wary of Formal and Lucid and what they're going to be able to do on this map if they're able to get it. And then, in my opinion, you have one of the best objective flag runners in Dead Zone on Optic Gaming. This is going to be a really scary team to beat right now for Team Lethal Fox. You got to do it 3 maps in a row.
3 maps in a row. Go ahead, McCaskey.
Well, excuse me. Well, Tools, you said that it felt like a must-win for TLF, it was. As an underdog team, you have to win that game too. That's sort of what it sets up for. Slayer sets up for the underdog. So much so more when you consider it's a pool play team versus an open bracket team. You're not just the underdog, you're coming out from the mud. So I think that was a must-win for TLF. And for me, what I was witnessing in that game 2 and game 1 was just better execution. The timing was on point. And I gotta relate that back to the coach Lunchbox, who is like a 5th player for for Optic Gaming. Formal and Lucid, sorry, Eli's distracting me, has said it himself when we have him on the show. They say that having Lunchbox, it kind of calms things down.
Oh, yeah.
A sense of ease comes across when it gets tight and things get a little crazy. Maybe the IGL doesn't even know off the top of his head what to do. Lunchbox comes in on the comms and directs his troops. I think we're seeing that here throughout the first 2 games.
Can I say something a little bit distracting too?
Yeah.
I want to see your shirt. What does it say on it? What is that?
I think
I don't even know what it says.
Bias
I think it's gone
caster.
through one too many wash cycles, man.
It looks like a relic of its time. What is it? Is that Phase Optic? Wait, Phase Optic?
This was part of the Phase Optic merch drop. So I saw Tim this morning. We kind of outfit coordinated, if you think about it. I saw him wearing his Space Station jersey, so I said, you know what? I'm going to be a little biased as well, but just a little bit more discreetly. You wouldn't probably know just at a glance that I'm.
Yeah, you also
I'm
get a
repping
2 for 1 combo, right?
I'm repping 2, so yeah, I'm somewhat.
I can't
You're-
do
you're-
that for
you're
2. Why
double
don't you rep for
biased.
2
Double
teams?
biased.
No, I can't do
Just
that.
dumb? Like,
Just
come on,
one
like,
team. That's
split the
it.
jersey.
SSG.
But there's rules to this, though. If you wear the shirt, you can't be biased towards the team.
I
right?
hope
That's what
SSG
you guys
loses this
agreed
event.
upon.
I'm just kidding.
I thought about wearing my Cloud9 stuff, and then I was like, I don't want to like appear biased or anything.
Yeah.
Nah,
Certainly
Twitch chat would
not a
eat you alive for
concern
that.
for my coworkers over here. They're ready to give it their all. Lucy going to be the player that takes sniper priority for Optic early in this series, but be wary of anyone on Optic Gaming when they get this rifle in the hand. This map oftentimes comes down to 2 things: the battle of the sniper rifle and the value of the grapple shot. The grapple going to be key to getting flags on their way. The sniper key to getting players up the map with those slays.
Well, Lucid already gets a slay, and 3 go down for TLF. So now it's once again about slaying, and they're not going to slay again. They're going to pull this flag just a bit, get it towards the front side of the base, and then decide to slay. They've got them all trapped. Lucid putting body shots into everybody. How do you get out of this situation with no shields?
Simply, you don't. You just have to try to hide and hope that Optic makes a mistake. And that's the thing about Optic; they rarely do. It's only Formal and Dead Zone last alive, and Rami gets behind them. The resets in. Optic Gaming maybe a bit too aggressive onto that push. TLF are able to at least find some stabilizing force, but big concern for me there. It doesn't look like a lot, but Dead Zone, he's playing into this elbow. We saw Yaxon pushing into that back base.
Yeah.
He doesn't even look. That feels like a calm breakdown somewhere from TLF, where players are getting lost in these comms. You just can't let a player stay alive for that long.
I thought he was just listening to you and hiding, Yaxon. I thought that's what he was doing. You said to hide, so he's just hiding towards the bottom of the base. Regardless, though, Optic are not successful in that very first push. Haynes at least gets a trade there onto Zed Zone, and that'll be Sniper down. I believe it's also out of ammo, so not going to be a factor whatsoever. But I've got to say, Formal, again, that left stick aiming is phenomenal. The guy doesn't miss.
And Formal is a foe to be dealt with on this map, and what's so scary about it is his long-range shot, man. He can laser you from back base, and what you'll see because of that is he's a player that slowly but methodically moves up on this map. You'll see him get these vent control or let his teammates be the entry fragger. He's listening and just giving information. Once he knows that he can push up, he'll make the most of it.
That was beautiful by him as well, right? He stays inside a vent. He makes sure to get the other player out of their vent and just make sure to have that vent control.
Dead Zone takes control of the opposing sniper, and this is where things can get dicey for Team Lethal Fox. Now you do not have your own sniper to work with. Luckily enough, though, I don't know if that's a sniper that was left over or if they potentially have also stolen away Optic's own sniper.
A lot of snipers on the map. Dead Zone, we've seen what he can do with this, though. That push is coming from TLF as Jackson does get that first kill on the feed. They've got to be aggressive off that first kill, but against a team like Optic, maybe you're just a little bit cautious, and it seems like that's what we're seeing right here, and it's because Optic, once again, perfectly set up for that push from TLF.
It's just such a cheeky spot by Dead Zone. It doesn't, look that intimidating on paper, but when you're there, because everything on this map runs through these vents, you are going to notice how much action happens inside these vents. Players will oftentimes go from lights over into that doorway. If you stand on the other side of the pillar, they can't see you unless you come from pistol. And he was able to use that to his advantage this time. Sniper and grapple shot down in vent. Those are two goodies that Optic need to recover.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful play by him, though. And again, you said it, but it just beautifully playing that vent side, making sure not to expose himself to many angles. Stays alive with that snipe for a short period of time, but yes, 100% that needs to be recovered here. I'm not sure if exactly it was.
Trippy got it.
Trippy got both the snipe and the grapple. We'll see what he can do with the grapple. Very important on the map of Argyle, especially with that flag movement that we see.
Yeah, honestly, it's one of the few ways that you'll see a flag move. It's just so tough to get that movement on flag if you aren't using that grapple. Trippy able to find the first pick with that sniper, and well, the spawns are in. Vent,
my God.
Vent have got him off, but Formal able to help Trippy stay alive, and Dead Zone's ready to grab.
It's just insane to me that he just flicks onto that player inside the vent, just gets that body shot. This flag's still at the bottom. Dead Zone not safe in the life. Sick of the gameplay. This man is on fire today.
Dead Zone had two options: stay strong at the bottom of the map and try to hit the shot, or potentially try to scurry away under the base and play mixy corners. He decides, hey, I'm going to hit whatever shot comes towards me. And so far, double positive in this game. And the big part is he's a distraction. They have to deal with the sniper in their own base. That allows Lucid just to run free through the middle of the map. First flag on board for Optic Gaming.
Beautiful job by Optic. 1-0 is the lead, but the snipers are coming up once again. We talk about how important those snipers are on this map. That's a great, I've never used that angle for that nade, but it bounces off the top. Forces those players out of vent once again, and Lucid a great job staying alive here. Look at the maneuverability out of Lucid. Starting off 3-6, not the best scoreline, but has done some great impactful things, especially that flag count.
Yeah, I'm curious what skin. Is that the new, is that like a new Optic Gaming camo that they got on these bandits? Ooh, that looks nice. Shots not going their way. This time Trippy having an uncharacteristic death, and the big part is that Common gets control of the vent of Optic. Oh my God! Ghost Johnny gets him from both sides. Common, he's playing it masterfully in this vent, and vent is what controls everything on this map. You have to be able to get that first, and Common's causing chaos for Optic Gaming.
I absolutely love that by Common. That ghost jump is so insane, and gets back up, gets the melee, gets the kill. QT coming up in about a second here, so that should be impactful and important as well. Vital to whatever team wants to take that vent control with ease. See Optic still in that control, though. 2 down for TLF. They'll come off a spawn, but you've got a Trippy with a sniper in his hands looking for you.
2 players going down. Common has to go all the way into that back base. And look at Lucid's position. He's all the way up on that grapple, ready to pull. Rammy's position's known. There's no one that can stop this. Haynes desperately plays through the middle of the map with Jackson, but
oh man,
it's Trippy that stands in your way, and he's having big game after big game.
My goodness gracious. 16-9 on this man. If there's any doubt why Trippy's on this roster, you need to quiet your mouth now, and Trippy is letting you know. Beautiful, beautiful play out of him, and it's Optic that's up 2-0 now in the game, but not only the game, in the series as well, making quick work of TLF.
The space that Dead Zone is taking, this is where it gets dangerous. He's lurking in the back of TLF, and they just don't know. Jackson, you jump out, you're gonna die, Kobe. No, not gonna connect, but simple as getting shots into the back of your opponent whenever you get into this empty space in the opponent's base. The game simplifies for yourself. And although Dead Zone's not able to get a flagpole, he forces TLF back and gives the space for Optic Gaming to play forward.
Yeah, Optic Gaming play forward, and Common goes down because of it. 3 down for TLF here. It's Trippy in that vent control once again. I love that BR skin. I gotta get that BR skin for myself. It's sick.
He might just, this is gonna be tough for TLF because they know he's here, but it's just so easy to isolate the angle. And, well, it's going to turn into a lot more than that. And we heard the screech over by the Optic Gaming side station. Trippy letting TLF know what he just did.
Love the confidence. And now it's Lucid once again with the snipe. It's a beautiful shot. Randy, watch your head. But no more ammo to use, so he jumps off the map, plays that sniper. And Lucid having a little bit of a better game. Started off a bit slow, but now 9-10, not too bad.
Rami stabilizes his team for a second there. Optic looked to be trying to make that pull. Something that you don't see every day is players going down for your team and trying to force the pull anyway. That's just how confident Optic is at the moment. They just believe it's one round of slays and this thing will be done. And behind everyone, Yaxon his best. One thing I noticed, does he want to go by Yak? They got Yak instead of Yaxon on his.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I gotta give respect to the Yak.
I like that. It's nice, short, and sweet. You ain't getting that gamer tag on Xbox, though. Those 3-letter gamer tags are impossible. My goodness gracious. Nice little repulse. Oh, the repulse doesn't work there. Dead Zone ends up going down because of it. I don't know if it's anything's going to come of this, though. It is the flag return for TLF, but
one dead body to another. But you know, sometimes you get cursed for a second on the feed. Someone will stay alive for a couple seconds here, and it's going to be the one-on-one formal against Yaxon, the oldest HCS pro versus the rookie.
Oh wow! Okay.
The rookie gets this strike. Haynes comes in to help, and Yaxon stays alive. Haynes is his savior. Common wins his by TLF. They have opportunity. Ramby's got the flag out. Trippy's down. Watch out, Team Lethal Fox. They're sprinting.
Okay, this is the chance for them to get this first cap. There's still 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. That curb slide's pretty solid. Yaxon's gonna get inside of his base, and honestly, this is just beautiful out of the main. Yak, the first cap goes in for TLF.
And that all comes off big individual moments. Haynes, the guardian angel for Yaxon. Common wins the one-on-one against Lucid, and then it's simple as finding the remaining player. Play the process. That's what TLF does. It comes off Haynes getting a big double kill, but you can see if they're given the opportunity, they can certainly get their captures.
You got to notice though, on the reticles too, they just have a little bit of a pep in their step after that first cap. Things become a little bit more believable, right? You start to have a little bit more confidence. Rami gets the double. Now the push up on the map. Formal, watch out. It's Rami with the snipe.
Rami, ever since his beginning days as a Halo pro back in H5, he has that ceiling, those highlight moments, but stringing them together has always been the struggle for teams that just don't have those consistent performances. We need to see TLF find the equalizing flag soon, and Lucid stops that before it can really get going.
It's just a little bit desperate out of them, right? It's 3 down now. They try to force that flag pull, and because of that, they find themselves in a situation where now Optic are the ones in control. Optic are the ones in the driver's seat, and you don't want that, especially with only a minute left in the game. You want to take every advantage you can, but you're up against a Lucid who's not missing a shot, and TLF, once again, 3 down. As Lucid says, we're not going to let this end 2-1. We're going to pull the last flag.
It's just so hard to elucidate why this guy is so good at the game, what he does for this team. Notice how he starts this fight. He eventually is going to pull this flag in. Lucid will win it, but Lucid starts that by being hidden, by getting lost in the grass, being in that back base, letting his opponents move forward, and once he gets behind you into those back lines, there's just not much that you can do to handle.
All right, guys, we're hopping over to Pure versus Darkside here.
Pure versus Darkside. Pure up 2-1 in the series here. Dark inside.
I feel like they should have changed it to Darkside. That's like a much
Darkside.
better.
Wasn't there a Halo 2 pro named Darkside? I don't remember.
I think his name was Skywalker. Anakin.
Wait, no.
You're mixing IPs.
Actually, it was the GOAT, Darth Vader. That's what it was. Sorry, I didn't mean to dead name him there. But no, I think Darkside would be a sick esports org. But either way, Pure is a dangerous team. They lost like Game 5 yesterday to FaZe, but this is certainly a team trying to make a back-to-back appearance on Sunday.
For me, it's like Pure is gatekeeping here, right? These guys have all played together for years, right? And it's like, hey, we've already kind of made it. Pure, obviously a solidified roster who is placed in the top 4, you know, has just done incredible things this season. And their boys in Dark Inside try to make it through as well. And they're being the gatekeepers like, hey, we're here, you can't come in.
So far, I mean, Edzo and Dark Inside, they have a game on them, and if they're able to take this first hill, suddenly they will be controlling their destiny. Ezzo's been a pain for Pure to deal with, and he might just do more. Cherish does get the kill, but they had to put so many resources into finding, and Piggy, smart heads-up play, back out of that hill, keep your camo alive, and live to fight another day. He might just get 2 out of it. Cut down before more value can come, but Dark Inside is making things difficult for Pure.
I absolutely love that play by Piggy, though. Puts 3 shots in, tries to get away. That's the mindset you kind of need, especially with camo in your hands. But we talked to Ezzo yesterday, and what a phenomenal mentality this guy has. He is confident. He's got that professional mentality already, and he's one of the new players. Obviously, he won that World's free-for-all, but I feel like he's got that mentality to be one of the best, and we'll see if he can do that here.
First hill for them, and Descendant, he finds himself an appetizing plate for 2, but split the Red Sea. They were able to get behind him, get those kills, and, well, the damage has been done, though. Dark Inside wins the spawns, and they're going to have the advantage coming into the second hill.
Yeah, this is a money hill as well. We always talk about it. It's the hill that you can hold pretty easily here, and we'll see if that happens. Right now, it's going to be Dark Inside in control, like you mentioned. That push could potentially come through the driveway, but you see a split in the resources. On4 going to take care of one of those on the split, though, and he wants another one. He's not done just yet, and he gets the melee somehow, and the teabag comes through. You know On4 is getting loud.
Yeah, that's the thing about this Dark Inside roster. There's a lot of momentum for them when things are going right. The question is, how well can they play when things start to lead astray? A very heavily momentum-based roster, and well, they're going to have challenges ahead of them. If they're able to overcome them, well, this is a team that can certainly make it out of pools.
Agreed. I mean, it's the mentality, right? You can be really hype and get that momentum, but it could also not pay off whatsoever in your favor, especially when you're going down in a game. You see Dark Inside, 2 down right now, and looking to potentially try to push, but it's going to be Druck who ends up trading out that shock rifle down in the dip.
Shock rifle down, you can see that Dark Inside, they have to force their way through a single lane, and this just makes things so difficult because Pure knows where this push is going to come from. They simply are trying to bait them in. Once they come through that door, you know they're going to get cut down.
Yeah, On4 decides to take the door away. Piggy pushes into the hill. Both of them are taken care of, and it's going to be 2 down for Dark Inside. Make that 3. If Ezzo falls, oh my gosh, making himself a difficult kill. He finally goes down, but it's a tie game now at 1.
Smart by Cherish. Yeah, it's there's no reason for him to drop down and try to take some extra damage. Play your process. Play it simple, right? There's no reason to complicate things and try to get the melee off. Something that a lot of players in matchmaking can probably take a lesson from. Don't close the space when you don't need to. Keep that separation. Let your bandit do the job.
You really have to know the importance of your health in this game. I mean, that shield is so important in so many situations. Keeping as healthy as possible is one of the big factors to why so many of these teams do so well. I remember Mortally, I believe it was telling me the same thing. Like, you take too much bad damage, and that's what it comes down to. If you're in a situation where you're just taking really bad damage, you're just allowing yourself to get pushed and go down pretty quickly. That shock rifle coming up very shortly. Pure looking to take the lead here with this hill. They've got a large majority of it, and Cherish doing a great job of defending on that blue side.
Camouflage coming up. Cherish has 2 decisions to make. Do I chase the kill or do I get towards the camo? And damage was done. Druck able to clean up the double, and well, things are looking dark for inside here. And Biggie, last player alive, camo, shock rifle for Talik. Everything is going towards the side of Pure.
Let's see what Talik's able to do with this shock rifle camo combination. Deadly on the map of Solitude, but looks like those 2 caps may go in here very, very shortly. And honestly, Dark Inside are not really prepared to push this.
I like the look. They jumped out of this hill. They're trying to burn off as much of this clock as possible because of Dark Inside's position. They know that they're set up for a rotation, and now Dark Inside, they have to force them to step into this hill. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Pure, even if Dark Inside finds a break, they might just be content with that because of how much time that Dark Inside would have to hold. We've seen 20 seconds off the clock already, and Dark Inside certainly aren't forcing Pure to get in this thing anytime soon.
This is beautiful out of the side of Pure, and a reason why they play so high in the HCS multiple times. And these guys understand the game at a very high level. And again, Dark Inside are not willing to push this.
They started this strategy with 1 minute and 41 seconds on the clock. Now we're looking at less than 60 seconds, and like Icarus, they don't want to fly too close to the sun. Those wax wings are going to stay for them. They get in at 60 seconds. They say we'll be content with playing time for 60 seconds on the next hill.
You did get a lot of over-rotators from the side of Dark Inside, and that puts him in a bad spot and allows Pure to get 2 kills on the rotation. So now 3 dead for Dark Inside. Pure are able to maybe potentially kill the last player in Piggy, and if he goes down, everything kind of falls apart, and there you see the last piece falls down.
Look at like Tony Hawk Pro Skater over here. Tog just bouncing off the walls, having fun, but what we just witnessed from Dark Inside, that might be some of the most frustrating gameplay that they'll have all day, and that might be the most vicious thing that you'll see a team do that it doesn't involve shooting your gun. They just burn off the clock using game state, and it was helpless from Dark Inside. If they rotate early, it's bad for the team. Even if they break that hill, it's probably bad for the team. I've never seen a more lose-lose situation shown on screen. I'm glad that we were able to witness that as Pure find the way to victory, and 2-1, it gets the job done on Solo 2 King of the Hill.
It was so good as well because on top of that, they got the position for the camo, which is, I mean, that's the best thing, right? You get that position, you get the camo, and that's just a dagger in the back, and there you go. Not gonna happen. Pure 3-1 in the series against Dark Inside.
I think he jumps out of the hill there last second. One thing that doesn't get talked about a little bit is how every Halo player at a high level just has muscle memory. He wants to slide out of that hill, but he's on a curb, so he's like, I'm gonna slide, I'm gonna hit the curb slide. The curb slide sends him too far away. It's like one of those moments where you don't want to hit a good slide, he just hits too good of a slide.
Right.
Not that it was gonna make a huge difference though.
All right, guys, we're gonna hop in on and listen in. Space Station Gaming versus Alpha. And look at this, LBD with a split screen. Let's hop on.
And because of that, they go 3 down. That setup gets broken, and it only took 22 seconds in SSG's favor right now. So Alpha still in this round. If they can get the ball in hand, they can figure out a way to tie this game up, but it's very difficult to do when you're still dealing with respawners in SSG.
Alpha need to find a way to get this camouflage off of Space Station as well. Stella's found it far too comfortably at bottom middle, no one really contesting him for it, and it's just allowed him the freedom to flank and get that pinch each time. So Alpha, if they have learned anything in these opening rounds, it is just focus on the objective a little bit more and make sure that SSG just can't walk away with it.
The slay's starting to go in SSG's favor as well. Although Alpha did such a good job to find ways to get kills against this SSG team, the ball time has not matched it so far in this game. And now Stellar with the shock re-challenges, no problem. Hits the first shot, can't hit the second on the Acid, who's no shield. You get the shock rifle out of Stellar's hands, which is a key piece to breaking this setup, but still more work to do as the time continues to go in SSG's favor.
I mean, that's a ridiculous challenge from Stellar. It was similar to what we saw on the B stream yesterday against Descending Baseline. Just, yes, you've been taken down to no shield, but no fear as you push in for the re-challenge. And it's almost like you don't expect that player to be there. And sadly for Alpha Esports, they get their head ripped off. And now they just can't find time. Space Station are doing very well when they are not on the ball to keep Alpha off of it.
Yeah, a great play ball by Eco there to throw it bottom middle. As he loses 2 players, he's going to allow the respawners at SSG to compete for this ball, to deny any time so far for Alpha Esports. It is 44-0, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any closer than that. Bound stuck in a terrible position bottom middle as he's forced to drop from the bridge. He gets taken down by Drift, but traded out immediately. A great trade from Legend will allow some access, some room to play around for this next camouflage. A nice grenade gives Alpha Esports a 2-man advantage in this camouflage. Wondering where it went now as Noble slides for it. It's already gone. Noble's going to have to focus on this player in pipes, but unfortunately he's guessed wrong. That player goes towards the elevator, and because of that, he's going to get his shield back. Now a pivotal 1v1 won by Noble. Big 5 shots, and Luor has found that camouflage as well.
Can he actually do anything with it though? Can he maybe push Alpha into position where they can get a ball center, but he's gone down as well, and still 0 seconds on the ball. 3 have died though on the side of SSG, so this will allow Alpha to get the ball over towards elevator and start to get a setup.
Surely we get some points on the board here. How long can you hold it? Because you know SSG come off that respawn faster than any team. It's a trade right now, a 3v3. That is good for SSG. Good damage across the cuts right here as the catwalk players are both taken down, but Luor caught out of position as those SSG players, even though with that damage from across the map are able to break this setup. Legend able to get that ball, and he's going to try and put that in a neutralized position. Lure trying to find a way to cut off that rotation, is unable to. SSG too quick once again off respawn. Able to get a couple of kills, and Legend with that ball is going to bring it right back to Elevators. Bound is going to cut off any damage or any players trying to push from top white.
And sadly, the clock is not on the side of Alpha Esports now either. Only 52 seconds left, and it is a 40-second lead for SSG right now. So, of course, if Alpha Esports hold the ball, the clock will stop, but SSG can keep them away from it. A temporary 4 dead, as you mentioned, so this is really do or die now for Alpha here in this game 1.
Can you hit a couple shots, Lure? We need them big time if you want to push this to a round 3 here. Alpha Esports on their heels right now. Stop the clock, like you said. Still down about 25 points. The pressure coming in onto Lure. He's forced with a miracle shot. He hits the first. Eco gets taken down. Good damage onto a player top white. That's going to give Alpha Esports a man advantage. So although Lure goes down, the man advantage should be something Alpha can play around, but they need to do it quickly. You got to find these kills. They do so. They stop the Mangler push. Legend is the last player alive. He's taken down. Respawner staggered. Eco's jumping up with that new camouflage. Might be the crux of what Alpha Esports is set up. Could fall. Here, the ball gets rotated to white. Eco behind enemy lines. They know he has camo somewhere, but Eco finds one. But a beautiful trade from Alpha Esports keeps this round close. Legend pushes into white. Trades coming through. 2 players from Alpha Esports able to take down Legend. They get the trades. A big 1v1 won by Drift.
Double kill.
Allow Alpha Esports to rotate the ball into blue. They're going to take the lead. A stick. A kill comes through for Noble as well. 3 down for SSG. And with 25 seconds on the clock, Alpha Esports have done it.
It's a huge comeback from Alpha Esports and a real chance to get around on the board here. They could drop the ball now. They have a 6-second lead, but SSG are pushing, and you've got to get ready to play this one. If you do go down, which they do fall, 2 players fall.
Ball gets played, 60-53, 10 seconds on the clock. Can Alpha Esports deny this ball? Stellar's going to be going towards the batteries right now. Stellar finds the ball. Stellar gets taken down. An overkill from Acid. Shirley punches their ticket to a round 3, and Alpha Esports may be able to do the unthinkable here, at least in game 1.
Alpha Esports are the real deal, and if I am some of these teams in this tournament, I'm starting to raise my eyebrows a little bit because that was insane. SSG were firmly in control of that round. We really needed one perfect setup from Alpha, and that's exactly what we got.
After round 1, you're thinking this is going to get ugly. With about 50 seconds in round 2, you know it's going to get ugly, but somehow, some way, Alpha Esports need one setup to make the difference. They stagger the respawners, they punch their ticket here to round 3, and they are the first team to put a point on the board, but just one. As battle for control of the map right now, as Legend wins a big 1v1 into white. He's actually the last player alive at this point. Noble's top mid was shock rifle, but he's got camo as well. He's too difficult for Legend to take down. Legend will be put on respawn. Ball in the hand of Alpha Esports, and they will get to play from the lead for the first time in this game here in round 3.
And they are starting to heavily outslay Space Station as well. 93 kills in favor against an 81 on the side of SSG. That whole period of play has really just put Alpha into a very commanding lead now, and probably just going to be feeding off that confidence, especially after that overkill.
A big kill to enter the pipe door. A beautiful shot from Acid really kicks open this pipe setup from SSG. 13-0 still. The ball being neutralized. Bound's going to be spotted by the middle, but he's going to be able to play his life. Lure, his responsibility right now is to hold down pipes. You got to know they're coming from the elevator location here. The game slows down for just a minute, but Stellar gets caught out trying to sneak across batteries. 3 members spotted in pipes. A beautiful shroud to keep Lure alive for a little bit longer. Bound is going to try and challenge this, you know it, but a trade from Lure. And 4 go down for SSG. Last player alive on the map is Acid. He's doing a great job to get that ball to a respawner in glass. A beautiful toss up there. You can see the strategy and the teamwork really starting to pick up for Alpha as well.
And Alpha have done so well to deny SSG with a couple of these camouflages. They've not allowed it to be too easy, but they've also been grabbing that ball when SSG have been distracted as well. And SSG look a little bit flustered at the moment, really want to calm this game down, and they will gain control of the ball temporarily here.
Unfortunately, you rotate it towards glass, you lead that ball to try and slay, and somehow, some way, SSG just take it and run with it. They take it to blue, and now all of a sudden, if you're Alpha Esports, you got to break this setup. Unfortunately, Eco has found himself another camo. He's found himself the first kill as well, and Acid with massive shots onto Eco will remove that camo from his hand. The only problem here is Bound is going to still be back blue with that ball. He's not forced to play it, and all of a sudden, sudden, SSG with the lead. Stellar with the shock rifle. We've seen this several times. He's finding the first pick, and now Alpha Esports will have to wait for Luor to spawn to have a successful push to try and break the setup once again.
Every player from Alpha Esports going positive at the moment, all into an insane amount of kills. And they really are not scared about the opponents that they are facing right now. But SSG with a little bit of control. Again, are we going to see that experience start to shine through here? Can they block off Alpha in their push?
Yeah, the first kill and the second kill still going to SSG. This blue setup is paying dividends right now. Up 43-17, starting to build a comfortable lead here. Stellar not forced to do too much with the shock rifle. Can't hit the player top white, but he's going to reach out. Somehow the nade gets a kill. The shock rifle can't hit, but still damage done. Alpha still finding themselves at a man disadvantage. Luor spotted down bottom. Mangler, Luor with the challenge. Luor with the disrespect on the Eco. Wins that fight, but still this setup holds strong.
Legend goes for the stick, doesn't quite get him, it doesn't matter, still takes down Noble, and every time they push through white here, they are being barraged by grenades, and they just can't quite get into the position they really need to try and stop this ball.
Bound gonna drop that ball and try and slay it. They have to deal with Acid. Acid able to catch Stellar off guard a little bit right there, and because of it, this could be where the setup gets broken. Pound gonna finally play that ball, but not without a ton of time in his back pocket. 70-17. That setup is what you think is gonna decide this game one. Alpha Esports, what can you give us? A miraculous comeback in round 2 with plenty of time on the clock here in round 3. You got to think it's possible, but you have to start making plays now.
I mean, if they have that passenger play like they did similarly into round 2, then anything is possible, right? And I think that Alpha Esports, they are just so confident at the moment how they approach, and they have been able to get a camouflage on board. And denying SSG of that camouflage is what really had them win the round previously and gave them the chance to get back into the game.
Ships in the night, they pass in pipes, but they both turn around. It's going to be a trade. Not exactly what you want with that camouflage, but damage done. These pipes players are being such a thorn in the side for Alpha Esports' opportunity here to try and get this ball. It's going to stay top batteries, and the Eco's going to make sure it stays top batteries. A beautiful shot with the shock rifle is going to minimize the players in this pipes that Alpha Esports are trying to control. Eco not to no shield with the grenades, but Eco does not care about his shields. He hits another headshot with the shock rifle. It will be SSG with 3 down for Alpha Esports, getting the ball back into pipes, and surely this is how SSG can end this game 1.
And this is the experience of Space Station, right? They lose that previous round, but they don't look like they've been phased whatsoever. They come back into this round. They're starting to get back in terms of slays as well. It's been a real tug of war in terms of control. It's one last push now for Alpha Esports.
Round 2 is a phenomenal Cinderella story, but this round is a beat down from SSG. 93-17. 2 go down on each side. Eco can't quite hit the next shot with the shock, but the damage has been done. He's played his responsibility perfectly. 2 players in pipes. Bound's going to end up trading. That might allow SSG to get to this ball carrier a little bit quicker. The defense isn't there for Alpha Esports. Trades are a win in SSG's book every day of the week at this point.
Yeah, the trades have been massive from SSG. It's just not allowed Alpha to actually set up, not get away. They are trying to stay alive here in pipes. But SSG, if they do keep sending one by one, it does open up for a comeback here, so they do need to be careful.
In round 2, that was the recipe for success for Alpha Esports. Staggered the respawners. Right now, Stellar coming off respawn. Alpha Esports need to find a way to get a few kills. Legend's going to relocate with the grapple all the way to long haul. Can he catch Acid off guard? It's a sandwich. It's a Bound Legend sandwich that's going to break this setup open. And now with numbers, the ball's forced to be thrown bottom middle. Yeah, a risky, questionable play from Legend to try and go for the ball there as that player throws that ball out and then immediately challenges Legend, catches him with his pants down. He's able to get that kill. Alpha Esports control the pipe still. That ball is neutralized, however. It looks like Eco gonna try and play for this camo. He kills that player top glass, giving his team numbers advantage again, which should allow them to get this camo, and this is surely where the game will end.
Yeah, SSG just don't need to get too desperate here. You can see the ball should come to them, and it will arrive here. And this should be a comfortable round, a very impressive round from Space Station Gaming. Sure, Alpha Esports made it difficult for them, but experience shines through yet again.
Not exactly what I was expecting waking up on Saturday here, and we got Alpha Esports versus SSG as our first series to cast, but SSG getting pushed to the distance there. You know, Alpha Esports came off hot against that Sentinels team, but a great job by them to show some resiliency, and then that dominant round 3 has got to give you a lot of hope as SSG fans in the crowd starting to trickle in, starting to see their team go a little bit further in that game 1. than they think they probably were going to assume it would have happened.
Well, Alpha Esports just about outslay SSG, but it doesn't matter. The objective work was done. SSG will take a 1-0 lead. We're going to go for a quick break, but when we come back, it'll be map number 2.
Oh, hello, everybody.
No warning.
Hey, we weren't doing anything sus
okay.
or
We
Oh,
were-
hey.
We
Good
were
to see you there.
chatting about, what were we chatting about? Oh,
Stellar and
Stellar's hat.
Stellar's hat
Spartan
Santa
drip.
hat.
Yeah.
He
He
took it
changed
off.
it.
Yeah, it's almost Christmas. Well, Christmas time's in a while, but I mean, you better put it back on, man. It's a good luck charm.
He was wearing it in July, so
he's
why
been
take
wearing it
off
ever
in
since it
September?
came out.
Right,
pretty
like
much.
Not
exactly.
taking off the hat. The hat stays on until now.
I do like the new helmets that they're wearing, though. They're looking pretty sick. So we were watching just Pool A SSG versus Alpha Gaming, who just qualified yesterday from LATAM, the Mexico region. Congrats to Alpha, by the way, for qualifying once again into pool play. How did that first series look for you guys?
Well, first of all, I just want to point out Alpha just 3-0'd Sentinels before this series, so they are on fire. They had to fight their way out of open. They had to do it through loser side, but then woke up with some fire today. Maybe Sentinels waking up a little sleepy, not sure. I didn't get to see that whole series,
Yeah.
and they also didn't look bad against Space Station in game 1. I mean, they took a round, and Acid got an overkill to win that second round, which was insane.
The open bracket teams are looking incredible this event, and I'm actually going to relate this to another series and another team that made it out of the open bracket, and that's Eclipse Solar, who 3-0'd Alpha Esports yesterday in some of the most dominating fashion we've seen all weekend. So what does that mean if then Alpha Esports goes in 3-0 Sentinels and takes Space Station to the very brink of a round 3 oddball? I think we might see some more open bracket surprises in store.
I think so. What do you think, Actor? You
Yeah,
would say?
I'm gonna be honest. There's a lot on the line right now. If you're able to qualify for Worlds and have like a better seed, you're talking about life-changing money that you have a chance to get, and I think that's really waking everyone up. I mean, we know the world is run by money, and I think that's a big. We've got a special update here, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Tools always brings up the fact that he beat me at a Kaufman Stadium in a 1v1, but he does not ever want to have a rematch, and it's because he's scared and bad at the game.
Oh, wait. Is that
What
what
does it
that
actually
says?
say
Look
on
at
the
it.
card? Yeah, that's what it
it's
says.
I'm going to double check
Right,
this.
guys?
Let me see.
Special update.
Yeah.
This must be
Special
important.
update.
What does it say, Allie?
Yeah. Special update. Tools be active
Oh, that way-
at...
No.
Oh, sorry. Oh, the other way?
Yeah, the way I said it.
Okay, it says, oh, wait, at the bottom, there's something else here. Active and Tools will be taking a 1v1 at Pickleball tomorrow, Sunday afternoon. Be there or be square.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's
wow,
right.
Okay.
I
So,
see
well,
Tools and
clearly-
Active bromance is heating up.
Clearly he knows he can't beat him in
Wow.
Halo because he just challenged him to pickleball.
Exactly.
Where
That's
did
what I'm
that come
saying,
from?
man. The guy hasn't even passed. He's never passed 1,700 Onyx. I don't think he has a chance.
Oof, okay. Talking numbers
Love
now.
you, Tools. Love you.
Wait, aren't you guys tennis players? Somebody here's a tennis player. Wait,
No.
Tools is a tennis player.
Wait, Tools is?
Yes,
Okay.
he is. He competed in college,
I've
apparently.
never played. Well, I played tennis like once in my life, so I'll still beat him. That's all I need.
All right.
Anyways.
We're hopping on to TLF versus Complexity is our next. We're on the red zone here, guys. We're hopping right over. I'm so excited for this match.
This is going to be exciting. I mean, TLF had a rough series against Optic, but it's Optic. The problem is Complexity gave Optic a rough series yesterday as well, so you don't really know how this shapes up. Is Complexity playing as good as they were yesterday? Because I think yesterday they were playing the best Halo they've ever had.
People have been sleeping on Complexity, let's be completely honest, and they were a team coming into Season 3 that was expected to place within that top 4, maybe top 6 range, and this could be the event that they do just that. Starting off this series, their last match in pool play, already up 1-0.
Up 1-0 in CTF. Next, Rockets and OS coming up in 14 seconds here, and then Snipers 30 seconds after that. So this next couple sequences, highly consequential here. So many items in the sandbox. You need to make sure you're alive to contest. Right now, though, Rami's going to try to throw a monkey wrench in the plan of Complexity. Just getting the flag out kind of splits their attention, right? They have to worry about Rami in the back of their base at the same time that the Rockets and OS are coming up. Sometimes that can make it a little bit easier for TLF to get the items.
Oh, Complexity so good off their back foot. They had previously been 4 down, and it seemed like TLF had set up a good-looking counter cap. Instead, Complexity earned their next team wipe, and now Huss is pushing in with the Rockets, but goes down, leaves one tube on the ground. All the while, Breaking Shot has another flag. He's run both into the base, flawlessly so, and it's already 2-0.
Wow, well played. The play by Rami just does not amount to anything. He just ended up out of the play. have to think that maybe TLF overextended in that moment. Sometimes you've got to just hold the mid-map, play the 50-yard line, and make sure you get the Rockets in or the OS, at least get one of the two. They gave both to Complexity. The Rockets aren't even consequential, but they still get a cap out of it.
Breaking shot, you just switch to his POV, and what do you know, he's running the flag, and he's known for scoring frags on the board, and look at that, he actually still is. Despite 2 scores, 2 times up and down the map on the pit, he's got 9 slays, the most for his team, leading the way like we know for Breaking Shot. He's the damage dealer, but despite that, he's still hitting flag runs, and Rami hitting no scopes, gets his team back in the mix, now controlling that 50-yard line, starting to earn time and space, and some more slays.
That was actually a disgusting, though. So for Rami, if he doesn't hit that shot, he's dead 100% of the time. He gets taken down, though, and Haynes has a flag on the move. Haynes 11-5 already. He's actually the most outstanding performer in the lobby, despite Complexity being up by 2 right now.
And he was in that Optic series, too, so Haynes came to play this morning, despite it not being gamer hours just yet. Haynes is gaming, has that flag right at the steps of a score, making it just a 1-point match. But he goes down, so too does Yaxin. 3 go down, though, for Complexity, and I believe, no, despite Common going down, Rami's going to clutch up. That was a huge win. Wasn't a piv in the sense that he needed to outright take all of his shields with 5 shots, cleaned up on the damage, and cleans up on that flag run. It's now 2-1. Complexity still in the lead.
TLF showing signs of life. So important to do so. You don't want to lose 3-0 in your first match, especially after losing 3-0 in the prior series. So, like what I'm seeing from Team Lethal Fox, I don't like that we're all bottom runway, though. OS is not up for another 15 seconds. You want to be down there later, not earlier. Get there too early and you might get collapsed on. So it will re-enter the sword side. Common trades out, opens the door for his teammate, Rami, to be in position for this OS. He's also feeling pretty comfortable since he has the repulsor, knows that nobody else on the map has it. And let's see if TLF can get some value out of this one.
Complexity grabs the rockets, but Rami makes sure to retain that repulsor, so not only does he have the overshield to protect himself from that additional explosive damage, he could send it right back to Complexity, and I believe that's what he's setting up here on the Green Hall. Pushing through is on their side of the map, but he's taking a lot of shots. All of the attention on Rami. He is able to take down Rain, but loses that OS, still retains the repulsor, and TLF are setting up for what looks like another run.
We like this play from Rami. Doesn't know this player's on the top, though, and that was Ryan with the rocket launcher.
How did he not die?
He still has another rocket to work with, by the way, and he's got that repulsor in the pocket, so he knows he can comfortably get another kill with it.
Ryan Noob, nerdy with that angle. Look at where the rocket explosion was. That's right within his footsteps, and he still stays alive. I thought for sure would have taken the splash damage to potentially go down, but he regains and still has control of those rockets. Now putting shots into Rami on the Green Hall. Flag goes out for TLF. But Haynes goes down. Rami, again, this has been a consistent theme I'm seeing, Eli. Rami's routinely been the last player alive for TLF, but there's not much he can do on Complexity's side of the map. Like you said, he's almost being caught out in some cases.
He wants to be the tip of the spear and make an opening for his squad to push up. I think how did he not die to that rocket? I'm not sure. I mean, we did see the play before. By the way, one of the patch notes that doesn't get talked about a lot, they did actually nerf the AoE damage of the rocket in the last patch that slowed down the bandit. And yeah, we're actually seeing the effects of that nerf here. But, man, I don't know. It does feel like the way TLF are playing, they're trying to force openings. I think in some cases it's working, in some cases it's not. But it's actually not a bad thing. You know, you give yourself this many chances to pull the flag, eventually one of them's going to work out.
You got to get Yaxin back to be in Yaxin like we see in those HCS Open Series. He is routinely the one leading the way in slays, now routinely at the bottom of the leaderboard. Even in that Optic series, I noticed that as well. Won again, a couple of PIV wins, but not able to put it together routinely and consistently enough to keep TLF in the fight here, though, against Complexity. They're giving him a good one, still only down 1, less than 5 to go.
Haynes gets trapped in the Waller side and still somehow stays alive. He's been one-shot multiple times, finally gets taken down, but just staying alive for as long as he has made it very easy for the rest of his squad to push through, and now finally the base of Complexity has been cleared, but when the items are coming up, they need to get a few slays.
Nice quick scope there from Rain, takes down Rami. Iron Common, but us has his back instead. 3 go down for TLF, so you're going to see that wave of Complexity push on through the sword side, the Green Hall, maybe even the Long Hall as well, but some spawns close up for TLF, get them back in the fight and already contesting the 50-yard line.
Complexity should have had all the items. Yeah, we've got Rami here with the rockets. Had to burn 1 to kill the player that killed Ryan Noob. And no, it looks like When he gets taken down, Breaking Shot still has plenty of OS. He must have held on to this. I don't know how he has this much OS on this side of the map.
The rocket hit him, but it did a quarter of OS damage. It barely took down his shield. So 3 instances, Eli, where we've seen that AoE effect not do much damage with the rockets. A lot of damage being dealt here for Complexity, and that will be the final nail in the coffin for game number 1 as Complexity take it 3-1.
So interesting, right? I think that's the only map now that has the rockets. It's the only map that we play with rockets, so we don't see the effects of that nerf that frequently, but it was clearly put on display in that match.
Can we talk about how Complexity has been playing? If they win this, they get first place in their pool. They defeated Quadrant and Optic and potentially, maybe now TLF too.
And I think they'd play Sentinels in winter round 1. If Sentinels were to still get top 2 in their pool, because I know that's a little mixy now after they got 3-0'd by the open bracket team. There's a lot up in the air right now.
So Complexities, do you think they're performing better? Optic, Quadrant go down to Complexity. I know we hadn't seen them play or perform as well in previous events, and in this event, they're looking good in their pool.
They really are. I mean, looking at the rest of that pool, Quadrant, if they were to lose their next match to Lethal Fox, would not even make it into bracket, which is insane to think about. For them to be 0-2 at this point, I mean, that team has been on the come up as far as I'm concerned. But Complexity just putting a thorn in everyone's side so far. It's been kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a team like Complexity and you're able to make this much of a shakeup in your pool, it makes things difficult for everybody, even Optic. You know, potentially, if they don't perform well, they're going to get a worse seed. They're not going to get that beautiful seed out of first place like we've seen every single event. It's just because Complexity came to play today, and what a time to do it, especially right before Worlds.
I mean, looking at this again, this isn't updated, right? Because it doesn't show Sentinels losing to Alpha, which means Sentinels are going to finish 3rd in the pool, assuming that Alpha beats Ascending Baseline.
I have a really funny Complexity story with my good buddy, Coach Ashes, huge Pokemon fan like myself, and he pulls out a sleeved Corefish reverse hollow, and I'm like, not only is it sleeved, but it's got the hard holder protector on it, and I'm like, what's this, dude? He's like, this is our mantra for the weekend. And I'm kind of like, okay, is it an attack that reads? And no, you have to look down at the very bottom of the description, which says, in the muddiest of waters is when the most elite of Pokemon trainers think most clearly. And he saw that, pulled the card, and was like, this is destiny. It was just days ago he pulled this pack. So he sleeved it, put it in the hard case, and he'll call out Corefish when he wants the boys to lock in, settle down, and think clearly. So Corefish and Pokemon making an appearance here on the main stage, and that's been Complexity's maybe secret to what the pool play run they're on. I don't know, but that's
some
a
Mr.
little
Miyagi stuff
tidbit
right
for you guys.
there. I don't even know, man.
I love it, guys. We're hopping on over to Pool C, where Eclipse is going up against ITB Esports. They just qualified just yesterday, and they're on their Cinderella run. Hopefully, they can do that here in their pool play as well.
This is going to be exciting. I cannot wait to see how Eclipse show up today, because they were an absolute monstrous roster last night. They destroyed just about everybody they played. I think they dropped a single map, they said, in the entire open bracket.
All day.
Which is extremely impressive. ITB up 2-0 in the series already, so we're joining a little bit late, and Eclipse maybe having a bit more struggle against these guys than they had in the open bracket.
Yeah, there's probably a little bit of levels to this going on here in this series. Eclipse has all the makings, all the intangibles of a team that can pull some upsets here in pool play and champ bracket. But for now, ITB are in full control, and Mighty's in control of the double kill with the no scope. Feral stuff, unbelievable shot there, and that's going to earn them some more time.
Really love this ITB roster. I'm glad they've stuck it out. They've had kind of some ups and downs, but they are so good, man. Like, I feel like they could really just pull an upset out of nowhere. Mighty's going crazy with a little teabag, too. Does he know we're watching?
Yeah, he's feeling himself. He's confident right now, and he's looking like what we see from his Twitter clips as Mighty's has hit a string of no scope. And he's going to hit another one. This time the quick scope earns the killing spree. Mighty's is on fire.
That was like that robotic, like, calculating, like line it up, and then hit the quick scope. That was so
imminently. And you will.
So disgusting. Oh, my God.
Oh, well, that was fun. Thanks for giving us a sneak peek of that, Nighty Night and Louie, Isaac, all behind the scenes. The wonderful production team here with LBT to make sure you guys don't miss any of the action. Back on board here with our main matchup of the morning, Complexity versus TLF. TLF in the lead right now in the Slayer, 6-7.
It's not looking bad so far. Early goings can always be pretty even, but we'll usually see some separation going into the 30s or so. Now that OS is top center, this game type plays a lot differently. You've got to start playing towards car 3 and P2 probably at least 30 to 45 seconds before each of these come up. So that's right now. It's 10:40 on the clock. You got to start thinking we need to be in control of top center. At the time we hit the 10-minute mark,
oh my God!
win this fight.
Complexity set up preemptively, not only for that overshield, Eli, the power up the sandbox, but the bait and switch. You can see both diabolically sitting in the corner, just waiting for TLF to make their move. And once they saw one foot, one toe of that player approach through the doorway, they earned the bait and switch flawlessly. Nobody went down for Complexity in that sequence. They earned 3 slays from that bait and switch.
Breaking shot, trying to hold down car 3 with the plasma pistol. Does enough damage to get the trade out. Now just 5 seconds for the OS. Complexity should be earning mid-map here. Looks like 2 members of Complexity car 3, and no one from TLF really in position to contest this. They're going to have to shoot from the base, but it's not going to be enough. Complexity will secure that OS.
All started with that bait and switch. They earned the 3 slays, earned mid-map control, and now have the overshield, and it's Rain with it. Some cross-map shots into Rami. They're good enough to send him back, and Rain continues on forward, sensing some weak opponents, finishes off the shots he initially took onto Rami, and now Complexity are starting to roll up by 4, now 5.
It's a scary position. TLF, they're going to be spawning in one of the bases here, right? So when you spawn in the base, you've really got to earn space systematically. You can't force it on either side. I like that Haynes stops at the door. He's not passing the line of scrimmage, knows that if he overextends in that moment, he's likely to die. They also fight out on the car side at the same time that Haynes holds his attention. So this is actually a great push out from TLF. If they could secure another kill, they could probably get control of top center.
Think about how dominantly this speaks to Complexity's map control, Eli, in that line of scrimmage starts at the 50-yard line where the overshield is, but now it's been pushed all the way into the blue base. Haynes still with his back against the wall, not many options to move out from, and Rain continues to take whatever comes his way. Complexity are masterfully playing through this game too. You
see what Rain just did there as well? He noticed that Huss died car 3, so instead of holding the line P2, he said, no, my powers are needed on the car side, so he completely rotates across, and now this is exactly what his team needed in the moment, and this is why Rain is such a good player. He's been at the top ever since he started playing this game.
Rain back with his duo, Ryan Ubin, maybe back on top of the HCS. Did win potentially. The generator, my God, takes down Haynes. Rain +6 right now in this sequence on a killing spree. Despite that, TLF are keeping it close. Whoa. Just as I say that, though, it gets back to that 4-kill lead. Now, Eli, this is one of the most important moments in the match. It's getting close to the 30s, and Complexity have the opportunity to turn it from a 4-kill lead to a 5-kill lead, which would need 2 possessions, 2 team wipes to come back. A little bit of an odd point of view there as we're back into the mix.
No, you're exactly right, though. This is a very crucial part of the game. TLF actually played that situation very well. The roles were reversed, right? It was Complexity stuck in the base momentarily, but somehow they fought out perfectly. They got the OS. We just see the plasma charge go out, and that's on the ground now, so Huss knows he's not going to get immediately depleted by the charge shot, and now he can just freely push into the blue base. They are starting to roll with some aggression here.
The overshield control has been so dominant here for Complexity. Every time it's come up, Complexity have earned it. I believe they're 3 for 3 at this point. Huss looking to earn a double kill with the help of that overshield. Only gets 1 though, but he does take down Remy to weak enough to where he can get cleaned up. Breaking Shot didn't need any of that damage as he earns the back smack instead. And Complexity have just been inching their way through this match, continuously holding on to that 4-kill lead. But again, the 5th kill would make it a 2-possession game, and going into the 40s, that puts TLF into a chokehold.
The level of aggression that they're playing with, it's almost impossible to not trade out every kill along the way, right? Like, just keep holding forward. We're going to trade out at a very high frequency, just like this. Rhino pushes in, cleans up the double. Yeah, his 2 teammates died during that, but who cares? You're keeping that lead. You now have a 5-kill lead, actually. And you can comfortably get back to mid-map. TLF spawning in blue base. This does not look good at all for Team Lethal Fox.
TLF got to have the next 2 kills to bring it back to within a 1-possession, 1-team wipe game. The next 2 kills go to Complexity. They bust it open to a 2-team wipe lead, and this would be all but over. Now 7 is what separates these 2 teams. Complexity are continuing to roll on TLF. Once up 4, now up by nearly double digits as they're feeling good. And like you said, Eli, they can play for trades the rest of the way.
Love what I just saw from Ryan as well. The squad spawns are heavily prevalent on this map. Like, yes, they won that engagement in the base, but Ryan completely cleared the outer perimeter just in case TLF got a squad spawn in the car side. And that's so smart. If he doesn't do that and he's not aware of the squad spawn mechanic, they could have just spawned behind him, but he's playing in a way to mitigate that possibility.
Important right here. This is big. TLF get it back to within 4, and one fell swoop in the end game could bring them back in this fight. As Rami makes his way through into the yellow base, multiple members of Complexity Week. This is their chance to bait and switch. This is their chance to pitch, and they execute like we saw previously from Complexity. TLF are coming back.
It's actually exactly what they needed right now. Ryan's also trapped on the car side, but he's got help. Rain also finishes a kill on the other side. Ryan sees a window of opportunity despite being weak, knows that he can push through and finish that kill. And that might just win in this game.
Ryan Noob, known for playing this game so methodically, sometimes even slow, but I'm impressed with his adaptation in Season 3 to push on the gas when his team needs it. That's what we just saw there as he continues to push his way through the next slay that he could earn. A trade would be fine here, but Rami takes him down outright. It's a 4-kill lead, so again, that one fell swoop opportunity is within reach for TLF, but they can't go down anymore. 49-45.
Only one death left to work with. Common finds a kill. They're still alive for now. Ryan's also trapped P1. Haynes got to be a little bit careful here. He does not want to get caught off guard. I'm surprised he is checking some corners here. Probably going to be content to hold car 3, and looks like Ryan's location is known. There is a grenade you can throw through the back wall here. Yeah, so you see him look through the crack there momentarily. There is an opening that you can actually see through and throw grenades through on that right side. I'm surprised that he's content to stay here. Now maybe just pushing forward, knowing that it's unlikely they expect this play, which it might just work out.
Interesting formation here for Complexity. Breaking shot goes down. First strike goes to TLF, and they can collapse here with the numbers advantage. Shield advantage too. Rain down to 1 HP, but wisely regains his shields. But Ryan Noob, wiser than all of us here, with his many years in Halo competition, earns the final slay. Complexity take a 2-0 series lead.
I think what Ryan just did there was he just kind of creeped and crawled his way all the way behind them and said, yeah, just go ahead and get in a fight. I'll just kill the guy that you weaken. It's totally fine. Like, just give them some bait and I'll finish the game. So very well played in-game there by Complexity.
Complexity looking still very good, but I'll say Team Lethal Fox did give it their all on that Aquarius match. But what did Complexity do here to not let Team Lethal Fox do what they were trying to get done in the Slayer?
I gotta give it to Ryan, man. The guy is playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers, and it's just crazy to see. I truly feel like he's been in the league for such a long time, but he's always been that mind, and I think he doesn't get the respect he deserves. He still has the individual skill, I think, to contend with a lot of these players, but then when you have that mind where you're wise enough to make these play calls, like you said, slow playing that piece out. He was trapped there, but he doesn't show himself. He doesn't react off the nades, slow plays, makes the play, and takes the opening.
I'm with you on that, Tim. You know, I think Ryan Noob does deserve some flowers right now because not only has he made his team Complexity better, I'd argue he's made the entire HCS more competitive and better as well. Thinking about all the young players that have come through, whether it's Shopify Rebellion or Complexity, I think of a guy like Descendant, perfect example, Cycle, another great example. He has really shepherded them through the dark alleyways and difficult dips and valleys of HCS competition and shepherded these players through to what we see today, and they're some of the best in the world. So not only has Ryan Noob made Complexity better, he's made the all-around competition better here in Halo. Got to give him props for that.
We had a chat with him a while ago on LVT, and I believe I remember him mentioning that they just needed some time to get everything, together, and it looks like this might be their time here in Salt Lake City. They're looking strong. It looks like everything is going their way. For Team Lethal Fox here, I think they really needed to win that Slayer, and I'm not sure how they will do with this. How do you think they'll fare in another objective game against Complexity?
I think this is actually one of Complexity's best game types, if I'm being completely honest. Like, they have beat some of the best teams in the world in this game type. I recall one of the most exciting games that I've ever watched was Complexity versus Optic, when they made that trip to Mordor with the edit that I think Freezy put together, where they spawn A, go all the way through gold, through long haul, and then dive to trip stacks, and then secure the last hill with like seconds remaining. Like, I don't know, Complexity knows every single nuance and what to do in every moment in this game mode. Not to say Team Lethal Fox doesn't, but I think this is going to be tough.
What really impresses me, and I think Tony brought this up, is in the HCS, in year 3, we see these like powerhouse rosters. You see Renegade, Frosty, FaZe is one of them, right? Powerhouse rosters that have crazy amounts of individual skill. When I look at Complexity, I don't see that. I see Breaking Shot, who's an up-and-comer, who's got that slay ability, but I see a lot more mental in the game, a different way to look at the game. And like I said, the meta has just been slide and fire. That's just it.
Yeah.
Push through, get the kills. Now, Complexity are changing things up a bit, and they're catching a couple people off guard.
Yeah, and as we approach a King of the Hill, this game 3, think back to what we saw previously from Pure, where with 1:45 left on the clock, they baited and milked out 45 seconds to completely obliterate any chance of coming back in this game. Ryan and Complexity wrote the book on that, so I see that again here in this series.
I wouldn't doubt that they have an exact situation down, written and prepared for something like that happening. And here we are. That same game we're talking about starts now.
There we go. Haynes has the first shock rifle. That's a good omen. Not sure what happened with the camo off the rip here. But yeah, Haynes not going to be able to live for very long. Rain content to just get hill time for now. Probably knows that shock rifle is there. But this opening hill, keep an eye on both teams fighting for control of the elevator space. Now that the hill is almost completed by Complexity, they might start to migrate towards that C side, feeling confident that they can win it from this side and then also be set up for next, as we see Rain here on C flat. And if Ryan can just stay alive here, this hill could be over quickly, but no, he also does get taken down.
Hill time, a high priority here in the early goings of this one. Just 16 seconds off the clock in regulation, and we're on the brink of seeing Complexity take hill number 1. But Common's in it for now with 5 slays leading the lobby, slaying out now, earning some objective time. Grapples up to his left, but he's got to worry about Ryan with a nerdy nade, takes him down. Huss takes down Ramy. Complexity should take hill number 1.
Here we go. They've also already got some presence in the long haul side. Ryan quickly getting to top gold. This position, by the way, good for basically every hill in the entire rotation. I mean, of course, once the hill is over here and you don't have teammates on this side, you've got to play here first, but gold is like a complementary position to every single hill setup on this map. So one thing I notice about Complexity is they try to keep at least one player occupying that space or contesting that space throughout the entire game.
Ryan does have 1 shroud screen to work with, so could use that. Find some more cover, find some more space, but Haynes has one better in the form of that camo. He's looking to gather some intel, find the opposition for Complexity. He has the back of 1. Can't line up close enough to get the back smack. Does take down Breaking Shot with the shots, and now TLF have the opening break they need to push through, but you got to keep Haynes alive with this camo, get maximum value out of it.
Haynes making this very smart rotation, gets behind these 2 opponents in the tower, has help as well, so they're going to aggressively push through. Very nice herb slide there, and bait and switch from the team, but Complexity still holding strong. Huss now last player alive though, and looks like some good hill time on the board coming up for TLF.
Big win there for Common. It looked like Breaking Shot had the turn on him and was about to take down 2, but instead, Common wins it and earns that next bit of time for TLF, but Yaxon goes down in it. Now Rain occupying that space. After Common goes down, Complexity have all the slays they need. 3 go down. Ramy again, the last player alive for TLF, and Complexity might just go up 2-up.
What looked like a great situation for TLF to bounce right back. Complexity squash it in an instant. Jackson has a shock rifle, but no angle to really put it to work. Looks like Common does aggressively fight through the front door. And TLF, they just have to, at this point, hold on to both the tower and long haul sides. You've got to just hold the line, not let Complexity through. And this is very impressive that Common's getting this much hill time while he had 2 dead teammates.
TLF might just tie things up. Common needs to win a clutch piv. Reversal perfy at that, as Ryan though cleans up on it with the shock rifle, takes down 1 with the nade instead. Oh, making a triple kill! Oh my God, Ryan with a filthy play to earn Complexity a 2-0 lead.
That was disgusting and so clutch. Like, that was as clutch as you could possibly be. He's launching himself into the hill to contest it, kills both players, turns around, no-scopes the next guy while 1 shot. I mean, that was a play of the weekend.
Triple kills are nice, Eli. We love it because it looks sick. But oh my God, Rain one better with the overkill extermination. Potential kill tag. No, he goes down. But my God, Complexity with a back-to-back montage play, triple into an overkill. But like I was saying, Eli, it's nice to get the Jeff Steitzer announcement, but it's even nicer to turn that into time as Complexity are dominating in the slays, dominating in the OBJ, up 2-0.
That was insane. I wish we could have seen exactly how Haynes did that. It looked like he was in that top gold position I mentioned when he got it, but this is just looking bad for Team Lethal Fox. I mean, you start to feel like everything you do is just being countered every step of the way. Like I said, Complexity love this game type. They know what you're going to go for. They know how to counter it. They know how to play ahead. They're always thinking 30 to 45 seconds ahead, and that's what makes them so difficult to play against.
Again, that's a credit to their coach, Ashes. Complexity come into this tournament looking so damn prepared, and it's paying off in multiple fortunes as they've won multiple series against teams that might have been surprised to see. Again, Optic earlier in 3-0 fashion, no less. Complexity about to earn another 3-0 sweep. What's new?
I mean, to be honest, series is just looking like a victory lap for them, right? They already beat Optic and Quadrant. Those were their #1 foes that they were looking to conquer. And now at this point, TLF, this is just, hey, let's just stay warm and be ready for bracket when we get that first seed in the pool. It's not often that we see a 3rd seed come out on top like that in any of these pools at any tournament.
I can't recall seeing a 3rd seed play this well in pools ever. Now, granted, it's not about how you play in pools, but pools does set the tone for how you want to perform in the championship bracket, which we are just hours away from. Feels like minutes even at that, as we are getting down to the nitty-gritty here. Champ bracket just about to start. We'll know who's in winner bracket. We'll know who's in lower bracket. For now, TLF forming a little bit of a comeback from there on. This reminds me of what it felt like in Game 2, but Complexity shut the door on that. Will they do the same here? And it looks like TLF might just make it 2-1. Still plenty of time left on the clock.
The thing is, when Complexity give a hill, it's always for a reason. They are still fighting for this, though. Looks like they were not content to completely throw it and go for next. I don't see any reason to do so, but at the same time, whenever they do give a hill to the other team, they're always ready for the next.
Massive win there for Remy. Retains control of the camo and the shot. Now he's got a montage moment of his own, the triple kill. Free firing for the over, but that player's not going to peek. And TLF do make it again a contested game in the end game. Can they ice up and execute the same way we've seen from Complexity, though? Remy on a spree.
So impressive there. Knew that Ryan was likely to be rotating to that sneaky side. Might have had to call out from his teammate, but absolutely ready to shut him down. And now he's facing pressure from both the front and the back. Looks like Complexity pushing both sides of the hill, and it's not the position you want to find yourself in this game, as Complexity have secured that long haul side. Rhino gets the double kill, and I like this play from Rain. So he actually extends all the way to A to block the elevator spawn, so they can force the spawns of TLF into gold, which is probably the hardest place to play out of as long as they're in the right positions.
Tremendous technical halo on display here from Complexity, and that was big, taking down Ramy previously. He was on a heater, on a tear, earned TLF their first points. He was the first strike, and after that, all 4 went down, and that's 2 times in a row. That same sequence occurs. Now Complexity looking to build on their lead.
Ryan knows the next set of spawners is going to spawn an elevator. Look at that. They're spawning right behind his reticle. Ready to shoot the plasma grenade, but looks like TLF too smart. Not going to let themselves become a free kill. Jackson finds a double on the other side. That's massive. That could be the open door TLF needed to push through long haul. It's explode. Sticky comes out, but I think the projection of the second nade was a little bit too far to kill that player. TLF actually looked pretty decent to tie this up. They've got to hold off a couple waves of Complexity spawners, though.
TLF are keeping it close, making Complexity sweat a little bit here as Ramy in possession of the hill. Oh my God, peek and pop shots, takes down, breaking shot. As 2 go down for Complexity, TLF with more numbers advantage, and they might just tie this game up.
Ramy is playing insane, 20 and 15. Only player on his team that's even positive. He does get taken down. They don't need much time, though. This looks like they're about to close it.
TLF have done it. And with 97 seconds left, it is a 2-2 match. Complexity going to have to show more of that endgame execution if they want to earn the series sweep.
Very curious to see how Complexity play this hill. In my opinion, this hill has multiple different ways that you can set up. You could either hold gold in A and let the other team spawn, or sorry, you could either hold C in A and let the other team spawn gold, or you could hold C in gold and let the other team spawn A. And either one can be highly successful. You just have to have the correct timing and predictive ability to know which side they are spawning on.
Double kill.
It looks like they just wanted to get some kills before they set foot, and now they've left C open. You see Rain pinging it there to let his teammates know to maybe fill that space. Yes, okay, so they're opting for the C in gold version of the setup, which is very powerful. The players in gold are going to watch these players as they try to exit A.
A spawns for TLF, and they're looking to push their way through to the White Hall, White Tower. Haynes goes down, 2 down for Complexity though, so TLF have a chance to earn some numbers advantage, turn that into hill time. As Rain goes down, 3 go down for Complexity like we previously saw from TLF. Complexity turned that into 25% or so. Can TLF do the same?
Have to see what strategy they employ should they get control. The more successful iteration, I think, is the one where you spawn the enemies in gold. They have to jump out batteries that get very exposed. Huge piv from Jackson. If he loses that, his team is probably having a much rougher time holding off this push. And yes, this is exactly what they go for. They're going to let Complexity spawn in gold. I like these plays.
TLF, to answer that question, get the exact same amount of time, maybe even just a pinky toe more from their 3-down execution like we had previously saw from Complexity. And Jackson is playing his life so well. He's been beeping with no shields for the past 30 seconds, it feels like. Previously took down Rhinoop, now continuing to put in damage to members of Complexity. Not looking for slays, just looking to support.
And here we go. He is finally forced to drop down. He does get taken down by Rain. Rhinoop getting some free hill time while Rain picks up a double kill. And this lead could be the difference. This could be the game-winning hill. With just 25 seconds on the clock, this might just decide it.
It's got to be. With that C platform so exposed, I don't see the chance to do so with just 20 seconds left in regulation. This is the game right here, and it could be the series if Rhinoop earns this double onto Haynes. He earns the assist nonetheless. 2 go down for TLF. Just 2 more seconds needed for Complexity, and they will in fact secure their 3rd score and likely the 3-0 series sweep.
Did you see that? Ryan got out on purpose so that the hill would be, he could burn more time off the clock and ensure that his team had control of A before the hill was completed, just to absolutely guarantee it. Because had they capped it as soon as they could, TLF were in position to possibly earn the next hill. Ryan played it in a way that's basically checkmate. This guy plays chess before the match starts, and it's showing.
Try as they might, it's not enough for the likes of Rhinoop and Complexity as they will again ice up in the end game. TLF made it close. TLF was a 1-point game in the flag. It was a 4-kill game in the Slayer. Just a close game here in the hill as well. Each of those scenarios, Complexity had the better execution. Very impressive end game performance from them.
I would say Complexity has been obviously performing really well, but I don't think Team Lethal Fox made it easy at all. I think they just performed very well considering that they went all 4 down multiple times, and I think that was their demise. And guys, we are welcoming Wonder Boy to the couch.
Hi
Hello.
guys.
Welcome
you needed
back.
A little bit of international flair, I heard. Louis
We needed a handsome fellow on our left. Tools was sitting here previously and just not cutting it.
We have you guys. He went to go get me water, so he could be on camera real soon. But how's it going, guys? You guys have been killing it. It's good to be here. These
Thank
are really
you.
cool.
I love your
Great
hoodie, by
having
the way.
you.
You're
Thank
looking
you,
very
yes.
fresh. And the sword
sword.
chain. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I mean, this
Yeah.
is
Stripped
new.
off the
I had to
charts.
buy this because it's just too clean. Like the embroidery, the quality of SSG stuff is like.
I mean, when
Next
you get
level.
a chance to see a Spartan eating ramen, right?
Yeah,
That's
that
the
I
sign on the back.
Absolutely had to do that because I was in Tokyo before Atlanta, as everyone
wow.
knows. I've not stopped talking
You just
about
keep
it.
talking about it every time I've seen you.
I did the same
I'm
to my
obsessed.
friends after I left Japan. It was my favorite trip ever.
It's addictive. Like when you go there and then you come back. Honestly, it was a month ago, and I've not stopped watching like YouTube videos and like planning my next trip to,
Vicariously
like,
living through
to Tokyo.
Everyone always talks about the post-con or post-tournament depression. You've got that when you leave Japan.
Exactly right. My water boy. Thank you, Tools. There we go.
That looks like a grenade.
That's a
It
pretty cool
looks
water
like
bottle.
a grenade. You got stickers all over it
Yeah, this is a Christmas present from my brother, and he was like, "Don't you want a big one?" But obviously, I do commentary work sometimes, and like, if you have a short one, you can like put it underneath the desk and like it's not in vision. But someone brought me really cool stickers this
Charles.
event.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Charles. Yeah, you know him. Thank you. I didn't catch his name, but I got the MLG sticker, and then there's the wait, which camera? This camera? I don't know if you can see. Louis, wake up.
too. The middle
The
one.
middle one? Louis, you awake?
No, we do need a close-up
Do the
because these
zoom in.
stickers are on
Close-up,
Wait,
point.
this one. There we go. Yeah,
All the
there's like
classic logos.
The classic MLG logos, and then the MLG logo. Hang on. You can't really see it on the camera, but there's like all the old logos,
I
like
think Ambush
Warriors.
is in there too.
Yeah, you got
Soul,
big presence on that.
Yeah.
It's sick. It's honestly so cool. So I had to just like stick them on this.
Awesome,
Yeah.
man.
I think this event has been all about nostalgia, right? I mean, we
Yeah.
started with the Halo 2. Did you get to go to the Halo 2?
I didn't. No, I was playing football
LAN?
or soccer with Ryan Noob and Boo Boo and stuff.
Oh,
that
that
sounds,
sounds fun.
like fun.
It was until Ryan didn't want to run for any of my passes.
Oh.
He's like
He was slacking?
Yeah, he's a dad now. So well, he's been a dad for a while, but like you can tell his
Saying
energy
dads
level is
don't
like,
run,
come
that's
on.
crazy.
I'm sending him like through passes, and he's just stood
The
still.
ball just rolls and he just stares at it.
And I'm like, bro, you're making me look bad here. Come on, like, this is my national sport.
Yeah.
Gamers touching grass. I'd love to see it. Love to see it.
Well, it was fake. It was fake
Oh,
turf,
fake grass.
but yeah, it's close enough.
Pretend
We're
grass.
getting there.
So,
We're getting up there.
you enjoying the weekend so far in general? How's the team doing? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, doing good. We just had probably the longest 3-0 of our life against Clip Solar. We
Yeah.
had funniest thing. We won game 1, And then game 2, they put on the wrong recharge Slayer variant. So there was no BRs. The observers put it on. No BRs. There was like a disruptor and a sidekick on recharge instead of the battle rifles. We got like 3/4 of the way through before they realized.
Oh no.
The game finishes 50, 35, 36, something like that. And then, being the nice guy that I am, I was like, I'm gonna go and tell them in case they want to replay it. They apparently flagged it. Eclipse Solar were like, hey, ref, like, wake up. They didn't get his attention, so they just played on. And then I went to go tell the ref, and then League Ops got involved, and then they were like, we need to make sure the rulebook's like Richie Hines came over, Brandon from E.
Oh, jeez.
That was milky.
All for being like a nice guy.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said anything. Because,
That's good karma, though. And honestly, you earn respect from your peers, and that's really what it's all about. You don't want to, you don't want minus rep like on the MLG forums of yesteryear.
Oh my god,
you remember
that's
that?
so embarrassing.
But let's, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, because they grinded through the open bracket yesterday, I wanted to give them like a fair crack at the whip. You know what I mean? Like, after beating Alpha 3-0 to get to pools, like that's a big time for them. So wanted to make sure that they didn't leave anything on the table. But they said they could replay it if they wanted to, but credit to Eclipse Solar, they said,
Yeah,
take the win.
wow.
Let's
So
go
they got the
next.
plus rep
If
back.
I'm the tournament director in a situation like that, I feel like you guys played the entire match without saying anything. Like, they could have said something at any point before that, right? So if you play all the way through, it's almost like a GA to agree to that score. In my opinion, I don't know.
So from what I heard, because Eclipse Solar flagged it and the referee didn't see it, it's a different situation.
Oh,
So
okay. Yeah.
if they
the
had
rep didn't
not,
see it.
So they did
didn't
try
happen.
to say
That's kind of
something,
what the
but he
ruling is.
wasn't-
so if they
Yeah.
didn't flag it and we realized after the fact, then the match would just
score
stand.
stand.
Yeah.
Okay.
But because it was flagged, they were like, okay, we have to give them the option to replay it, which we were fine with. We were ready to replay it, but we didn't. They
Interesting
didn't want to,
situation.
so.
What did you see from your perspective? You're the eye in the sky coaching this ITB roster. What did you see from Eclipse Solar? Because they're the Cinderella story. Not much intel on those 4 players. What did you see?
Well, I actually had a chance to commentate them. I think, was it when you were absent from one of the LVT Cups? I think it was the one before the qualifier.
Yeah, this one I was
Eli?
sick.
Yeah,
I
when
had
you
to
were
go to the
sick.
hospital. Yeah.
They called in the British reinforcements. So I
The
stood in.
cavalry.
So I got to commentate them online, and obviously I didn't gain any strats because honestly I've slept since then, and I watched so much Halo anyway. So I knew they were good. So I basically told my guys, let's make sure we don't have a repeat of London. We placed top 16 on a 3-way tie, which has happened about 50,000 times to us.
Going all the way back to the previous organization, even you guys have had some heartbreaking tiebreakers.
Yeah. So we don't want anything like that. We knew we'd done the business yesterday. As long as we did our job today, it would have been fine. From their perspective, they were really, really solid. The problem is we're just so well drilled, and I feel like there's a big gulf. There's like, for me, the top 4 and maybe Pure, and then there's us. And then there's everyone else. And like, Complexity, Sen, Quadrant, like that bubble, and then a big drop off to the open teams. If we see an open team get through to the bracket, I think Alpha beats Sen, right? 3-0?
3-0.
Yes.
That's, for me, a big shock because, like I said, in my opinion, there's a big gulf.
Of like meta understanding, correct?
Yeah, meta understanding, and honestly, that comes from reps against top teams and going far.
You just have to play through that many end game sequences and know how to close out matches.
That's exactly right. So they have a big future, but it's our experience, I think, carried us through that one. We knew what we needed to do, so.
Mighty's was also hitting some insane snipes.
Oh man!
Yes.
Wait, you guys were watching?
We actually-
were
we were
watching
catching
it.
the live fire game.
For a grand total of 30 seconds and
Yeah.
saw Mighty's hit like 5 no-scopes in a row.
I'm pretty sure he went negative that series. Let me
We
say
saw
mine
the
real
good
quick.
So we
Oh,
saw the
really?
last 30 seconds of Mighty's.
I know I saw Jimbo going plus, which never happens. So someone's got to be going neg. and I
Old
feel
man
like
still got it.
Maybe it was Mighty.
He wasn't looking bad in the live fire game, that's for sure.
No, he was. I mean, everyone was playing really well.
So you guys know where you guys are. It looks like you know where you are in terms of overall where everybody is. What do you think you guys need to push up to start pushing up into that outside of that bubble, as you called it?
It's a really good question. Mighty's did go plus.
He did.
1.04. So just.
Good job,
Just barely.
Maybe it was those snipes you guys were
It
saying.
was.
was.
It was.
We are projected to play FaZe. And it's the same thing with Eclipse Solar where we just need more reps against the top 4. got that with our boot camp before the last event, which helped us get back into the top 6. But a team like FaZe we match up well against because they play more of a traditional style. Pure and Space Station, those guys play so fast. We're not ready to play at that pace, and we don't really know how to counter it yet. So a team like FaZe, I think we should, in theory, give a good matchup to. We just need a win. We need a win against one of those top teams. That's the one thing we're lacking so far. We've taken Shopify to Game 5 in London. We've taken teams like Native down, but they're like, it's a higher ranked squad that we need to take down to get that confidence, because we have such a young team. Like Mighty's is still only, what, 22, I think. Wutum only recently turned 18. Obviously, me and Seva, well, I'm 30.
Jimbo's like 45.
Yeah. Jimbo actually,
He's got his AARP.
He's the 3rd youngest on the team, if you can believe that. I think it goes me at 30, Chick at 29, and then I think Jimbo maybe is 28. And then there's a big drop off
I
to like
thought
my
Jimbo was older than Chip.
I thought he was maybe Eco's age, because he's been in every Halo World Championship all the way back to the beginning, and he already had a name for himself even before that. But let's talk about a guy who's building a name for himself this year, and that's Wutum. Elena had a chance to sit down with him as he was a budding superstar. That top 6 finish, I know, captivated me. It's my PFP on Twitter was you guys taking down top 6. What's his evolution and growth been like? Where have you seen his progression?
It's a really good question, because his raw mechanical skill was always there. It was always for us making sure that he was aware of the bigger picture. Because when you see someone on the map, you're like, okay, that's someone I need to kill. But that's not every situation in top level Halo. If, say, that's the last guy alive, if they're in a bad place for their team to spawn for that situation, we need to be able to say, hey, listen, Tomb, we don't need to push that guy. We can leave him. So being able to mold him into those types of situations, again, it comes from experience, but being able to do that has helped him grow a bit more. His stats always make me just lose my brain. I don't know how he always has most damage, most shots fired, most everything.
APM's through the roof.
It's always like action per minute is above everyone else, and it's like
MK and his raw natural ability, right?
Yeah.
And that's so funny you say that, Wonderboy, because I'm starting to hear themes in my head of the bigger picture. We've heard that multiple times on the couch now. I think an example we saw was sometimes you want to go for the 2 kills that are just right there. It's like served to you on a platter. But if you play for the bigger picture, you might earn 4 15 to 20 seconds later. So the big picture is what it's all about. Speaking of big picture, we just got even bigger names on the couch with us. Ryan Noob.
Hold up. What do you mean even bigger names?
No.
What are you trying to say, bro?
Bigger name.
Should I go?
No. I meant like the couch has just only. I'm sorry. I'm
busting your balls.
I know.
It's getting better. More people.
Right. There we go.
Welcome,
Thank you for saving me.
Ryan Noob, to the LVT couch. We're just hanging out here. I'm imagining you're feeling good about the way you guys have been playing in pools.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're playing some fantastic Halo right now. It's insane. Even 3-0 in Commons team, TLF. So really happy with how we're playing, to be honest.
Yeah, being first place in pools must feel good, and the defeat against Optic,
right?
Fueling everything else. But I feel like you guys have, well, ever since Rain joined, I feel like when we talked last time, you guys said you just needed some more time. Like you're working on the system, right? And it's good to see you guys perform how you want to perform here in Salt Lake City in the LAN.
Yeah, exactly. We have Breaking Shaw, who's an up-and-coming amateur player who we brought onto our team. So we had to get him affiliated with how I thought the game should be played. And he's taken an event, but at this event he's been performing just insane. So I'm really proud of him, of how he's playing. Rain pulled him out of retirement, dragged him by his coattails.
Coattails.
How did that happen? Who reached out to who?
I reached out to him. I begged him. Straight up, like on my knees. Was all right, calm down.
Yeah, pause.
On my knees begging for him, like, come on, man, I need you to come out of retirement because I have this idea of how I want to play the game. Please help me speak Ryan Noob to these guys, because it's a language that you have to get used to, and since he's been around for 4 years, 6 years, a lot of years, he's able to speak it and able to transfer it into English to our new players.
You've been known for shepherding young players, amateur players, through to the top ranks. What's been your process, without giving away too many secrets, because I know you want to stay on top, but what's been your secret to that process of shepherding these players through, and what's that process look like? Because you're taking a chance, right? Like, you're taking a massive chance taking guys that haven't proven themselves yet, but they're still finding good placings with you on the squad. What's the key to that?
It's a tough question. One of it is I get the best players. Like I frankly, like I get lucky because even though a lot of the established top players send SSG, send the top 3 Shopify, they don't want to play with me. That's okay, you know. It's hard to get the established players that I want on the team, so I have to go looking for the top amateurs, and I'm lucky enough to be in the position to where they want to team with me. And so I was able to get Breaking Shot, I was able to get Descendant, I was able to get these players who are really, really good at the game, and like already have a way that they want to play, and I just help them adapt to the top style.
I will say I'm kind of noticing a trend overall. Every single team that has had a few years already on Halo Infinite has been picking up like a new up-and-coming player into that team. I mean, we're talking about Breaking Shot. You have over there Wootum.
Yeah.
There's like new talent that I feel like has been like slowly creeping up into these squads and honestly making Halo a little bit better. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Well, we were kind of forced into our situation because Quadrant kept buying our players.
Hey, I'm in the same boat.
Them. That's true, actually, yeah. So we basically had to go out and scout who was ready. And even if they're not ready, you have to make them ready, right? Like, teach them the game and put your faith in them, and then they repay you. It happened with Mighty's Year 1. He was very close to joining Jailings after, what event would that have been? Kansas City, I think. He was going to join Jailings, and then we spoke to him, and he said, well, I want to run with both. And then obviously he knew Jim's experience, knew my experience, and in the end it was an easy choice for him. And again, it's just, you know, when people buy your players and you basically take a big, it's like a Jenga tower, like a Halo team. If someone takes a big piece out of the bottom, it's like, okay, well, we need to find a new piece, otherwise this tower is just going to fall over. So there's some raw talent out there, like really raw talent. So if you are able to put the work in and teach teams how to, or teach players how a team wants to play, even if it's not 100% the most optimal play, as long as all 4 players are on the same page and the play is being coordinated between all 4 and they synergize, it can work out and it can get you to that next scenario instead of being 4 dead, you know. So.
See, that was a question we actually were talking about yesterday. Is like when you're looking for your ideal squad, there's so many different play styles, there's so many different personalities. How do you find who gets to gel well with your squad? How do you identify those players that will, how do you find your squad, you know?
Yeah, it's a good question. For me, I know a lot of people look at data hive, they look at stats. I don't really care about that. I care about, do you understand the fundamentals of top-level Halo? And are you not a dick? Do you have an ego? Because if you got an ego, leave it at the freaking door, bro. Because there's no.
Have fun.
Yeah,
it's Halo,
it's
man. We're playing video games.
It's a video game. I know we're playing high-stakes video games, but it's still a video game. So, like, don't think you're better than anyone. If you can make sure that you're checking your ego at the door, you're cool with me.
And I can't think of anyone who exemplifies that more than Ryan Noob. I remember watching a clip back of you teaming with Nocturnal Colonel. You guys were trolling down 49-48, I think, on a pit. How does that relate to just having a forefront focus of just having fun, most importantly, and having that turn into success in the most difficult of scenarios?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people associate my ego with the things I say after games at tournaments because, you know, it's part of the fun. It's part of like playing. It's playing the what is it called? The shoe, the heel.
The heel.
Yeah.
Oh, the heel.
I knew it was something with the foot. Yeah. So it's part of playing the heel. It's part of also saying some things that are on my mind. Some of these players play the game in such a weird way, but they're also just so good at it. So it's frustrating for me as a 31-year-old old guy, and I can't keep up with them anymore. But to be able to beat them still with strategy and with proper planning and stuff like that, it means a lot. But yeah, like you said, the ego, you leave the ego at the door. Like it's all about like not being a dick, trying to be your best, and really setting up the atmosphere, kind of Ted Lasso-esque, right? I'm not as good as Ted Lasso, but it's not about being as good. It's like trying to get there and trying to just trying to be friends with all like friendly and positive, and say it's okay if we lose, just as long as we're getting better or we're working on getting better. And that's all that really matters, because we lost a lot online. We've been losing a lot.
100%. We've had some of the top talents on our rosters be dicks, be like really bad, like in terms of giving feedback, and it's cost them spots on our teams. Because like once the trust in the team, once the vibes go, that's it. Like you can't rebuild that if you're constantly every VOD session saying things like, or being passive aggressive even in scrims. In tournaments it's happened. It's happened with the roster we have right now, not in like a toxic way, but like sometimes I feel like we forget we're in a tournament, and I'm like, guys, okay, tournament mode, like come on, like this is our job here, like let's lock in. That happened at the start of Arlington, I think, maybe day 1. Since then, we haven't done it. Obviously, we had a slow group stages in London, but we don't talk about London. It didn't happen. You and me, London wasn't even a major.
You know,
but yeah, it's all about being able to lock in, and it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're a dick, you won't make it in this industry.
it's so funny you say that because that was another common theme we heard yesterday on the couch was that energy is okay, but railgun it towards the other side of the stage. That's okay. Like, it's fine to be like that. We want the juice. We want the enthusiasm. And then maybe even the toxicity, the edge a little bit, because you need that to be the best in the world. But just channel it towards the other side.
For sure.
Speaking of channeling, I heard about some sort of Pokemon card. Can you tell us about this Pokemon card that's been used as a motto, I hear?
I don't know too much about it. I know my coach said some words before one of the games about
This is
some
the key
lobster.
to the wins in the pool.
Ryan, you got to listen to your coaches, man. If you can't
Not at all.
recite to me word for word what he said pre-series,
I can't tell you a thing that he said in game. I can't remember anything that he said. I can't remember anything my team also said. I can barely remember what I said. But yeah, he's got his Pokemon card. It's Corefish, and it says like, oh, it's a little lobster that it takes in with its environment or something like that. And I'm like losing my mind. Like, I'm here to play Optic on main stage. Can we like keep it together?
Does he actually scream Corefish when he wants you guys to?
He said he would, but then he didn't.
He
so
didn't?
he's a little bit of a
More of a
fanny
pre-game
about
thing
that.
than an in-game thing, because
Yeah.
that might just derail the comms. Corefish, what? So, yeah, I love Ashes. Seriously, you guys are so lucky to have him as a coach. We've got a great one here. I consider Ashes to be the coach of competitive esports. He's won 24 LAN titles in Gears of War, and I know it's just a matter of time before he wins one in Halo.
are you sure it's Corefish? Because it just says
It's one. It's
Just
like
says
a,
It's Corefish. I'm
it's
100% positive.
It
Vice
said something about mud, like when you're stuck in the mud, that's when you do best or something. Is that the vibe for
Let me
this?
see. Let me see.
It can
mean,
it can do
good.
well in any environment basically. So like if we're in some trouble, if we're 2 down and need to play well, we can still do it. You know,
like
that's
that.
the general idea.
I like that.
I think it's cool.
It's a specific like I think it's a specific Pokemon card. Like
Yes,
it's not
it's
the
from
general
like a-
one.
it's
Oh, right.
it's-
He has it
It's a
on a
reverse.
foil.
It's a
reverse
reverse
hologram. I don't know what that
Corefish.
means, but it's a thing.
And it's the description that stands as the motto this weekend for Complexity. So very cool to hear those ins and outs of the fun behind the scenes.
Yeah, speaking of fun behind the scenes, you two were playing soccer.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
this
know
man
you
does
love
not
soccer.
want to run for my passes.
I
He
can't.
told
Come on,
us.
man, dude. I'm 31. I can't run anymore.
Yeah,
but I got this. You know the American diet?
Old. What's this with 30-year-olds calling themselves old?
It's part of a.
It's almost like you love saying, I'm old, I'm 30.
It's like a
I do.
defense mechanism.
Yeah, it's almost a defense mechanism. It's more
Yeah?
of like a gist, like a joke. Just saying like
I don't
you
feel like
shouldn't be
running, I'm
losing.
30.
Like no one can talk crap to me because I'm 31. So if you beat me, it's like who cares, right?
Yeah,
like
being
I'm at
old
the end of
man.
my career. Like why are you celebrating? I'm 31.
This is
super
So
low
so
res.
it's
I will
nice.
say I made the mistake of asking
It's this.
asking you if you were thinking about retiring.
No, that's not the one, but it's the general idea.
That's a
So,
great
Sorry.
question to ask an active player.
I asked him, hey, so because he was telling me so much about how he was 30, and I was like, well, okay, so what about, let's talk about retirement. And he was so shocked.
Just instantly.
He was like, I felt your energy go, excuse me, sir?
Full Roy can. Like
Like
just
he was like awake, instantly awake. Are you bringing up the R, the retirement? Like where did he?
yeah, you can't say the R word. Like that's a word that you just can't say.
I'm trying to see.
But
Let me
you
just
were
see
so
Ryan
adamant,
Noob's
I am
stats.
not
Hold on.
quitting
Hold on.
Halo.
I need to check data high for Ryan Noob's stats against Optic yesterday. Did you go over 1, KD?
I think I was second KAD. I'm a KAD. No, I did not go over 1. Are you kidding me? That's Optic. I'm not going to have a better than 1. All right, listen, I was winning my 1v1s. Never happens against Optic. Never happens really against anyone. But I was winning 1v1s yesterday, so my KD wasn't a 1, but it was not a 0.5, you know? Like, that was...
That's progress.
Shout out to the HCS, like the mainstream, they had the stats on the screen.
Yeah.
And they said, Lucid, last series against Complexity, had a 1.78. Ryan Noob had a 0.56. It's like, all right, man. Let's take some other stats in there. My assists were pretty good that last one.
To Data Hive, your KD was 0.93.
Not terrible.
Not bad.
Take that, dude.
That's how you beat Optic,
In
is
a
by not
3-0?
dropping a 0.5.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
good.
in a 3-0. Like, how do I have a 0.93 in a 3-0? How are we winning? I don't understand. There's
Three
breaking
It's
of
the
you
shot.
card.
guys
It's
had
the card.
Dwarfish.
It's
So
the
the-
card.
But
only
top
one with a
KAD,
plus
right?
KD,
Like,
KAD was
KAD is 1.79 or something,
Gotta be
right?
breaking shot, right?
1.70, but breaking shot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
1.82.
if you're killing everything, like if you go 22-7 game one, like
How's breaking shot open up the map for you guys? Because he is a bruising damage dealer.
yeah, he's a tough one because he's got his ups and downs, and right now he's proving his ups. Like online, it's tough to play because we're in Florida and Washington, so it's really hard to play the game.
Oh, wow.
But so it like our strategy is kind of like don't worry about online, but like have these ideas so that when we get in the LAN, we're going to use them. And then it was hard to instill those ideas as well as I wanted to, but I think he's done decently at converting that, but also just applying his own game and absolutely crushing.
You know what's funny? I was in a Discord call with Clutch, and we were talking about your roster. I think we had just come off of the Atlanta qualifiers or something, and Clutch was saying, we were talking about your roster, and I was like, I really like breaking shots. And Clutch was saying he really liked Rain. But I think actually it wasn't in that context. I think it was the opposite. He was like, what do you think the problem is with this Complexity team? Like, who's the weak link? And I was like, I don't think it's breaking shot. I think it's Rain because he needs time. Like when Rain gets firing, like he's especially
He's off the couch.
Single
Literally
shot
off the
range
couch.
is he's unreal.
Yeah.
So I said
I mean,
for Atlanta, you guys wouldn't be amazing, but for this event and going forwards, like once Rain catches up, it's going to be a scary team.
So I heard you guys were in a Halo 3 tournament last night, and you guys took it.
oh yeah, we pissed a lot of people off with that one.
Yeah,
So you
they're
guys-
pros. They shouldn't be able to play.
Exactly.
Like, why
Yeah.
not? It's
We
an
just-
We
open
had
tournament.
time.
Yeah, we had time. Our matches got done at 4. The tournament started at 5, and we're like, absolutely, let's go play and have some fun. And
I was always
up.
told, as long as you're still in the main tournament, you're not allowed to play in the Halo 3 side tournament.
yeah, I get that.
That's what I was told. That's why I didn't play. If I could play, I would have. But we were still in the tournament.
It's just because they don't want a conflict of interest. Like they don't want you like playing in the Halo 3 tournament and having to leave to go play in the main.
Yeah,
But if
that's
you're
true.
already done with your
Done.
matches, then you're done.
Okay.
You're not.
Alright.
Yeah, they're technically done, so they're not.
Yeah, we're
in
done with
the
our
tournament.
matches.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
Don't be all rule stickler.
So you're
on it.
saying it's
Come on.
a technicality, right?
Sure.
So you guys took some. Was there prize money involved?
Yeah, there's some prize money.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's
so,
why it's
so you
rigged,
definitely
man.
did piss people off.
Yeah,
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
They can play, but we can't. How's that fair?
But I mean, come on. Back in the day, you would love to play against the top teams.
I was just
Like,
thinking that. I was just thinking, hey, we
Like, it
we
means
lost,
more.
but
Yeah.
you get to play against the best in the world. Imagine showing up to an NBA court and you get to go up against LeBron James as a
So
fan. That's
you're
essentially what
saying-
you
Okay,
get to do here.
maybe not that
All right,
far.
well-
Athletics are a little different.
Maybe a Ben Simmons. I don't know.
You
but-
saying you'd be willing to forfeit your prize money? You didn't want to do it for the prize money? No,
I would have if I would have still played if we didn't get any prize money. Willing to forfeit it though after we
That's
won
a
it.
different-
That's a tough one.
How did it feel jumping back into Halo 3? Had you do you still play Halo 3? Or
Oh no.
Did
We
you just jump in and just?
yeah, we jumped in, no warm up matches or anything like that. We play like every 3 years. We'll play for like a year or so, like or half a year because there's nothing to do. There's no more HCS tournaments, but Infinite seems to be going on for forever. So I don't know when the next time I'm going to be able to play Halo 3 is.
Yeah. Well, we have only one map in Halo Infinite right now. Only the PID. Would you guys bring any maps back into Halo Infinite?
That's a good question.
Maybe some Halo 3 maps.
This is going to piss people off, but
All right, let's hear it.
Construct. Give me
Ooh.
Construct King.
Construct.
I feel like Construct King with the new King of the Hill rules could be really fun.
What about strongholds, maybe? Construct strongholds.
Oh, no,
Oh,
I'd rather
oh,
die. I would rather die, please.
Nah, I think the maps that we need to bring back are Sanctuary. Like Sanctuary Lockout and it's just a Halo 2 anniversary map. Sanctuary Lockout, Warlock. Warlock's a little bit iffy.
I will say I played Halo 2 Warlock on LAN just 2 days ago. I did like Warlock. I can see why people liked it, and
Yeah,
I would
you-
like to see some teleport, like stationary teleport plays in competitive. I would love to know if you guys would like something like that too. As a non-competitive, I feel like I would love to see you guys use that.
Yeah, these Forge tournaments have been really cool by Forehead Chub, and they've had some Portal elements into them, so I've really appreciated trying to figure out what the best uses of those are. Whether they're competitively viable, tough to tell. It kind of breaks a lot of maps.
I gotta say, Aliak, really short selling yourself. Not only did you play in the Halo 2 tournament, you 1v1 4-shot Piv win lunchbox. I mean, that was one of the most electric moments. That got the whole broadcast, the whole room just erupted at that.
And
Probably
you know
had security called because of it.
What fueled me was that I heard Eli the Ninja say that I was gonna get a donut in that series.
What a hater.
What a hater.
Where is Eli?
Certified
He's
hater.
right
He's
there.
right here.
He's right there.
Eli, don't be rude.
Yeah.
He says he was going to goose against
Yeah.
Lunchbox.
Yeah.
What the hell, man? No. It's
Deflection.
on record. Is it on the stream?
No.
It's clipped.
Someone clip it.
It's clipped.
Flip it.
Come on, man. You can't deny
I
it. You're
got
caught
3
in
whole
4K.
kills against Elamite and Lunchback, let me tell you.
Who's your teammate? Who's your teammate in the
Uber Nick. I carried
That's
him.
impressive.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was gonna
carried
say,
him.
did you-
Yeah,
I think he might have
they were
seconded it.
getting,
He
like,
got 2 kills,
Yeah,
I got 3.
they were
I
in the
carried
lead
him.
in the early goings of game 2. So,
Yeah.
I mean, like,
I mean, Nick is bad even for a European. Like, that's,
All right,
that's
listen,
saying something.
I got something.
Okay.
I wanted to ask this question to a lot of pro players. We've got some people on the couch that probably don't know this answer. I want to know if you know this answer. All right. How long does it take to cap the hill in King of the Hill? Oh,
Is
it's
it
so bad that you don't know it instantly.
35?
45 seconds.
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I just sit on and
Is
look
it
at the bar
40?
and it's
It's 40.
40,
Ah,
It's
40,
so
okay.
frustrating. I don't think anyone knows that, and it's so frustrating to me for some reason.
sounds like
Do
a
you
long
guys
time.
2-hop strongholds?
Too hot?
Yeah. Do you
What do
put
Oh,
two people in
on-
to
no,
gain
I mean, we
time
don't-
on the rotations?
I mean, it's a little bit faster, but it's not much faster.
Ah, you think?
It's like 2 seconds faster.
2 seconds on rotations?
Yeah, no, I mean, you could already be rotating out though. Usually what we do is like when a teammate spawns behind you, you leave the stronghold so that they can
go
get
on
into
the
it.
map, yeah. But sometimes if you're massively in the plus, if you 2-hop, the 2 seconds you're beating them on the respawn time.
Yeah, something like that.
I should
lot
be
of time.
they're still in the tournament. I shouldn't be sharing this.
Yeah. We're
Wait.
getting really chess-like with the strategy here. I love it.
Ryan's
I'm not gonna
thinking,
say words.
this European doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, bro. Like,
These heroes don't know how to play Halo.
No, but I think that'd be a fun like question or quiz. Like
Yeah.
you know we have those quizzes. Quizzes about the competitive Halo. Like how many snipes does it take to kill an overshield guy?
You know
yeah,
what?
that-
You know?
Gonna,
'Cause I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm
Is it
gonna
3?
bug you about this later so we can get some quizzes out there.
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
I think that's a great idea. I mean, I don't want to tell people that it's 40 seconds to cap a hill. I think everyone thinks it's 30.
I thought it was 35.
I don't know if I hate knowing this or like knowing this, because next time I play a ranked, I'm just gonna be like, okay, it's 40 seconds. This is a really
It's so
long time.
long.
This is a really
40
long
seconds
long
is
time.
so long.
Yeah, it is long.
I hate
Yeah.
being the person that sits on the hill, not gonna lie.
I love it because it
I
means
just, like,
if I
crush
die,
shouting
it's someone
people.
else's fault. You know,
That's-
I can blame
that's
someone
true.
else.
Say,
And
hey,
then I could be toxic in matchmaking.
Well,
It's great.
KD, but look at my OBJ. So.
Yeah. Come on, guys. I'm neg 50 because of you guys. Because you're not protecting me.
Objective
fault.
players get yelled at though. Look at your
Sadly.
KD, because you know stats are in everything, right? HCS, they highlighted what stats are in everything.
That's a good indication of what's going on. So I think that you've been a little bit off on saying that Halo Data Hive isn't the way to go. I'm a big Data
Are you
Hive believer.
stats
I'm a big
person?
stat. I have my own stats that I look at. It's not kills, deaths, damage,
Yes.
or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's specific stats that I like to look at to determine whether or not someone's playing well. But then you take that and then you apply it to their game and look at their game. Like generally that like when teams are up and coming, when these TLF teams are coming up, and I'm like, all right, who's the best player on this team? It's the player who's doing all these good stats, and then let's see, let's go watch their game, let's go scrim with them and see how good they're doing.
Hey, look, we're hopping on
Hey, a
over
game.
to Quadrant versus TLF. Okay, can you guys tell me how you feel about this map, because I hate it.
I
You first.
do have to interject here. I just got word from our producer that both of y'all's next matches aren't setting up right now, but we want to give you guys enough time to start warming up, start meeting with your players and coaches. So we're going to let Wonderboy and Ryan
Yeah.
Noob head off the couch.
they're
Thank you guys
kicking us
so
off.
much.
Ryan.
He's kicking you out.
I'm going to be the bouncer, but I want you
LVT
guys to,
Yeah.
play in your matches.
Oh,
So
I was going to commentate some Quadrant gameplay. Nah, they wouldn't like that. I'm going to go.
well, thank you guys so
Thank
much.
you
Make
so
sure you
much
guys
for
check
joining.
out Wonderboy and Ryan Noob on Twitter and socials. Some of the legends in the game. Love you
Get
guys.
out of the
Hey,
share.
thanks, guys. Enjoy. Shout out.
Thanks for joining.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It's a triple cap for Quadrant, who definitely need this win, especially being down 0-2 in their pool.
I think taking a little bit of a lesson from their owner, Lando Norris, because maybe the fastest I've seen them play, but this is something that we are so familiar with this team. Yeah. Quadrant, one of the best strongholds teams in the HCS. These players are some of the players that helped popularize the trip cap meta that Strongholds has become.
Yeah, honestly, they've done a really good job of that. And on a map like this, where triple cap is kind of, I wouldn't say easier, but it's more prevalent on interference, I think they're going to have an easy time here.
There's so much on the stage for this match right here. Whoever wins will get that third place spot. Both these teams 0-2 in pool. So whoever wins gets to stay in the tournament. Whoever loses, well, they'll have to focus on the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, that's unfortunate too, because you don't want all your eggs in one basket there. And hopefully they can pull this together. Quadrant looking very dominant here. It's going to be a 250-0. We've seen this before on this map.
Yeah. Well, hey, right when we say that two do go down, let's make it 3. Ramvi big time clutch there. So we're not going to see the perfection. And in fact, well, we can start seeing a run for TLF. Can the impossible happen?
It's going to be so tough. It's only 6 points needed for the side of Quadrant. And you see they're already answering back on the A side. 244-17. Overshield coming up. Quadrant going to be right on top of that.
A great job by Quadrant to prioritize getting that overshield. They got A, but they didn't take any extra space. Instead, getting these extra shields and using it to parlay their way out.
Yeah, 3 down already for the side of TLF. They're going to get C as well. This will be a couple points for them. C not being kept here. Finally, it is. They'll go and get B on the nest side as well, as those double spawns happening on the bunker.
Now, only 5 seconds for this team of TLF to get where they need to go, and there just is not enough time. A dominant win from Quadrant to start our series.
Yeah, a little bit of a slip up there, but we knew they would come together, pick up the pieces, and make that happen. One of the best Strongholds teams in the HCS is Quadrant. And again, when you talk to Sika and he breaks everything down for you, SLG is the man I talked to as well. He breaks everything down for you, tells you why they position, how they position, to get ready for these triple caps and to prepare for the spawns as well. They pick it apart piece by piece, and once again, it gives them that victory.
I gotta say, the B-roll that we have for this tournament is some of the best B-roll I've ever seen.
Zach. That's the man that came up with it.
Zach's a great creative, and well, Quadrant, they'll have all this momentum behind them. Lethal Fox, this is do or die. They're gonna have to figure it out on the Slayer.
Slayer recharge, and once again, another map that's one of the Slayer games that we always see go to that very last kill. It's always like a 50-48, 50-49. We'll see if that happens here. Quadrant look dominant, but shifting focus over to Shopify Rebellion against Eclipse. And this Eclipse roster, we saw them yesterday. They are in dream world right now, right? They made it through the pools, and they all felt so accomplished, but you got to keep that mindset strong. You got to understand that you can still push for more. You've got the talent to do so. I believed in this roster the minute I saw them.
Yeah, Bid's got that sniper, and that's going to be pivotal to their success here. I'm not sure what their record is in pools for their other matches that they had, but this is probably a must-win for them if they have any ideas of getting out of pools, but they have secured themselves a last chance qualifier for that Worlds playoff.
It's great to have that backup plan, right? You know, you're essentially in a spot where if you lose this, you still have another chance to get into Worlds. And as a new org like Eclipse, I was talking to the owners yesterday. These guys are passionate. They've decided to stick with just Halo, which I think is the smart play, and they put a lot into these guys. I've also heard that their Airbnb is amazing. I haven't been just yet, but these guys are passionate for their org. You know, started just shortly ago, and they've already made some ripples in the scene, which is what you love to see out of a brand new org. And we'll see if Mental and the side of Shopify Rebellion can contest.
Mental, one of the best snipers in the game. You see put that thing to work right away. Double for him. And now the spawns are a concern for Eclipse. Shopify Rebellion are everywhere, taking as much space as possible. Eclipse basically feel themselves trapped in this situation. They're going to send one through Mud. They need to get behind Mental and sneak into a successful kill.
Yeah, you see the damage coming out from the B side. There's also a player on the Mud that got through, and Mental's gonna take care of him instantly. It's another kill, 2 down for Eclipse. Mental aware of the other player as well. The double kill, the killing spree, and 3 down for Eclipse.
It's the right play, but just better execution from Shopify Rebellion. Eclipse knew what they needed to do, get the sniper off a tower. They did what any reasonable team would do, send 2 through the Mud, work on that flank. But it's snuffed out. Mental understands that, hey, there's someone that's trying to flank me, has the right clock, gets the easy shot, and, well, you're going to start to see this lead balloon. Shopify Rebellion are just in firm control.
It is Eclipse that get 3 down, so we'll see if they're able to do anything with that. They can potentially isolate a couple of spawners, but once again, it's Cycle on the side of Shopify Rebellion. The answer back! The 360 no-scope on a Mental onto Looney.
Crazy shot. I mean, put that one in the montage, folks at home. I'd be screaming at the top of my lungs across the stage, but that's just another day in the business for Mental, one of the best snipers in the game.
Well, even does damage there off his QT, does damage prior to the QT, then teleports, does more damage with that beatdown. Nothing's cleaned up though. Eclipse Solar find themselves still alive here in this situation. Camo coming up very shortly, and these kills from Despiteful could guarantee the side of Eclipse Solar the Camo, but they're 3 down.
Despiteful though, even though they're 3 down, he's trying to get as much value as possible. The triple from him. Not gonna be enough to stop Soul Snipe from Camo, but it will be enough to stop the bleed. They just need to find this player.
Yeah, Soul Snipe's doing some great work with this Camo. Already finds 1. There's 2 down on the side of Eclipse. It's Despiteful, Looney, and Sylvanic now on the death screen. And 40 kills for Shopify Rebellion. 10 is all they need to close out this game, too.
Solar are going to struggle on getting out of this back A spot. Shopify Rebellion, they're just slowly applying the pressure. Despiteful getting that first pick is going to help, but they need to find Soul Snipe before he does too much damage.
He goes down, Soul Snipe going to be killed there. The trade comes out, it's 2 down for each side. You see already it's Despiteful doing damage again. The guy got a triple previous play, but still doing work here. They just got to step it up just a bit more to catch up the Shopify.
It's going to be a fast headbutt from Eclipse Solar onto the C side. Despiteful's going to be the one that feasts from it. 5 in a row from him, but they still find themselves down 5 in this game. They have to start finding unanswered kills. And that's a tough ask when you keep giving up the power weapons to the opposing team.
Despiteful yesterday said, no one believed in us. No one believed in Eclipse Solar. But guess what? You got to believe in Despiteful. The man is 16 in 10 in one of probably the biggest matches of his career doing work, but it's not enough. 47 to 39 still. Shopify 3 more kills, and they'll close it.
Sonic lucky to keep his head there. Just a rare miss from Cycle, but he'll take on the 1v2. Great job by these players on Eclipse Solar to get that kill, but every death is so detrimental to you at this point. You can't afford them. Just 2 more kills for Shopify Rebellion. Not an impossible comeback, certainly improbable at this moment.
Sylvanic having a little bit of a rough go at him in the lights of the brightest. He does have 9 assists there though, so don't want to hammer him down too hard, but that previous kill, or previous death I should say, was not good, and now Shopify find themselves 1 kill away.
Despiteful's getting too caught up in the moment, getting far up on the map. You want to keep that sniper in a safe spot to pick off heads. He gets taken down, and we'll have to see what happens next. Back into Quadrant versus Team Lethal Fox. We're in game 2, and TLF, a little bit more success this time. No crazy run for Quadrant to start.
Sika's got that shock rifle though. Puts 1 into the head of one of the players on TLF, and now doubling up here. You see 2 players from TLF on that pipe side. Sika's ready for them to peek, but not able to hit that headshot. Shock rifle running out of ammo here, but Sika doing massive damage, not getting cleaned up.
TLF doing a great job of being frustrating for the side of Quadrant to take down. They split 2 players on opposite sides of the map, and they trusted themselves to win the fights they have. Trades start going in their way, and right now, I mean, 25 kills for TLF to the 22 of Quadrant. They have the lead. They just need to play trade for trade Halo.
Quadrant find themselves on the back of C and inside a tower. Haynes there really early, gets an early kill, but now he's got to play his life. He doesn't want to get traded out. Jackson gets another kill. Haynes gets another one. That's going to be 3 down momentarily for Quadrant, and it's TLF taking that lead and running away with it.
Like how Common's using these names to get info, but a player was able to squeak by to his left that he just did not know about. But Sika, or is it SLG, just didn't know about Common. A little bit of a back and forth, but wow, a great equalizer.
Beautiful, beautiful job there by SLG, turning a situation that could have been bad for him into his favor, and with that, it'll still be a 6-kill lead.
It's called the noob combo, the poor man sniper rifle, right? It accomplishes the same thing. Body shot, switch weapon, hit one into the head. It's effective at close range. It certainly lets you feast. Triple kill from the noob combo usage of SLG, and well, the comeback is on, only down 2.
If you had a question if Quadrant was out of this game, then your question should be answered by now. It's only a 2-kill lead like you just mentioned, and they're just starting to steamroll here, tied up now at 31.
The struggle for TLF is they just have not traded. It's been 6 unanswered kills in a row for Quadrant, and now they're going to be able to really simplify this game. They've spread out on the map. They know where these pushes are coming from. It's going to be tough for TLF to find these first picks.
TLF finds one. It is Haynes that finds it onto SLG, but Quadrant still find the lead in their favor. Only by 1 kill, though. A slight margin here. TLF still have a massive chance here to make something happen, but you gotta clean up the kills on the Snipe Drone.
Great job by Quadrant to ensure that Snipe Drone had help. He went through that corner confident, but not checking his corners, but had his teammate there to save him in that situation. Turns a bad situation into a net positive for his team.
Quadrant still with the 1-kill lead. The shock rifle in the hands of Glories, and that's a little bit of a scary situation. He's got 3 shots to work with, I should say. See if he's able to utilize those. Jackson does get a kill on the top of gold, and he will be called out, but Glories drops down, gets the beat down. Haynes cleans him up, though, for the double.
That's great communication from Quadrant. Glory's obviously listening and acting upon those plays, but TLF overload in this white tower. Numbers simply win. That's the rule of thumb in these Slayers. Wow.
Yeah, it's just
those are crazy nades to hit.
Trying to get away with that shot.
TLF had great position there, but nades cut them down, and now things are looking much scarier.
2 down for the side of TLF.
16-7 so far this game for Jackson.
Crazy.
Had a tough tournament at Atlanta with Carolina Gaming. He's looking like a man revived here at Salt Lake City.
You'll have to see it out of Jackson. We'll see if he can continue to slay out here, because TLF have their first lead of the game, 41-42. Jackson finds himself in a very powerful position here on the tower side.
Team kill. Glory hits SLG with some nades. He goes down, and while Quadrant are reeling from it, TLF open up the lead to 2, and Yak's doing his best job to stay alive.
This is the opening TLF need here. It's a 2-kill lead. You got to make sure not to give up any quick kills. You got to play your life just exactly like Jackson's doing.
Jackson, a phenomenal job to understand, hey, I'm by myself, I value my life, and I stay forward on the map. He's not afraid. He's not running away with the tail between his legs in that fight. Instead, went back, kept the damage forward on the map. The problem for TLF is they keep going down multiples at a time. It makes the game too simple for Quadrant. Force Quadrant to make hard decisions.
Isolated players here on the elevator side. It is 3 isolated players. Not really isolated when you have all your teammates with you. Glories makes a very aggressive push and goes down because of it. Haynes gets a kill on the feed, so now we're in a tied game at 46.
Nitro's position's known. They just know how to take care of him. The sticky was not enough for the kill in the moment, but the trades do come through. 48 all.
48-48. Haynes trying to stay alive on the long haul side. It's 49 now for the side of Quadrant. Jackson, first one to go down on the side of TLF. It is Sika who's trying to play his life here. Rami has to win this fight, but Sika comes out on top. Quadrant lead 2-0.
Great position from Quadrant to be at bottom A, catching Rami by surprise, and Rami having a bit of a game to forget there. A couple too many deaths for his team. Saw great moments from TLF, but we just need to see a stronger finish.
You said it best. It was isolated players, right? Dying together, and then 2 players dying together, and the other 2 players isolated on an island. And Quadrant are just so good at pushing those advantages time and time again. We even saw a team kill out of Quadrant, and they still weren't able to capitalize on that
51
victory.
kills for Quadrant, right?
There you go, yeah.
51 for them to win that game. Live Fire Oddball going to be our next game of choice. And Lethal Fox, I mean, this is do or die. There is no other opportunity. Moving over to our D stream. Shopify Rebellion up 2-0 against Eclipse right now. But, you know, this is still not out of the woods yet. You gotta finish out the game, but Shopify Rebellion team has gotten top 4 every tournament.
Yeah.
In year 3, this is gonna be a really tough matchup for Eclipse.
Very true. Yeah, Eclipse coming out, and again, you know, on cloud 9, so to speak, the way they're feeling after that victory last night, but unfortunately coming into a brick wall here into Shopify Rebellion and then struggling just a bit, especially on a map like Argyle. It's gonna be tough. You gotta slay once, then twice, then pull flag, then slay again.
The Eclipse is doing a great job getting some space towards that left side. They're starting to get pressure in the Shopify Rebellion, but if they're going to have success, they have to get vent control. Everything through this map runs through those vents. It allows you to just get so much damage and to stay alive while controlling the middle. Notice players like Cycle and Mental, they love to set up shop.
Great job by Eclipse setting up there to potentially stop that flag pull, but unfortunately, they go 4 down, and what are you going to do at that point? It was even Bid Teach that hid in that PC corner. It wasn't enough. Shopify were ready for it. They slayed through the flagpole, and they will get the first cap of the game.
See that one go in for Mental, suppress it, and snipe shots, and 3 down once again. This is where a no-good situation turns into something bad. Oh no. Eclipse, they're 3 down. This flag's already half the way there. This should be a walk home free for Suppress as he decides to go underneath, feeling that pressure. Eclipse gonna try to make a miracle happen. This flag will stall out for the time being.
I like Suppress positioning here, waits for the push, potentially on his pistol side with that snipe, realizes there's no pressure. There is still the front base pressure coming out of Eclipse.
It's scary for Suppress because he just hasn't seen these players. He's getting the comms, but there's just no confidence in understanding where this is coming from. And that lack of confidence in knowing those positions comes back to haunt him. Mental keeps the flag alive for his team, but Eclipse still applying this pressure. There's just no safe way for Shopify to put this home unless you win the big gunny. So it's a Mental that's going to be the one that secures this a huge one-on-one fight.
I absolutely love that by Shopify, though. Even though they're facing a team that came out of open bracket, they still play that process perfectly. They slow down.
They gave them so much respect.
Yeah.
And that's so important, especially when we see it all the time with top 4 teams that play against teams that simply don't go to pool play too often. They play with disrespect. They try to play too fast. They get caught up, and the games come close. Shopify Rebellion still playing their process.
I love it. I love to see it out of Shopify. And with that, they'll take that 2-0 lead. And at this point, it's just tough. You're 2-0, you're down 0-2 in the series, you're down 0-2 in the game, and you're playing Argyle CTF, which makes it even more difficult for the side of Eclipse here. But Shopify, they've been here before. They're a top 4 team, I would say, for a reason, and they're showcasing that here.
When he's the last one alive, he is towards the mid line, so for him, it's just about staying forward and not going down. Unfortunately, Cycle had an answer to that. 3 players from Eclipse would desperately try to stop this flag, but they have to win the gunfights.
You love to see a player like Cycle gets 1 kill, body shots the second, does enough damage for his teammates to clean up. It's now 3 down for Eclipse, and that 3rd flag cap running free here on pistol side lane.
Yeah, there's just not much Eclipse can do. Mental doesn't even go back for that sniper, understanding that the only way they're going to stop it is by a lucky OE spawn to Spiteful.
Wait!
It's the shot. Someone get me an angle.
This is
Can they do it?
A lot of pressure here from Eclipse, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so. It's 3 down, and that's the 3rd cap. Eclipse goes down 0-3. It's a sweep for Shopify.
To be expected from Shopify Rebellion. I mean, one of the best teams in the league for a reason.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic for Eclipse to make it the pools. I'm not sure how their other 2 games went, but I imagine they're probably out of the tournament.
Well, they have their last chance qualifier, correct? So
yeah, last chance qualifier.
And that's a great situation to be in. I think you learn a lot from these pool play teams, right? You can kind of take that, and I wouldn't do VOD review right now. I think it's mid-tournament. You don't do a VOD review, but you can take a couple of quick, bit-sized pieces from those games and use that for your qualifying matches.
That's so cool.
I love this. It's awesome. Beautiful job once again by the team at SSG. A shout out to Zach. Love you, brother. Great idea, great concept, came to life, and it works out perfectly. But we got back over to Quadrant and Lethal Fox. It's Live Fire Oddball coming up next. I would expect a long game here, but I think Quadrant's going to make it a bit quicker than we think.
That's been a big deal for Quadrant. ITB got out of their pool in 2nd. Quadrant, they want to not let Europe down. This is their last chance to do so. They've got to finish this thing off 3-0. Native and Darkenside starting their 3rd series of the day, and I think Darkenside going to answer him a first flag pretty quickly.
It's beautiful again, and Ezzo talked to him on the interview yesterday, and he said Native's a team we want to play. his confidence is incredible. I mean, the guy, like I've mentioned, has that pro-level confidence, has that pro-level mindset where everyone is equal. Everyone, you know, it's just another team to beat. You know, you don't look at anyone, you don't look up to any team. You don't get scared of any team. You have the same mentality throughout. And I think Ezo's got a great future ahead of him, and it could start right here with Dark Inside.
Having Buttons trying to clear out the base. Piggy was there for so long, just causing mayhem. They eventually figure out that position, and well, Tapping Buttons playing well as he hunts down the remaining members. Sniper will go off the map, but the damage has been done. The base of Dark Inside belongs to Native Gaming.
See, APG changed his name. Did you notice that? The
Native Gaming.
Native Gaming APG.
Oh, did you?
Interesting. It was just APG
you got
before.
That right away, right? You didn't.
No, it was just APG before. And so
Right.
he's the Native Gaming APG. I like that. You don't like
why,
it?
Why are you putting a lot of emphasis on
The. You don't like the. What? Name change? Maybe new APG? Maybe new man? You know, shedding a leaf. I think pro players put a lot of stock in their names, Tools.
Yeah.
That's why you used to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Tools, but as you leveled up, you took out the Yu-Gi-Oh! Right?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what Native. I think that's what APG was going with that name change.
As you can see, the LVT split screen here. It's Alpha Esports up 2-0, Quadrant up 2-0. We hop on board back with Quadrant versus TLF. They'll look to close out the series here with another sweep. And honestly, you kind of expect these types of sweeps, especially with players coming in from that open bracket. I think there's a large skill gap there, I believe, but I still do think there are upsets to happen, or upsets that can happen. We've seen it with Alpha Esports.
So far, I mean, Quadrant gets that opening time, but Rami, I feel like Rami's always getting in that mixy fight when he needs to for his team. Is involved in every play. Quadrant does get that ball off, but Rami's so active on the map early on. 5 kills already, and well, a sniper in his back pocket.
All rotation towards the C side. Snipe's going to sit on the top of tower as the spawns come out from Quadrant, and they'll have full control of this side of the map. But the question is, how long can they hold that control? It's 3 down for the side of TLF. Rami, the last player alive, in a great position on the top of tower. Doesn't have any snipe ammo to utilize as well, so he will go down. And you see, immediately with 3 dead, Quadrant pick up the ball.
Patient. This is Sika having a tough time getting that kill, but all things comes to those who wait. Quadrant slowly trying to get control of this map, and well, Sika's doing a great job with P at a man. That's hard to kill. Island isolated for him for so long, was able to stay alive and eventually earn his team this ball.
Push comes in from the Nest side. There's 2 players from the side of TLF, and Snipe Drone in a very interesting spot here with no shields, has to defend this tower, but you know, gets traded out. And again, no team really taking advantage of that ball time just yet. There's not enough comfortability on the map to do so.
Shots by Yak, but problem for Quadrant is Yak is just pestering him on the side. And although they get those kills, it just takes them quite a long time to get towards this ball. They do execute when they get there, but not before TLF was able to tie it up. Sniper coming up in 10 seconds. That's going to be priority for Lethal Fox on this respawn.
Sika's ready for it. He also spots someone bottom center. I like this play. You get the first 2 shots. You have a repulse to get back up top. He doesn't have any more repulse to utilize, so that sniper will potentially be taken by TLF here.
TLF still losing numbers, though. They go basically 4 down. Yaxon will be the first one up, but really can't make a play until the rest of his teammates spawn up. Look how reserved he has to be on the map. Didn't push up at all, and Quadrant able to get swaths of time because of it.
Quadrant just taking advantage of every single situation here to get as much of that time as possible. Common, lots of damage taken by him. Also, Rami, my goodness gracious. It's SLG as a singular player doing massive damage on the map. Max damage is what we like to call it. And I mean, Quadrant all the while, 62 seconds of ball time, but they go 3 down.
Kill with that last player. He's gonna just have to try to work on the spawns for his team. Yaxon's gonna move this ball all the way back towards tower, and what he really is a bait for Common, but nothing Common could do. He gets isolated out. Quadrant, they're on their run.
Glory's looking for some heads here. 2 down for the side of TLF, and the last 2 that remain are on that tower side. Glory's finds a shot. Looking for another one, but no more ammo to use. And
I don't know how players don't realize that. It's a big old word. I don't understand how they don't know that they're just out of ammo.
There's so much going on. I mean, it's so much to think about.
Man. Big old letters on your name. I'm also keeping track of the bullets. Hey, I'm not a pro player.
There would have been a shot if he had one more bullet to work with.
He had it lined up.
Yeah.
He certainly was going to hit it. Just 343 just not giving them the ammo. I mean, come on, what's up with that sniper ammo, please?
You gotta imagine a transaction, get to pay for ammo. That's going to happen one day, I'm telling you right now. Not for 343, though. They won't do that to us. It's 93 points, I'm sorry, for the side of Quadrant. And
look at Snipe Drone's ball time.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, nice! I was gonna say that's insane, and then I look at it. It's a bright
red.
Jeez,
he's
my
blushing
goodness,
up here.
I am not blushing
up here. Oh man!
But again, it's more respect shown out of Quadrant right there, right? They're playing the ball with just a tad bit of pressure coming out of TLF. They play that ball and just make sure to secure the first round, and they'll do so here unless some crazy things happen.
He didn't want to sprint because he had camouflage, but he doesn't get there in time. Quadrant gonna be able to get those kills, and TLF, well, one round that can determine it all for them. They need to figure it out. There is no second chance. This is it for TLF if they want to continue their bracket run.
Well, Glory's on the top center of the map, and TLF, they'll have another chance after this. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we have that last chance qualifier. I believe it's happening during the winners semifinals, if I'm not mistaken. But us here at LVT will be covering that, and all of these teams have another chance to secure their spot at Worlds, which we always talk about. One of the biggest tournaments of the year, the biggest tournament of the year, and all teams and players practicing for that very day.
Early sniper control from Quadrant's just making life easy. I think he just knows. I love watching Quadrant because you can tell they communicate well. Players get picked up. They don't really let players lurk out or make big impactful plays by just not being known or having information get lost into the comms.
It's about making sure to have information on all 4 players on the enemy team. You've got to worry about your own players as well. There's just a lot that goes on in Halo, and to juggle all that just becomes tough sometimes for some of these lower seeded teams. But we see teams like Quadrant that belong in that bracket, right? They're gonna, unfortunately, if they win this series, I believe they'll start in that lower bracket, which is not, what we're normally used to seeing out of them. But regardless of that, I think they have a chance to pick it up. They've always played really on fire on Friday and Saturday, and then Sunday kind of squabble a little bit. So maybe this is the turn of the tide where they, maybe have a rough Friday, Saturday.
How much space Quadrant has on this map. This might be working to the detriment of SLG. He has to be able to hold off until his teammates can get there. Quadrant was getting real wide with their push. It allowed TLF to get a better spawn, but it also creates a natural collapse as those players come back. So dangerous maneuvers from Quadrant that work out, and TLF, they're gonna lose a player. We'll take track of the score and get that thing started back up when that player
gaming base. Guilty able to reload.
Yeah, we'll have 50 points left in that round number 2 once we get that restarted. But we're gonna hop on board with Dark Inside versus Native Gaming. It's a tie game right now on Empyrean CTF. Next Cap is gonna win.
This is so far a great fight from Dark Inside. This is gonna determine who gets out of pools. Native went 0-2 yesterday. Dark Inside 0-2 to start their pool. This is one of the toughest pools around. So the fact that Dark Inside's keeping up as well as they are, this is a great sign for them to make the upset happen.
We've seen Native Gaming online. They've improved drastically, in my opinion, but obviously starting off a little bit slow here in the pool play side of things. I think bracket play is where it really matters the most, but first you have to get there, and that's going to take a win versus a very hungry team in Dark Inside.
Everyone's able to find 2. Yoki.
Beautiful shot there.
Oh,
Piggy!
Beautiful. Yeah, good opening snipe shot, but Piggy, he is a monster when it comes to hitting those bandit shots.
Too aggressive, though, through the long haul side, and because of that, he'll get taken out by tapping buttons in the Rockets, and now it's 3 down for Dark Inside. You don't want to go 3 down on this map. It will be a cap.
This is their chance. Get these Rockets in, find the pig, pull the flag.
He doesn't know the players behind him, though. He's got to be careful here. Ezo's playing a really dangerous game. He gets taken out with a 360 rocket kill. Piggy goes down as well. That's a double. That's a killing spree on board, the last player alive. And look how much havoc he's causing on the first BR.
They just can't move this flag unless they deal with Envor. And, well, Descendant opens up the kill of Barcode. Dark inside. What looked like an unrecoverable position. Find a stalemate. Unbelievable. And that all starts with Envor just being a tough kill for Native Gaming.
Too many players, too much damage on the side of Native. So Dark inside able to come off a spawn, even being down 3. In that situation, able to come off a spawn and make things happen. And now they push aggressively on the side of Native Gaming's base.
Patient plays from APG. I think they understand that overtime might be their solution. With Barcode getting that too, though, they're going to have at least one more attack in them. Dark Inside's been a struggle for them to keep Native Gaming at bay. You have to do it for another 20 seconds to earn some extra time.
2 players stuck inside the flag, and Envor going down on the top of base there is not good because Ezo is coming off a spawn, and they're going to spawn on that snipe side. Ezo has to do everything he can as that last player alive.
Just ignore him. Just ignore him. Get that flag going. He's in a tough position to try to stop it. Barcode's going to be able to get to this half line.
Wow.
And is there anyone that can stop it? Native Gaming in the final moments.
Beautiful.
Punch it in.
There it is, the game, first game here for Native Gaming, and a very close one, though. If you're Dark Inside, you got to have a bit of confidence going into game 2 here.
I think you're brimming with it, to be honest. That was a very close game. Native, I think that was a much-needed victory for them, though, right? Understand that, hey, we are the clutch team. 30 seconds left on the clock. They created an attack that just could not be stopped. That's a big confidence maker, in my opinion.
I mention it time and time again with Native, a tumultuous year for them. And honestly, it's tough to come back from that. So many different team changes, so many situations that are just tough to come back from. But I think this roster has really gelled well. I mean, part of this roster has played together in the past with APG being added, but I think they're playing well.
And then when they go into that, when they all like cross their arms at the same time, it's funny, you can see their fingers on the thing. It cracks me up. But
there's the fingers again.
Yeah, let's see if we can. I think it'll pop up over here soon. Dude, that one goes so hard.
It does. It does. The
Halo 1 pistol.
This one.
Ready?
Goodness.
And then this, you get Barcode, and then after this one, notice. Okay, watch their hands, and then when they cross it, you see all their fingers. There's the fingers on the side. That's funny to me.
Native, I mean, that first win for them, regardless of how close it is a great start to today, and we'll see if they're able to, a start to the series. We'll see if they're able to make things happen. But a look at the event schedule we've got today, of course, and tomorrow left in the event.
Yeah, the FFA is starting right now, where we're hearing them getting them all to their stations. $5,000. Goober probably the favorite to win that, but lots of great FFA players out and ready to play. It's also the Halo Infinite 2v2. That'll be getting played. There is a big break after pool play. So, right, we have pool play right now, but then we have to, like, create the bracket. So there might be a little bit of downtime after.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a definite exciting stuff coming to the stream here. And again, that last chance qualifier is what everyone should be looking at. It's 6:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And there's a look at the open bracket in general.
Type 1 in chat if you didn't know Mountain Standard Time existed.
You think a lot of people didn't know?
I bet a lot of people didn't know.
Mountain Time.
Mountain Time, baby. It's like the most cool term out of all
I
of them.
remember yesterday I was
Eastern.
pointing to the mountain. I said it would be sick. I don't know if it was you or Tony, but there's houses up on the mountains up there. I was like, that's a sick house. Like, that'd be so cool.
I thought you were just gonna you saw a mountain. You're like, dude, mountain.
Oh, I don't see mountains ever. The last time I saw mountains was the last time I was in Salt Lake.
I was over on the East Coast, and they're like, oh, we got all these mountains around. I was like, bro, we got hills. I don't know what you guys call them mountains over here.
Oh man, yep. Nothing. New Hampshire has a nice mountain, but the East Coast is not riddled with those.
Can you name all the states that are in Mountain Standard Time?
Nope. Don't. No, I am.
Don't think so?
My geography is absolute trash. Like
Idaho.
I would fail fully I failed fully in school.
Can you name all 50 states?
I'm not gonna do any of that right now. No.
I'm not saying you have to do it right now. I'm just asking if you think you could.
No, probably. I mean, I could, but it would take me a long time. Probably not, though.
Do you think there's a state that someone could stay that would like
how
say
much?
it would
Let me
stop
flip the script here. How much do you know about the other side of the world, like the
Europe?
Yeah, like the European side of the world.
I think I'd be like, okay.
Across the pond, yeah.
I think I'd be better. I think I'd be better identifying European countries than a European would be at identifying American states.
Okay. So we have to put that to the test. Okay.
Yeah, I think I can get like. I bet I could get like 20 of the countries in Europe.
Yeah, geography. Like I'm a 0. That's it. 0.
I could get all 50 states. I bet I could get all 50 states with no borders. No, like.
Yeah.
I just point them out. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay. Yeah, not me.
I like maps.
I don't. My social studies
I'm a map
teacher
guy.
sounded like Bob Ross, and I fell asleep every class.
Really? That
Yes.
sounds like entertaining. Bob Ross.
No, he was like, and I was like, oh,
Are you bagging on Bob Ross right now?
No, I sleep to Bob Ross all the time. I love painting is like my nice little relaxed time, dude. I love that. I'm all
Sounds
about
like you're
that.
sleeping, not painting.
No, I'm not painting. I'm watching him
Why
paint.
aren't you painting?
He likes to paint those fluffy little clouds, and it's
You paint
very
that
sleepy.
picture that hangs behind you at home?
Did I paint that picture? The Halo 2 one? No, there's a Halo
Like a
2
big
one.
lion.
Oh no! That was something that was bought from. It's a lion and Jesus Christ right next to each other. It's actually sick.
I thought you painted it.
I wanted to get it as a tattoo. It's sick. It is cool, dude.
I thought you painted it.
No sir, no sir. But someone did paint that Halo 2 picture on my setup. That was full painted.
Oh, really?
Yeah, her name is Danny California. Yeah, she painted that. Somebody
Shout out
commissioned
to-
her for me, and yeah, it was cool.
You think she's from California?
I don't think so. Maybe, probably. I don't know. You can have California in your name and not be from California.
I like Salt Lake City.
I do too. I love it here, honestly. Like
Kind of vibey.
You know what's crazy too? Like Tony loves Salt Lake City as well. Like he never goes out, but he's been out like every night. Like the guy just like goes and has a good time, goes to these Airbnbs, and I'm the one that's the loner that stays inside now. So
He just really vibes with the people of Utah.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that's what it is, man. So hey, I'm glad he's having fun.
And I hope, I hope he's able to have as much. I like Tony.
I like him too. Yeah, I like him.
I think I like everyone here.
I like everyone here too. Oh, I mean, I like everyone here. I'm not going to speak for everyone out there. I don't know. You know, I like our little crowd that's sitting here that's supporting LVT in the open bracket side. That's cool.
You got some handsome devils in the front row.
You guys are the best.
I'm making eye contact with him. He looked away. He wasn't ready to maintain. He wasn't ready to maintain it.
Don't maintain eye contact with tools. Trust me. Just run when he gives you eye contact. He's going to want a daisy chain. Or no, we don't do that. I'll let you have one daisy chain this weekend. That's about it.
What do you call it? I'm a person that likes the physical touch.
You do. I like physical touch by my lady, not by other men.
Just how I express my love.
Hey, you know what? I'll take it, man. It's all good. You know, I like love. Love is good.
That was good. Aquarius Slayer gonna be up next. Fortunately,
why do you think that first game was so close? Like, Dark Inside is obviously a really solid roster, but
Dark Inside good.
Yeah.
I just like Dark Inside.
Do you think they'll win the series?
I think it'll be hard for them to win, but I could see them like pushing Game 5. Then
Okay.
you know, Game 5 happens, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I agree with that actually. Yeah, especially how Ezzo's playing yesterday, how he's playing today. I feel like
Big fan of Ezzo.
he's a good. I like his mindset, man. There's a lot of up and comers, and you just talk to them for 10 minutes. And it's no offense to them, but they don't have that professional mindset yet. I feel like he has it down already. Like, and it could be fluff. I don't know the guy. He could just be saying it, but I feel like just talking to him and asking him questions, he responded the professional way every single time, and I think that's a good quality to have. Having a safe mindset and understanding like what's at stake and understanding what you need to do is so important. But ladies and gentlemen, we are hopping into game number 2. It's Native Gaming up 1-0, but it was a very close game 1, and now it's Gilkey with that overshield trying to solidify this game 2 here for Native.
It's been anything but close to the start of this game. Everything went right for Native Gaming, and well, Gilkey, he's knocking on the door. You better hide, Piggy. That house better be built strong, or else a big bad wolf is gonna knock it all down. There's nothing you can do, hey?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that by Gilk. He still loses all of his overshield, but I think the reason, obviously, he didn't want to push towards the back of base there is to trade out of melee. And, you know, you definitely don't mind that play whatsoever. But it's a 3-kill lead here for Native. Now on board with tapping buttons. And I said this the other day, but listen to one of his interviews on one of the Native Gaming videos. And the guy doesn't have an accent whatsoever. And I think that's just... that's just nuts. I've never heard him speak. He does not have an accent whatsoever. And I guess all that time on EG in the previous and now on Native in NA as well.
I like him.
He's even got the slang down, which is cool. You know, the American slang, which is awesome. Yeah. I guess you just learn that
What
stuff
do you,
over time.
like, go up to you, say, hey, what's up, Tim?
No, I told you. I watched the video. I
know, but it's like no cap. Like what do you say that was like? So.
I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. He just has it all. You have to watch the interview. It's cool. It's the first time I heard his voice, so I was just put back by it. I was like, wow, that's awesome. You know.
If I had to
pick
that got his original start with the Evil Geniuses all the way back in Halo 5.
Yes, sir.
First player to really break that barrier for Mexico into NA, and he played with with Ogre 2.
Yeah, I mean,
Ogre 2, Roy, and Lunchbox. I mean, what a squad to like start your Halo career with.
There's a reason, and it's because he's very talented. APG very talented as well. As you can see, the world champ is 6-2 so far in this Slayer. It's still a very close game though. Dark Inside keeping it as close as possible here.
He's doing his best just to win these engagements, and I like that he's playing his position well, but the shot's just a little bit to the left, and it's always frustrating when you play something well, right? It's not like he played it wrong, it's just the execution not quite there.
Great shots by APG, but execution there, not there either, as the thrust throws him off just a bit.
APG with a hot start to this game, 6 kills already, just 3 deaths.
Yeah, definitely the world champ playing like the world champ. See if he can continue that pressure though. Dark Inside going to tie the game for the very first time, and they'll keep that a tie with that trade onto Barcode.
Tough fights throughout the middle of the map. Everyone seems to be hitting that respawn screen at the same time, and it's going to be a big neutral game, right? You see how Native Gaming is set up. They're really pressuring over towards this util. Dark Inside's ready for it, and they're applying their own pressure.
Beautiful shots by Envor. Going to take out one. Positions himself perfectly, but that nade doesn't do enough. Still a very close game, though. Only a lead by 1 kill here for Native. Tapping Buttons wants to try and clear that top center side so we can have a chance at that OS in about 20 seconds.
Every time Native Gaming is trying to take that extra step, Dark Inside has batted them away. It's kept this game close, but Dark Inside needs to be the team that's applying pressure every once in a while too. That's where I really want to see the change. Overshield coming up in 5 seconds.
2-kill lead here by Native. It's Tapping Buttons immediately up towards the top of P for this Overshield, and he's looking for some kills first. You got to slay out. You got to play that step-by-step process that we talk about. Very important to do so. So he'll get an Overshield for himself, but what will he do with it is the question.
Running fast, Tapping, able to get into the face of these players on Dark Inside, but there's just no help for him to facilitate a clean push. Instead, repositions. And I love the plan B. Unfortunately, gets caught on that wall as he thrusts. But when your original plan doesn't work out, having quick thought process of what to do next and getting value from there is a strong trait of players like Tapping Buttons.
Still tied at 27 here. Tapping Buttons goes down though. Piggy hitting some good shots. A bit of an overextension though onto APG at the car 1 side. But he doesn't have damage for that to be capitalized on. It's still though numbers advantage for Native as Dark Inside go 3 down.
Might as well call it a fresh start. 1st to 20 will win, 30 all apiece. Dark Inside has done a great job of keeping pace with Native Gaming, but Native have always been the team that seems to be taking that lead and controlling the pace of the game. That just needs to change. If we're going to see success from Dark Inside, they need to be pressuring Native Gaming and controlling their own destiny.
Their destiny lies at the bottom of P right now, and Ezzo doing his best to hold this blue base side, but unfortunately, they're going to realize he's there. They're going to get the information and take him out.
Ezzo's playing a little bit too aggressive for being on an island. His teammates are across the map. There's no one to help him, even help trade off his depth there. See if that plays a big impact. As Dark Inside, they are just all together. It is a 3-stack that has been running, and they overwhelm the members of Native on the other side, but still a struggle for this Dark Inside roster to take the lead. They keep tying it up, just not quite able to get over that hump.
What's impressive to me is the amount of damage that Native Gaming put through when that Overshield is coming up. Once again, it is up. It's been up for about 10 seconds now, but they play for those kills first. They look for the kill advantage, and then they go for OS. It is Gilkey. He does leave that top center side. He's got the green gun to utilize, and he ends up falling. Overshield's still up here, tapping buttons. Beautiful job by him to get that trade at least. And the Overshield finally picked up by Piggy. That OS was left on an island for way too long. There was a couple of kills on both sides. Native had opportunities to go for it.
And already Piggy's Overshield is decimated. No value, not negative value almost. From that Overshield, Native Gaming was just well prepared and they maintained their lead, growing it to 4 and make it 5 kills as Gilkey finds the back of Encore. This has been a hell of a run from Native Gaming.
I love the man Gilk too. He's been around for such a long time. He decides to use that battle rifle instead of the bandit in that close range situation, but those bursts do enough damage. Still the lead by 4.
Patient. No reason to force anything here for Native Gaming. They're going to play their corners. They're going to play for trades for the rest of this game.
2 players at the back of base. Here comes the push here. It's Barcode trying to do as much damage as possible. Trades out 1. That's his job in that situation. But unfortunately, 3 go down for Native, and now we're looking at a 2-kill game here.
Great job by Darkenside to push together, understanding that they're going to be playing tight corners. They're going to be playing reactionary Halo. How do you overcome that? You overwhelm your opponents. Send 2 players at one time. Make them make the tough choice on who to shoot. If they aren't completely coordinated, well, you can take advantage. They've cut the lead down to just 1.
That's what Darkenside need. They found a couple players staggering on the side of Native. A couple players isolated. It's Envor who's found the last 2 players and also ties this game up. That Overshield coming up at the 4-minute mark. I'm not sure who's going to grab that. It was, or it is still on top center. And again, you just got to be careful when you go for that OS. But Native were 2 down, and Darkenside, I believe, finally grabbed that Overshield for themselves.
They got the last Overshield, but they weren't quite able to do much with it. This time, it's more the same. Players going down for their side. Darkenside. Oh, wait, no, I have this backwards. Darkenside's at 48. I thought Native was at 48. My bad, Darkenside. What a run.
See if they're able to close out this game, though. Still 2 kills needed here, and see a bit of a slow play. But what you do when you slow play like this with Overshield is it just passively goes down. And now little to no Overshield left, and Native just got a double in the kill feed, and we find ourselves in a 2-kill game.
Native did a brilliant job of not giving anything for free for Darkenside off that Overshield. Descendant felt pretty helpless to not be involved in those last few fights. They're only 2 kills away. That nade, they're gonna hear that Spartan react, and Milky knows what to do.
Great trade.
Runs forward, but great job to have that noob combo out to get that trade.
And there it is. Piggy gets the last kill. Darkenside will tie the series up at 1.
I mean, that really does, it feels like it comes down to having that noob combo out. We see Eclipse going up against Cloud9. Ignore the top of the screen. Those are backwards for now. So Eclipse still not out of it. I thought they had played their 3rd game, but they still have 1 more to go.
Oh, yeah, I thought so, too.
Cloud9 0-2. They had a brutal Game 5 loss against Shopify Rebellion. Now having to win this match to get out of pool play.
So if Eclipse win this match, it's good for them, of course. Making it to that lower bracket based on the pool play stats as of right now. Manny, the newest member on Cloud9. It looks like we're on board with Looney right now. Apologize, ladies and gentlemen. We have no control over this feed and the graphics on the feed, so
yeah, at least Cloud9's blue. I like it when
we at least have that.
This is me whenever the team names are like backwards like that. Or team colors, I should say.
Well, it's Eclipse Solar with Cloud9's first flag being pulled. I don't know how far this is going to get, but we'll see if they're able to convert this. It's actually Cloud9
even there to stop him. One player.
Not at all. That was the Sylvanic, by the way. So that's the first cap for Cloud9. Apologize for the confusion on the screen. I'm confused as well. Don't be scared.
First cap for
Eclipse Solar, right? Yep.
Cloud9 has 2. So Cloud9's blue.
Right.
Eclipse is red.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sitting in the 09 corner.
Yes, sir. The best way to do it, ladies and gentlemen.
Corner?
No.
Called the 09 corner because the only way you fall for that is if you're playing an 09.
The best way to keep track, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the little arrow, the white arrow pointing to the player's name on the top right of your screen, you see Septify is the one on our screen right now, and Rocket's coming up in 10 seconds. Septify's in a very interesting spot here. He has to push towards that green or just create space for his team to try and get these Rockets in, secure them, and if they can do that, they might be able to secure this last cap. Oh my goodness.
Septify.
Oh, he wants it. Oh.
Trying to defy the odds. So 3 players from Eclipse are trying to get these rockets. He's not going to be able to stop him, but he certainly made it tough, and well, no kill going to be coming from those rockets.
Eclipse Solar still have a chance here. We're on board with Septify once again. Snipe shot's going to rain through, but not going to connect whatsoever just yet. He's got 3 bullets to work with, though. We see it teaches. Watch for your head, buddy. Ends up dodging that shot, but minute 25 left. Not a lot of time on the neutral clock, and I would assume at this point Cloud9 going to play that defensive role, but they end up going 3 down.
Having a hell of a game. He's not even positive, but I mean, just look at what he's done. 14 kills, 12 assists. Yeah, my teammate cannot be positive. They got a stat line like that. I'm happy with it, but
Sylvanik.
Sylvanik's flying on this map. I don't think there's anyone there to stop him. Hey,
Cap number 2.
1 minute left.
That's
2
crazy.
all. Let's see it. And the upset happened.
Cloud9 were just playing really defensive there, and they didn't really expect the push coming out of Eclipse Solar. This is really cool to see.
Seconds. Decide whether we're going to extra time or if one of these teams can make some sort of play happen. Cloud9 has gotten awfully defensive. Septify the only player that's going on to the attack, but he's gotten deep behind enemy lines.
You see trades on both sides there. Despite and Sylvanik go down.
Septify pulled. He was the only player that passed the 50-yard line, and he is pulling a flag, and that flag might just be successful. This is an absurd play that Septify has made. He won the gunfight as well.
Wow, there was 3 dead.
This is unbelievable from Septify.
There was 3 dead on his side, and he's still keeping that flag alive. He creates enough time for Manny to come off a spawn, get a kill maybe, and get this flag run, and Manny gets the kill once again. A beautiful job by Manny in this scenario. Wants to touch again, but they're getting a bit crazy. It is 4 down for the side of Eclipse.
There's no one that can get there in time. Septify, he'll take home the flag that he pulled. Puts his head down, puts it home. Cloud9 go up 1-0 in the series, and Septify had one of the most brilliant plays that I have seen, period. Got behind the enemy lines, was the only player that went on the attack, pulled the flag, and did it all himself.
It was beautiful. Your teammates are 3 down in that situation. You're gonna let that flag die, or you're just gonna try and play your life. Instead, he wins a 1v1. One of the biggest 1v1s of the series, I would say. Obviously, it just started, but beautiful job to secure that flag touch to allow your teammates to come off a spawn, create that time, and secure the victory.
This is the boys getting up, getting loud for their side. Aquarius player gonna be next for Eclipse Solar versus Cloud9. We got 3 going on at the same time right now, but we don't have any games to jump to at the moment.
Red zone action, ladies and gentlemen. I know you like that. As you can see, Aquarius TS coming up here very, very shortly, and excited to see Eclipse Solar, man. You can't hang your head low in that situation. I mean, you brought that game so very close. You come back from an 0-2 flag deficit. You get 2 caps. It's Sylvanik who's running them. Looks like it looked like he was on mouse and keyboard with how fast he was running those flags. He was soaring, but yeah, it wasn't enough.
You guys think Eclipse Solar can do it?
Absolutely. I do think, we were talking with Eli a little earlier, we gave him the advice, get some sleep, get some rest, get a good bite to eat, take advantage of the fact that you can get out of here a little early since you got through winner's bracket, but easier said than done when you're accomplishing a dream come true, right, Eli?
Yeah, Despiteful actually tweeted, wait, is this mic on?
Yes, it is. Okay. It's my mic.
Despiteful actually tweeted something like, he was having a hard time sleeping. I guess he's in an Airbnb with like a bunch of other people, and it was loud. They're like having a good time.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's just, I don't know, it's heartbreaking. It feels like maybe he didn't get as much sleep as he probably needed for this moment.
It's tough. I think it's a really rough situation. It's one of those times where you got to bring those earplugs. Yeah. We've all been in situations where we sleep on the floor in the hotel room back in the day, right?
Or on the concrete.
Yeah, or on the concrete, whatever
or
it was.
Or in a bathtub.
You just bring you bring those earplugs.
Windowsill.
Yeah, I mean, I use earbuds, but it's the same thing. You just block out all that noise, but that's unfortunate, man.
Yeah,
he was playing well today. I think so far he's been playing pretty well.
They've been playing well, and they're still in this. And I love this time of the day where we're still in pool play, but it feels like the championship bracket. All of these teams right now, for the most part, are competing for their spot in champ bracket. You get 4th place in your pools, you don't even get a chance to rock in the championship bracket. So dreams could turn to nightmares very quickly.
They've got that last chance qualifier, which is very important. And it's like, again, you don't want to ever bank on that, though. It's not a situation where you're like, oh, we get the last chance qualifier, we can play like garbage. No, you gotta come out swinging, and then that's your backup plan if things fall to crap.
Yeah, you gotta at least. I mean, the reality is these guys just have to win one more series.
That's
period.
It. Yeah.
If they win one series, they get third in their pool. They're in the bracket. They make it to Worlds. If they don't win a series in pools, they gotta win that series in the last chance qualifier. But you're exactly right. You don't want to bank on that. You got to give yourself a chance in every scenario. And I think they are. I mean, that was a great first game, that pit flag going 2-2 tie. They were down 2-0 and then brought it back. So it's clear that even from behind, they can find a way to get in control of the map and give themselves a chance.
Goat Septify won that. We saw that. Dude went on a hell of a run. Went behind enemy lines.
Oh,
nice.
Let
me get sneaky.
So was that actually his brother that came into the LVT chat months ago and said it's Skeptify?
Yeah, that's the other. He said so. Apparently, the story is that he is Skeptify. That's what it was. But when he came into the scene and people started playing with him, they just kept saying Septify.
Okay.
So it was like, well, everyone's gonna call me it. I mean,
I think it sounds cooler.
He just doesn't care which one.
Do you think it sounds cooler, Septify?
I think Skeptify sounds
I like
better.
Skeptify because
Really?
it's got like that. It's got the idea of like behind skeptical.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you're
yeah,
skeptical.
yeah.
Like again, like is this guy cheating? Right?
Yeah,
So
true.
I kind of like Skeptify, but hey, if everyone's gonna call him Septify, I guess default to that.
Everyone's a skeptic. Get it?
I mean, in the English language, SC is usually like without the K sound, right?
Yeah.
Like scepter, science.
Yep.
Yeah.
True.
So, I don't know. But screw English, right? We're just here. It's just gamer text.
I've talked to so many people that say the English language doesn't make sense
It really
whatsoever.
is the worst. I'm not even gonna front.
There's a good viral video on Twitter right now. It's like dough and like toe, and he goes through all of it, and it makes sense in this meme why the English language is a little bizarre.
Yep.
I just noticed Dark Inside won the Slayer against Stand Up Gaming.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
They
we
did.
watched that.
Oh yes,
by
yes,
3
we did.
kills, I think.
Man,
Yes.
we've been through so many matches. I
Yeah,
forgot about that.
yep,
That's
the
insane.
red
Dark
red
Inside.
zone.
This team, I like. This could be a massive upset in the tournament if they're able to win this game.
I mean, I feel like this is, of all the series today, this was the one I projected to be the closest from the open bracket teams.
Yeah.
Because Native, I mean, historically has been an open bracket team. Gilkey, though, that was disgusting.
And Hill Guardian too. He's been in the hell the entire time.
Very impressive stuff.
Always like Barcode's. He always got that green gun on, but whenever he has that commando out, it looks like a cute little bird. So yeah, but so close to getting this L Native Gaming, they just need to get themselves into this back fights, win a couple gunfights, and it should be theirs.
Wow,
4 dead.
Yeah, that's massive. They're going to have to hold off the push, though. They don't have enough time to just guarantee the hill off of that 1-4 dead. They've got to, you know, push the storm back as they approach here.
They're just going to split 2 and 2. They're sending 2 towards the tower, 2 towards long haul to make the play.
It's the way to do it.
Envor has to stay alive here. Lots of nades coming in, and I like his positioning here. Generally, those nades are going to bounce towards the left side of the hill. I don't know if that was a sticky. It was not, so...
Wow. Well
Native's gonna get it.
executed push. That was so good from Native.
They sent those 2 players into white as like a distraction.
And to get
Those
the
guys
cross
coming over
angle.
long.
Yep. Yeah, that's the strategy, I think. If you spawn against C and you have to break into either gold or A or both, like, you just have to send 2 and 2. The 2, like, it's just a buddy system meta on this map. 2 play through one side of the perimeter, 2 play through the other side of the perimeter. It works so well on recharge.
Whoa. That grapple's crazy. Envor has to win this 1v1. Very important here. He's got to help on the side of that sneaky, but 2 go down for Native. And Humper looking for a way in.
What?
That's interesting.
Just a little
Observer glitch.
glitch with the grapple breaking out, but Envor, he's breaking out.
Woo. He's
Dude,
glitching.
Skulls of Native
My
Gaming.
goodness,
He's about
man.
to get all 3.
Oh,
He wanted that.
Almost did it.
Just 3 down momentarily. They're still getting a bit of hill time here, which is good. Descendants the 1 down there in the hill.
Like, there wasn't... Yeah, there you go. Now you can go. A bit of a miscommunication from Dark Inside on who's on hill and who's not.
Camel coming up shortly. I'm not sure that Shroud's going to play a factor. I don't think it's coming up. Oh, it actually is coming up at about the time the Camel. Oh, triple out of Descendant. Oh, not going to get the over, though.
Ezo seems to have been finding his form throughout the weekend. He's the newest player probably here in pool play, and it's getting better and better as time progresses.
It's like, how much time do you think like the average pro needs to, like, from rookie to becoming like that full-fledged pro. Like I felt like it took Breaking Shot like a whole year.
I'd say 2 tournaments if you're really efficient. If you're really efficient, yeah.
I mean, Looney just got here in 2 tournaments. So,
No.
but
He got
the
the
average
pools from open bracket. I feel like that's crazy to do.
I would say the average is probably a year, or because like yeah, Looney's here, but he's also been grinding online for a while, right? Like he just only went to 2 lands. You've got to be at least in tournament play for like a year, I think,
he's going to get
at
into this
minimum.
elevator setup. That is
for most people.
I feel
Define
like
your
it's always
ceiling.
like it's like stages, right?
Able to
It's
take
like
down
Looney,
first
he was
2.
doing the
The
open
last 2
bracket
players
stuff.
Double
wanted to
kill.
kill
Okay,
for
and
making it.
that-
Killing
Stay alive with this
better,
move.
so I feel like it was
So
like a year of that. But then usually I feel like after you make that jump from an onliner or like an open bracket player to a pool level player, it's like I feel like you almost have another stage to clear. It's like another hurdle.
Oh, it's a level.
yeah.
It's a big level. It's the biggest gap you'll climb in Halo.
And some players, it takes their whole career. I mean, we're looking at one of them, Gilkey, played for years in like open and top 16, and then broke through and then won a tournament in 2019. He was like someone we scrimmed against in the Halo 3 days,
He was also like the best player in 2019 as well.
which is insane because like he's been playing, he just never really stopped, and he just got better and better and better. Not many players have just only gone up throughout the trajectory of their career. Gilkey arguably has just kind of been that dude.
I feel like it's very rare to see like rookies come in and do like extremely well, but that's something that has caught me by surprise this year. Is like the rookies that have played well. Like Last Shot needed like 2 tournaments, had pretty bad performance at Arlington, and then London, and then they got their feet under them. Cherish came in right away, was doing good things. So,
But they've also both been playing in general for a long time, right?
I guess that's what makes Woodham so scary, right? Woodham
Yeah.
was like instant.
First tournament top 6. That
That was what was so interesting when I asked Wonderboy, talk us through the progression of Woodham, and he was just saying, I don't want to say he's not progressed because that he's not gotten better, but he was so mechanically gifted on mouse and keyboard, and he had so much IQ that he transferred over from Splitgate to Halo that he's almost always been goated ever since he came on the scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little unfair with him because he got so much experience in Splitgate, which is just Halo with portals. So it's like, and he's arguably playing a simpler game now, so he should be very good at it.
He's like Rock Lee. It took the weights off.
Yeah.
I mean, Native's been struggling in these last couple of hills. Dark Inside, they get this hill, you might as well call it GG. I think if you go up 2 hills in this situation.
And again, keep in mind, this is pool play on your screen. You'll read it somewhere, but this is championship bracket, lower round 0, if you will. Loser goes home. Doesn't even get a chance to compete in lower round 1.
They will get a chance in the last chance qualifier later tonight, but yes, you'd like to just go ahead and guarantee it now. A lot on the line in this one.
I like Ezzo's play here, but it's a bit too aggressive. I actually didn't like the play at all. I don't know why I said I like that play. Pushes into 2 different players.
It's okay to change your mind.
I like his
I would have
aggression.
liked it if you got the kills.
Exactly. His aggression is, I like his confidence in these matches. And this is the matches that he wanted the most. He talked about it in the interview yesterday. So
This is going to be a hard fought for Native Gaming if they get this hill. This Dark Inside had all of everything going for them. Now Native Gaming slowly but surely crawling their way back in, but APG not able to stay alive. That 4 down might just be enough for Dark Inside to take that 2-hill lead.
wow. And then 40 seconds left too. So Camo's up.
Descendant's hopping like a bunny rabbit here. I wonder what's part of his thought process, playing for maybe some intel to spot that player coming from
Looking for
Mauler
a
down
player
to Camo.
that, yeah, so if you go
Yeah,
through
that's what I
Orange
thought.
Door and you go underneath that bridge, the only way you can see it is if you jump up.
Yeah.
Trying to get that knowledge for his team.
Oh. I thought that was the beginning of a teabag for a second.
It felt like
it. I think he was just getting his bearings.
A little scary there, but I mean, Dark Inside are in a position now, especially with Camo here, where they can just slay for the next minute and 20 seconds.
You can feel that Dark Inside is a momentum-based team. Like the second they got a lead, like they look unbelievable now. Like Native Gaming is just simply inefficient. There's nothing they can do.
I mean, it's Envor. Any team that Envor's on is going to be hyped. That guy yesterday was yelling on our open bracket main stage over here anytime he got a kill. You love to see that energy, though. It's really important to have that energy at all times, though, even when you're down in a game. But
Envor plays the mental game really well. He'll spot out. He's like a lion in the safari. In the safari, right? He finds the wounded elk, or what would it be?
The gazelle.
The gazelle. He finds the
yeah.
wounded gazelle, and he will focus in on that player and mentally destroy them. I saw that yesterday. He was keen on Kratos.
I love that.
I mean, is it because the name Envor, you're imagining him literally eating his prey alive?
Yes. But that's interesting because most guys they'll just roar and it just kind of like energy goes everywhere. Envor is very almost strategical with it.
Yeah, you have to be. I was talking to the tools about this yesterday, and Wes. I mean, I'm one of those players that kind of gets shaken. If I'm not having a very good game, and like someone starts talking trash, I get shaken up, and I probably won't recover in that game. That's just the way. I mean, I don't. That's how it used to be. I don't know how it is nowadays. I was also not very confident, but
Confidence.
30
Big
seconds.
thing.
Yeah.
Only 30 seconds left here. Darkenside looking.
Oh, what a double.
It really does feel like Darkenside have just been winning a lot of these single engagements. There's a lot of one-on-ones going to the favor of Darkenside.
Can't leave the hill here. You got to have at least 22 seconds to work with, and that'll dwindle down. Darkenside get inside the hill momentarily just to slay APG, but they're going to milk that for 0-0.
As those 23 and 16, this guy is slaying out. I love that against the Native gaming roster. Obviously, Native has had some ups and downs, but I still think they're a prominent roster. The fact that he's coming out from open brackets, slaying out like this is just good. Good for the side of Darkenside.
It's so impressive to me that Ezzo has a big game like this. This is their last chance to potentially get out of pools. They take a 2-1 lead.
That's the key. That's the key. As the underdog, the open bracket team, I think these teams are actually very evenly matched. This feels like a 7 versus 8 type of series, but that's the key. You take that 2-1 series edge in a best of 5 historically in Halo, that's a 75% advantage that you just took to win the series. That's huge.
I will say, shout out to Descendant and Onboard. They also won the Halo 5 2v2 tournament yesterday.
All the pros are playing. They're like scraping the side tournaments.
Man, I guess because they won from winter, said they had that much time.
They had a much extra time. Yeah, they just walked over and said, yeah, let's go win some extra cash on the side.
I should have played the Halo 5 thing.
Yeah, you would have beat their ass, huh?
Yeah, Tools is amazing at Halo 5.
Halo 5 monster.
Hey, trust me, Carmea doesn't want these hands again. He's
again?
had them many times.
Again?
Many a times.
So you basically beat him up when he was a child.
When he was a child. When he was 14 years old. I was running Descendant or Carmea when he was 12 and 13. He didn't stand a chance in matchmaking, bro. Let me tell you what.
His dad beat up on his son in basketball.
Yeah, it's like Jordan going to an elementary school. Jeez, dude.
Let him score once.
Don't even get me started with what I always tell Piggy whenever I see Piggy. He's like, hey, when you were Legend of Halo 3, you were dog at this game.
Goodness. It's crazy.
Anytime we talk about his name to Piggy said he got real good.
Anytime we talk about Halo 5, you see he glows up. It's just like this big glow.
I know. I was going to ask, did you shed a tear last night not getting to cast the H5 2v2? That's been the one event you look forward to, huh?
I was watching it a little bit. I mean, we had so many good open bracket matches, but I wish I would put the Halo 5 2v2 on Sunday, and then we could just play the finals on main stage.
Just
right before.
Replace the grand finals.
Well, no, you can put it
with
before. I mean,
H5.
Halo Infinite grand finals is important, but I feel like we could have, a little show match before. I would like it if they would make it so that pros could participate a little bit more in the side tournaments. It's hard to ask.
But then no one else has a chance.
I think
no one else has a chance to win.
To me, if I go to a tournament, I want to play against the best players. I would have fun if I got my noob in my second round or something. That's fun to me.
Okay.
But not everyone's the same. I mean, I know.
Here we go.
Other people,
are you saying that
people
Tim isn't as competitive as you?
Save me, Eli.
No, I think he just wants to win, and I think that's commendable. I want to have a journey.
It's about the journey, not the destination. Wait.
I like the journey to winning.
Wait.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, spin it on me.
Yeah, I like the.
It's like you're saying that I just don't ever think about winning. You're like
maybe
you're in that mindset already.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I haven't won many things in my life, so don't think that I have. It's
the last open bracket.
I get a lot of fourth places. Let's just put it that way.
What's the last open bracket you played?
The LVT Orlando one, I guess. Is that an open bracket?
Let's say
major tournament, I would say MLG 2007, Charlotte.
What about you?
Charlotte, wow.
Yeah.
That was the opener.
Yeah, that was the one strong side was on Final Boss.
I think I played it in the H4 Dallas tournament, but I don't even know. Did H4 even have MLG? I don't remember. It was AGL. Maybe, I think it was Reach, right when Reach was the end of MLG. I teamed with Campy.
My last major was Raleigh 2011. Was Halo Reach?
Yeah, that was probably around that time.
That was the event that a hurricane came through and canceled everyone's flights.
Oh my God!
That's right.
Going
That's
home.
right.
Yeah.
That's awful, dude.
Yeah, Straight Sick and Sneaky Beaver rode with me back to my airport in Virginia so they could fly back to California because they
Wow.
couldn't fly out of out of Raleigh. Yeah.
Oh.
Is Arkansas gonna do it? What do you think, guys? Think any
I
predictions?
do think they will.
I think we go to Game 5. I think
But-
80% we go to Game 5.
But that's the problem, Tim, is if we do go to a Game 5, I don't trust Native Gaming to win it. And I love Native Gaming. They're one of my favorite organizations, one of the best ran organizations in Halo. But they, as a team, just do not perform in Game 5s. In
Yeah.
recent memory, the only time I can recall Native Gaming clutching up in a Game 5 was against Optic a couple weeks ago, but that was online. Historically on LAN, it's heartbreak in Game 5 for Native Gaming.
Sometimes you have a game where you just want both teams to win because it's like, all I'm thinking about is how devastating it would be for both teams to lose. So
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want it for either of them.
Yeah.
An intense matchup. But Native Game, they came out the gate strong. They got that early trip cap and some points to go with it. But Darkinside, they've been doing a great job of bouncing back in this series thus far, not letting Native Gaming get too much of a lead.
I will say I would be shocked if either of these teams did not make it to Worlds somehow. So I think even whoever loses this will still qualify in the last chance qualifier. But we still don't even know exactly what that looks like. We got to wait to see
I'm
how the
curious
Bulls shake out.
how they're going to seed it.
Seeding
It
and
must be
stuff.
like
Yep.
points.
Probably points, yeah.
Yeah, those pro points matter, folks. Play your HCS Open Series.
That's true.
That's for sure, because you're gonna have it's gonna come matter at some point in your Halo career.
It's a nice lead here for Native early, but Darkinside having BC, I think this is the preferred hold. Just kind of have a nice spread of positioning from tower to dice to nest to back green. Just kind of watch all the exit points out of A. Not really a fan of this rotation from Piggy, to be honest. I think he would have been better off just holding
Sitting.
that pivot position between B and C.
Yep.
Kind of overextended there, I think.
Because of that, his teammates go down.
I think he probably did this because of Camo coming up, thinking that he wanted sandbags and C control before Camo comes up, which is a good thought process, but I don't think it's worth it in strongholds if you're going to lose control.
And sometimes players get caught up in doing too much, like
Yeah.
trying to control too many aspects of the game.
Keep it simple, stupid is what
Yeah,
that's my motto, man. Just keep it simple. Why try to make it more complicated than it needs to be?
exactly. Oh, great nade. My goodness gracious. Where did that bounce off of?
It always sucks when you see that nade jump in your face and you're like, I don't think there's any way for me to get out of this thing.
Descendant doing the ever so difficult jump that I don't practice with Camo to try to
You
stay
don't play
alive.
it on the Scoop added it to aimbots, man. You gotta.
Oh, the jumps are on aimbot. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
Oh, the
Scoop did work
Scoop
with
put all
that
the hard
aimbot.
jumps in there. There's one jump that I want him to add, and I keep forgetting which jump it is.
On this map?
I don't know. I can't remember what map it is. That's my problem. It's like there's a jump that I need to practice. That
Probably on interference. There's a lot of tricky ones that are really helpful on interference, but I don't know.
Switch to Gillicky. He's got the snipe.
Oh, man.
Difficult shot. Still lands it.
Little lead here for Native Gaming, and if you're Darkinside, you got to start to, making sure these pushes are worth it. And you got to get this snipe out of Kilkey's hands right now, too.
Look at the consistency. 3 times he was pressured heavily, and he still managed to find body shots. First time he hit the headshot, and he still got possession of that snipe.
I want to say, like, Native need this right here. They need this kind of momentum going into this game. I think they lack that confidence. And when they get a triple cap like this and they start dominating the game, I think that's just it's gonna be really solid for them going into that Game 5. And you mentioned that they struggle in Game 5s. I think, dominating this game would be good.
That's a really good point. What is the map for Game 5? We just sat down, so I didn't get to see the series layout. But if it has a snipe on it, that is almost like a necessary win condition for Native Gaming. Again, because of their poor performance historically in Game 5.
Yeah.
However, you got a snipe on the map, and I never count Kilkey out with it. I really do think he's a top 5, top 10 sniper in all of Halo.
I mean, this entire roster is insane with the snipe. Barcode, tapping, APG, like, all ridiculous. I do agree with you, though. If it's a sniper map, it plays to Native's favor for sure.
I love APG right there doing max damage and just continuing to stay alive, and he's just rerouting all the way through as well. Game 5 is apparently, we got some word from the production, it's Street Slayer, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh.
So no sniper to work with.
It's tough.
all gas though.
I can remember a few times Envoys clutched up in a Street Slayer Game 5.
Soaring over the B rail against us, 50-49 for the win.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys just like simply kill him? Crazy.
Because he's on for it, and he just doesn't die in 49 scenarios. I've literally never seen him lose those.
Like to me, it's like surprising that any team loses a Slayer. Just kill the other team. Like, are you dumb?
Did you see Descendant just do that jump
Backwards.
like backwards?
That's a
jump
mouse
is-
and keyboard type of play.
That's one of the hardest jumps doing it normally, and he just did it backwards. What a Giga Chad.
It's there are certain players that just love movement, love tech, and Descendant's one of them, man.
I think
flashy.
I just think it's important as a pro player to like understand every jump and practice every jump, and because in your decision making, those jumps are going to allow your decision making to be a bit easier. I remember there's a couple jumps on Guardian in Halo 3, like that gold 1 to gold 2 jump, the S1 to S2 jump. Like there's some great jumps, and if you didn't know them, there was no way you're breaking that setup. You lift up gold, you're dead. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just important, and I respect all the players that put time into practicing those jumps and making sure that they have those down 100% of the time.
Skill jumps allow players to have the freedom to make more choices, right?
Yes.
So it's how you can express your skill in this game. Dark Inside, though, triple capture in, even though they're down by a considerable amount, Native Gaming are in trouble, and their spawns are well known on board with the triple. He might just get a bit more. 5 in a row from him, and Native Gaming are on their back foot. Can the run happen?
Descendant knows the next line of sight Native is likely to enter his big door. It's just going to probably just stay in this spot forever. Okay, no, he is going to rotate back after hearing tappings top center. I like the way Descendant's playing this. He's just gatekeeping this half of the map, essentially.
He even waited to reload, too. Like, you saw he was, like, waiting and weary of that timing. He didn't want to reload in the mid of the timing. Woo. Beautiful shot. 4 down for Native and a triple cap locked in for Dark Inside.
Oh, this is a brutal run. Native can do nothing but helplessly try to get these kills, but they've been struggling to keep themselves up 4 at a time. Tapping buttons will relieve a bit of pressure by getting the kill and the capture at A, but is that enough?
It's all about how Native answer back here. Descendant still, he loves that bridge location. He's sitting up there.
It's very good.
Yeah.
It's the best. If you have B, C, you hold nest, you can protect both B and C. It's just you need to find pivot positions and strongholds.
He did good though, as well, rotating back and forth, like you mentioned, Eli.
Yep.
Checkmate grenade there from Piggy. Helps take down Gilkey. 3 go down for Native Gaming, and they're at a blender right now. Dark Inside are about to score 2 consecutive minutes to regain the lead.
Big reset there on A though.
Yeah, Descendant was expecting the spawn to happen over at Dummies, but I believe they got through Big Door or Rat Tunnel, and they were able to stop A in time to prevent the trip cap. But it's been over 100 unanswered points now from Dark Inside. It's been a tremendous run and something that we just weren't expecting to see.
I think the play here, they knew that the wrap from Native was going to go to C, so they said, sure, we can give up C, let's just take A. And now they're not hard-pressed to stop the C capture because they have BA and they can just flip the configuration.
3 go down. This is Native Gaming's best chance to reclaim the lead that they once had, 211 to 203. It's actually Native Gaming who are staring at the deficit, and they need this win. Gilkey gets it now, working his way through the rat tunnel, but he gets struck down. 3v3, even gunfight. It's going to come down to efficiency for the next point scored. For now, Native Gaming have it with B and C.
Dark Inside's run only gets them a lead for just a few seconds before Native Gaming find themselves back to scoring, but this is going to come down to the final moment. Sniper looks to have moved into the hands of Dark Inside. It's going to be close.
Triple cap.
Yeah, 3 dead. I think this is it.
This is it. Native Guard bringing us to a game 5. B is being captured, but no, C as well. Envor finds himself in C somehow. Barcode's there though.
Should get shut down, right?
Wow, Envor gets the kill.
We're not God, they turned mud
count 'em
spawns
out.
into BC split captures for them. Perfect timing and execution from Dark Inside in the end game. They're only down by 20.
For some miscommunication that happened, Native Gaming was certainly expecting a push to happen at A. It just never came in, but back to scoring is Native Gaming, and with 2 down for Dark Inside, things are becoming tough, but they can try to play the game of out-rotate. They're going to be able to step into A, and as long as they keep themselves in hills, it'll prevent Native Gaming from scoring. This is really what it's going to come down to, is just outpacing your opponent.
There was a 1v1 on C. He reset C momentarily, but they're capping it again.
I think another player's contesting. They got the kill.
Oh, they got it.
Wow.
The 1v1, it's Gilkey versus the player at Dark Inside at A. Ezzo goes down. Gilkey with the double.
This is so crazy. Everything keeps flipping. All three zones.
What resources do you send towards Camo, though, if any at all? You can't really.
I don't think you have the time.
That's bait. I don't know if either team are going to prioritize Camo, despite how close Barcode is to it. He is going to go for it. So Native Gaming is going to take Camo, but they're going to relinquish control of one of these zones, I would imagine, because of going for Camo.
There we go.
But they do still win the match, and we're going to get that Game 5. Can Native Gaming finally ice up on land in a Game 5? Their championship bracket hopes on the line.
Got to break the curse, and this is the time to do it.
Now we're heavily outslayed, by the way.
Okay.
At the end of that game, it was I believe like a +5, +6 in the side of Darken's side.
Now we hop over to Cloud9 versus Eclipse once again, and Cloud9 up 2-0 in this series, but a very close game, number 3.
Sylvanic gets shut down with the shock. Or no, that's probably not actually Sylvanic, is it? Okay, no, they do have the names correct now. Okay.
That was real confusing in game
It was.
I felt for you guys when I saw that earlier. That was tooth.
I was impressed because I started to get it down. I was like, wow, I'm paying attention a little bit this time. I like that.
I am locked in right now.
Context clues. Let's go.
3 down for the side of Cloud9, though, here. Suspected the last player alive on that long haul side. He's going to get pinched immediately. And while pinching Suspector, they pay attention to the A spawns as well, but Looney's going to end up going down.
Big fight for Septify, gets some space, but fortunately not going to be enough for Cloud9 to easily get into this hill. They still have a lot of work ahead of them, and Eclipse making every kill just so tough on this map.
Zap biting off a little bit more than he could chew there, and that's going to Dynamo down. 3 go down for Cloud9, so Eclipse have a chance to regain the lead here in a match that they have to have. The hill is the same as well with 1 minute left on the clock. This could be the final one.
Looney's been impressing me so much. I mean, this guy has such a good shot. It plays on very high sensitivity. Seems to be hyper aware of the spawn system as well. Like, he's just always looking in the right direction.
Triple kill.
Huge triple from Manny. 4 dead.
Yep, 4 dead for the side of Eclipse. They're so close to capping that hill as well. Cloud9 get in there pretty quickly here, but you gotta be careful of spawners coming out on that pipe side. I think they'll get this hill, so about a minute left for that next one. Wait a minute, someone sneaks in. Zap trying to do everything he can to maximize that Camo, but it's still going to be Cloud9. I believe that this is a lot of contesting going on. 3 down for Eclipse, an overkill for Manny, and the victory for Cloud9.
Hey, yo.
Manny just got a triple and then an overkill back-to-back to win that game. How clutch can you get?
That's the best. That's the best performance I've seen towards the end of the game.
Were they in extra time?
I don't know why it ended right away.
I don't know why either.
It must have been an extra time.
The overtime, the color wasn't different on the neutral clock, so I don't know. It's usually the overtime color is yellow.
Bug? Maybe there was a crash.
Maybe there's a G8 rule where if you get a triple into an overkill to score, they just end it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's like getting skunked.
It's like a tools rule.
I was just like curious as to why the game ended. Maybe they set the score to 3 because it was like 1-1 or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like
I
you
don't
wouldn't
know.
do that.
Regardless, we have our Game 5 here, Native versus Dark inside. Streets, Slayer, and like you guys mentioned, and good points, no snipers on the map whatsoever to work with. You do have that Stalker rifle, which I guess it's not really a sniper, but it's powerful. You hit those 3 shots pretty quickly, consecutively. You can take someone out.
Everyone on Native is very good with the Stalker.
Really?
So
okay. Awesome.
I think players have said that tapping buttons is one of the best. So.
Shout out to Wonderboy. He's watching. He DM'd me. He said it was an overtime.
Oh,
okay.
it was. Yeah.
Wins.
Usually that color at the bottom, so it might have been an observant bug. That color at the bottom is
it
yellow.
didn't actually show it.
Yeah, okay.
Man,
so there
how
it is.
icy was that then? We thought icy enough with 1 minute left on the clock. It was 1 minute left in sudden death.
Yeah, and
for the series.
I wish we could see that replay. A triple into an over is just disgusting. Like,
what a way it's a 1v1 in the shroud screen at the end of the game. It's like it's all chaos.
He just somehow managed the chaos perfectly. Like to navigate inside and outside a shroud and kill all 4 players of the other team throughout. Like, I would love to see that again.
The FFA is starting strong. I think we've been seeing them trickle in pretty consistently. We'll be watching the final FFA lobby whenever that gets populated.
Oh, nice. I didn't know if we get that because the LCQs, pretty important, but the free-for-all is too. That's been a tradition this year on LVT. We finally have brought coverage and casting to those grand finals of the free-for-alls. That's one of the matches I look forward to the most.
It's on live fire because Aquarius was G8.
Oh, yeah, I have no idea how that's supposed to play.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Interesting. Hey, I do well on that. The sniper up top, man. Pull that sniper up. Bam, 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 bam.
Did they disable the sniper or no?
No, I don't think so.
Everything's on the map.
Oh, mouse and keyboard players are gonna run it.
I was talking to Maddie, so Maddie came by, is always a contender in the FFAs, and he was like, yeah, man, people are playing so cringe. They just got Repulse AR top tower, and they're just like waiting for you to come up. They either beat you down with the AR or repulse you off the map. Like, he's like, these guys are FFA players. They don't respect GAs. They don't care about the AR GA.
No. Is there not a better map to play that on? I'm like trying to think.
Yeah, Inquisitor, hello?
Yeah, Mitchip.
Well, no, I'm just saying like the one that's in HCS rotation right now. Even if like Solitude, maybe. At least you can't repulse someone off the map.
Bring back Mitchip. Bring back Mitchip.
We need Mitchip back.
I feel like Solitude would not be a bad FFA map.
Yes, it would.
Why would it be bad?
Shock
You
rifle
need
camo.
to have, and that's why Livefire is bad. I hate to say this, but symmetrical maps reign supreme in an arena free-for-all match where you are the objective. You got no help. You are your own team. Symmetricality is needed in a free-for-all to be the most fair and balanced. It's just my opinion.
There just shouldn't be a power-up or like a significant power item.
You can disable the power weapons. I don't know. I feel like they should have done that, but I'm trying to think of like all the other maps in rotation.
I want Mitchip back, please. Please bring it back, like
I think
now.
they're testing it, hopefully.
All right, well, yeah, I heard there's like some bugs with like how it performs on Xbox because of the new textures and stuff.
The frames struggle, but I think they've been rebuilding it to fix that problem.
I love that. I would seriously consider doing free-for-all if that came back.
I remember when the map first came out, we almost ran it back like it was Halo 2, me and Eli. We were playing for hours.
So
we were going to
good.
play matchmaking, and then we just kept having so much fun
Doesn't it
playing
feel
Mitchip.
good? That's what I'm saying. You
It
could
feels
do it like
really good.
You could do Tour de Walsh on that.
You really
know
could.
what I mean?
You absolutely could. I know McWin was running a couple of those when the map first dropped.
Oh man, I want that. We got to do some 8s. We got to do some free-for-alls.
Let's
That'd be
go
so much
LVT
fun.
Tour de Walsh.
Let's just bring it back. Let's bring back the free-for-all grind. You know what I
I'm
mean?
happy not to watch a Tour de Walsh. I think Tour de Walshes are fun to play in.
It would basically just be like our show, but while we also talk shit to each other and play FFA.
Oh, that'd be great. I would. Oh,
yeah, I think Tour de Walsh, in order for it to like work on a broadcast, I think you have to have everyone have open mics.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just all be in the same Discord call. Like, you could hear everybody, the observers switching back and forth. It'd be fun.
Yeah, you see, that's I like that for like we could do 1v1 show matches and stuff like that, but we have to always keep mics open.
Yeah.
I think that should be a requirement.
Bro, you're trying, like, listen, your trash talk, your trash talk got to me in Kauffman Stadium because I was tired. I tell you right now, you trash talk me in a 1v1, I guarantee.
But
Come here. Listen, I will put money on the fact that I will 15-0 you the next time you 1v1.
Oh.
I'm not joking.
15-0?
Yes, I'm not kidding.
A money
I'm not
match.
joking.
That's crazy.
15-0.
I'm not joking at
I'll
all.
take the 15-0 odds. What are you doing?
No,
All right, hold on. Who would win if he's on keyboard and mouse and you're on controller?
I'd still win.
Oh, you would win for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think
You're terrible at
I've,
MNK?
I've never played MNK.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Never mind.
I don't play controller often,
If I
but
did
it's like riding a bike. You
If I
just
did
hold it.
hybrid, like move with my controller and aim with the mouse, I think I could get a kill.
To be honest, I was actually considering I gotta talk to you guys about the best controller. I was considering buying a controller and doing a controller thing. Because I feel like there's a lot of players playing keyboard and mouse on Halo now. I feel like it's kind of refreshing to play a new input. It's like the game is brand new and you can, you know what I mean?
That
It's
was my
gonna hurt me,
experience.
but I'm gonna try it.
Not so much in Halo. I do play the campaign. When I jump into campaign, just to mess around and have some fun. I play on mouse and keyboard.
Yeah.
But it was about 4 years ago I picked up mouse and keyboard for the first time, 20 plus years on controller. And for someone who's decades into this experience in gaming, it was like starting over fresh. It was like playing when I was 5 years old, going into Yoshi's Island for the first time ever, just
awesome.
experiencing the joy of playing something new. And that's what playing on mouse and keyboard did for me. And it took about 2 years to where I didn't have to look down at the keyboard to know what button I was pressing, but it was fun to challenge yourself and learn something new. Now I can play both.
I want to learn how to speedrun Halo Infinite. So if anyone in chat knows how to speedrun Halo Infinite,
One of my students is a speedrunner. I'll get you in touch.
Give me-
Shout out
give me
to
content.
Joseph, the great avocado.
Speedrunning is actually so fun. You know why? I like it because it's like repetitive, like perfection. You have to repetitively do something over and over and perfect it, and then you have the timers and stuff.
The first level over
It's
and
just
over and
cool.
over again.
I think it's. I love that. Personally, like
Certified hater, bro.
I like Street Fighter, like games like Street Fighter, where you and Smash Brothers is probably the same, where you have to do these trial runs and continue to practice these like small frame combos and
They
like
hit the targets and smash melee.
yeah,
That's so fun.
it's like I like repetitive practice, and it just you feel so fulfilled when you actually accomplish what you're practicing, and like these big combos, for instance, in Street Fighter. So it'd be cool to have a speed run. I was.
You see the Smash tournaments where they have like combo. They do like combo
The
competitions.
combo contest, Smash 64. Yeah, it's been at like every Super Smash Con or Supernova. You gotta watch those. They're so fun.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
I was
I love
trying
the
to think of
casting.
some. So the concept is you have to kill a stock, so it's a CPU.
It's a training mode. Yeah.
Okay.
But you have to do it in the fanciest possible way. So it's like you have to figure out some crazy combo. So players do things like they'll have like 2 controllers, they play with their feet, or they like do a blindfolded. It's so cool, and it's like you just try to style out.
There's judges that rate it, like Hungry Box is one of the judges.
He's playing with his feet.
Dude, Hungry Box is cool.
Oh man, half the chat probably gets the reference to that. But anyways,
That's the LBT split screen. Be right back.
he's playing with his
For all you got, chat, sorry, the captive audience.
Anyone that's wanting us to play the game, unfortunately, there is no game to play right now.
That's funny.
Oh man.
Yeah, don't you, Tim?
we
Don't you
have our
have the start game button?
No, I don't have that. No, Lottie was saying she has it under her desk. That's a rumor.
Who do we have on
man.
broadcast
Game's loading
this
up.
weekend?
I'm sorry?
Who's the pro that you guys want to talk to?
Man, I wish we could get Side on the cast. Like, I don't know if he's still here.
Side.
But
Bro,
he's
he's
landing
gonna
Halo
come
2,
back.
bro.
That man's locked into Halo 2. He's never
I
coming
saw
back.
a picture of him playing yesterday.
That's
I was like,
crazy, dude.
No,
Are they doing 8s? Are they doing
Yes.
Oh, they are. That's
Swiftfield's
fun.
house. Yeah.
Playing
Oh,
hard.
come on, man. I want to go.
I think they're maybe trying to do an after party on Sunday. So.
Damn,
Hey.
man.
I don't
Wait,
know.
what are you
I don't know.
doing?
I don't know if it's like an actual thing.
No, I-
No, that was just a conception.
Yeah. Just a thought.
Yeah.
For
yeah.
Halo 2 kids, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, you're
I
not
don't know if
yeah,
I'm invited.
No Halo 5 kids invited.
Maybe we can teach you a thing or two. if it's a thing.
Hey, you were shooting pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, you were shooting pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Like, I didn't play like terrible.
Yeah,
it was
you were
helpful.
shooting.
It was helpful to have Eli there. He's like, do this.
I just love like the like I saw your 2 BXRs. That was sick.
Oh my God.
That's
Dude.
so cool. And then I got a double shot on Elamite. It just felt so good. I called it. I was like, double shot for my last kill, and I was like, oh my God. I even freaked out.
It was
Like,
good. I was watching. I was like, damn, this man's got the double shot on lock.
Yeah, it's easier on lower frames.
It is.
Isn't that weird? Like I go play MCC, I can't double shot.
Timing
at
window's a little bit wider.
all. Yeah,
because of the lower frames.
It's
yeah.
interesting, but it's fun, man. All these kids get dopamine from curb sliding into crap. I'm over here like I'll take a double shot or
A BXR,
or
yeah.
or a BXR, even a BXB. I remember. And I wish it was like this in this Halo, but I remember, you could duck below. We were talking about this. You can duck below melees. Like, you could duck and, like, have them miss a melee. It was so good.
Remember when BXBs were a thing in the beta for this game?
Oh,
Yeah.
But it was like
Yeah, it was
mega
like-
broken. Yeah, like
It was like,
Honestly, we
Rabbit punches.
should just have one weekend where they keep it all in.
BXR and Halo
Oh,
Infinite,
sick.
that'd be crazy, dude. Oh, that'd be nuts.
that'd be a fun like April Fool's joke. Just
It
like
would be.
just put BXR and double shot in
Would
the game
be.
out of nowhere.
That'd be so cool.
I'd take the code and lock it away so it was permanent. I'd break into 343.
That'd be crazy.
It's the same engine, right? The Blam engine. I mean, it's slip space, but it's still Blam, I think. I don't know anything about that stuff.
It's a hybrid.
It's a hybrid of Blam. And, okay.
I don't know any of the.
I don't know
things you
anything about
guys
it
just
either. I'm
said
not
for
gonna
the last
pretend.
one.
Nope. no
I
idea.
don't think I've ever heard of either of those things.
Slip Space is Halo Infinite's
I've
engine.
heard Slip Space. What's
Blam is
Blam?
Halo 5's engine.
Oh, was it?
All previous Halos,
That's the
right?
goated
Isn't
engine.
it
I
all-
don't think so. I think prior Halos
No,
are different.
I think
Blam,
H5 had its
was
own
the
engine.
classics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was all the.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they modified it for Infinite. Yeah, they called it Slip Space.
That was one of the things that transferred over when Halo shifted was the shooting mechanics. That was the one thing that retained within the code. So that's where that sort of that hybrid started to drift.
Indeed.
Excuse me.
So we still have that Game 5 to watch, right?
Yes.
I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
the last
Tekken
thing.
That's
Choose
icy, man. That's a long time to.
Oh,
you know,
yeah, I hate that.
Think of, yeah, that's.
Oh.
You're almost having to restart the series at this point. 10 minutes at least. I mean, that's. It's almost like it's a best of one, which it is, but
And
probably feels like it.
If you're native, you're like, oh, we have a bad curse when it comes to Game 5s. We want to get right into this
yeah,
one.
it just adds more antsiness to the elements.
Man.
Yeah. I think the FFA's down to the last couple rounds.
I heard Gunplection's name called just a moment ago.
Gunplexion, okay. I'm actually curious how Goober is going to do on live fire since he put all his time into
The
a verse.
Gooba Gots versus the Goober.
Yeah, the Goober Gots.
I talked to Goober. He said he's going to win.
What?
He said
Wow.
it's
He
live
can
fire,
say that.
but I'm going to win, yeah.
Wow.
He can say that. That dude
He
is the
can.
most consistent free-for-all player we've ever seen in Halo Infinite.
it's so
There's
cool.
nobody else
I
like
mean,
him.
he's probably been like playing live fire every day,
He
all
has.
day.
Since the
Absolutely has.
Yeah.
Since the
he said,
announcement, yeah.
I figured out the spots. I'll probably win.
Wow.
Okay.
It's funny because it's like, how lock and key can he keep it? Because, you know, he's like scrimming against the same people that are all going to be in those finals. So, but he's always been so good at getting to his spot, even when everyone else knows what the spots are.
As you guys can clearly see, there's a 4B at back screens. But I want to take this time to thank you guys that are watching online, and we have some people in the stands as well, and all the support that comes through to LVT. We would not be here without your support. So yeah, if you have a Twitch Prime sub, drop it in, and you get no ads as well. You get no ads if you drop that Twitch Prime, and you help support us as well.
This has been super cool. Shout out to HCS, shout out to SSG for building an open bracket main stage for the first time ever. For the qualification matches, it was standing room only. We had a whole crowd filled out. Everybody stayed late to watch those matches, and really adds to the ambiance and atmosphere and excitement of a late event.
I cannot wait to see what it looks like with the LCQs. Oh my gosh,
man.
This whole area is going to be crazy. But
those are going to be the most intense matches we might see all year. Like, straight up.
Yeah,
They will be.
Worlds is so good. Like
Everything
I said,
on the line.
game-changing.
We talked about this when we were walking in, me and Eli, and I said, I almost like the event before Worlds more than Worlds, and then Eli's like, nah, bro, you're so faded again.
You're faded. That's exactly what you would say. That's what I thought in my head. You're faded.
I said, not as it relates to the big three, right? Because there's no consequences in the sense that they know that they're going to show up at Worlds. But for those bubble teams, for the 9 through 16 and even up to top 20, 24, it's all on the line. This is where your dreams come true or die. And it's not the case for the top three because they know they're going to make it to Worlds. And that is, outside of winning the Halo World Championship, which is sure the ultimate goal, you got to get there first. So that's why I love the playoffs. That's why I love the event before Worlds. You get to see all of that come out to play.
I think not Gary, I think was his name, gave us 5 gifted subs. So.
Not Gary, thank you, man.
Not Tools.
Not Tools.
And then NXNXTX XKX. Shout out with the pride.
Thank you, sir.
You forgot the underscore. You got to
that's
underscore.
That's a 05 gamer tag.
XNXTX_XKX. Heard that.
What do you think that's supposed to mean?
I think he actually had a stroke and fell on his keyboard, and then accidentally hit the register button. Yeah, I don't know. It's cool
Why
tag.
don't you have an X in your tag?
What?
You should like shorten so like
We don't need
I
two
think
Eli
X's
X's.
are cool.
Yeah.
So I think we shorten your name to just Eli, and then we just add an X at the end.
That'd be a crazy idea.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He is Eli X. What do you mean?
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I use on stream.
Oh, what's up,
Yeah,
Eli
yeah,
X?
yeah,
You look
yeah.
a little
this is
different.
Eli X.
You're taller.
Some people call me Eli the Ninja, some Eli X, you know.
No,
It's
he's
interchangeable.
walking around the venue right now.
Interchangeable,
His girlfriend's here with him. Yeah, I saw
Cool.
him earlier.
Eli the Ninja?
Eli the Ninja. Yeah,
Yeah.
Eli the
Oh,
Ninja.
yeah.
All right,
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. Game 5, Dark Inside versus Native Gaming. A trip to the championship bracket on the line.
Also, Mackie Irving, I do notice you in chat. All right, let's get into this one. 4-3 to start here. And I like what I'm seeing already. Ezo is not playing scared. I mean, the worst thing that you can do in a high-pressure situation is turtle up and not move enough, and these guys are ready to play.
6-4 the scoreline so far, and confidence, like you said, is key here. Ezo already starting this game 3-1. Piggy on your screen, though. And there's a lot of pressure on that B side. They have to be careful here.
He's going to be able to find this engagement with Gilkey, but man, Gilkey has just been strong. The side Native been winning the big one-on-ones. He's going to have the timer on that right gun as well. Keep an eye on that. That's really the only piece of utility that's really up for grabs for both these sides. Remember, no shotgun, no assault rifle for either side.
This is that situation, though, that came up in the Reddit thread, though, right? 50-49, you're next to the shotgun. Do you pick it up?
Yeah, exactly.
49-49.
Yeah, Worlds especially with it. Like
your world spot is on the line.
Yeah, I don't
Do you
know,
break
man.
the GA?
Yeah.
You're not going to get any practice for said Worlds.
Well, that's why my point was like at Worlds. If it's 50-49 and you're like, the shotgun's right there and there's $1 million on the line, are you going to pick it up? I mean, would you pick it up, Eli?
Man, if I'm on my way out of the scene, why not, dude?
Middle fingers off into the sunset type deal.
I'm going to take the money and run. See you later.
Gilkey's just been lost in these back ranks. They were not able to find him, and Native Gaming starting to take themselves a bit of a lead. 3 kills. Surplus here is just in the front lines.
Do you see APG's reticle again? I always like to point out the reticle, but my man looks like he's in championship form, right? Like he just very steady, very calm.
Gilkey.
Let's discuss that.
Talk about championship form, dude. I feel like Gilkey's in championship form right now as well. It's 6 kills, just 2 deaths early on in this game, but he's been impactful on the map, to say the least.
3-kill leads a lot on streets. You can kind of ride your way through many trades and get to victory here. Next camo's not up for another minute, so I kind of expect the pace of play to slow down here. One team kind of holding C while the other holds A, but it's Native that has a bit better space to work with. Dark Inside have to find out which side they want to attack first.
They have the information on the barcode right now. He's got the Commando, one of the strongest weapons in the sandbox currently, just based off of what's left. And see what Barco can do with it. They're staying steady strong on this B side, though, and here comes the push. Finally, they have the information. Ezo goes in, gets the first kill.
They sent everyone. Dark Inside wanted to get over towards B. They sent 3 players at once to get the job done. It gets them the kill, but Tapping Button still expecting the push to come. And, ooh, Dark Inside, they're running in pairs.
This feels like it's going to be a slow, methodical Game 5. Both teams do not want to make a mistake. There's also so many places that the other team could be hiding. But this little push right here, I think is because this camo's up in 10 seconds, and the teams are now going to fight for some adjacent space to it.
Gilky's in a very important spot there on the top of C as well. Barcode's isolated on an island there on the B side. You see Descendant trying to do his best to gather this camo up. He gets away with it. This is huge for the side of Dark Inside, but he has to live, and that pressure's coming in. He gets the kill on the Tapping Buttons. That alleviates a bit of that pressure, but he's still getting pushed here. It's not stopping. They finally take him out.
3-kill deficit that Dark Inside has to make up game, but just don't have a lot of space to facilitate much. APG's gonna feel that pressure at B, get the information to his team, and be ready for the gunfight. Things slowing down, but Native Gaming with a clear advantage, understanding where Dark Inside is trapped.
Piggy just playing space here on the B side. Stalker rifle in his hands once again. It's Dark Inside controlling the C, the B side, but their resources are split pretty thin. It's Envoy who gets a kill. Piggy ends up going down, and lots of damage coming out still.
Native actually played that so well, pushing that player into the open, staying alive. Just before that, Tapping had made a push into C, but honestly, Dark Inside played well against it as well. They've brought it down to a 2-kill difference now.
As that long flank from Gilky came in just at the right time, but he struggling to get away, and add deaths at the wrong time. That could lead to a big run.
3 down for the side of Native. Red gun in the hands of Envor.
Dark Inside take the lead just like that.
Envor just holding his ankle. He does not want to let this go.
You shall not leave the police department, sir.
You're stuck. You're in jail. Player in heaven as well.
Camo's in 20 seconds. It's going to force some movement here shortly.
We're also needs to realize he only has 3 shots left in this. Yeah, there you go.
There it is, gone. Great job by him. Now he's the timing on it. 2 down for Native, though. 2 down for the side of Dark Inside, and Envor makes a massive play. That's going to be a big kill to send Native 3 down, and that camo coming up in 2 seconds.
Inside's ready on that position, though. Piggy, they're early. Native Gaming, they stack up at back C. There's one player that's on the flank. I believe it's Ezo. He was able to find one on Gilky. If he's able to finish off the next, it's a couple that go down. Dark Inside, Ezo's play has completely eviscerated the players at Native Gaming that were in back C.
A little worried about Tapping stat line. 6 and 10. I think he's playing it just a little bit too fast compared to his teammates. Not able to, I guess, create the openings that he's been trying to make. But
Barcode as well.
Perhaps made the correction already because he's kind of slowed down here.
Think about that, Eli. At the 30 kill mark, you've only afforded yourselves 2 more deaths to be mathematically at that 12 death threshold before you're costing the squad.
Exactly.
Looking like me out there.
Yeah, the active stat line goes crazy with the deaths.
I want to say big game by Ezo so far.
The double E stands for double elimination.
Double, yeah. I mean, I just hold forward, man. I don't know. If I'm not hitting shots, I just die. If I hit shots,
There's no dopamine when you stand still.
There is none.
You know, I was gonna say when Native Gaming were up 3 throughout most of the early goings of this, I was gonna remark that this is huge because of those nerves that previous historical experience that they have in Game 5s. You can ease those nerves by taking a lead into the 30s, into the halfway mark. At that exact point, though, is when Dark Inside went on a tear on board with the Stalker, and now it's them who are up 2.
There's so much pressure on it, and you see it on Piggy right there too. 2 and 10, like there's just so 2, 10 and 9. I'm sorry. There's just so much pressure on these guys. The 10 assists is good, but That pressure really starts to be overwhelming, but Gilkey, he's used to the pressure. 12 and 6, Shroud screen as well. A tie game, almost gets another one. Gets the beat down at least, and it gets traded out.
I mean, yeah, he goes down there, but just even get a melee in that spot when he's one shot. Like you saw him walking in and out of the Shroud to get visibility. That was so well played by Gilkey. He is the reason they're still in this. He's 12 and 7 with 6 assists. Massive game from Gilkey already.
This is about as close as you get. It feels as if this says 50-49 written all over it, but
yeah.
So
I mean, the clock is very likely to come into play here, I think.
Yeah, unless the pace quickens, it's Native on the back of that red side. APG gets a kill. It's going to be 2 down for the side of Darkenside. Finally, Native find themselves in a position to utilize this camel. The last one was burnt, but this one could be effective as they find the first kill on the Darkenside.
Gilkey often flies under the radar when we talk about the best players in the game and who makes an impact for whoever team. Mostly considered as in that glue player, but right now he's anything but. I mean, this is a hell of a performance. 12 kills, just 7 deaths, and has been involved in so many of these gunfights. It feels as if Native is going to get the job done. It's going to be behind the performance of Gilkey.
He's got 2 bullets left of this Stalker rifle with that 7%.
For me, I'd waste them right now, just get the time.
Yeah, but you can get so much damage with those.
They don't have control of C. I mean, I guess they would then later take C. I don't know. It's risky.
So those shots are so impactful with that Stalker. It turned the tide of a fight. It's Piggy, though, on the push here, unaware of 3 players from the side of Native.
But he spikes might do it, too.
Ooh.
Oh.
Wow. 4 down for Darkenside.
Huge. Okay, now they don't want the clock to come into a factor. They need to press their advantage state. They need to start to surround Darkenside in this next moment. But they're just going to let them all spawn and see and keep them trapped.
Yeah.
So now Darkenside are in a position that they're forced to make a play.
And they have to. They're the one down.
Exactly.
So it's on them to make their move.
Great job by APG to back up. You saw the players of Native Game back up. They didn't want to influence that spawn at all. There is no outlet for Darkenside. They know they're trapped, and every player on Native Game, we went to every one of their POVs, they're just watching an escape route from that room. They are just getting information. They understand as long as we get those kills and the trade outs, we'll be fine.
Darkenside have now spread out to the B side very successfully, though. They get all the way to Arcade. They must have been just team shooting their way out to take that space to send it all the way at the Arcade.
Yeah, the question is, like, if you're Native, do you allow all that space to be taken? You know, and it's probably, like you said, the team shot that comes through.
I don't think you're necessarily mad about giving up B if you can get away with this camo. I don't know if they're going to risk it, though. It's such a risky play to go for this camo. Ezzo and Biggie are the 2 players for Darkenside that are responsible for preventing this camo pickup.
APG's a critical piece here.
Less than 90 seconds left on the clock, and that's why possessions and Slayers are so important. Darkenside can afford to get this down into the double digits in timing, but that's when they got to make their move. Eventually, you're going to see a first strike take place, and I expect whatever team earns that to collapse on it. Here we go. Camo's going to force some action here as Envor eyes Barco to the top side of A. Both teams still playing each other out.
You got Barco down to no shields there. Still didn't have enough confidence to go for that camo. Now, they run in, they double up, and they get it.
Descendant gets covered by Envor. Has
stay alive, Ezzo.
Camo and Stalker, but they're down by 4. He has to make plays right here, right now.
Oh, tapping buttons pushes forward, but everybody else for Native Gaming retreats, trying to play the advantage of time and the 2-kill lead. A little bit of a misplay.
Still more time with this camouflage to make the play happen, but only 2 shots with the red gun. He's going to have to get the beat down to stay alive.
Nade comes out, though. That's a team nade, by the way. 44-47.
Perfect shots from the Rook. 3 down, 30 seconds to make your play. This is where legends are made.
You gotta go. It's very high pressure here. 20 seconds left.
1 team wipe would do it, but they've got to all stay alive.
Barco's hiding. He gets a trade.
That trade is massive. That actually helps them quite a bit.
2 players inside of 48-45 still. 2 players back in.
10 seconds.
No way it happens.
I think this is it. I think Native has it.
There's no time.
Yeah, they just
There's no time.
Barco got it. The last kill on Barcode, and Native will get 3rd place in their pool, and they will solidify that lower championship bracket again. Once again, they find themselves in a very tight situation, but this time, Mac, they come up clutch.
Massive, massive props to Native Gaming, climbing the ladder and fighting some ghosts and demons in that game 5. You could almost sense the nervousness towards the end. Tapping buttons making a different play than what everybody else said or saw. Once that play occurred and once that sleigh went through for Dark Inside, Native Gaming were content to play for their 3-kill lead, 2-kill lead, and the 25 seconds or so left on the clock. Tapping buttons pushed it all the way out, but despite that, Native Gaming still ice up. So a massive, massive GG's, massive props to them. And this is huge. This is a confidence builder. I know it's still pool play, but now they've earned their spot in the championship bracket, and they can build off of this experience. They can start to right the wrongs of their previous past.
Can also breathe a little bit because now they've guaranteed them spot a chance to go to Worlds. Like, they don't have to have that question mark in their head like, are we gonna make it?
Yeah,
you know,
that's
like,
crazy, man.
It's
so
kind
true.
of a huge weight off the shoulders. Now they can really lock in and focus on their next match and bracket. And very well played overall from Native. That was extremely disciplined. They kind of forced Dark Inside into a position where they had to be the ones to make the play, and Native just let them fall into traps.
And I think they've been in a situation where they've improved, you know, over time. A little bit slower because of all like the situations that have happened throughout the season, but now they've got a straight month of grinding.
Yeah.
And I think that's really going to, you know, potentially catapult them to that state that they want to be at when it comes to Worlds.
Well, speaking of grinding it out, it feels like Dark Inside at the 5th seed in the open bracket, they'll likely have a chance to play in those LCQs later tonight. So they're not going to make it to championship bracket, but like you said, that uneasiness, Eli, goes to Dark Inside instead of Native Gaming. Now they have to wonder what's next.
All right, folks, pools, it's done. We know who's going through. The bracket will start soon. We're going to get ourselves prepared for whatever action's going to come next. Don't go anywhere. You can watch it all here on LVT Halo. We also have the free-for-all and the last chance qualifiers later today. We'll be right back after this break. Hey, welcome back. Just a short break. We got the man that clutched it all up. Game 5, that thing, I think we're looking at a standstill for a second, but Native Gaming gets the job done. You guys secure your way out of pool play. Just initial thoughts after that whole Game 5.
We're playing pretty well for the most part, but we're still kind of playing way too passive when we have advantages. We started to pick it up more so throughout the series, but I'm happy with how we're playing, but we still got to step it up, 100%.
I want to go to the end of that Game 5 and sort of talk about your position. I felt like you were almost one of the most important players. You had that commando over at Cafe, and you were locking down your lane, keeping the other team in check. Can you walk me through what that process was like and what the comms were?
So I think the comms were there was 2 people B stairs. My teammates were all on PD side, B side. So I just knew that I could not die. If I died, then I just give them a free lane to push, and then they're all cornered. So I just basically just posted up. I think we were playing FaZe yesterday, and FaZe gets commandos like a motherfucker, and they always just post up with him just to hold you back. So I realized like halfway through that I was like, all right, like Alex had a good comm to me. He's like, yo, you're the one. And we say that when you're one person on the island by yourself. So he told me that. That's when I backed up behind the pillar with the commando. I don't know if you guys got the triple, but I would sit behind the pillar, waited for them to come out, and just baited them in.
I was honestly so impressed with how you guys were able to clutch up in that series. Like, it was getting a little nervy for there, but hey, you get the job done. It's all about focusing for tomorrow. What's the big talking points as you guys get ready for your run into championship bracket? Get yourself prepared.
We have to calm our comms down. We're way too hectic at times, or we don't need to be. We're just saying a lot of mumbo jumbo. We got to play more together, more directional communication, but it's mainly our comms. Our comms are our downfall and our strength. When we have good comms, that's when you see us playing well. When we have bad comms, that's when you see us just running around like chickens with their head cut off.
I gotta take it all the way back, APG. What, 18 years you've been doing this, man?
Yes, sir.
What's the secret to having a near 20-year Halo career? That is insane.
You really want to know the secret?
I really do.
Giving a fuck. A lot of people don't give a fuck as much as they say they give a fuck, but they don't really know what it means to give a fuck until they've been in a situation where they have to give a fuck. Like, I didn't give a fuck in my Halo career, I don't think, until 2019 when I was on Talks. Well, I'll say 2018 when I was on Renegades. But that's when, like, I realized, okay, I have this opportunity in front of me, Sync by Royal 2 and Lethal asking me to team. I gotta, like, it's do or die. If I fuck this up, then I'm probably not gonna be on a good team again. And thankfully, the accolades I got through teaming with them and the time I had with them, the tenure, and Optics saw that I was like progressing. I was getting into that new tier of players, and now I'm here. But
that was around the time of your car accident too, if I'm not mistaken, right?
No, 2016 was a car accident.
2016.
Yeah, because that's when I was on Optic the first time. I had to step down at that time. But that's when I started to like realize, that's also a good point. I started to realize then that this shit is not always going to be here, and you can't take life for granted or just this for granted. So like when I had to sit back and literally just stare at people playing, it like really put a lot into perspective. A lot.
Makes a lot of sense.
Just goes to show that in life sometimes it's like a slingshot, right? Your biggest drawbacks sometimes propel you forward. I relate to your story so much, not only since I've known you for all these 18 years, but I was in a car accident myself where my truck got rolled over and broke my neck. It's why I missed Atlanta. I still have complications from that years ago.
Oh my God, I didn't know that's what happened.
Yeah, and so I can relate to you, man, because you don't know what you got until you don't got it. And when you see others achieving it and taking the opportunities and dreams that you wanted to achieve for yourself. So while you might have to take a step back for a certain amount of time, whether it's 1 week or 1 year, it's almost it can be a blessing in disguise if you turn it into one. We'd probably both rather have never gotten into that scenario, but there are opportunities and advantages to devastating moments in your life.
Yeah, you got to learn from it. It's all a lesson. Life's all about just learning and just progressing from your mistakes. So, I mean, I had the car accident. I realized then, I was like, all right, I got a blessing with Optic asking me to team because Nate had stepped down from their team, and I was the only person they could team with. And then that's right then and there, I was like, okay, I have to actually give a fuck. But when I moved to Dallas, I'd say that's when I like, when I Talks also, and then when I moved to Dallas, that was like, all right, if I fuck this up, I gotta go back home. I don't want to go back home and go back to school. Like, I want to do my best here. So it's all about just caring, bro. People say that they care, but like, bro, I'm telling you, bro, they don't know what it's like to actually give a fuck. Like, you don't know how much work you put in until after you win the tournament, and then you're like, damn. That's what like it took to win the tournament, and you're like, I want that feeling again. Let me go do it again. And it's like I said before last time I was here, the greatest high you can get. I
think the comfort in general stifles a lot of potential champions. Like if you just get too comfortable, like you're not going to try as hard, you're not going to care as much. Like you're just not going to bring the same level of energy as somebody who has a back against the wall.
Yes.
That's kind of like the story of the open bracket too, right? Like the people that want it more, that haven't been there before, are doing everything they can to get and achieve to where they want to be. And I don't know. It's so interesting, the human psychology behind it all, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Despiteful, by the way.
Yeah,
Shout out
Despiteful, dude. He popped off. That whole team, I mean, honestly, Looney showed everybody. He proved all the doubters wrong. A lot of kids said he was an onliner.
Shout out to Looney, too.
Dude's a beast. Dude's a beast. But I want to get back to what you were talking about with the communication. I saw, like, a few things that were kind of breaking down towards the beginning of the game when you guys were actually down, where, like, it felt like tapping was, like, 2 steps ahead of the rest of you guys. Like, he kept trying to be the entry point, but then, like, either he's going too fast or nobody's following up on his action. That's just kind of what it looks like from the outside looking in at times. Is that part of the strategy? Like, is there one particular player that's going to be the entry fragger, or is it just like whoever's in that spot should do it, and then we need to all support their action?
I'd say it's whoever's in that spot and you support them, but the thing is right now our pacing is off. So like if you see tapping 2 steps ahead, it's just because he's going too fast.
Right.
Or sometimes we're being too slow. So it goes both ways, but we really got to work on our pacing. That was our issue even yesterday. Our pacing was just god-awful. Like, we would be trying to make a play, but we'd be on the other side of the map, and just timing would be off. You're completely right. Completely right.
Yeah. I can't wait to see you guys clicking, because, I mean, we saw how dangerous you guys are when you do kind of get into that, like, calm but precise communication, and then like pouncing with advantage states and getting the most out of it. You guys were able to upset Optic. That was one of the most exciting series we saw in the online series. Do you know who you face off next in your first round of the lower bracket? Have you looked that far ahead?
I think we played the loser of Complexity and the Spanish team.
Okay.
I'm not 100% though. I'm not 100% on that.
Spanish team, big upset for them, but
they've been going crazy.
Been a crazy tournament. You got a lot to do to get yourself prepared. So just want to give you an opportunity, like just anything that you haven't been able to say, or any questions that you wanted us to ask that we haven't been able to ask. Any last words before we go to break?
That was a good question when you asked me the key. But I mean, when I am done competing, I'm gonna write 10 commandments on how to win, because I could talk about it all day, but to execute it on stage is a completely different story. But you guys always ask great questions. You guys always ask insightful questions. So that's basically it. That's all I can ask for. But for real, thank you, and thank you to everybody watching at home. Thank you for the support for myself and also Native Gaming. We appreciate you guys way more than you know. All the people that have been supporting me since Optic days, I really, really appreciate you guys. You guys have no fucking idea how much I really appreciate you guys, for real.
Okay. If you take one thing,
well said.
Give a fuck, right?
Yes.
That's the one thing to take away from this. Folks, we're going to go to a quick break. Make sure APG gets himself prepared for what he's got later on the day. But, hey, don't go anywhere. So much more coverage to happen on LVT Halo.
Peace out, you guys.
to see how much control that they can get across the map. They find Formal down low, and that's too many members of Space Station weak down low. Optic are going to be on the charge and push across, but it looks like Dead Zone and Trippy both taken out. It's all up to Lucid.
Yeah, another 3-down situation here for Optic Gaming. Make that 4 as Formal's going to be the one coming up off of the respawn here. And this is pretty much par for the course of what we come to expect between these two teams. Heavy swings back and forth. As of course Bound now trying to get eyes up on top. Does manage to find one with a beautiful nade onto Dead Zone there unsuspectingly. And that's going to continue to add more time to the board here. 29 points and counting with a garage setup.
Yeah, and a very strong setup they have right now. I like this rotation from Bound. He knows that players are going to be coming over towards Bags or Hedor.
Good read.
Meets that nade. What's Lucid going to do? Lucid's going to pop out, get that finish, and that's going to be 3 down for Space Station Gaming.
Big opportunity here now for Optic. They're going to try and force this, get this ball, and bring this back over to a safe position here. Legend now trying to make this one difficult. Brilliant play ball for Space Station, putting that one in the middle of the open field, having to make Optic really work for it, which they were able to successfully grab. Also look out for that camo. It's going to be coming up here in just a few.
And look at this. Lucid being the main ball holder here for Optic Gaming. This is a spot that usually don't see him being the main objective player, but instead he is taking it on his own shoulders. He's doing such a good job getting that ball time, rotating the ball away, and passing it on over to Trippy.
Formal's trying to wait for that translocator to player to pop back up if they end up getting pressured. There goes Stellar, and there goes that player as Bound, right? He likes to make those really, gutsy plays with that translocator, and he gets right back into the action there. And now we're seeing the Space Station start to fall apart here.
Yeah,
all 4 down now for Optic Gaming.
All 4 down there for Space Station. Dead Zone has the camo, and they're going to be putting some time. That's a fortunate spawn there for Legend over in Garage. Unreal.
Brilliant work from Optic thus far, keeping Space Station at bay, but they got to add a little bit more to the total, which they are now. They're getting up to 35 as it stands. Here comes a push, big push coming in, but they are able to get the kill, so Dead Zone good for the trade on that one. It's going to allow Optic Gaming to get that ball again. 3 down yet again. Optic just continuing to stop Space Station in their tracks.
And for the first time, we're actually seeing the ball rotate towards tower or green, which they're going to be able to get a play ball scenario if they need it. So every other time thus far, when the ball's been under control, it's died over near Silo or near Keydor, and the other team's able to grab it as soon as they get the kills.
Ooh, Lucid was trying to get a little ambitious there with that repulsor, but does not work out for him. They end up giving up the sniper rifle as a result of that. Ball gets played, and the movement happens immediately. You also see where those spawns are coming in as well. It's going to, let the boys know in Space Station Gaming where they can move this. Be mindful, though. You're going to see Trippy pushing in from green. Could cause a problem for Stellar. And
hello and welcome back to the LVT Halo broadcast. We have Complexity going up against Alpha Esports over here on the C stream. We'll keep an eye on all of the matches happening here in the winners bracket, but starting over here with Alpha Complexity, and honestly a matchup that I don't think many expected to be a matchup in the winners bracket round 1.
Alpha's been playing incredible, and honestly, it's crazy to see what they've been capable of. They've surprised a lot of audience, and it's just due to the fact that they've just come out swinging, right? That 3-0 versus Sentinels, continuing on, taking games and rounds away from other top teams as well. And it looks like in this situation, at least, they are in the lead in this oddball as well. Noble with a massive no-scope there to open up the map just a bit.
Alpha Esports, a team that has a lot to prove. After they got out of open bracket, their coach went on to say on Twitter, he said, 4 out of 4 times in the open bracket, we've gotten out, gotten into pools. Maybe it's time that Mexico deserves a pool play spot. And well, now that they're in the winners bracket round 1, creating some massive upsets, I can't say that I disagree. This team from Mexico is the real deal.
We'll see if they can prove that here. A little bit of time has been caught up by the side of Complexity, and honestly, you expect that out of them. Complexity have also impressed as well. Their unorthodox play style, not having those heavy hitters on the squad. And speaking of heavy hitters, it's Breaking Shot with a massive kill there, looking to potentially get more. Some great shots out of him. He's gonna get that kill on the drift with a nice trade, but it's gonna, a little bit more is gonna be necessary here if Alpha Esports want to close out this round number 1. It looks like they're having a bit of a tough time doing so with 2 minutes left.
Right, we're going to be able to just rotate this ball around safely. Alpha Esports just do not have the numbers to facilitate a fast push, and Complexity, they are savoring every second of ball time that's being earned in this position. Certainly seems as if a situation where everything has completely changed. Alpha Esports was controlling this game for so long, but now Complexity have an easier time, but back-to-back back smacks. Get the double kill for Alpha, and Complexity go 3 down.
See if Complexity can continue to chip away at this lead. Alpha Esports have not been able to get even 1 second of ball time here in this round number 1. They've been stuck at 78 for such a long period of time. It just comes down to Complexity doing such a great job at stopping those pushes and making sure to get those slays. It's Ryan 13 and 8. Rain having a bit of a rough game though, and I would assume as that picks up, this game will go into Complexity's favor.
On the other side though, we gotta talk about Drift and Noble. Noble double positive right now. It's 16 and 8 for his team. Trying to represent for his region at the moment. Drift not far behind him with 14 kills of his own. These two making some high fly plays. Cypher shot connects. The Bandit gets the finish, and Noble is causing havoc at the back of tower.
Alpha's gonna get a little bit of time here, and that's exactly what we need in this situation. As you can see, the oddball being propped up there.
For a second there too.
Yeah, it was me right behind the oddball. But look at Alpha, dude. They're about to close this out. It's another 10 seconds left. And they'll go ahead and guarantee this. 7 seconds now, but they go 2 down.
They do their best, Leor. Looks like they will survive this round. No one gets there. Alpha takes a 1-0 lead in the oddball. And honestly, Rain just needs to have a better game.
So it comes down to.
Yeah, this is just not the Rain that we expect to see.
Yeah, it's a very important matchup. You find yourself in that bracket now, in the group stage. And you gotta just, your back's up against the wall. And I mean, obviously, I believe they've qualified for Worlds at this point, but you just want to put your best foot forward. And right now, Rain's having a rough game, like you said, but at the worst time possible.
And also just giving so much confidence inside of Alpha, especially when you notice that you just have someone's number. Noble has been unreal. Acid wins the one-on-one, and gunfights just keep rolling towards Alpha Esports. And the more I watch this team, the more impressed I am.
Rain trying to get a kill there. He can't even get the trade. Leor, beautiful couple shots there, gets the beat down as well. Ryan Noob's gonna try and pick up all the broken pieces by playing that ball off the map, but it's unfortunately for Complexity gonna be 3 down in this scenario, and Alpha will get ball once again.
Taking that ball around, Drift just trying to keep everyone ahead of him. He has an option to rotate out towards B. Rain's going to be isolated towards Nest while everyone else pushes through the tunnels. Information's known. Drift throws it out to the doorway, but I like the double back. He's here to help. He's here to feast. Double kill for Drift, and there's another on his radar. Huss finally takes him down, but not before that ball was put into play position, and Alpha slows Complexity down, at least for the moment. Complexity, though, eventually come out on top and are going to be able to rotate this ball back towards safety.
But the kills are coming out here, and it's Alpha Esports once again that are getting those slays. The assists are impressive as well. 23 assists, I'm sorry, between Drift and Acid alone in this game. You love to see that out of a squad, and you know, time and time again, I find myself starting to believe in this Alpha Esports roster.
Rain that finds the back of a player, and well, certainly he already has more kills than he had in the first round, so love to see that bounce back from Rain, at least for the time being, but still a lot of game ahead for him to have to figure this thing out. Complexity, a team that I think really relies on Breaking Shot and Huss to lead out those slays and to be consistent. So far, they've been having a pretty down game. Just not quite able to keep up with those slays. Ryan Noob, the only player on the team positive at the moment.
They've got those double-digit assists, though, which is good, but I 1000% agree. You got to have that slay power coming out of those two. Those are the two that you expect, and especially Breaking Shot is the reason he's on this roster, and now you see him on your screen. He's got the camo to work with, and it's going to be Complexity getting a bit more time, and as I said, Rain getting a few kills really allows Complexity to be more comfortable around the map when those slays are happening. But as I also say that, it is 4 down for Complexity. You like how I did that? I don't know why I did that.
Complexity, though, they find themselves in a tough spot. It's Alpha Esports that's holding this ball, but the lane in which they spawn is just so far away. They have to travel through this open field, and Alpha, they're ready to cut them down. Ryan opens it up, but the sniper, Noble, shuts down the push.
There's the cutting down is happening right there, and it's, again, like you said, Noble, man. Oh, it's some beautiful shots coming out of him. Oh, my word. My man is 25 and 15 versus a Complexity roster. This is so good to see out of Noble, but it's again Complexity who find the necessary kills to get more ball time.
Not enough to take the lead from Alpha. Oh, wow, they instantly put them 3 down, and these are the big moments in the game. When you're able to simplify like this and get 3 down, it creates a lot of space for Alpha to take, and more importantly, for them to manipulate the spawns of Complexity. Look how far that they have to travel to get to this ball, and you know there's a sniper ready on one side. Noble's checking the right side, but he has nothing. They know that this push is going to be coming from the big door.
I love how they understand game right there, though. They left that sniper down for Noble to get. They understand that he's on a tear right now. He is feeling hot. Almost gets a second kill there, but as you see, it's Alpha Esports who end up going 2 down. 2 down on the side of Complexity as well, but the rest of the Alpha Esports team is on that bottom center side.
Ryan who catches them out with that flank, able to get that damage in, and well, tied game for just a few seconds. It's going to be Complexity take the lead, and this is a heavy rotation from Rain. He's trying to stay ahead of Alpha, and look at this, doubling back Alpha Esports. They've been chasing his tail, but they just can't catch up. Rain's playing perfect oddball rotation.
It's such a beautiful rotation. The pressure was coming in from the big door side, rotates all the way around. Now Camo's up, but Complexity 20 points away from tying this up and bringing us to a round 3 potentially. Some big kills come out of the side of Alpha Esports, though, and it's 3 down for Complexity now.
Alpha Esports can end it right here. One good hold.
Camo.
Put this game away.
They're spamming pings for Camo here. They're trying to catch this Camo player out. They just can't find him anywhere, but you spam those pings, you're able to spot that Camo, and it's so much information.
Sitting over there at sandbags. You saw him briefly. Here he comes. Around the corner. Camo makes himself known.
Oh my goodness.
Double beat down. What can Noble not do?
Yeah, this guy's on fire. I mean, what a time to come alive, but it's just not enough, right? The slays are there, and it's 4 down.
And I don't know if they're even going to have a chance for this contest. Complexity look to tie this up 1 apiece. Got to give a shout out to Rain and his performance in this round. He was 4 kills in round 1, able to put up 10 this time in the second round. Obviously, a big missing piece that comes to get answered.
You absolutely love to see it. Alpha Esports in a pretty convincing round number 1. Now it's Complexity that tie it up, and we're tied up at 1 here in terms of rounds, but Breaking Shot looking for an opening to try and bring this ball over to his squad. He'll get taken out, though, pretty quickly.
Staying in this corner, Acid. Able to get that nuke combo up into his hands and gets the kill. And these opening picks are going to be an important. Although Complexity gets away with this ball, it comes at the cost of giving up the sniper and the camouflage to Alpha Esports. Those 4 seconds, not going to be much of an impact in the grand scheme.
4 down for Complexity. Lior with some massive shots there. Going to take out a couple.
Ball drop. Enemy has the ball.
It'll be Alpha Esports trying to rotate this ball towards the tower side. Rain's shoulder almost gets taken out there, but he's not going to take a hit, so he'll have full shields to work with. Lior not able to hit any shots here with his snipe, and as that pressure continues to get pushed onto that tower side, they do get 2 down, but Lior goes down as well.
Acid doing his best to stay alive, waits for that team help. The team help comes, and Acid able to get kill after kill. This ball is just continually stuck in Alpha Esports' hands.
I get some more ball time here, bring it towards that C side as well. Great damage. Noble's doing everything he can to stay alive on the nest side and just prevent that push, but it's Complexity that find the hole. And now with 2 down for Alpha Esports, that's going to have to be a play ball here.
I think Acid maybe could have tried to hold this ball just a bit longer, force the players at Complexity to come deal it, but they're trying to find him anyway. Acid making himself a tough kill. They just cannot get the finish finally. After many seconds of 2 players of Complexity dealing with them, they find the kill on Acid, but the other side of the map was weak. They could not overcome the push of Alpha. The ball time, just 6 seconds for that hold for Complexity.
Repulse is going to be huge here. Breaking Shot ends up staying alive. He has an isolated player on that A side as well, but there is Drift, who is on that camo, ready to pick it up the minute it spawns. A little bit aggressive there on the top of the platform, but he understands there's no one there to pressure him off, and he'll get 2 kills or a kill and an assist and still stay alive with his camo.
To the back. This is important for Drift, just to stay alive. He doesn't have to do anything more than to stay alive and get an idea of where everyone is on the map and relay that information. Finds a well-timed flank. It's going to be one onto Ryan. Perfect shots for the second. Double kill for him, and Complexity's just down to 1 member.
Noble's got the snipe top center now, too. Alpha Esports is doing a great job containing this ball and getting the slays necessary. 33 and 20 for Noble here. Nades come in, though. Noble goes down, and that's a big piece of the puzzle that Complexity just took away.
I thought that was going to connect for sure as soon as I saw him scope in, but a bit over the head. Complexity, they're struggling on finding the kills and getting away with the ball, right? They've been able to get these breaks. Alpha Esports hasn't been quite as efficient as we'd like, but Complexity haven't been able to get anything going objective-wise throughout this game, whereas Alpha Esports, as long as they can keep outslaying this pace, they'll win this round fairly easy.
They're just constantly ready for that play ball. They've played ball perfectly 3 times in a row now, and on top of that, it's asked to get the double in the feed. Makes things a bit easier when your teammates are slaying out. 37 and 22 for Noble. Everyone above the 30 kill mark.
The A spawns come in for Complexity. You saw them all populate at the back. Acid says, hey, this was supposed to be a 1v1. Why is there 4 of you here?
He still takes out 1 though and gets away with his life. Now looking for Rain, who's no shields, finds him, finds a way to stay alive as well. For a moment at least. Noble all the while, they'll only get 1 second of ball time throughout all those transactions.
Great shots from Breaking Shot. Double kills for Complexity. Alpha Esports go 3 down. And Complexity starting to get their run going, and because Alpha wasn't quite efficient with that ball and Complexity was making things mixy when they were on the defensive side, it really doesn't take much for Complexity to get back into this game. Only down 10 seconds now. Complexity go on a bit of a run.
10-point deficit here. Camo's up, very important camo in this state of the game, with them being both tied here at 1 round apiece. Somehow Complexity find a way though, get ball towards the A side, and camo in the hands of Huss as well, so this is exactly where you want to be if you're Complexity.
Us staying around with this camouflage. We get shots, but not quite able to find those kills on the Alpha Esports, but this camouflage is going to make itself known one way or the other. He's behind 3 players, but there's 1 that could create the upset. He does get shot in the back. Not before he's able to take down 1. Can he get any more value?
Wow.
No. The 1 player that was standing from behind gets the shot at the right time. It's just 1 player from Alpha Esports that remains, and Noble sent to the respawn screen with 40 seconds left in neutral time. Complexity has taken the lead in the game.
Yeah, they've got a nice little setup as well. Players pushing from the top center side. Acid gets a kill though in the feed there. It's going to be a nade kill that opens things up, and 2 players from Complexity are caught towards the bottom center side of the map. This is the break right here, the most important break of the game. And you see 2 go down for Complexity now. Noble having that snipe. We've seen what this guy's able to do with this snipe, but it's these moments that matter the most. And he's going to miss a very crucial shot there as his teammates go down, and Complexity rotate the ball.
This is just a tough moment for Alpha. You were playing so well all game long, but as we get into the end game, it looks to be Complexity that can win this all. Just 2 players from Alpha that can get there in time. It's kicking off. There's nothing they can do but helplessly watch as Complexity steals away game 1.
Yeah, they stole it. 100% they stole it. I mean, Alpha Esports had that in their hands the entirety of that first round. Even in round 3, they had that game, and they just couldn't hit the shots. Nova was hitting some nasty shots in round number 1. But when it came to round number 3, when he needed to, those were the couple of misses that really cost the team.
I'm curious if we can take a look at the LVT split screen. Maybe see what other action that we have going on.
I like that.
There's so many good matchups. So we have Pure going up against Shopify Rebellion over on Bravo.
Yep.
Crazy round 1, right? Obviously, we have the Space Station Optic Gaming matchups happening right now. And
they're tied at 1 round.
The other ones are going in. So how about we dive in with this Alpha match? I know they have the main casters over them. We'll just chill out, let them talk. Maybe we'll see something here and there.
Sounds good.
Talk about it, but let's tune into the Space Station Optic Gaming matchup.
Going to meet up with Dead Zone in the tunnel, or is he going to do a different rotation? Looks like the ball is moving back to green. That's one thing that's also very difficult here as you're fighting Optic, is you think you might know what rotation they're doing, but instead they give themselves a few options.
Yeah.
And based on how the fights play out in different parts of the map or different openings and different changing scenarios, they adjust. They hear Lunchbox say, "Oh, we're moving the ball back here."
Yeah,
bring it back to green.
Split-second decision-making from Optic Gaming, what we've come to expect from this squad. 2 down now for Space Station again.
Good,
since the reset, SSG has struggled to be able to get into this round now. But of course, Optic Gaming picking up wherever they left off.
Such a tough round 1 matchup.
Also shutting down MVP Stellar right
Yeah, these teams belong in the grand finals together. Now they got to.
So far,
One's going to have to drop.
Round number 3.
Yeah.
There's his first one, taking out Lucid. He's awakened, but there's 50 points on the board. Half this round is over here for Optic Gaming.
Now, Dead Zone had a decision to make. Do I deal with the player over toward the door, or do I deal with the one by Pillar? Unfortunately, the choice was made for him by Bound. They end up trading out of that one. Stellar now with a camo. Optic managed to pick up the last few camos
sit close to the
in balls there in the last few rounds, rather. Excuse me.
Bound always cracked me up.
Has managed to do some solid work with it. This time around, though, it's going to be Stellar's time to strike. Oh, Formal, you devious little devil. Oh my word, playing that pillar to perfection. It was like I was watching Valor for a minute there.
Peak shot, and on top of that too, I was a little curious as to Stellar. The second they picked up those spike grenades, he swapped over 2 spike grenades instead of sticking with the frag grenades. That felt like it would have been an easy spike or frag there, but also you get a player to 1 shot, you're Stellar.
And he also had someone in front of him too, right?
Yes.
So he had to deal with not just 1 but 2 players, and he had one that was right for the picking, and you know you're just salivating in those moments to go for it there. Well, Stellar will go ahead and take a snipe shot instead. I think that's perfectly fine too.
Ever since
wait
his
to see when
reset,
that next player pokes out. They know top center's going to be a threat. Dead Zone taken out. Can he get the no-scope? Yes, he can. Of course he does. Every single time.
Gotta watch out though for Lucy. Doesn't have the shield.
Got the Shopify Pure match about to start up.
Really excited about this one. Space Station great weekend already in SLC. By the way, you and I were just commenting.
This is an incredible matchup right here.
First match on the main stage is just loud.
Oh, Cherry, that dude combo was crazy.
Yeah.
Versus Shopify Rebellion, I think.
Oh my God, Cherry!
He's nuts, man. I really think he's a huge pickup for this roster. He just does what needs to be done. He doesn't. It's not like a Slayer. He's a Slayer when he needs to be. He's whatever he needs to be for that moment. It's really tough to find players like that.
Yeah, honestly, I have no idea who to give the distinct edge to. Like I know Shopify Rebellion on paper should win this, but yours been looking so damn good recently. It's like I honestly have no idea who will take it. I believe maybe the Complexity match going to be back. Let's go take a look at the split screen real fast. See if any of the other matches have popped back up.
As you would expect from him, but Cherish is going to reach out top middle. He's actually going to pick up a triple kill by the looks of things.
More shots,
so Cherish almost single-handedly breaks the setup.
4 dead.
That's
a clean 4 dead too. They only lost 1 player for that.
As he should for the play that he just made.
Yeah, absolutely. That was 4 dead. Also, they get the first pick as well. Take a look at Druck picking up another one there. So it's going to allow them to get a little bit more time. Rotate to green now going to come into play. But man, what a treat to have these 2 teams here in the champ bracket already going up against each other. not just where they are in the bracket, but you feel like in terms of energy, intensity, momentum, young guns across the squad. This is a big matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is. Everybody on this stage right now is looking to impress, and has been the players who have impressed us in recent tournaments, and Cherished certainly been one of those who can lay a claim to that title for sure. At the moment, he's last alive. The ball does get
Down for Rebellion, man. Pure.
Immediately rotating towards bottom middle.
Playing well. Cherish in particular, man. This guy's great.
Great rotation. Is that a new thing?
So recognizing the situation.
I don't know if that's like something he was doing, but he was basically like throwing. He was going for a melee with the ball and then releasing it at the end of the melee.
Yeah, maybe.
Like goes further. If that's the case, that's nuts.
Here we go, back into Complexity versus Alpha Esports. Complexity, ignore the top of your screen. Complexity's gonna be up 1-0. Game 2 of our series here, and so far it has been a brutal back and forth. Alpha Esports outslayed heavily in game 1, but weren't quite able to run away with the victory. This time, Drift having his turn as the main slayer. 7 kills. We're not even 2 minutes into this game. Let's make it 8. Absolutely unreal from Drift.
These guys are stepping up, man. I mean, these are the players that moved to the U.S., correct? If I'm not mistaken, or
no, so that's SWAT.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I apologize.
That's the players from Colombia, Helu, and the crew.
Okay.
Alpha Esports, some great players on this.
Yeah,
roster.
they really came to play today, like this weekend. They've really made some crazy upsets happen. They're starting to make their name known.
This is an absurd pace by Drift at the moment, by the way. 10 kills. We're not even to 20 for his team. He has over half of their kills. Let's make it half now as Leor take his chance with the shock rifle camo combination. But I think we might be witnessing one of the best games you could possibly see from an individual. Drift's able to keep up at the pace that he's at.
Yeah, I was gonna say it all depends on if he overheats or not. I mean, it's really. You get 10 kills like that, staying on that pace is so tough to do, but it is very impressive nonetheless. Leor, though, with a shock rifle, taking some pace of his own here. He gets 2, but that nade will connect. It will take him out. It is Huss now answering back with a double of his own. 18-23, Alpha Esports still lead.
Huss able to find the back pocket. He's gonna try to, oh, Acid making himself a tough kill. Acid stays alive. Huss has to back away. He has to dodge those nades, and well, we go again. Acid versus Huss. Who wins round 2? It's a trade. Knockouts for both sides.
Just beautiful. Out of the side of Alpha Esports, and you can hear the crowd behind us. That's probably the Alpha Station. We'll keep you guys updated on that as well, let you know what's going on. But regardless of that, it's the Alpha Esports find themselves 3 down.
It's like crazy going over other.
I'm gonna be honest. It's the loudest I've heard a venue for Halo since season 1.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Fun. It's fun in here. So Optic Gaming winning that first game.
Optic winning. I mean, I was making a little joke about it because SSG were getting introduced at their first match, and I was like, wow, this is a little louder than the Optic fans. And it's kind of funny.
They drowned them out for a second there.
Yeah, the SSG event, it's an SSG event, and still Optic fans come out strong. It's kind of impressive.
Driftson at 15 kills. He's slowed down, but not by much, let me tell you what. And he's going to find himself potentially number 16 here with this camouflage. He is just all around enemy lines. Ryan was obviously pinging. Yeah, Ryan was pinging all around him. He gets the spot and the kill. A massive break for Complexity, to be honest. Alpha was in a position to potentially start running away with this game.
Sprinting, yeah. This is beautiful by the side of Alpha Esports. 7-kill lead here thus far for Alpha against Complexity. And as you know, or maybe you don't know, you're just joining us, the top center of the screen is not correct. Complexity is up 1-0 in the series. We have no control over that. So we're just keeping you updated.
Rain just found Acid by the tippy toes to get that kill. And well, Alpha Esports quickly rounding the corner to get to that 40th kill mark. Complexity needs to make their comeback soon. And well, they have been able to shut down Drift a bit more. Drift still very confident from that early game. You can see his deaths are stacking up as well. So, yeah, he's got 16 kills, but he is certainly in those front lines every life he gets.
Right. 13 deaths now. This is where the overheating happens, right? You're shooting really well at the very start of the game, and then you're pushing forward, and unfortunately, you're not able to keep that same pace, but you're still keeping. I'm sorry, you're not able to keep that same skill level or individual skill, but you're still keeping the same pace, and then you end up with a lot of kills.
Or I'm sorry, deaths. It's 13 deaths for him, but breaking shot has been a big part of that. Now it's 14 deaths for the side of Drift. I mean, not a good turnout.
Breaking shot. It's his turn with the shocking rifle. Get it? Breaking,
Yeah, shocking.
Yeah, the shock rifle. Alpha, they had such a large lead, but it's just been slowly being cut down. At the side of Complexity. Trades are coming through. Alpha Esports, they might just be able to survive. Drift at 18 kills for his team. What the best player in Mexico, in my opinion, is showing up for Alpha Esports when they need him.
41-46 here. Complexity trying to catch up. We'll see if they're able to do so. 48, Alpha Esports looking to tie up this series. It's gonna take a bit though, it's gonna take a lot. One more kill is all they need, and there it is, Drift gets it. And Alpha Esports will tie the series against Complexity. It's now 1-1. What a great matchup here.
Unbelievable from Alpha Esports. I think, honestly, they should be up like 2-0 with how they played.
As you can see at the top here, it's Optic against SSG, and of course Optic taking that first oddball game. At the bottom right, we've got ITB versus FaZe.
I love having the 4-box, just being able to see everything. Close game by Pure and Shopify. It looks like that round one, Pure might just be able to eat this one out.
The nade's coming though. They got to be careful here. 3 seconds left, and that nade is going to do it. It's going to stop the ball time in its tracks, and we're talking about a 93-97 right now in this round number one.
Oh, Drunk had the opportunity to potentially just pick up that ball and try to steal away 3 seconds.
He just, it's too much. He's doing too much. Too much.
Only 2 seconds left to pick up the ball. It might have just been enough.
Wait, it was enough. Oh my word.
What a play from Drunk.
I was expecting him to grab ball though and toss it towards Camo, towards his teammate spawns, but instead he just does a ton of damage, fights his way through on the screens, and it was just enough.
Hey, we'll keep an eye on this one. I want to go over and check in with FaZe versus ITB.
Yeah, let's do it.
I saw that FaZe was up 1-0 in the series, but they're in that Slayer. ITB, when we were talking to Wonder Boy, he was saying that he prefers the FaZe match. He could either play FaZe or Pure. He said, hey, I'd rather have FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to hear that though. You know, it's I wonder, maybe it's like a stylistic situation, but.
Yeah, I forgot how crazy it is to watch this.
It is crazy, man. I want you to watch. I want to go back. If we can, oh, we can't. We don't have control over that. I was gonna say go back to Udom and watch the flicking, but it's 3 down for the side of FaZe here. Snakebite, the last player alive, is going to find a kill, which is just normal Snakebite things. No shields, shroud screen, 2 kills to even up the odds here. Snakebite has been disgusting this entire season, and I truly think the married buff is a thing. He's married now. He's a married man now.
You say he's been playing well this season. He just got married.
Yeah, I think the married buff is good for this event.
Results of this tournament.
Nope, FaZe is winning this whole thing. I can be biased.
I love it.
Yeah.
On the other side of Udom and ITB, though, they're keeping up blow for blow at the moment with FaZe, and as long as they can keep themselves in the game as they approach the end, I think they can steal this thing away.
Renegade's having a pretty solid game, though. Like, you love to see the high kills and the low deaths out of Renegade. When you start to see stuff like that, I just think more belief goes on the side of FaZe. But I 100% agree. It's Udom 13-10. You got a little Chick 12-12. Low assists out of everyone on the game, to be honest with you, except for Frosty, who's got 9.
Renegade's been destroying with the kills, so 16 kills.
And a low amount of deaths, not like what we saw in the last game.
I like this bait from Frosty. He understands they don't have any leverage to get this camouflage. He's going to think that ITB is going to make the play for it instead, and he's waiting. Second they cross, that's going to be a free kill, and Mighty's going to be the player that bites.
Wow.
I'm not sure if I like that play from Mighty's, just to grab and instantly try to pop. It's a false sense of security, and that's a veteran heads-up play by Frosty.
Right, slow play works a lot of the time when it's not expected. 46-43 here. It's a beautiful job by FaZe to try and close this one out. 48 now for the side of FaZe. 2 more kills is all they need at this point. And again, it's Renegade, 19-11 out of Renegade in this game. This is what you need to see out of him, though. This is the performance you expect. Make that 20. A 20 bomb and a Slayer on a Renegade to prevent ITB from potentially winning this game. But as I say that, ITB get 47. And there it is. The last kill goes in. Renegade 20 and 11 out of him. Absolutely disgusting out of the guy.
Man, he came in big when he needed to come in big. I love it from him.
As you can see, we'll be right back on that one. And
let's head over to the quad box. Hey, we can see what's going on. Let's move into Shopify and Pure. Get back into our eyes onto that matchup for a second.
Okay, so Pure has that very first round. It's going to be Shopify with 49 points into the second here, but Pure, that was a very, very close first round, right? It went to time. Druck was able to pressure the screen side. He was able to do a ton of damage to prevent them from pushing on that screen side. Now you see it's Cycle, a bit of kills here. Talik down to no shields as well. He gets taken out. Cycle on a bit of a tear with the double
kill.
Cycle on a bit of a tear this game, period. 22 and 13. The other player matching up with those slays on the other side. Last shot 26. You can see his engagement just so high on the death counts as well. 23. That's for him to go alongside. So and the main slayers for either side getting themselves involved early on.
A lot of points here for Shopify Rebellion, though. Suppress is the one with that ball time, but look how spread out the ball time is on the Shopify Rebellion side of things, opposed to Pure, who's pretty much cherished.
It's to be expected, and Cherish is the ball carrier for Pure. Whenever you watch him play oddball, he is the player that grabs it most of the time. One thing that's honestly a little bit surprising to me is last shot has 18 seconds. I don't know when that happened. That guy's allergic to the ball.
He's allergic. That's funny. 4 down for Pure, though. Allergic to death is definitely not Pure here. They're going to struggle to clean up this round. That camo's coming up. You see that ball rotating, which is going to solidify the spawns coming out on the C side. Druck does get that very first kill, though. That gives him sandbag control here. And you see that push is coming. It's up to Mental to clean it up here. He gets one with the bit of a headshot there, and the body shot and the headshot with the Bandit. And they're going to get another one. That's 3 down for the side of Pure. Much different than what we saw in round number 2.
Yeah, Tog and Pure have a long road to come back into this game. Let's head back over to the 4-box. I believe that complexity match might be back up, so take an eye on that. Very curious how this complexity alpha series might be coming through, and it looks like we are in that first round. So let's shift our focus on over back to complexity versus Alpha Esports. We're starting our game 3 between these two, and Alpha Esports trying to keep the hopes of Mexico alive.
Yes, they are. They got the tying series score on that Slayer, so I definitely think it's possible, but Complexity are going to score this very first hill, which makes things a bit difficult in that regard. And immediately Rain, going towards the top center of the map, decides to push very aggressively on the spawns there, and he'll go down pretty quick.
Camouflage coming up. It's going to be Alpha Esports that have control of this hill, and I believe they should get away with this camouflage. No breaking shot. He was last alive for Complexity. Look at the value of this camouflage. We'll have to see if he can do more with it.
I'm going to tell you guys right now, this is the loudest like I said before, it's the loudest the venue has been since Season 1. It's so cool to see two orgs and their fans so passionate about one another. Optic and SSG on that main stage, but Alpha Esports passionate about trying to win this, trying to get through this bracket. It's going to be tough as Complexity has scored half the points here on the second hill already.
Looking for his new pants on.
Oh,
this.
beautiful.
Oh my. 2 players that go down to 1 shot, but Breaking Shot just cannot commit either of those kills. But he's not necessarily angry about it because Alpha Esports, even taking that fight, they're so far back on the map. It's going to be tough for them to get towards this hill quickly. And Complexity, they haven't been stepping in.
Yeah, playing time.
It's interesting to start playing time this early, though.
It is. They have 3 down, though. I think they were playing time, and then once they maybe get a spawn, they can get this a little closer, and then they'll rotate, potentially. Just a really easy hill to hold. I think they're just going to go for holding the whole time. No rotation at all. That might have been a blunder.
I think this might cost them. It's a dangerous game. I can understand the process because you don't lose out by losing this hill necessarily, like burning off that time.
Yeah.
it was an interesting strategy. We'll see if it pays off, as Acid having to hold off those two. Complexity still able to get in. They will secure the capture. So
I kind of agree with you, though.
Long-winded way to do it. They got the capture. It's so interesting. And let's talk about the theory a little bit, Tim, because it's not necessarily like, let's say it does backfire and Alpha Esports gets the whole, you know, you're just going back to a 0-0 game.
Right.
And if it does work out perfectly, at least you burned a minute and a half off the clock, and you're pretty content with that.
To me, you do it on a hill that's a little bit more open, though, right? Like a hill on the bottom center.
Well, I feel like you're not
hill.
in that position, though, in those hills.
Yeah.
So you're using that position of, hey, we can get this hill 95% of the way there while the other team has 0.
Right.
We can use that leverage as advantage.
Yeah, but just to me, like, if it's 95% on that hill, I think it's lockable by Alpha. Like, they can actually lock that down.
They can lock it down. No, for sure. That's like, that's the risk.
Scary. It's so scary.
Complexity just got a great spawn over by Nest. It's going to give them the space necessary to be confident into stepping in this hill. And again, don't be surprised if we see them get this hill most of the way captured, to start stepping out of it once again, to start running off the clock.
Well, there it is. The push comes in from the blue side, and Drift and Noble end up falling for the side of Alpha Esports, but it'll be Acid who falls as well. That's 3 down for Alpha Esports here, as Complexity take a bit more time on this hill.
And doing his best to patrol to the left. There is no pressure being applied by Alpha Esports, and they might just be thinking, hey, hopefully Complexity stays in and gets this capture, but knowing Complexity, that's never going to happen. You have to force yourself into this hill.
It's Alpha Esports that find themselves in the hill. It was 2 down for Complexity there. They get the spawns on the loop side.
Ammo in 3 seconds. Important for Alpha to get this, if they're going to make this comeback.
Here comes the push from blue as well. It's Acid who's got to fend off 3 different players at the same time, and Ryan's going to find his way towards the back of blue there. Breaking Shot is going to find his way inside of the hill to stop that hill from being progressed, and it's 4 down for Alpha and a 3-0 lead.
Devastating 4 down. Now they can jump out of this hill for sure, and Breaking Shot will. You see how he gets out. Because they went 4 down, they don't have to worry about any stragglers. They have a camouflage to work with. And honestly, a bit surprised that Ryan captured. There was no reason. You have them exactly where you want them.
That's really interesting.
I think it might have been a mistake, to be honest.
Maybe he stepped back. It's just, to me, like, I would love to hear his thought process. Maybe it was a mistake, but if we interview him, I would love for you to ask him that, because I really want to know why. They have them all trapped inside a yard. They were 4 down. You have 2 minutes left on the clock. It's a lot of time, but maybe he's just so confident that he just wants to slay it out anyway.
I mean, they're winning so heavily right now, and I mean, it obviously didn't impact them too much. What's interesting is they haven't stepped into this hill. They're ready to play Slayer over at yard. I don't know about playing. I've been playing time for 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You got to give respect to Alpha Esports here. 3 down for Complexity.
I guess, like, now that I think about it, I don't hate playing time for 2 minutes, because it is 3 hills, right? So
yeah, it is
2 hills to burn off that amount of time, but that still is a tall task.
It's possible. I mean, Alpha Esports is.
Like, if Alpha captures this hill like pretty quickly, they're not sweating at all. 2 minutes to get 2 hills, that's plenty of time.
They're playing this really well while 2 go down. And look at the pinch for Complexity. Like, what do you do? You got Complexity players on every side. Oh, wow. Yeah, that got a little scary.
It's tough when the player starts moving like that, but that's going to be a triple, and it might just turn into 4.
Do it.
Ryan, who has 2 players ahead of him, he's doing his best, but too much to handle. 2 players from Alpha will get the kill, but plenty of time dissipating because of the play of Ryan Noob.
Here's Huss. He's got to find his kill there. That player is down to no shield, so he'll just clean him up with the plasma pistol charge.
One of the better ways you can get the job done. Only just over 60 seconds left in this game, and as we approach the end, I'd like to take a look at the quad box once more and just catch an eye on what's happening all around.
Right, there's a lot of noise.
That's some great shots.
2 down for the side of Complexity, but it's nearly impossible with 50 seconds left. Still, though, it's not over here for Alpha Esports, even if they were to lose this one, which, I mean, it's still possible they can win this one. I do not want to count them out, but I'll be honest, it's going to be very difficult against a team like Complexity. Breaking Shot already taking space on the yard side. There's already a player trying to escape through to that gold ledge, and Lior's that player. He catches breaking shot out. It's going to be 2 down for the side of Complexity. Make that 3 dead. They're just taking a long time to get in this hill. That's the problem. You can't be letting these seconds go away.
Especially now that Complexity, they can just contest from middle. It's so easy to drive people out of this hill, but Complexity might just have other thoughts of staying in those back ranks and waiting for this rotation and meeting Alpha Esports heads on.
There's that top snipe hill now. This is not a lockable hill, but look at the double lift up from Complexity. Acid's ready for it, gets a bit of damage in. Lior cleans up the kill. It's 4 down for Complexity. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. It's not over.
Not over yet. Alpha Esports trying to make the run of a century here. Lior and Drift leading the way, 15 kills apiece from them. There really is no option to get out of this hill. You have to win each gunfight as it comes.
You have to hit this shot, and then you have to go for camo as well. There's a lot to do here, and not a lot of time to do it. You see Ryan Noob doesn't even care, goes for the camo. That's going to be the win condition for him to secure this hill. He comes out of camo. No one's there to pick up the hill time because it's 4 down.
4 down, and now those precious seconds are going to cost. It's 10 seconds of time before you can even spawn up and think about stepping into this hill. Ryan Noob maybe just won this game for Complexity.
That was so smart by him too. He positions himself perfectly to influence the spawns on the back of yard and just all the way across the map. And what are you going to do in that situation? Well, there's no one really entering in on the hill. They're really late, and that's it. It's Complexity up 2-1 in the series now.
That was, you know, little moments where we think it could go one way, but focusing on getting themselves back towards that shock rifle gets the job done. ITB up 2-0 in the King of the Hill against FaZe. Let's hop into there and check out how the Brits are doing. Or I should say, there's only one Brit on the team. I should say. So you got a player from the UK.
Yep.
In Jimbo.
Yep.
One from France with Chick. One from the Netherlands, Mighties, and then I believe Sweden for Wudo.
Finland.
Finland. Not Sweden. Yeah, my bad. Finland.
3-0. I mean, this is pretty solid. Frosty's got the camo. He's going to go for the shock as well. It's a big fight out of Frosty, but Mighty's going to win that one out. I think it was a trade. Was it a trade? I think it was.
Probably really impressive from ITV going up 3-0 in this game type.
Minute 40
2 minutes. This is honestly the exact situation that we just watched. Huh?
Deja vu, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I thought this stream was lagging because it was in fast forward
or something. It was so fast.
It was like fast forward mode. I'm like, what is going on here? But it's just moved him. He plays on a 0.45 cents. For those that haven't seen, I believe HCS tweeted pro player settings.
Woodham just likes the feeling of flicking. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Snakebite likes the feeling of hitting headshots with that shock rifle. I think FaZe can come back here. That's 4 down. If there's any team that could do it.
The FFA is getting heated over here. It looks like Kid Nasty won one of the semifinals. He's getting up. He's cheering. Let's go. We're getting loud over at the FFA side stations right now.
All right, Gunny qualified as well because Gunny wouldn't let him talk to him like that if he didn't qualify. There's no way.
It's good.
Well, we'll definitely have that. I don't know if we're going to have that on stream or not. I know we have it's a little bit different this time, ladies and gentlemen. Normally we do the free-for-all, and we might still do it. I'm not sure of the plan.
We're doing the finals.
Okay, but we do also have those last chance qualifiers that are coming up tonight. You do not want to miss those. Those are only here. So, very exciting.
Just under a minute on this clock. FaZe having a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, I don't
happen
yeah, it's going to be tough. They went 4 down a moment ago, and at that point, you just kind of like, what do you do? If you're going 4 dead, you only have 43 seconds left. Not a lot of time to get in this hill. No entrance into it either. You got turret Wootum over here.
Honestly, the way that FaZe is playing, I feel like they've like almost given up on this hill.
Maybe.
They're just thinking about going next. Like, they're still gonna like obviously play the process, but it doesn't feel like they believe in this comeback.
You also expend a lot of energy for a comeback like this, you know?
Yeah,
I know it sounds kind of stupid.
Work. You know, you get all the way there and then you just lose. It's like, damn.
I know it sounds kind of stupid for a lot of people, but like energy and you know, endurance in a video game is a real thing. There's a lot of mental energy that goes into thinking about everything that's going on the map, all the situations that are going on, and to do that at 150% for a long period of time is very taxing. I'm not saying FaZe are giving up here, but I will tell you that unless they believe in this comeback, you won't see.
He ran out of bandit ammo.
That's crazy.
That's the most snake bite thing I think I've ever seen.
Yes, sir.
Just sitting there, boom, boom, boom.
Oh, they're going for it here. 27 seconds left, and I think maybe starting to believe as well, especially with this hill being 75%.
Hey, maybe I was the one too quick to count out FaZe. This is unbelievable. They didn't have any contest. The problem is we're going to bottom mid.
Right, but I think in the comms, it's like, guys, we still got this. There's still plenty of time.
They're probably super calm about it as well. They get in right away. There hasn't been a second left off. And ITB, you might start feeling a little bit of panic on their side.
Yeah, you can see it. It's already progressing on that bottom center side. And World 2 trying to create space there, but unfortunately, no one's going to really take that lane.
That's the first kill that we saw from ITB in so long.
It's too dead.
Such a run from the side of FaZe.
No, they can't get out at all, but they're just trying to find this player on the hotel side. No one's filling that hill, though. This is the problem. Look how much time is going off that clock. Finally, the hill is filled, but it's all the spawns coming out on the snipe side. It's that player still, it's Mighty's, still on that snipe side of the map, or that hotel side of the map being annoying. They finally take out Chick as well, and it's just piece by piece. The ITB are falling here.
Dude, this is unbelievable. They've been so efficient on this bottom mid hill. They still have a chance, and ITB just cannot finish their food. The players are staying alive. It's just a couple more seconds needed for the side of FaZe. Royal 2.
No way. They have
It's going to be up to snake bite. It's up to the captain. He gets in. He just can't do it.
Wow.
Worst case scenario, we talked about almost making the comeback happen and then get deflated. FaZe.
That's unfortunate.
Was just that close.
A little bit of a challenge for him to come back, though. Wooten popped off in that game and 19 kills. I think he had at one point.
Pure took game 1 against Shopify Rebellion. See, Optic and Space Station tied up at 1 apiece, but let's move back down into Complexity and Alpha Esports. Love the LVT split screen.
Oh, it's so cool. We could call it a different kind of split screen if we got a sponsor. Hint to anyone that wants to do that.
Shout out to any controller companies, want to say, come check out the real estate on LVT.
A lot of viewership. Make sure you contact if you're interested. But regardless, it's a beautiful job by Drift here. Oh, so annoying to deal with.
That might be the most annoying play I think we've seen all day.
Alpha gets the cap, though. With all that pressure going on, it's 1 cap here and a lead. And a chance for, if they can solidify here for 10 more minutes, a chance at a game 5 maybe. Great shots there, great kill. There's a lot of noise going on the Alpha side.
Well, I guess so. If you won the semifinals in FFA, you qualified the world. So if you make it to the FFA finals, I believe.
Oh wow, okay.
Or something like that. Because I believe Kid Nasty stood up, he shouted to me, "I'm going to Worlds." I was like, hey, let's go, man.
He's ready,
That's awesome.
man. I'm curious. You know what? It'd be really cool if at Worlds they fix the midship map and they play that at Worlds. That'd be sick.
Oh yeah.
And then they do a 1v1 after on Guardian. I mean, sorry, on Warlock.
I would love it if they just. I'd start with fixing the Aquarius. If we get that far, I'd be happy. Alpha Esports still up 1-0 in this game, and they've been able to just really keep Complexity in front of them. They haven't been too worried about making the cap of their own, and look how fast they track anyone that gets back into their side. Leor, he's running the flag, and this is just brilliant from Alpha, right? They're getting the kills on one side, they find the flanker, and then as they get the flanker kill, they're getting the flag going on the way. You can ask for a better run. That's as clean as it gets, folks.
Wow, 2-0 for Alpha Esports. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, did you have this team in your sights? Just be honest with me. Like, did you?
I always believed in them as an open bracket team, like being really good. I thought maybe I was wrong yesterday when they lost in the winner's bracket the way that they lost.
Yeah,
and then I was like, man, maybe they aren't that good. And then they came out and they said, hey, that is a fluke. Xbox has put us on PC, I guess.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Breaking Shot answering back here, but you got a lot of work to do. It is 1 flag going in for the side of Complexity, though. It's Huss the one to carry this one through. So it'll be now 2-1, but to be honest, that was a big quick for Complexity, and they're going to go for another one. Breaking Shot pulling another flag here once again.
Oh, it's so scary when this starts to happen on flag games. If you're ever able to pull off the back-to-back, makes you feel like a god because this is unbelievable work from Complexity. Alpha Esports firmly controlled for so long, and well, none of it matters. It's all
crazy.
for naught. You might as well say it's a 0-all. First flag wins. It's sudden death between Complexity and Alpha Esports.
Yeah, I mean, this is just insane. Look at the slays on both sides. Very, very interesting to see. Drift with 1 kill on the side of Alpha. You got 3 kills for...
Alpha hasn't recovered. I mean, Complexity is still just pushing, enforcing their will. It's 5 in a row for Breaking Shot.
Breaking Shot staying alive on the Hut side as well. We talked about how important that is. Huss finds a kill, finds the backside of 1, and finds the second, and the triple not going to be there, but the damage has been done. That flag is being pulled. They're just not moving just yet.
Looks like Complexity going to have to play into the neutral game once again, but it was scary moments for Alpha Esports. They've been on their back foot for these last 2 minutes. Things need to change.
I don't know how they're going to recover from this. You go down 2 caps in a row that quickly. It was in a span of a minute, I believe. They got 2 caps, and they're going to go for another one. There's no one dead on the side of Complexity, and it's Alpha Esports trying to get this flag out, trying to essentially force it. And you got to be careful about doing that because now you're going 3 down, and now Complexity are going to have control at top.
Acid, a player that's in the back playing defense right now, and see the rest of Alpha's there. Noble stuck in the front lines. He gets caught out before he takes one down, though. We'll see if that slows Complexity down enough, as Huss is just waiting for his teammates to get into position so he can push forward.
And very patient is Huss right now. I love this. There is the push on the main ramp, and he's ready for it. Not going to pick up that disruptor, but OS is coming up very shortly as well. Breaking Shot gets a kill on the feed here. Lior trying to go for that OS. He's going to get it cleanly. A little jiggle there. We'll secure that OS, but they're going to take it out pretty quickly here. The beatdown goes in. No shields now. He gets a double, but is that enough? Because Rain is still holding that Hut side.
And I like the way I jiggle. Sniper into the hands of Rain. Remember, this is this next capture going to win. He can shut down the snipe of Alpha if he can hit some big shots. Unfortunately, just a bit astray on that second one. The Alpha not confident enough calling for their own sniper. I will say this can work against Complexity if they aren't able to put any offensive action behind this sniper play of Rain, because he's wasting a lot of ammo. So if Complexity goes 3-4 down after all this ammo is wasted by Rain, then you see a full sniper that's just in the hands of Alpha ready to attack. So things can quickly work against you in this situation. And Noble, well, he's already hit his first shot with that sniper. Rain's last alive, and this is what I was talking about. Suddenly things look very scary for Complexity. You have a full sniper in prime position, and the rest of Alpha ready to collapse.
Noble barely misses that shot as well, and man, him in this position, it's just going to be so tough to break through.
Very cautious.
Has to be. Here comes the push on the right-hand side here towards that nest. Noble once again on the top center. That's 3 down for the side of Complexity. Breaking Shot, the last player alive. Ryan Noob just spawns. Breaking Shot takes the shot, and he connects. A beautiful shot. That changed the tide of the game.
Cannot understand how big that sniper shot was from Breaking Shot. Single-handedly pushes his team into offensive action, and a lot of neutral game to be played between these 2 teams.
Oh my goodness, he's not stopping. Runs out of ammo, still gets the double kill. 3 down for the side of Alpha Esports. Drift with the massive kill though. Delays things just a bit. Spawns come up on the back, but it's gonna be a OS on the top center of the map.
Ryan thought about going back for that overshield, but I think his teammates or the coach told him, hey, wait for your spawner, he'll get it. It's Huss that gets the extra shields, and he's gonna look immediately for the overextender. There's nothing they can do if they get caught out there. This flag well on its way. It's just Leor and Noble. Leor's the only player alive, and he is flanking underneath right now. He is on the trek. There is no one to be found. Breaking Shot has a free route home.
Lots of shots go in. It is essentially free. They only land 1 shot.
They found Leor. There's no one there. They can't get there. Complexity's done it. Oh my, what a comeback. They're down 0-2 in this flag game.
There it is. Complexity will win the series 3-1, and what a beautiful way to end it as well. Being down, like you said, in that game. Alpha trying to force that game 5, but didn't happen. And you can see our split screen here, update on all the matches. FaZe obviously losing out on that Solitude King of the Hill. They find themselves once again in a game 4 against ITB.
That's right. Let's focus in on ITB versus FaZe for the moment. ITB trying to make a miracle run here. They were down 0-2 in this series. And hey, I thought we went full. Woodham put it on a show. Renegade finally shuts him down, but it's fun to watch this kid play.
I want Woodham to pop off so Roll 2 can wake up and get on mouse and keyboard, man. Guy's been so close. Everyone's trying to convince him. Wes is trying to convince him. I mean, I don't think he's gonna listen to me, but I've tried. Just playing phenomenal Halo right now is Woodham, and 9-6 in this game thus far. It is ITB that have that first cap at the bottom center of your screen. We'll see what Renegade's able to do here. He's got Snipe left, pushing forward. He's gonna, Jimbo's gonna end up going down, so Renegade still have that slate power available. 2 down for the side of ITB. Make that 3 down. Chick and Jimbo are the first ones to spawn up.
ITB, man, they are trying their best to get to that flag, but Renegade is just too fast. It's gonna be an equalizing flag, 1 all apiece.
There it is, and it was based off of Renegade. Renegade just made that route with Sniper all the way through the bottom tunnel, all the way to their flag, and he's got Sniper again. I don't know how the heck he missed that shot, but 2 go down for the side of FaZe. Renegade on a killing spree, another double for him, and he is not stopping. He's continuing to slay. The 2 shots into Jimbo allows Frosty to get the beat down there, but unfortunately, there's just a lot of trades that are coming out. My goodness, Renegade, 12-5 in this game, but he is on a tear right now, going on a killing frenzy potentially.
Almost feels reminiscent of what we saw in the last game. Once it starts going right for the other side, they just continue on their run. FaZe looking like a completely different team, and Renegade's been having a hell of a series.
He's 1 off a frenzy right now.
14-5 still on that frenzy, right?
Yeah, I think he's 1 off a frenzy. He's about to have it. He hasn't died just yet. Snakebite's gonna put the second flag in. I'm telling you, when Renegade pops off like this, Frosty has his good games as well. It gets scary. Anyone going up against FaZe in this scenario is going to have a hard time. OS soon as well. 2 seconds for that popping up here. Sniper's gonna come up at the same exact time. Renegade just went down, so that frenzy is done. Got a 6th death. Regardless though, it's ITB who find themselves 2 down, and an overshield top center. The Snakebite's playing slow. I love this out of Snakebite.
Patience makes it work. Overshield into the hands of Snakebite. See if he's able to use this to get their final flag in.
Lots of damage goes out. He takes a bit of damage himself though. Still holding on to that top center side of the map. The Chick is trying his best to just peek through, but FaZe just playing defensive here. No need to do anything. Even though Jimbo goes down on the side of ITB, FaZe are content with sitting back, allowing ITB to push forward. The game, honestly, at this point, Time Tools is in Mighty's hands with the sniper.
5 minutes remaining.
Nice shot from Mighty's there. So far, he's rising to that call, but with only 1 more sniper shot left, the question is how much damage can be done. Check, he is deep in enemy lines.
Yeah, Woodham's trying to help him out as well. Mighty's pushes up. The whole crowd, the whole team pushes up. Very big kill for Mighty's here. He gets it, solidifies it. It's a killing spree for him, and that's what you like to see out of the young man. 9-12 so far, but obviously that killing spree means he's starting to pick up his game a bit.
Here's how he plays into here. Yeah, nice
yes,
stick.
nice.
I'm gonna say, usually Mighty's has a bit of a steadier shot than that. I was thinking maybe pressure's getting in.
Maybe. Overshield coming up here very shortly.
Like, I just got word, Ashes and I think Ryan are gonna come talk to us.
Sounds good.
So we'll get them on, talk to them about it, and have them watch a couple of these series with us.
Two to 1 here still for the side of FaZe, and the pressure continues to mount. It's 2 down for ITB here.
Oh no, this is where it could all end.
Yeah, the OS in the hands of Snakebite, looking to make a run. I love that play, aware of the drop down. Still has to take his time, but he doesn't really need to take his time that much. It's Renegade with a beautiful double there. And now Snakebite trying to find his way through the rat tunnel. He's going to end up falling. This will stall things just a bit, but FaZe looking in prime position.
Ross is trying to do his best. Hey guys, we got Breaking Shot joining us here. You can sit down right next to me. You coming in over here as well, Ashes. He'll sit next to Tim. Welcome guys, welcome guys. Here we are. We're watching the end of this ITV FaZe series, but you guys had a hell of a series and almost a little similar. You guys were down 0-2 on this map right here and you made the big comeback. How did it feel?
Feels good, man. Forbidden is one of those maps. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it gets kind of a bad rep, so we're not particularly strong at it, but we had a game plan and went down 0-2, but we stayed confident in what we could do. We remembered the Pokemon card I showed you.
Hey, there we go.
I was thinking about low key. I was just like, dude, I gotta get down dirty.
You
gotta remember the core fish.
Those back-to-back caps were sick. They were fast, dude.
I was like, I just in there flag with snipe, and I'm just like, you know, I'm just gonna chill back here.
The snipe shot that you hit on
which one?
On Noble. It was sick. It was over the Nest Bridge.
Noble had you guys pinned, and you guys were fighting for your own snipe.
Yeah.
Like Woodham just tied it up 2 apiece.
Wow,
by the way,
dude.
You hit a crazy snipe. You must have just picked it up and just peeled him.
Yeah, I said, you know what, I'm gonna heat check him. That's what happened.
You heat checked him. The guy was gonna take over the game. He wasn't missing at all.
He's nasty. I was watching his films against the other teams, and the snipes he was hitting was crazy.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm gonna heat check him here. If I hit it, we're winning this.
I'm gonna have you try to move this mic up just a little bit. Try to get put that right in front of your face.
How about that?
This is the loudest the venue has been since season 1. So
I love this venue.
It's so
It's
good.
been the best event.
Yeah, it's so good, man. SSG just know how to do it, right? I mean, it's cool, man. It's great to just be here. It's great to have all I love it. I absolutely love it here, man.
You guys confirmed top 6 then, right?
Yeah,
confirmed.
My first top 6, yeah.
Congratulations, dude. You've improved incredibly. I've been telling you time and time again, man, like seeing you grow as a player, like, I don't know, your discipline is just skyrocketed, and that's the best part for me. You've always been really good at staying alive, but like now you're like disciplined and only, use that movement to stay alive in situations you absolutely need to, and you don't put yourself in those situations much anymore.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
Trust the process, you know?
I love it.
Helping with Ryan.
I love it.
Oh, dude, I was like, my heart just started racing super hard on that Solitude game because it was me and Ryan last alive, and I immediately told him to tuck back tram, and we're just both tucking there, and we 2v4, and I was like, after the game, he looked at me and just started praising. I was like, oh my god.
That's so good, man. It's awesome.
I made Paul proud.
I made Papa proud.
What's going on with that game 1? Because you guys heavily outslayed on game 1. You guys were able to steal that away. What was the comms like? When did you guys start to lock it in?
Yeah, we were just kind of like all over the place, kind of scamming a little bit here and there, and then
it happens.
Eventually, we just started to lock in and stop scamming.
Yeah, I liked it. You guys bounced back strong.
I think Ryan told us to play tighter angles at one point during that match, and I think that's when it started to turn around.
Now, as the coach, you've obviously seen his growth, and I'll ask you that in a second. There's 10 seconds left here. Mike's going to be pulled.
Right before he goes to the corner.
World 2 is going to go down as well. This is not good. Spays are 3 dead. OS is up. It's going to be that pie chart, of course.
Oh, no, this could work against them. That flag that they pulled out that almost went home.
That's true.
I think it's working against them.
Yeah, it is.
These slays are important here. Renegade just spawned.
They can't do anything about this.
I think it's gone.
Dude, there's nothing. Is their flag back home yet? Or no, they did get the grab, so a little bit of a standoff.
Oh, man.
Frosty not even sprinting with his thing. He just carried it. Love this.
When have you ever seen a flag back there before?
Dude, MM gets you ready for this.
Oh, dude, this must be so nerve-wracking for ITV right now.
I don't know if they've ever been in a situation like this. I mean, this is, upper bracket tournament on the line.
Literally, yeah, it's insane. And honestly, Wootsam's having like a slower game compared to what he's like normally doing, and they're still just they're objective efficient. They were down. Were they down?
What surprises me about this game is the assists. I mean, FaZe has them in spades. ITV, it seems to be a bit of a solo game over there.
Individual talent. Jimbo's got the game in his hands essentially right now.
This is so sick.
This is so crazy. This is really risky though too. He stutter step. Oh.
There you go. You got one on
they got Chick. Yeah, Chick ends up going down. Chick was very aggressive there. I think that's why Jimbo was kind of pushing.
What are you doing here, Breaking Shot? I mean, what's the play?
What do I have? Do I have the snipe?
Yeah, this not your Jimbo, you know?
If I'm Jimbo, honestly, he did the best play he could have done. Like, once his teammate died and he made that guy one shot, like, just back up and reset. But me, I would just ran tunnel and just call it back flag, honestly. Like, make it a hero play.
Me, I'm watching how Huss ends up there, like, back flag somehow fighting the flag carrier. No idea how he got there.
Rossi didn't see him.
Oh, my God, Jimbo.
Oh, no.
The melee is huge, though.
They're not going to
He's
clean
getting
him
his
up.
shields back. It's a one-on-one in the
Yeah,
back
this
base.
is crazy. Roll 2 has to make a play here.
Come on, Jimbo. One time.
Oh, wow, he hit it.
Yeah, he hit it. Huge.
Now he can hit.
And
He
2
can,
base members are dead.
he can play this corner heavy.
Yeah, this is a re. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, they got the touch.
Why did we switch?
They got the touch.
Snakebite got the touch.
He panicked. He should have looked cut the whole time.
I can't believe
And
Snakebite
they
got
killed
there in
him.
time.
Oh my gosh.
Dude. Yeah, this is kind of nuts.
Let's just reset. Go to OT.
It is funny because it just turns into a full reset here.
Yeah, you gotta pay attention to that pie chart.
Oh.
There's a return. Whoa, Renegade got
Oh my gosh.
Renegade got it, didn't he? Yep.
It's back.
Yeah,
they got it.
Phase
Oh,
win.
Game 5, boys. Hey,
Wait,
you sticking
no,
around?
the ITB
one.
Yeah,
ITB won
Oh
it,
my
yeah.
gosh, dude.
Game 5, here we go. Hey, when I was talking to Wonderboy, he was saying we want FaZe because they had the option between FaZe and Pure. They're like, we want FaZe. I was like, all right.
Did he say why?
He says they just don't match up well against Pure.
Pierre has no fear. They'll just go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
ITB didn't want that smoke, but either way.
So I gotta ask you, as the coach, you know, obviously I've given you praises, you deserve them. I want to know what you think of his growth. Sitting back, seeing the growth happen over time, what would you say, like, what has been the most improved thing out of Breaking Shot?
Take your headset off real quick.
No way. No glaze for me.
No, I mean, I DM'd him last night, like, praising him, like, on how well he played yesterday. I think, you know, we recognized what we needed and that he fit that perfectly when we made our roster change. And the ability, like, obviously, mechanically, a god, shots, straight as hell.
Right.
His ability to adapt and to, like, take his strengths and apply it to our playstyle and then just absorb everything. I mean, like, he's the first one in our Discord. He watches every single VOD by himself. Like, we're doing team VOD review, and he's like, oh, yeah, I remember when. Can you go look at this real quick? And I'm like, how do you remember that? He's like, oh, yeah, I watched this already, like, the whole thing. He does it all from his point of view to glaze himself a little bit. But,
I love that.
No, like, he absorbs everything. He's, like, an ideal student. But he's also so strong as a player that it's like we're picking up stuff from him as well. Like
that's awesome.
He gets the players warm. Like you're shooting against the best when you're doing our 2v2 flag warm-ups.
Right.
Because you're playing against him.
Yeah, I mean, Tony talked about it. You guys are an unconventional team. It's not like you have just like power shooters on your team. You have a Haas who does whatever needs to be done. You have the power there, and then you got the minds. And that definitely is not conventional to this meta. You just see Renegade, Frosty, phases, like just power through, pure power through. But you guys are using mind and a little bit of power. It's just cool to see like a different style of play.
Yeah, I mean, that was our approach when we started this roster and I first talked to Ryan. I told him, like, the vision I had for was a good balance of, like, veteran leadership and young gun talent that can absorb that leadership. And every iteration of the roster, that has still been the vision. Obviously, we brought in Rain, who added in a little bit more veteranship.
Veterans, yeah.
But that's always been the vision, is to, like, build up and level up those young guns like Breaking Shot, who, like, was starting to break that cusp, top 16, top 12, and getting a lot of attention, bringing him into a system that, like, can make him shine and also teach him how to, like, really capitalize on all the strength he has naturally.
Oh.
And I've been on a lot of teams like that, like the same way with veterans and some young guns, like the common team, for example. So I thought it was a perfect fit.
You're a sponge, man. I love it. You just soak it all in, learn it all.
SpongeBob right now?
Yeah, you're SpongeBob, man. You got.
Am I like the Sud SpongeBob right now?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you've been like you were on the AM grind for so long, and like it's nice to finally have that home. But when do you think was like your breakthrough personally, where you felt like you elevated your game, that you took it to the next level?
It was at Charlotte.
At Charlotte?
Yeah. When I was playing with Posey, Common, and Haynes.
Wow.
Dude, that was such a fun team to watch, by the way.
Awesome. I love them.
Sometimes, you're on to better things, but sometimes it's fun to reminisce about some of the crazy games that you guys had.
Oh, I think he talks in that old team's group chat more than our team group chat.
Yeah, he's right.
So we've got a Game 5 FaZe versus ITB. We've got a Game 5 SSG versus Optic. I mean, I don't know. This tournament's insane.
Been banging.
This tournament's insane.
Who started it all off, though, right? Who started it all off? The 3-0, baby.
This guy dropping like a 1.4 or something on Optic.
I saw the post-game stream and said Breaking Shot was the only player that went positive on the entire team, all 3-0. And I was like, damn.
Yeah, that series was insane. Everyone was neg except me and Formal. I was like, dang, what a series.
It's crazy to see, like, again, your growth, and then to see you on that KD leaderboard. It's like, damn, like, he deserves that, man. That's sick.
And that's the cool thing about, like, the way our roster comes together and the way our game plan executes is Dylan gets a chance to shine and, like, just basically bat cleanup.
Yeah.
Because, like, I mean, obviously, like, don't get me wrong, Dylan will go in 1v2 with the best of them.
Yeah.
But, like, we set him up for a lot of really strong plays to be made, and then he can just be like, all right, cool, I'm G-sliding here, whipping around 360, no scope.
It was just like Renegade on the old Cloud9 roster, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, they set him up and made him shine, and then when he got on FaZe, like, he had to, like, really readjust and stuff. But yeah, I 100% agree. It's a big team effort. Ryan Noob's mind is just insane, dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've always like been envious of the way he thinks about the game. It's insane.
Oh my God.
His predictions. I mean, we're at the midpoint. Space Station down a little bit. Optic Gaming's got a bit of momentum. You think there's a comeback in place, or is Optic getting this done?
I mean, we made this comeback, so I think SSG could, but Optic is, I don't know.
I don't know.
Optic's got the crowd with, of course, SSG's got the crowd with them too.
Yeah.
I think Optic's got this.
If Zane gets 3 more kills, they win.
Ooh, I like that thought process. Zane gets to 12, he gets it. I don't really know if there's much that's scarier than Lucid with Stalker and Camouflage, though.
That's pretty terrifying.
Yeah, this is crazy. Also, is this LATAM's highest placement so far? Because they're guaranteed top 12.
They had top 12 before, so they need to get top 8.
Okay.
I mean, they've been playing really good.
They're so good.
I mean, they're looking scary. Like, they were tough. We 3-1'd them, but, like, that was not an easy series.
I was nervous, dude.
They were just
I mean, like,
hitting,
honestly,
you know?
like, I feel like you guys stole game 1, like, in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it felt like it
It definitely felt like we weren't at our best, and we still managed to squeak it out. So, yeah, I kind of agree with you. We knew what we wanted to do. We just didn't do a good job of, like, executing on that. Like, they have a tendency on live fire to hit tunnels like heavy, almost every single push if we're holding the ball A. And we saw that in film, and sure as hell, they did that almost every single push. There was a guy or 2 tunnels, but we just like...
You couldn't stop it.
We just like, we knew it was going to happen, and we didn't like act on that preparation.
Right, yeah. There's so much in the moment to think about. There's so many things, like so many variables.
Yeah.
It's cool that you guys, like, I don't know, I don't notice as much because I'm like commentating, but it's cool that you guys notice the tendencies of each team and like what they do, and it's so important to have that review. And
Noble got almost every camo like in the other series. So when he got it on recharge and Ryan spawned A and we were all C, I was like, this guy's in white ratting somewhere. And I hard cleared him in that corner. I was
That's
like,
so good.
I think there was a fight that it was you and Acid, I think, at White Tower. It's like you guys both fought each other. You both were one shot. You both got away, and then you got your shields back. And you're like, all right, let's go again. Just like traded out. Round 2, fight. It really felt like a Street Fighter game, bro. Y'all
so good.
Came back in Optic. It looks like this is going to be a for sure thing. Oh, okay, Trippy got it. Let's see.
No,
we need Denzel 2 more, though, right?
Yeah, he's not going to get it. I was wrong.
Once he gets next to
I was half wrong. They still won.
Double positive from Lucid. I don't think you can ask for much more from him, man. This is...
I know
unbelievable.
Everyone's been talking about Zane, but I feel like Lucid hasn't been his normal self in the matches that I've watched. Like, this is normal Lucid to me.
I mean, look how calm he is on the cam. You know what I'm saying? This is the Lucid.
Yeah, when you start seeing him do this, or like, that's when you know he's not himself. Like, he doesn't play well when he gets frustrated.
It's funny. This tournament, it's kind of reminding me of Fort Worth right now with how Optic's playing, because they had a rough pool play out Fort Worth. Everyone was like, damn, this is like they're done, and then they went on a crazy run. Like, it feels like we're almost seeing the same thing again. But I guess we got a new final boss in the winter semis right now, right? So.
Zane took a lot of vitamin C.
Look, man, we're taking this one match at a time, and prepping as well as we can for each one. So
love it, man.
Unfortunately, I don't think we'll have time to go like properly prep for pure Shopify, but I think we're pretty confident knowing how they play.
That was 1 kill off.
1 kill off?
1 kill off. Oh, now we got the other game 5 going.
Oh my god.
All right, dude, this is nuts. Jeez.
All right, let's lock in, boys. Let's see. Predictions from y'all?
I don't know. I'm a Butum fan, so I want to give it to him, but I think FaZe will win this.
Yeah.
It's okay to be biased. It's okay.
Yeah. I wore my bias shirt today. I actually don't. Like, Space Station Games is not my favorite team, but I just, wore the jersey because it's their event.
Okay, my question then, Brady, because we know how good FaZe is. Like, I think it's obvious that they're the favorites in this. If you're on ITB, like, what's the solution? How do you win this game?
Play super strong. This is the only way. You got to team shot everyone.
Shot strong snake by you. Trying to do his best, but there we go. 3 down. ITB, they get their control. Royal 2 able to find a little bit of value while being last alive, but currently seems like ITB starting to figure it out.
Yeah, this is good. Like if ITB can keep moving around the map and keep cycling the spawns, which I know this sounds really obvious, but like that's going to be kind of their key to victory. Because a team like FaZe, if you watch, they'll often have like a pivot point, and like World 2 will be planted up somewhere, and they'll pivot around where World 2 plays and give themselves openings wherever they find that strength. And it's usually like Frosty and Renegade, like, okay, we'll test the waters. Nah, we can't push this. Pivot around where World 2's playing. Hit the other side. All right, we can hit this. But if ITB can kind of keep that pivot point off balance and keep it mixy, I think that's going to be a strength for them. The problem is that's not their play style really traditionally.
I mean, yeah, I think step one is to play strong. And like, for example, when Mike just hit G-Sign to C, like his teammates playing strong, but the next step is you need to be looking for the help. Like Frosty came down driver, you need to be looking there. You can't be over helping.
And those, like, you got
like the follow-up.
Yeah, the follow-up after you play strong.
So speaking of playing strong, if you guys want to check it out, behind the curls, Ryanoob's he started 1. I don't know if he's done more than that, but he was talking about playing strong in Oddball. He's like talking about that whole scenario. So if you guys want to learn a little bit, go watch some of Ryanoob's YouTube.
Yeah, you'll hear us say a lot of Ryanoob lingo, like play strong.
Yeah. It's cool. I like it. I use it in my cast. it's important. It's a good thing to talk about.
No, it's all very logical. Like, it all makes sense.
Yeah.
It's definitely like a harder play style to keep perfect on because Halo is such a mixy game, and there's so many more variables in a game like Halo.
Yeah.
So playing that like highest percent win outcome scenario play style is really difficult, and you have to be like on top of your stuff the entire time. But when it looks good, you 3-0 Optic.
Right.
Seems like mentally taxing, just like a tournament. Like, how does like a tournament day game feel compared to like a scrim night or even like online tournament?
God, don't get me started.
Yeah, I was about to say, no, scrim's definitely harder.
I think I've rage quit scrims before. Like, if you guys aren't going to try, I'm not going to waste my effing time.
Yeah, he did that and just left. I was like, oh, man, this is going bad.
It goes on for a lot of teams. I've heard some rumblings, and a lot of teams having trouble with like staying serious during scrims and like taking it like.
Well, I heard SSG, they only scrim a couple times a week now.
Yeah, we did something similar. So after Atlanta.
We still got tilted.
After Atlanta, I set up a new practice schedule for us where we play less and we have deliberate VOD review days where we get on, we watch like 3 to 4 hours of VOD and like actually take lessons from it. And then that's it. Go do,
that's awesome.
Do whatever you want to do for the rest of your day.
And what about like trying to apply the lesson then?
Yeah, like we'll like figure out what we want to learn, review what we want to learn, and then like be done for the day, sleep on it, and then come to the next practice with those kind of things in mind. And it's proven to be really, like, Dylan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the team has been growing tremendously with that shift.
Yeah, we'll just take one step at a time. But like before this event, I remember our scrims were rough.
Yeah,
like,
they were.
Almost every scrim.
Really?
We were just all quiet
The last
whole
week,
time, even fighting. Yeah.
The last week of the event, or before the event, like it's like, all right, guys, we have 4 days of scrims left. Like, let's lock in. Nothing. I'm like, all right, flat days happen. We have 3 days of scrims left, boys. Like, let's lock in. Flat as hell.
I feel like the game feels so different online. I try not to put any like weight on scrims. I know we use it as like I don't know, a handicap as the tournament starts, but I always like it's so much different here. And everyone will come to play. Everyone's gonna give their all, but you've worked on all that stuff, so you have it in your head.
Like the scrim's going really bad, but at least you're doing that one step that we talked about.
Right. Exactly.
FaZe has gotten like every one of these camouflages, by the way. This is starting to. I thought like ITB was about to make this comeback, but
I think Woodsim's a bit nervous. I don't want to call him out, but I mean, I think it's. I was watching. We had this cam a couple times. He's a little bit flicky. Yeah, it's not good, man. I think that's if he is able to calm down, I think he could be insane. Like this guy could be insane. Like on
so much more.
yeah, he just
it's
young. He's young.
He needs like repetition.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Like being in this situation over and over again, like growing a little bit older because he's still like what 17.
17. Yeah.
Like, and he was a world champion in Splitgate, I believe.
Yep.
So like, he has championship experience, but he doesn't have like the high pressure, I'm the underdog, situation.
Yep.
I think he'll get there.
I agree.
Perfect.
Wow. There it is. 50-40 face.
It was close until it wasn't.
Yeah.
With them having a map to forget, but hey, the game 5s have been ringing in.
I'm getting a lot of deja vu here, man. FaZe going to game 5, like they've gone to game 5 so many times, and like on like a Friday, Saturday, and then we see them like come through and just play completely different on Sunday. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So this series doesn't matter for you guys. You guys are waiting between Pure and Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah,
right?
I was just checking to make sure they're not calling us for anything, which they're not. But yeah, we play the winner of Shopify and Pure.
Maybe I don't know if that one's going on. Production will put it up if it is.
Cool.
We'll see if we can get an eyes on it, just so you guys can see what's happening at any point. By the way, y'all can get up. I don't want to. I'm not trying to hold you guys here hostage.
Oh, it's 1-1. Yeah, if we can jump into that, that'd be awesome. Plus, this couch is comfortable as hell, so.
It is kind of comfy.
I'm like,
it's hard to cast from,
because it's
though.
like it's leaned back.
Yeah.
Usually you want like a straight back when you're like on camera.
I'm vibing.
Yeah, when I'm casting, I like to be like upward.
Okay. So we need to go to break real fast.
Cool.
Thank you guys for coming on. Any last words? Anything you guys want to get off the chest before we go to break?
Shout out Complexity. Shout out our sponsors, Lenovo, Glitch, and yeah, shout out my teammates because they're making this look easy, and we got a long road ahead of us, but proud of y'all.
Shout out to everyone that supports us too.
Hey, love it, folks. We're gonna take a quick break. Coming up next, FFA Finals here on LBT Halo. Do not go anywhere. Bye.
Bye.
Score. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score.
Off the rip though, has already got this flag back towards the sewers, and this is a beautiful run from them. And alongside it, 2 kills have been picked up by his teammates. So Pure, this is the start you needed, right? After the last game where it felt like they really weren't ever in control of the map, they're up 1-0 inside 45 seconds or so. So a perfect start.
Have you seen a cleaner start to Forbidden? I mean, when's the last time we saw anything like that? It's a beautiful.
Oh! Jump scares all round.
Look at this. Great movement from Druck here as well. Just flying around, looping back. Knows the pressure's going to be coming in. What a smooth opening here from Pure.
Soul Snipe versus former teammate. A little bit of help comes in from Tolik. On top middle, damage coming in from Druck as well. He's got suppressed in front of him. He's going to challenge this one. Last shot will clean it up, and that means Mental is now left on his own. Now, does Mental have a sniper rifle? That's the question, because I did see him in the kill feed a few moments ago, lighting it up with that weapon. A last shot.
Did they hear the reload? They did.
Stuck him off the wall. No. Almost. No rebound.
2 dead here for Shopify. They start to push out. Tolik is going to want to stay alive. Does well to stay alive in the hut and start to continue pressure.
So Pure just continuing to put pressure on, and this position here from Tolik is a problem for Shopify Rebellion, just based on the fact that the overshield is going to be coming up pretty soon as well. And when you find that sniper rifle down and you find suppressed in front of you, not sure how that isn't a headshot, by the way. Seemed like the only thing you could see was his head.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here back on the couch, me, Eli, and Makowski, and we're so excited because right now we're going to be jumping into the FFA Finals. 15 minutes, most kill wins.
This is going to be a little different than you guys are used to seeing. We've done every single other one of these on Aquarius, but due to a bug that was making Aquarius crash, we're now going to take it to the streets of live fire. So this is a very different strategy, in my opinion. We got a sniper rifle, we got camouflage, we got a QT, repulsor. There's so much to play for on this map.
Live fire is the arena, but this is not a training exercise. This is your free-for-all finals. $5,000 on the line, and this lobby is absolutely stacked. Look at the names uploaded on the screen here momentarily. Want to make a quick note, our defending champion, this guy who seems to be in every free-for-all finals, Goober, is not here, but Eli, I think that speaks to how stacked this lobby is.
So I have the list here of all the players. It's going to be Juan, I believe that's Juan 117 or HCS Juan. We've got Azaro, Hative, Gunplexion, the People's Champion, Kid Nasty, Mortally, Nuclear Blaze, and Alpheus. So a lot of heavy hitters here. I've got my eye on Mortally personally. He's 353. Let's see where he's at on this leaderboard here. He's got 4 kills already, so right now it's 355 in the lead. That's going to be Gunplexion actually in the lead.
Gunplexion flexing his muscles early and off to a quick start, already with 7 slays, but there are many competitors just behind him as we hop on board here with Juan 117 as he works his way through the rat tunnel. Spots an easy cleanup opponent. Body shot, absolute damage enough for 1. Can he earn the double? And it's all about +2, +3. If you can even trade out, Eli, you're putting yourself in a position to win the whole thing.
You only have a 6-second respawn, so you want to get into the action ASAP. There's no sense in sitting around. There are some parts of this map that you can kind of control space, understanding that there's multiple spawn points nearby to control. For example, right here, top tower. Don't think the GAs are in effect. You're going to see the assault rifle get used. We're going to see the repulsor, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, right here. This is why you like the tower position, so you can potentially pick off 3 double kills like that.
I guess Snipe Tower is like the equivalent of P2 on midship back in the day. We'll call it that for now. As like you said, with a little bit of a map change. No lead change for now as Gunplexion is held onto it, but there are now 2 players on his heels. Kid Nasty and Mortally both at 9 as Juan and Gunplexion both go down. So too does Nuclear Blaze on the other side as Aziram, a previous defending champion this year, won the HCS free-for-all in Arlington representing Mexico, goes down as well, but now before earning a trade and keeping things close. All the while though, Mortally goes into the lead, tied now with Kid Nasty.
This is getting so intense. By the way, Kid Nasty has made a few of these FFA finals, as has Mortally. I want to say Mortally might have even won one of these, but he was very consistent in the LBT offseason FFA series that we hosted. I think he made top 8 3 times in a row. Nuclear Blaze, I want to shout out as well, former teammate of It's the Last Shot before Last Shot rose to insane stardom that we've seen today. But Nuclear Blaze, one of the guys that kind of helped him along that path, and he's a great player in his own right as well.
13 kills would have you in the lead, but it's not enough to separate from the rest of the field as Gunplexion and Mortally are both tied at 13, and that's something new to the free-for-alls is that sniper rifle. Surprising to see come across your screen, and that's going to be something to play for, much like you would in 4v4, Eli. It's probably maybe even more important than free-for-all, or does that actually be a disadvantage because of how difficult it is with all 7 players looking at you as opposed to 4?
It's pretty difficult to go on a spree with it in FFA. You got to be in the right spot at the right time. As we see here, as soon as you see one opponent, sometimes you get shot in the back. So it's almost just kind of a bonus, I think. You're not going to expect to go on a snipe spree, I don't think, ever, especially in a lobby of this caliber, but should be good enough for at least a few quick kills.
Carnage in the A base as multiple members, half the lobby has gone down, and now Hayden works his way through the tunnel, earns a double kill. I'm noticing a lot of gameplay funneling through the lower portion of the map, Eli. What are your thoughts on that?
I kept hearing that from some of the competitors. I've been trying to keep my ear to the ground about what's going on live fire FFAs, and that's what I heard. I said, people are saying this just becomes a grenade fest bottom tunnel. I think it's just because there's a lot of situations that you find yourself in where you have to run away. So like you get 1 kill, but you're 1 shot. So naturally the easiest place to run to would be into one of the doors bottom middle where you feel a bit safer. But if 3 other people are doing it at the same time, they're going to end up running into each other, as we see right there.
Lower tunnels facilitating like a subway system here as everybody's trying to be on the fast track to the most slays in 15 minutes. Still, though, we have not found a convincing leader in this lobby as Gunplexion is in the lead, but only by 1. Mortally on his heels, and now in a 1v1, plays for that trade, and that's smart.
I think that was against Gunplexion. No, it's Nuclear Blaze. Okay. But yeah, Mortally's impressing me with his assist stat. Only 1 so far, so he's playing very efficient. You saw in that previous fight, he did not deal damage to a target that he absolutely could have because he doesn't want to give anybody else a free kill. He'd rather get that kill for himself if possible.
Only taking on shots in gunfights where you feel like you can be the finisher in the fight. Alfie's looking for the overkill with the fisticuffs. Gets it, pugilistic for the overkill. And now he's in contention for the lead, but Gunplexion still holds on to it, but it's not by much. Still just a 1-kill match.
In one fell swoop, Alpheus finds himself in the top 3, just behind Gunplexion and Mortally, who have been really in the lead this entire time. Alpheus making sure he's part of the conversation now with that very impressive overkill. See the AR get used quite a bit over on this tower side. It's very easy to bait into a close range situation, get those shots down and get the melee kill. We're going to see that quite a bit throughout the rest of this game, but right now it's a tie at the top, Mortally and Gunplexion. Gunplexion has 6 more assists though, so you got to think maybe Gutty's got to start finishing more of the kills that he starts.
Coming on board here with Juan, working his way into the A base. Another trade goes down, a trade in bottom mid. Again, half the lobby is on the respawn screen. Aziram takes advantage of that with the 5 perfect shots. And in the mix, now Gunplexion is starting to separate from the field a little bit. It's become a 2-way race, it feels like, between Gunplexion and Mortally.
Everyone else in this lobby is going to have something to say about that, though. Aziram, your HCS Arlington champion. We've also got Juan, who's kind of in the back of the lobby here, but I've seen him pop off in the online series. Our most recent winner was Gunplexion, by the way, in the online series. So So many FFA legends in this lobby.
Mortally getting no juice from that repulsor. His eyes were on the sky, taking top snipe position. With the snipe, that's an unfortunate sequence there where he doesn't take map control or advantage of the sniper rifle. As Kid Nasty goes down, Mortally going back to the well, back to the snipe tower, looking to control the high ground, but with no players on his screen, is looking to get into a gunfight.
So many trades are going to happen. I've just seen 2 different trades. Make it 3 trades in a row in the kill feed. What's going to happen in these games a lot is those trades are bound to happen. You're just guaranteed to end up in those situations. What separates you from the pack is if you can pick off a couple kills before they trade out. You've got to find yourself in the right spot at the right time and be very timely with your entry points.
Gunplexion won his first free-for-all finals at the LVT Orlando LAN. Now, can he do it at HCS Salt Lake City? We're hopping on board with the man himself as he's working his way through the dummy door, but a nice sticky grenade takes him down.
That was from Nuclear Blaze, hopping on board with him. He's crossing through top center. This is bound to be a way to find a target, and audio is a big thing, right? You can just kind of walk around and listen. Okay, where are some gunshots happening nearby so that I can come and third-party the interaction? It's just like playing a Battle Royale in Fortnite or Apex. You gotta just listen, and that's how you can guide your movements for the game.
Nuclear Blaze is on a tear. He was previously at the 14 mark. Now he's got 26. 7 out of the 8 players in this lobby are in the 20s and in this fight. As we hop on board here with Hative, another trade potentially going down in the tunnels, and it does. Nuclear Blaze now tearing his way through this lobby. 27 slays, he's only down by 2.
He just got into second place. For a moment, there was 4 people with 24. This entire leaderboard is incredibly tight right now. Juan, the only player that's not in the mix so far, but he's liable to go on a killing spree at any time. 27 tied now with Hative, and Gunplexion still in the lead.
Hative making his move as well. Both Hative and Nuclear Blaze were in the mid-teens, while Gunplexion was in the high 20s. So while Gunplexion does have the lead, he's relinquished some of that control. An opportunity to take this win, but he has built him back up. A comfortable lead, but not comfortable enough. Up by 4. Everybody's in it.
Every single placement matters too. 27, there's 5 players tied for second place right now.
God.
This is absolutely insane. Palfius, Hative, Nuclear Blaze, Kid Nasty, Mortally, but Nuclear Blaze is going to get one, as does Kid Nasty. This is going to come down to the wire. This feels like one of the games that's going to end in the last 5 seconds.
When Azurum won in Arlington, he won with 1 final shot in the last second of that match, and it could come down to that. Once again, we're on board with the defending champ from Arlington as he takes his way and doesn't play for the trade, actually backs up to bait that player in. They probably both wanted the trade or would have taken it, but instead Azurum takes the high ground, and that is a massive advantage. But Gunplexion is now starting to find a little bit more separation. He's up 5.
Azurum does get traded out at that top tower position. It's like 28 now, the number tied in 3rd. Alpheus 31, as is Mortally. So every time we look back at the scoreboard, different players are finding themselves in those 2nd and 3rd positions. The only constant so far this game has been Gunplexion in 1st place.
And he's only up by 2 now. Mortally is on fire. He's making his moves, but he is on the respawn screen. That opens up the door for guys like Nuclear Blaze. A hit, triple kill, no scopes, going for the over. And he's going to play his life. He's not going to go for the medal. He wants one more slay, though. He doesn't get it. Tricky with the positioning around the pole was his opponent. And boy, is it heating up. Just more than 5 minutes left.
Back-to-back stickies from that player as well. These guys are making some insane plays right now to keep themselves in the mix. That sniper ammo, I think, is almost out. So we will not see the sniper until about I think it's the 3-minute mark in this version of FFA. Here we go. Getting in a shot. No, he hits the body, but that's not going to be enough. That's going to end up being an assist and a kill for another competitor. You really do not want assists in this format.
Gunplexion has faced heavy pressure throughout all of this free-for-all finals. Less than 5 minutes to go, and every time it feels like players are coming up on the heels, just down by 2. He finds a way to find an even bigger lead. Now up by 5. Mortally in 2nd place. Now down by 4 after he earns 2, make it 3. And he's just down 3 now. Gunplexion and Mortally are in the mix for that championship trophy.
Gotta say, Gunplexion might be the most prepared for this. This man spends 2 hours a day before he even starts playing matchmaking, just doing aiming drills.
How did he earn that trade again? How many times have we seen in the feed 2 fist medals for Gunplexion? He's routinely not only earning trades, but +1 outcomes, somehow staying alive and earning 2 in each of those sequences, going down to the rat tunnels and finding slays more and more. As he's now up by 6, Gunplexion is making his move for 1st place.
He's the only guy that's been in the lead. This would be heartbreaking at this point to have the lead this long and have somebody come back, but he's got to keep pace. He cannot slow down. have to continue getting kills. Still 4 minutes left on the clock. Very possible for one of these other competitors to go on a killing spree, start catching up to him, but okay. Not getting that kill is a big deal. Now he goes back to the respawn screen, and other players are catching up all the while.
This opens up the opportunity for guys like Palfius, who we haven't mentioned yet in this free-for-all finals. He's now in contention. He's down by 8. Gunplexion has really ran away with it, and not only through trading, but finding, again, +1 net outcomes. Kid Nasty now in the mix. He's reached the 40s at 40 itself as he looks to take down the player on cuts, but he's getting pushed from C platform. Goes down to the tricky grenade. Azurum, it looks like, as he makes his way to the top side of the snipe tower. Just looking to find some nade shots, finish up 2 here. He gets the double kill, and this could bring him back. He goes down. And somehow, some way, Gunplexion, who was off screen, continues to build on this lead. He's going nuts.
This has been, I mean, all he has to do from this point forward is get at least 1 kill before he dies. You know, get into the mix, get a kill, die, get in the mix. But he's such a good player. He's going to find a double kill here and there along the way. I don't see a way for these guys to come back. He's got such a strong lead already.
Kid Nasty at 42, Palfius at 42, and Mortally at 41. Those are the 3 players with the best chance to steal this free-for-all finals from Gunplexion, but he's too strong, still flexing his muscles. He was early, and he's finishing the same way.
Giving assist to his opposition, though. Can't land those body shots too many times with the sniper, but a clutch kill to keep himself alive and keep that sniper in his hand. He finally gets taken down, but 6-kill lead still. It is getting shorter, but that lead is strong. Palfius now solidly in 2nd place.
Gunplexion the first to 50, and it might just be a first-place finish here at Salt Lake City. As Mortally has the snipe tower, has the snipe possession. This could help bring him back. He's down by 7, so he's in contention, but he goes down. Gunplexion still alive. Nuclear Blaze down by 10. He's not quite in it, but like you said, Eli, every slay at this point earns you hundreds and hundreds of more dollars, which are on the line.
So important, every single position on this leaderboard. It's going to come down to a tiebreaker somewhere along the way. Right now, though, there is some nice, healthy separation at the top. Gunplexion 51, 2nd place, Palfius 46, and 2 players tied in 3rd right now, Kid Nasty and Mortally. It's going to come down to these 4.
It's not a sprint, it's not a marathon, it's a marathon sprint. And so far, Gunplexion has paced the way with 52 slays. The next closest competitor is 6 kills behind, and we're approaching the 60-second mark. Gunplexion just needs to trade out, find more damage, and not give anybody else any more assists.
So impressed by Mortally throughout this as well. He's been holding strong throughout, comfortably in 3rd, but with just a minute left on the clock, these guys really have to go on a killing spree if they want to make a charge for 1st or even 2nd place at this point. Gunplexion's lead now is only 5 above Palfius.
It's big. Gunplexion's down, so now is where Palfius can make his move. Wondering where he is on the map. Azurum, top side of Snipe Tower on the map. Some shots out onto the camo side. Now onto the nest bridge, 3-5-5, that's Gunplexion, and he takes him down with 5 perfect shots. So Azurum doing this lobby a favor, specifically Palfius, who's now only down 4, 40 seconds left.
Palfius can kill Gunplexion during this life and get a couple more kills. He can absolutely make the magic happen right now.
Mortally 2.
Yeah, Gunplexion goes down, Palfius still alive, we're on board with him right now. Needs to get this kill, look at the patience. Doesn't get the trade. That's actually massive for Gunplexion. Just 20 seconds left. He should be able to secure the victory.
Mortally at 49, cannot die. You cannot move forward and play for that trade. And he does stay alive, but he goes down shortly after. It looks like Gunplexion, the people's champ, should lock up this free-for-all finals, if not for a miracle from Mortally. 5 seconds left, and Gunplexion can feel it. He can taste it, and he is your Salt Lake City free-for-all champion.
Let's go, Gunplexion, the spicy meatball gabagool, whatever the hell he calls himself. I love this man. He is incredible. Now 2 in a row, by the way, because he won the last one online, and then he shows up on land and does it again. This man is a freak of nature. Let's go, Gunplexion.
Incredible. Congratulations to Gunplexion for taking the Salt Lake City free-for-all $5,000. Incredible gameplay, not just from him, but from all of them. They were all like just on their each other's heels, right? But he just, again, found a way to separate himself from the rest of the pack. He just maintained that 4 to 5 kill lead most of the time, and it was at the end when Palfius was just getting there, right?
Yeah, Palfius really started to break away. He was the guy we saw get that overkill. Might have been the only overkill in the entire game, I think. Not easy to get an overkill in a lobby like this. Saw a lot of great plays from Mortally as well. I mean, Nuclear Blaze had a pop-off moment. I think he ended up finishing
He came from out of nowhere. Look at him, he's at 11 slays right now, and Gunplexion is 15, but there's a moment in the match where he was down by 10 at least.
I think Nuclear Blaze actually ended up finishing 4th. I'm not sure. Somewhere right around there, but
He is down 8, so yeah, he was around double digits back, and here we go. Here's Palfius with that overkill with the fist to the face, more like an elbow, really.
Yeah, he wanted more, too.
Man, that was incredible. That death from Palfius at the end, I think really, wow, changed everything there at the end. And joining us here on the LVT couch, he's setting up his headphones on, is our FFA Salt Lake City champion, Gunplexion.
Guys, Gooba guys, welcome.
How we doing? How we doing?
How are you doing, man? We should ask you that. You tell us. What's it feel like? You just won.
Another day, another dollar. I just loved all the shit talk. Yo, Gunny, you're on 10 ping. No, you simply just can't hit my strafe. It's very simple, but just another day at the lab, man. Always big shout out to LVT. Glad to be here, bro. It's freaking freezing in here, but
yeah,
glad to be here with you guys.
Well, you look pretty warmed up. Talk us through the switch from Aquarius to Livefire. You previously won, like Eli said, that LVT Orlando land, which was on Aquarius, but then you had to switch up on a moment's notice. It was only a couple of weeks that you guys had warning. How did you prepare for this?
Personally, I didn't prepare for shit. I've been saying this respectfully. I shouldn't be playing FFA. Like, I want to be in the open pool play. Like, I know where I stand. It's all a confident thing. I know where other than that, I didn't prepare for this. Livefire is my shit. It's a map. I love to read the intel. I can maneuver fast. I kind of ratted tower in positions. Like, I kind of read the map. It was like, for a time and place, there was a place to be tower. And I could just chill, feed off kills. And it was time for me to go hit the gas, light kids up, feed off third parties. But other than that, I didn't prepare for shit, bro. Just all composure and just adapting to the game.
I was talking about your warm-up regimen a little bit during the FFA lobby. I'm like, this guy warms up for legit 2 hours before he even starts playing games.
I was shooting walls. I was shooting the wall. You see me? I was shooting the wall the whole entire after semifinals. I shot walls the whole time.
I mean, on your walls? No, I'm shooting your walls. Like, literally. That's quite the strat. Talk us through the opening, because you held on to that 4-kill lead from the beginning all the way through to the end, but it got pretty close. There was 5-6 competitors on your heels, all within 4 or 5, all the way throughout.
I say it all, like I said it on my last time. It's all about composure. It's a 4-minute game. It's a 4-quarter game, right? 7 other people you could kill on a smaller map. It's more presence. There's more room to third party now. So it's like, no matter if I'm getting right behind me, like, I'm chill, bro. I'm just vibing. If I stay in first place, these kids have to keep popping out and keep making plays. Like, they have to force the battle. And all I have to do is, like, just chill, stay composed, don't overheat, don't overthink things, and just fucking play the game, bro.
I want to get your thoughts on the sniper in Livefire being on the map, and how do you think it plays into FFA? Is it a good thing to have it? Is it potentially a bad thing to have it? How does it feel compared to a 4v4 versus a
I think it's incredible. I think it's fun, kind of shows the individual skill with a sniper and kind of like separates those. There's like, my way of looking is like, there's those snipers who kind of like scope in, hit everything like Eli, and there's people like me who quick scope, aimbot, like just kind of direct scope.
No scope at the
like
end.
Bound, stellar, like
clutch one.
That's the map's designed for that. So it kind of like increases the skill gap with a sniper instead of just sitting back and just being a dinosaur. Like, it forces you to come use the power up, be aggro, see if you got big balls, and go after it.
It's using the sniper more like a shotgun than a sniper.
You have to, because we talked about that in the middle of the match. It's almost like an advantage-disadvantage, depending on how you play it, because of the fact that, sure, you want to have snipes, the power weapon, but with 7 players isolating on you, it's better to play that barrel stuff. And you got a clutch no-scope at the top side of tower.
Oh, yeah.
Towards the end of the game, at what moment did you feel like you had it locked down?
I would say when I got the double stick on the spikers at Rat Hole.
Yeah, we saw that.
Oh, yeah. I got it, like, in my head, it was like, all right, there was 4 players that just died Rat Hole. So I'm probably going to spawn dummies or a good spawn where these kids are going to fly off spawn, and I'm out of third party next fight. And it was just like, after I was like, yo, I got this shit in the books. I just got like, Mordu was fired up. He was going. I saw him. So I was like, yo, I just got to kill his momentum, be a little bit of a bitch, go top tower like I did, kill their momentum, and then take my momentum back and just kind of isolate the game more and more.
How much are you keeping an eye on the exact players on the scoreboard? Like, are you noticing, okay, HCS 355 is in second, and then in your death cam, are you finding him so that you can shoot him quickly to make his life more difficult off spawn? Are you making plays like that? Or more so just focus on where you spawn and how to play it best?
Personally, in this game, with how fast-paced it is, I feel like that's not worth the mental energy.
Yeah.
I'm kind of just like, yo, worry about yourself. It's fine. Like, obviously, throughout the day, you want to kind of hover over third and fourth, get through your rounds. But grand finals, like right now, like, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm just going. Like, I don't really care about that. Like, I don't need to shoot anybody. I just got to keep making the right play and keep living my life. Right. And that's
what is it, like is it a mentality of it's first place or last place for me? You don't want anything in between? What is that like for you?
Honestly, it's honestly studying off Goober like that. The last event, I don't know, like when I won the FFA Online, I studied Goober's gameplay and I kind of like incorporated a lot of the way he lives after a battle and then comes back and like, I don't need to force anything. Like, if I get one shot, I get a kill. Yo, there's about to be 3 other battles. I don't have to force anything. Like, I might just regain my shields. Best thing you know, these kids might get caught with their pants down, and that's another double kill. So it's more of just like being patient. Like, once you get the lead, like, don't just, it always goes back to force. You necessarily don't have to make the first move. Let them make the first move.
Speaking of Goober, real quick, was he in any of your other rounds? I'm surprised that he didn't make it. This is the first time he hasn't made the finals in an FFA, I think, that I can recall.
Yeah, this is definitely the first LAN I think he hasn't made, or second. Online, he always makes them, but I feel like with Goober, like, personally, maybe from experience, like, he's got a lot of pressure on him, man. Like,
yeah, that's true.
He's a fucking FFA GOAT.
He's got the target.
Like, he comes here just for FFA. Like, I respect that kid more than he knows, and, like, he's got a lot of pressure on him. He is the FFA GOAT. People think I'm the FFA GOAT. No, like, that kid's the GOAT. Like, he consistently has won. Like, I've made grand finals every event besides 1 or 2, but he's consistently came first. Yeah. And that's why he's
insane. I'm just so surprised. I didn't know if you saw him in a prior round. Was he not in any of your rounds this tournament?
I had him in semifinals. That's it.
And he got, what, like 5th or 6th, I guess?
I think so, yeah.
Interesting, okay. Yeah, shout out to Goober. I mean, we're used to interviewing him after these, to be completely honest, but I love to have you up here
for us.
I'm glad to be back, man. I felt bad, like, you know, I love coming up here, but I also like to go back to Goob. I feel like it goes back to live fire. Aquarius is more of a ratty, right? Trades, a lot of trades, beatdowns. You can't really third party too much. You might get some timing on some battles, but live fire is fucking scrappy. Like, you gotta go, like, your individual skill shows on live fire. Like, I don't care what anybody, I was shitting individual. I barely lose a piv online, bro. My quarterfinals before, I shot 80%, 12 perfects.
Wow.
I went 65 kills and we had a sweaty lobby. Probably just the game shows at LAN on live fire who's individually raw. And fuck the 10 MS shit. I stream and play on PC every day. I just simply don't miss and I have an incredible strafe. And that's all the bot shooting and all the practice I do.
You have to have a good strafe when you were able to secure so many doubles with melees. Usually you go for the melee, you're lucky to get the trade even 1-for-1, but you were routinely getting 2-for-1s out of that. What was a little bit of the strategy to that?
Kind of like, it all based it off my lead. Like, if it was kind of like I was up by 1 or 2, I was in 2nd place, I can't really afford to be trading too much. I kind of want to keep, like, that comes back to, like, if you see me octagon with my sister and my brother, I don't do beat melees with us. It all builds individual confidence, so you don't want to trade. If you don't trade all your battles, yo, you live for the next play, and it domino effects into something bigger. So for me, it's just, depending on how close the game is, if we're really close, I don't want to trade. I need to keep living, get my kills, and get to the next play.
How do you decide, like, we were just talking about, we saw, I think it was Mortally, who only had 1 assist for the beginning most portion of the game.
Yeah, I saw that. It was crazy.
Just 1 assist, which was incredible. It went up a little bit after, but how do you keep yourself in an FFA from giving the other players assists from your own, you know, you're trying to get your kills. How do you prevent that from happening? I'm just trying to see how Mortally did it.
I keep it as simple as possible. If you can't fucking kill him, don't shoot him. That's how it is. It's free-for-all 101. That was like one of the first things I learned. If you can't shoot him, or you can't kill him. Or if you have him with his pants down and you're ever from behind, instead of shooting him, throw a grenade, make him one-shot and kill him. And I did that
before they
can
get around cover.
Exactly.
You kind of have to have like a keen understanding of timing of like how close is he to cover. If I shoot him once in the back, by the time I'm shooting my 5th shot, he's going to be behind cover, so I'm not going to shoot yet. Like, you kind of have to do some quick mental calculations with that, I feel like.
I honestly find FFA a whole different beast. Every time I try it, I understand, like, this is a whole different world, and the people that play are on another level. I mean, it's incredible to see how people that are winning FFAs get to go into the 4v4s, and it makes sense. I actually had a question about what you said. You called him a few different nicknames. I just want to know the backstory.
Spicy meatball.
All the Italian versions.
Where are these nicknames coming from?
It's just all throughout my childhood with playing football and all my friends. We all call each other brajoles. You portobello mushroom. It's just an Italian thing. It's like a New York thing. We just break each other's balls. But it, you know, it keeps the hype. It keeps always fun.
It's always fun.
You gotta have fun with it, man.
Yeah.
Well, FFA seems to be a cool spot for people who to get $5,000, but it's not easy. It is not easy, especially for example for Goober, who has been winning. I feel like the competition has been getting more difficult by the second. I do hope you to get to see you on 4v4s, hopefully again soon. But congratulations on the $5,000. Is there anything else that you want to say here on stream right now?
I would say always big shout out to LVT, dude, they're the GOATs. I think a lot more people need to respect free-for-all. A lot of people bash it and are weak-minded. The game is just you against yourself. There's no other teammates. When you're down and you're making stupid-ass decisions and you're getting killed like an idiot, yo, it's just you. There's nobody else to blame. Like, and that's why people bash FFA, like, oh, it fucking sucks, it's all the time. No, bro, like, you need to learn how to calm down, get your composure, play all 4 quarters of the game, learn how to adapt to the play, get intel off your death cam, which makes you better at 4s, because that's all my role is get intel off death cam. And I think people need to respect free-for-all a little bit more. But shout out to Mr. Goober, bro. I did this for you, boy.
There you go. Thank you so much for joining us here on the LVT Couch, and congrats on being the FFA champion for Salt Lake City.
Hey, Dibs got the check. Why don't we present it to him? That's part of the fun. Going back to the 2000s. $2,000 for our man complexion.
Baby.
Hey, there you
Hell
go.
yeah. This is sick. This is beautiful, bro.
Let's go.
Holy shit. How are we flying home with this?
Man. Yeah, I don't know.
That's crazy, bro.
I'm pretty sure that whole thing is my height.
Yeah, you just have to
vertically.
You got to spend at least $40 to check that through the airport. Sorry, bro.
Holy balls.
$2,000 for the HCS Salt Lake City 2024.
Oh my God, my bad. I'm so lost.
This is the closest I've ever gotten to touching this, so I don't mind getting in the face with it.
Shout out to LVT, man. Louis the fucking GOAT, man. LVT is the GOAT. We need them to take over Halo, no cap. They need to run the Halo. They are literally the best channel, #1 viewing channel. Everybody knows this. Shout out to Blam Gaming back then. I always bring it up. But sincerely, I don't think people respect more than they should against these people. They got Louis V. Titan is the actual GOAT, bro.
Big
there you go.
Yo, shout out.
Yep.
Congrats. Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
That is crazy.
That's incredible. you need to get some photos with it.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like we're hopping on C-Stream Alpha Esports versus Native Gaming. What are we looking at here?
Of course.
Native
Thank you,
Gaming 1-0 ahead of Alpha Esports.
All right, yeah. That was very exciting. Popping into some more exciting action. This is the elimination round 1. Loser of this goes home. They will be on their way to World, so everybody left in the bracket now does have their ticket punched to the World Finals, but to advance in this bracket in Salt Lake City, you gotta win right here, right now.
Win it.
We'll get those names taken off the screen here.
Yep.
That is that's from our free-for-all finals, which we just witnessed. Gunplexion again, a big, healthy helping of a round of applause for him as he takes home the lion's share of that $5,000 prize pool. And now we are playing for some pride and some more cash here. The 4v4s as Alpha Esports have a 35-32 lead. Gilkey goes down, so 2-3 on each side. So an even respawn situation where both teams are going to come off spawns and play for map control.
Let's talk about the winners bracket where these guys came from, by the way. Alpha took Complexity to a Game 5, barely lost in the end. So Alpha was this close to making top 6 guaranteed, but now have to fight their way just to top 8 through Native Gaming, who haven't had the best tournament. They feel like they haven't been clicking. We spoke to APG earlier. He felt like their timing was off, their teamwork, their communication was a bit too hectic. So, I mean, they're already won Game 1 of the series. Right now with Alpha up, this is the type of situation that APG was talking about. This is where the comms need to be cool, clear, and concise. So let's see if that self-reflection plays a part into their success here.
It's a big opportunity here for Native Gaming. Already up 1-0 in the series as we join this one in progress. And the difference between a 2-0 lead and a 1-1 tie is monumental. A massive team wipe earned there for Native Gaming is going to earn them a free camo. I guess hard to say free when they just earned it through the team wipe, but tapping button's going to grab that camo with no shots going into his suit. As he now looks to support Barcode. Barcode will go down, but I don't believe Acid knows. Tapping buttons is pushing. My God, he does!
Wow. The aggression. So sick. By the way, Tapping, former teammates of these guys. Right. You know, he teamed with, I think it was actually Atso, Drift, and Acid when he was on the team. But, I mean, you got to think that Tapping knows this Alpha roster better than anyone, so I'm not surprised if he makes some unorthodox plays against them.
Pride of Mexico is on the line here. Tapping Buttons, you know, just from formerly placing with this, teaming with these Alpha Esports members, wants to win, but especially when you consider the international representation of Mexico on the line as well. This match is close, 39-all, as Gilkey has the snipe, and this is where we usually see Native Gaming pull away.
Look at the positioning here. We've got Barcode just chilling by the plasma pistol. Interesting spot. We've got Tapping all the way over on the poster side. APG on the far left. So Gilkey positioning himself in the center of the setup, trying to see if one of his teammates can maybe draw out Alpha so he can hit that headshot. Very interesting formation here, and I don't know if Alpha has the intel. They certainly shouldn't know where Barcode is right now.
Barcode setting up for bait, Tapping Button setting up for bait. It's all to draw those players into the scope of Gilkey, and there we go. A shot rings out, but it's only good enough for a body shot. That'll send Acid down to low HP, but he'll regain those shields calmly in the A yard, and with 4 minutes left, there's still plenty of time. Tapping Button's pinging the location of the enemy, but nobody's able to get consequential enough damage to feel confident to make their push.
Yeah, we've been tied at this 39 mark for quite a while. It's due to the position that Native is taking. They've decided to just take a defensive stand, and wow, Gilkey somehow gets spotted out by multiple members. APG thinks it's time to push, but Leor turns it into a double kill. At the same time, another member of Alpha does fall. We're back to a tie game. It's just like that. It's not tied. This camo is forcing a lot of movement, and it looks like Alpha are going to win it.
3 go down, and Alpha Esports go 3 up, and they're going to earn that next camo as Leor, with that initial double kill, opens up the time and space on the map to push out of that disadvantageous A spawn, and now full map control for them. It's a cafe spawn trap for Native Gaming.
This does not look good. How does Native play out of this situation? These are exactly what they talked about that they need to work on, but Leor with the camo and a player not even looking gets the back smack. Does enough damage to pick up the assist. The newcomer Leor having himself a game.
And just like that, it was just tied. Now it's 48-43. Alpha Esports in the driver's seat to a 1-1 series tie. Some shaky shots there from Leor. Not used to seeing that in recent memory, but it's enough to make it 49-44. Alpha Esports should have this one, but Barcode, not going to be enough. Alpha Esports will, in fact, take game number 2.
Very impressive win there from Alpha to tie up this series. On the other side, we're taking a look into ITB versus Sentinels. ITB, by the way, just took FaZe to a Game 5.
I couldn't believe that when we saw that on the
and it was close.
On the bracket. It was super close. Man, unbelievable action that we're already witnessing here. World Championship just months away, but we're witnessing World Championship caliber gameplay already as Boo Boo Doo makes his way through the dip, looking to support his teammate. Not sure who that is in the cafe. He's in a 1v2 now. Lucky to just even get a trade there was Precision. That's a nice play, especially considering Sentinels are up 2. Now just 1, though, as Boo Boo Doo still just working his way across the map, looking to find the positioning he needs to get more in the mix.
This would be a heartbreaking loss for Sentinels to finish in top 12 after such a good kind of rise, you know, throughout the season. Started off on a low note, finishing top 16, fought their way back into being consistently top, well, I don't know, I think they got top 8, then top 6. Top 12 finish is not trending in the right direction for them, but it's off the back of that upset from Alpha, really, that puts them in this position.
Woodham on mouse and keyboard. He's the young gun, the new kid on the block, but he's utilizing that old school controller strong side as he utilizes that to stay alive. Now working his way through the posters, but down to low HP. Low opportunity to stay up. He goes down 3-7 and 5. So not only does Woodham have a lot of assists, but so too does Mighty's Precision's getting him outright with the shock rifle, earning an assist as well. As this one's still close. Sentinels up by 4 though.
Woodham has been playing absolutely unreal in every single game that we've watched. He was highly instrumental in the FaZe series. So far, not getting a ton of mileage out of his stat line just yet. Does have 7 assists. But you got to think that if ITB come back into this, it's got to be off the back of Woodham.
Right now, Woodham at 3, Mighty's at 3. Those are their slayers.
Usually, yeah.
Expect to see them with much more than that. But hey, Jimbo and Chick, more of the veterans for ITB, holding strong with 10 slays each respectively. High marks in the lobby, tied with Precision on the other side for Sentinels. So ITB, despite not getting the usual performance from Woodham and Mighty's, are still in the mix.
Okay, push coming in here. All members of ITB in yard and tram. Push is looking good from Sentinels, but do they have presence on the other side? I don't know if I like this push from Sin if they don't have someone pushing on that poster side at the same time. You need to send some pressure to the right side. It seems like it's only a left side push.
Hopping on board here with Chick. We're going to thwart that push through the cafe. Senses the pinch and pressure coming from the left side as well, and now he's playing for it. We're hopping on board instead with Falcated. Drops down into that hill location in Koth. Takes down one. Now he's the only one alive for Sentinels. ITB earns the trade and inches towards a tie game here into the 40s, only down by 3.
Sentinels are winning this, but what I'm noticing is they're not playing their fundamental airtight style that I'm used to seeing. Maybe they've gone back to the drawing board and said, maybe we do need to take more risks. Maybe we do need to be more unpredictable. Maybe teams are figuring us out. But I don't know. I think their fundamentals are their strength, and to deviate away from that is dangerous. This team, ITB, very close right now, 38 to 34. With this next camo coming up, you got to think ITB needed to come back into this.
This late in the game, Eli, that camo always feels like bait, so I'm very curious to see if they just go straight for it. Oh, Sentinels does, and they're able to secure it. It looks like, no, I believe that was Boo Boo Duba that went for it. One of the best camo players in the Halo, in the world. And I'm not sure, did that camo drop up top? Did it burn down low bottom mid? Find out soon enough, but this lead is dwindling here for Sentinels. They're only up 1.
I don't know, that was very un-Boo Boo Dubu-like in my opinion. To just rush it without making sure the situation was...
It's always bait.
Yeah, he's usually waiting to get the kills and then goes for it. I'm not seeing the normal level of meticulous and process. Yeah, that's not as calculated as we're used to seeing. And out of nowhere, ITB is up by 3, and Z-Mighty's has a shock rifle.
It's a domino that falls after overextending and skipping a step in the process for the camo. Z-Mighty's and ITB are skipping their way to a 2-0 lead in the series, quite possibly sending Sentinels home with a top 12 finish. Eli, they started the season expecting top 4.
They just looked out of sorts this weekend. I don't know, something's going on here, but look at the, by the way, assist column on the side of ITB. We've got 35 out of the 45 kills have been assisted. Look how few assists are on the side of Sentinels.
That is unbelievable. Remarkable teamwork here from ITB. It's not only earned them the objective win, but they're slaying out. Oh, as I say that, Sentinels are slaying out. They get the team wipe, and all 4 stay up for Sentinels, so it's a +4 net outcome in that sequence, 43-45. It feels like a game Sentinels need to win.
Absolutely. I mean, to go down 2-0 this early, not good. You're already in the lower bracket. You don't want to get yourself any further with your back against the wall. Have to fight back here. They've brought it within 1. Precision trying to find his way into the action. Falcated gets a clean kill as well, and Precision should be able to clean this up. He does, and all of a sudden now it's Sentinels with a 2-kill lead.
Precision is stepping up, and this is why you replaced Spartan with Precision, because he can slay just as well as we know Sparty can, and maybe even better as we hop on board now with Boo Boo Dubu. A 3 push down A, and that's going to give them a numbers advantage, I imagine, in any of these gunfights. 2 down low, you can see, but 2 across the map watching their 6. So ITB not all playing close together, but they're all watching the same thing. 48-45 now as Boo Boo Dubu looks to earn the finishing strikes that he can. He has 1 shot left with this shock rifle, but he's going to pull out the melee, the fist to find the finish. Doesn't need it though. Sentinels trade all the way out. 3 players going down in that sequence, but they win by 3. Impressive regain from Sen.
Wow. Sentinels had the lead, then lost it, then got it back to ice out and close to tie the series 1-1. Massive, but switching gears, we got so much Halo action happening at the same time, trying to make sure we don't miss any of it. Got this hotly contested match on the other side of the lower finals, or sorry, lowers round 1. Alpha versus Native Gaming, and right now it's Native with an early 1-0 lead.
Sentinels on ITB 1-1, Alpha Esports and Native Gaming 1-1, all in lower round 1, so there's a lot of consequence in these matches, and the opportunity to take some momentum, some much needed momentum and confidence into the Halo World Championship. Now though, Noble, the only player alive, but he's earning himself a double kill, looking to play this geometry here to stay alive, play his shields, but Gilkey, the veteran, finds the slay. Native Gaming find the reset, and things will reset with Native Gaming up 1.
Very clutch return. Clutch stick before going down as well. Gilkey is dead to rights, but finds a way to trade out using that sticky grenade. New OS is up, and it's quickly snagged by Alpha with no resistance whatsoever. Leor now going to rotate through on the utility side, and this looks like a potential flagpole opportunity. I think that player in the util APG, I believe he has the plasma pistol, so he might put that to work here as the last man alive.
Yeah, APG picking that up to counter the overshield, but the overshield has been taken down for Alpha Esports. That was Leor with it previously. As Alpha are able to pull the flag with that overshield grab, but not get it much further off the stump. Native Gaming playing some great defense here.
Native have really impressed me in the defensive effort. Barcode, by the way, 12 and 10. Double digits in both categories, just in the mix regardless of what's going on. And this top mid control is so crucial on this game type. If you do not control the center of the map, you are not going to get flag pulls. Both teams are fighting very well for it, but not really getting a whole lot of ground after that.
It's all about that line of scrimmage in CTF, especially on a map square symmetrical. 3 down. Noble earns the triple kill, and that line of scrimmage gets extended out into the base of Native Gaming. Backs against the wall. Fridge spawns here momentarily, and just one player left at the back. That's APG, just looking to bide some time, allow his teammates to spawn Fridge and wrap back into the base and support the veteran former world champ.
So smart the way Noble's playing this, though. Noble's really impressed me every time we've been on his POV. Just really seems like he knows exactly where to place himself on the map.
Buttons, tapping. He's working his way through the generator. Senses players on his side of the map, it almost feels like. Yeah, you can absolutely see so with that body language, checking his corner, checking his 6, but it's the player in front of his face that takes him by surprise and takes him down.
Leor with a cheeky flag pull here, does not care about finishing that player, trusting his teammate top center to finish that, and he's already got this thing halfway across the map. It's gonna get thrown up to the window. It looks to be caught and captured. OS is coming up now. If they can get that as well, they do grab it, but no. Clutch kill from Barcode. This could create a potential counter cap position, but is the OS still down? No, I think Acid assassinated that player that grabbed the OS. That was a very clutch kill by Acid.
Well, all the H2 kids in chat can appreciate that. The old midship strategy, tossing that flag up the top of the base, and now Alpha Esports with that old school strategy have tied up this match at 1. Barcode at the bottom middle of the map gets dropped on, does find a trade though, and it's an even 2v2 gunfight for now. Both players playing for map control, as Native Gaming will lose that advantage as they go 3 down. Alpha Esports have the opportunity now to push out on the map.
It's been well played by both teams. It's really been a slugfest. 5 minutes on the clock, only 1-1 on the board. Barcode really the standout performer on the side of Native. The Alpha have honestly significantly outslayed. Have not been able to convert it into more flag pulls and runs though. So Acid finds another timely double kill. This could be a possible entry point for Alpha.
And Acid's routinely found multi-kills throughout this tournament that open up crucial time and space. Oh, and he earns the trade, recognizes that Barcode had him dead to rights, says, I'm taking you down with me.
That's such a quick calculation. You have to just realize in the moment, like, okay, he had a microsecond advantage on the first shot. So I am not going to be able to trade unless I get the stick, and then at the last second landing it. I mean, it's just a very high level of awareness, just even in the micro of a single fight.
Double kill.
Barcode with another double, but it's a 3-down scenario for Native Gaming. Again, that affords Alpha Esports the chance to push up and pull this flag, which they do. Little mixy the scenario now. Alpha Esports running the flag, but there's an overshield up in the next 10 seconds. You got to play for both the objective and the power up now.
It's always good if you have the other team's flag out as it's coming up, because it gives them a double dilemma. They have to decide, do I go to return the flag? Do I go for the overshield? Makes it a little bit easier for you to get it. I like the way that Acid is playing this. He's just in the base of Native, shooting them in the back. That's going to make it very easy for Alpha to get the overshield and the flag out. The flag gets tossed to the overshield player because he should be able to withstand more damage as he runs across the map, but he gets taken down by some massive team shots from Native.
Excellent communication. I'm going to imagine even Hoaxer, the coach for Native Gaming, isolating and prioritizing that overshield runner as he goes down. And now the counter cap ensues. 3 go down for Alpha Esports. It's Native Gaming with the map control and likely the next pull as well.
Insane regain off of spawn from Native. That looked like an almost certain capture situation for Alpha, but it's the situation is completely reversed. And Barcode rains down fire from top center. Alpha has nowhere to go, hunting down Drift as well. Now, rotating back through the base, says, I'll run the flag myself.
He's doing it all. He's keeping his teammates alive. He's keeping this flag run alive, and Barcode just won't die. Now looking across towards P1, has that opponent down to 1 HP. 3 players down for Alpha Esports, 2 down for Native Gaming, and Barcode finally does go down. But not before getting that flag past the 50-yard line, so Native Gaming have a chance to gain the lead in the endgame.
Yeah, but this flag's in a precarious spot, and Alpha are in great positions to protect it. This looks like an easy return at this point for Alpha. They sent all 4 players to that P side of the map, though, which means Barcode's going to have an easy time getting over here. No, my mistake. Acid cross top center, recognizing the gap in their positioning. That's a great play by Alpha to cover that spot and make sure the enemy can't have a free lane to access.
Alpha taking advantage of their high ground, looking to take the lead with it. Tapping buttons and APG are so focused on the flag here that Lior has some free shots, but surprisingly so, goes down right after. Great prioritization of opponents from Native Gaming. That's kept him in this fight.
Absolutely. Drift having an awkward battle, shooting straight down. Not very easy to do, especially around cover like that, but fortunately had a teammate with a better angle to clean that one up. He's going to rotate through, catches Gilkey off guard. Perfect timing to do so to grab this OS, and with 3 players alive and an overshield, this looks like an opportunity for Alpha to push forward, but look at the grenades. The defensive grenades coming in from Barcode to just shut down that overshield functionality and stop the push.
Predictive grenade tosses make that overshield an afterthought as we're at the 90-second mark. Both teams tied at 1. Feels like a scenario where the next score wins. Hopping on board here with Barcode as he elects to go top mid instead of Generator, and that's because the flag is out in the courtyard. 3 go down for Alpha Esports, and now Barcode can spawn trap and give Native Gaming the lead.
I don't know, though. He was looking P-side, but no members of Alpha were spawning there. I'm a little bit worried that Alpha was escaping somewhere else. No, it's not going to matter. The cap's still going to go in, and Alpha just seemingly not on the map. Okay, they do show up here on the car side. We'll have to see if they can make a push. With just 1 minute on the clock, they need at least a pull before this clock strikes 0.
Defense is the move here for Native Gaming, but you don't want to play so defensive that you give space on the map to Alpha Esports. You can push out the opposition, push out that line of scrimmage, and almost use offense as the best form of defense. As Gilkey now makes his way to car 2, has 2 players down to low HP, 1 down to 1 shot, make it 2. He can't find the finish just yet. Alpha Esports being so pesky with Gilkey, but Gilkey the veteran finds it with his last shot, and a trade will be a good scenario there for Native Gaming, but Alpha Esports are starting to press up on the map. Great grenade toss there from Barcode, earns the nade shot slay, and maybe even the victory here in Game 3 for Native.
Game is in Leor's hands. He's already in this util side. He's playing great defense to stop Barcode from pushing through, but needs some teammates' help. Look at the push out, the aggression out of Acid. And Leor has lived for so long. This all started with him surviving car 2. You'll have to remember, multiple members of Native could not take him down. Now he's all the way in the base. He's still alive. He kills Tapping, and this looks like a potential flag pull for sure right now for Alpha. 4 dead for Native.
4 go down, and it's a sudden death overtime scenario. Par chart will be on your screen. Alpha Esports looking to tie things up in the waning moments of Game 3 as Lior gets across the 50-yard line with 75% of his shields. Gets it back to 100%. Patient here with the opportunity to tie things up, and oh my God! It's a goal line stand at the 1-inch line. All 4 go down for Alpha Esports, and Native Gaming are gonna win it!
Wow, the goal line stand. Leor, in that position, he had to make a decision. He saw his teammates dying around him. He said, if I just YOLO this, I have a chance to get it in. But you wonder, could he have just kept the flag in the car side? I don't know. That could have also been risky.
I thought he played patient enough, though. Remember, he was at 75%, went to 100% shields. He waited till he got back up to full shields. I don't know what more he could have done. I think that was just Native Gaming icing the F up when it mattered most. 1 inch separated those 2 teams in a Game 3. Now it's 2-1 Native Gaming instead of 2-1 Alpha Esports. That was nuts.
That was insane. What did you see here, Ali? I mean, that was a crazy in-game. Oh.
Wow. I was trying to figure out how they got the kill. Where it was 3 people shooting at him at the same time. He had 100% health. No, it was an incredible.
Yeah. That was just a wild way for that game to end. But we're switching gears here. Looks like we got Sentinels.
No rest for the weary, man.
Yeah,
There's more Halo to be played.
Sorry, you're out of breath?
Come on, guys.
You better catch
Keep
it.
working.
There we go. Sentinels ITV, very similar story here. 2-1. Make it 3-1, though. Sentinels take a firm control of the lead.
Wow. I do need to catch my breath, but I'm only going to take 2 seconds to do that because we already got another great game on our screen. Sentinels up by 2 with 8 minutes left. There's still plenty of time in this one, but Sentinels have grabbed control of the match here early. Woodham, though, the slay in the feed, is able to help take down 3 for Sentinels. Precision, the last Spartan standing, going to wait for his teammates to spawn back up. And
starting soon, by the way.
We're going to start, we're going to do the best of what we got.
Well. I think this is the break you wanted.
No, I want to keep watching more Halo, man. I'll sleep when I'm dead, as Bound finds one dead, takes Manny down with the fist. We're getting more continuous action. Again, W production in the chat. 99 LVT and Izzy slaying out behind the scenes, making sure you guys don't miss quite literally a second of the action.
No, this is insane. I mean, we got so much Halo happening, 4 different stations, 4 different matches. Space Station Gaming, elimination round 1, by the way. So
shocking.
I mean, these guys are no strangers to making losers bracket runs. It usually doesn't start in literally losers round 1. But that's what happens when some crazy upsets happen in pool. They had to face against Optic in winners round 1. Optic won that game 5. And now, backs against the wall for Space Station. This is usually the best we see them play.
Yeah, Complexity really threw a monkey wrench in the tournament bracket by going from 3rd place in pools to 1st, leapfrogging Quadrant and Optic Gaming as they make their way to a potential top 6, top 4, top 3 finish. Who knows what the sky is the limit. The sky's the starting point, it feels like, for Complexity at this tournament, as Eco now works his way into the opponent's base, already has a flag out, looking to play for those slays, plan their process, and just by hopping from team to team, match to match, that's what you really notice in the big 3, top 3. They play their process so damn well.
You're not wrong. You know who also plays so damn well? It's Legend. He's 25 and 13. I've been quoted saying that he might be the best Aquarius flag player in the world because this man is somehow always moving from his base to the other base with maximum efficiency on curb slides and outputting maximum damage, and he ends up with the most flag grabs, the most flag caps, the most kills, the most assists. Like, this guy is incredible on this map.
All right, here we go. Switching back to our lower round 1 featured matchup between Alpha Esports and Native Gaming. A heartbreaking 1 millimeter, 1 inch finish there, but a clutch goal line stand for Native Gaming. And like we talked about with APG on the couch just an hour ago, it comes down to more calm comms in moments like that, and we're seeing that. So Native Gaming making improvements and adaptations on the fly. So impressive for them, but in the moment they go 3 down. Acid and Alpha Esports are going to earn more and more ball time because of it.
The names got mixed up at the bottom. This is actually Acid's screen, not Gilkey, just so you know. And Alpha did a great job to win that situation. They got 3 dead as Camo was spawning with ball already in hand. That's why they've already got 27 seconds on the board. But look how fast Native come off spawn with the Vengeance. Leor spawns behind the push, though, and can't get any value out of it. So Barcode with the awareness to say, okay, there's still 1 spawner left. He probably spawned behind us. Let me make sure to cut him out of the equation, make sure my teammates can get the ball. Very well executed by Native in that push.
Cerebral play there from APG to utilize the Shroud screen, not to grab camo like we usually see on the streets, but now the oddball and the first bit of time here for Native Gaming in round number 1. 28 to a rolling 10 here. Make it 9, now 10. Oh, well, I should stop trying to keep up with the scoreboard because these players keep playing fast and frenetic. Now APG working on a rotation from A to C, and he does so flawlessly.
Beautiful ball juggling there from APG. He's been juggling balls for a long time in Halo, I'll tell you that much.
18 years to be exact.
Yeah, that's a lot of ball juggling. But looks like Gilkey pushing up here. He's going to take down Trifts. Marco takes down Leor, and this should be a way for Native Gaming to get into the lead. Looks like they have the position known of Nova, last player alive, and Drift and Leor coming off spawn. Let's see how they play this. Will they take their time? They have to contest this camouflage, but they also cannot expose themselves too early before their teammates come off spawn.
Such an impressive decision there from Native Gaming to rotate the oddball from A to C. Even more impressive to execute on the defensive stand by taking 3 down for Alpha Esports. That's going to give them the lead here now, 28 to 36, and it's more rotation. They go from A to C to B rail. Now drop the oddball, almost like a mini reset here onto the palm trees, but Alpha pick it up quickly. Nice play from them.
Nice play from them, but I'm also feeling like Native should have got more out of that last neutral win. When they had 3 dead, they didn't really get much ball time at all.
Do you think they should have held after taking 3 down as opposed to working a rotation, Eli?
I think so. I mean, you might as well just take the space that's right next to you, right? You can always spread out from that point, force the spawns to the opposite corner. You don't have to do much movement if the other team is all dead, right? You're just choosing their next spawn location.
I agree. I appreciate and respect the rotation there. I think that's the key to winning an oddball, especially in a map like Streets where there's not much space to work with. But I think doing a little bit more than you need to there, making the game harder than you need to for Native Gaming as they'll go 3 down. And now Leor and Alpha Esports have the opportunity to hold that oddball at C, but the push is already coming through from Native Gaming. Great play there from Barco, despite facing a ton of grenade damage, stays alive with 1 HP. A little bit more ball time.
He's got a bodyguard here in his teammate Gilkey holding down front of C. Gilkey maybe overheated just a little bit there, finds himself front C. Might have had a one-shot player in his sights that he wanted to take out. APG gonna comfortably finish 1 kill of the aggressive actions from Alpha. Uses this repulse to guarantee the trade when he was down in that fight by shield advantage. So very clean trade from APG, but look at this. Alpha just gonna grab the ball and run away with it. A little bit of keep away being played here from the team from Mexico.
Gilkey with that nice spike grenade actually drew in a trade on Acid. Where it looked like Acid had him pretty easily in a +1 net outcome. 43-53 here as Native Gaming hold on to that 10-second lead. It's still in round number 1 here. Crucial one where Native Gaming are on match point, looking to shut the door and send Alpha Esports home.
Tapping has the ball, has many members of Alpha swarming on him, but Barcode tries to save him. Noble's got a great position to shut him down. Actually, no, Noble did that from C stairs, so he gets a very clean double kill from very far away.
You can do that when you have a great grenade toss. The location of the opponent is sort of unknown. I remember even Walshy last night when he was, or Thursday night, God, was casting our gameplay. He assumed that a crazy grenade toss happened because he didn't know where Lunchbox went down from. So that's what I saw right there, was a great grenade play there from Alpha Esports. Still 43-61. Native Gaming up by a fairly considerable amount with 2 minutes left on the clock. Barcode just looking to play time and space and positioning with this next reset. Make sure they have more slays than not before picking up this next oddball.
Tell you what, Native Gaming do not want this to go to a Game 5. They are not very comfortable in Slayers right now. Granted, they did win one in their last series, but only by a few kills, and I think Alpha is just a tough matchup in Slayers in general, so they're definitely looking to close this out right here, right now.
Yeah, Native Gaming did earn a Game 5 victory to get here to pools, but I don't know if they want to get back to it, especially with the opportunity to close the door now. But it's Alpha Esports who are scoring more, down by just 10 seconds. And the push has got to come through eventually.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, how do they spread out from here?
The push is actually happening from Alpha Esports. They're extending out.
Which is smart. I mean, when you have the ball, you don't want to just let the other team wrap around you. You want to push them back as far as possible, stop them from advancing into the lane so they can create those collapses. But the push from Alpha comes very strong here. They do swarm the A tower, but ultimately it looks like Native do come out on top. They get 3 dead, the camouflage, and the oddball as well. They should now extend their lead.
Oh, Gilkey. Love that play there, not to burn the camo. Waits till he gets a few more shots on his opponent. As safe and as clear as the coast can be, finally pops that camo and now has about 20 seconds left to work with. Setting up for a back smack on anybody who wants to push out from the spiker stairs, and I just see that here soon enough. But with that player set up on the cafe, I'm expecting more of a bait and switch scenario right here.
So smart the way they played this. I think that player on cafe was purposefully standing in a way that they would play if they didn't have a teammate near them. It's kind of an extra level of thinking, like, okay, if I have a teammate next to me, I'm going to play a certain way. If I'm alone, I'm going to play a certain way. With my camo guy here, I'm going to act like I'm alone. You know what I mean? It's just an extra way to try to fake out your opponent. Ends up not working out in that instance, but I like the thought process.
77-83, it's just a 6-second match with 60 seconds left. Drift now dropping down into C. Helps take down 3, 2 go down for Alpha Esports, so it's a +1 net outcome for Alpha. But they're not going to grab the oddball just yet because that would make it a 1v1 essentially. So they're going to play for spawns here, wait for the rest of Alpha to spawn up. But Acid getting shot in the back. The pitch comes through on the left side from APG. Great positioning here from Native Gaming. Shooting across the map, APG taking the front side and playing the same exact opponents despite not being right next to each other. Oh, Noble gets back smacked here. Native Gaming are playing this meticulously.
Yeah, but I don't know. It looks like Alpha the ones that get it out. I would have loved to see APG play the ball out earlier to kind of prevent this from being possible. It's now tied 83 all, 30 seconds on the clock. Alpha have the option to hold, which they should, 10 seconds to just win the round outright. But with the push from Native coming in, they're probably going to have to play this to the center of the map.
At some point, they'll have to drop the oddball. I don't think they can get all the way to 100. As 2 will go down, Native Gaming will regain control of C, and potentially this lead, they could steal it here. But because of the map streets, Alpha are going to go 4 down, but they're going to have a chance, I believe, to get back on their high horse and get across this map.
I don't think
but they got to do so quickly.
They got to throw some Kobe grenades here if they're going to possibly stop this, but no. Tapping just going to play in a position that's very difficult to grenade. That was super
There's
smart.
your position.
Yeah.
Tucked into a corner, tapping buttons with a smart heads-up objective play. Heads down with the oddball, but it's the play that gives Native Gaming the edge here. 1 round away from moving on to lower round 2.
All right, this opening going to be very important. Barco just grabs the ball and gets out. I like this play. A lot of teams wait until they have significant advantage before they grab the ball, but why not milk some early ball time? He's probably going to have to drop it, though, when Gilkey dies. Barcode's gun is now required in the fight, so he ultimately does go down as well. It's a 4 dead for Native, so maybe the early ball grab's not advised, but Gilkey gets a fantastic spawn on the Cafe side and already has a double.
Oh my God! Alpha Esports should have had 10 to 15 seconds by now, setting up with a stronghold on the PD, but Gilkey is the only player alive, the first off spawn after all 4 go down for Native Gaming, finds the double kill, and now he's scoring more time. It's actually going to be Native Gaming with the 20-second mark. How did Gilkey do that?
I mean, let's be real, he got a good spawn. That's how he did it. But he got a spawn with the one-shot player in his sight line, killed him, and then jumped out with perfect timing to get another kill. I mean, he got the lucky spawn, but he also made the most out of it. So, I mean, there's a difference between, you know, being handed a lemon and making lemonade, or just, you know, dropping it on the floor and stomping on it. You know what I mean? So,
like Tools when his cheese cup fell the other day. Noble now.
Ali Susan it on that one.
25 all. We got a close one here in the lower round 1 matchup. Sorry, I have the visual stuck in my head of Tools sadly walking away like a puppy dog with his cheese sauce on the ground. All right, let's get back into the action here. Noble. 2 down for Native Gaming, 2 down for Alpha Esports. Make it 3 for Native as Alpha should regain control of the map and the oddball, but this 1v1 is crucial. Barcode wins it, but not before going down shortly after. That'll give oddball control back to Drift.
Look at your stat line, 25 and 11. He is towering over the lobby and slays right now. 10 assists. Now adding some ball time to that repertoire. Having himself a game, but they're still down in this game. Leor gets a nice camo grab here. Have to rotate backwards. One thing I've noticed about APG, he has not been seeing these camo players. I don't know what it is. Like, a lot of players have camo eyes. I'm gonna just call you out right now, Brad. You got to work on the camo eyes. You're just not seeing these guys sometimes.
Gotta dump the brightness setting or something. As you're right, I've noticed that even on a recharge a few times, so you're absolutely right, Eli. As Lure makes his way through on the spiker stairs, drops down with the nade presence on the top side of spikes, and now with 3 down for Native Gaming, Alpha Esports will continue to build on that lead, make it all 4.
Wow, great rotation here from Leor. Gonna just try to cut off the entry points from both the driveway and the stairs at the same time. Just get some shots into tapping. That's gonna slow him down at the very least. That's gonna lead to even more oddball time. It's not all that important to land the slays as long as you push these guys back, but the push is gonna be here from Native, and I don't know if they have time to play this ball. This might be a free C setup now for Native, and look how fast APG recognized the situation. He says, I'm the extended portion of the L. If I go straight to Cafe, Alpha's only spawn point available is going to be PD, and he can absolutely punish them for dying in that moment.
Wonderful cross-map shots there from APG, now setting up on the bench. Oh, that's predictive analysis there. That's incredible. Expected that player to jump up there. Teammate takes him down, but nonetheless, it's great positioning and posturing from APG as he continues to deal out damage, helping take down 3 from Alpha Esports after they had just previously gone 4 down. That gets Native Gaming right back in the mix. They're down less than 10.
All of this time is because Alpha did not place himself in a position to be able to play the ball. They gave a free setup to Native at a time that APG was already extended on the map. And all of this ball time has been the direct result of that non-play. This is so important to position yourself just right so that you are not punished in this way. And by the way, this rotation from tapping is absolutely brilliant as they recognize the spawners are coming in from the driveway side.
Oh, but it gets caught out by Lure. Great heads-up play there. You could argue a great heads-up play there from tapping buttons once again to make sure that trades out. As we hop on board here with Acid, backside of A, now on the top side, looking to support this oddball. Gonna get to the back of A and earn a little bit more time, a little bit more cover. Now it's Acid actually with it, drops it quickly, has a chance to pick up 2 with the grenade, but his teammates do instead as he works his way back to where he began, and now Alpha Esports have regained control of the lead. This one's been back and forth.
And this is the most important hold, right? Because they could technically win the game here. Okay, they recognize that the spawners are coming out on the arcade side, so they quickly rotate. They want to get into C, but honestly, they can just hold it right here. It's not that bad to hold it shotgun. There's only a couple entry points to this area. As long as you have enough eyes to watch it, should be totally fine. They do now take a 20-point lead, but can they hold on to it?
We go down for Alpha, so they're going to have to drop that oddball and play defensively. Native Gaming with a fantastic push, pinching through on the left and right side of the map, and now they have the oddball back in their possession. 86 to a rolling 75 as Barcode has the oddball. Gilkey has Luor's backside. Drift as well as he throws a couple grenades out. Oh my God, and it sticks. That's a Hail Mary. No metal on your screen, but I'm going to count it as one.
Feels like a Hail Mary on a map as small as streets. That's a difficult angle to land it as well. But look at this. A member of Alpha gets all the way behind the setup. Tapping does take him down, but the damage has been done. Drift finds a double kill and completely nullifies the native hold. And Tapping Buttons will finally win the situation, but the spawners and native have to come off before they can grab that ball. And we'll
95 seconds left. Native Gaming just 5 seconds away from winning this series, and that will do it. It's all but over, and now it is APG with the final bits of time. Sends Native Gaming to round number 2.
All right, someone's clicking too many buttons on the observer. Like
they're tapping too many buttons.
They're tapping too many buttons.
I saw him in the lobby and thought, yeah, we'll do our best impersonation. I don't know what else can be said for that.
I'm
but,
just here trying to spot any headset dents here from the APG side. Remember, we had some headset dents on the little... I don't see any.
No, these are true athletes.
Wait, let's see.
I mean, he's wearing the do-rag, so it's not fair, right? He's covering the headset.
Oh, he's taking off the hoodie. I kind of see a headset dent a little bit there. Never mind. That's
I like how you can tell who everybody is despite not seeing their face. Like, that's Tapping Buttons. That's Gilkey. Previously, we saw APG. There he is there. And just a phenomenal job. Tapping Buttons once again. Just a phenomenal job from SSG. I think one of the best media day productions that we've seen yet, as we are back into a lower round 1 matchup. Game number 4, Sentinels versus ITB. Sentinels up in round number 1, 91 to a 70 for ITB, as Sentinels need just a few more seconds to close the door. And with 2 going down for ITB, they should do just that.
By the way, I know we're still on to the next match already, but I just want to say congrats to Native. That's their top 8 finish. Is that their first top 8 finish on LAN? I feel like they've had that top 12 curse.
That's right.
For a majority of the season. So finally getting over the hump, finding themselves in top 8.
Man.
Likely to be a tough matchup because of how many killers are falling into the lower bracket, but we'll have to see who they match up against for top 6 coming up shortly here.
Really feels like we're seeing Native Gaming put it all together as Sentinels put together a round 1 victory here against ITB. Multiple players going down on each side. Camo up soon, but it's going to be Mighty's making it away with the oddball. Drops it for now, sensing the push here from Boo Boo Doo, and with some help from Chick, takes him down and takes more time. But oh no, Lethal pushing up on the Cafe side, cleans him up.
Okay, Precision been absolutely lights out this weekend with the perfect shots with the Stalker. Disgusting. Pushing up. I like that grenade bounce as well. That's going to land in the center of the top A tower. I think a lot of people throw their grenade a little bit too far in that position, but these plays from Precision, he's just making sure he stays alive, and teammates are here to help.
Precision not only with the perfect shots, but intercepts that oddball from getting reset down to bottom mid. So Precision playing himself some heads up Halo as that gives Sentinels the early edge in this one. Still early though, 9-5.
Okay. Precision advancing up on this B side. He just loves to hold this side. He's just kind of rotating back and forth from tires. B rail, very confident with the shots here, as he should be. Very precise most of the time. He does get taken down though. This could be a decent oddball hold for ITB. They've just got to predict the next set of spawns.
And is there anybody, Eli, that gets more of a land buff than Precision? Dude plays from Hawaii on 600 ping. And it's just great to see him play, not only online, but I really feel like we see the best version of Ethan here on LAN as Jimbo goes down on the benches. The grenade toss, 3 go down, make it all 4 for ITB. Sentinels, ever since, I can't really recall exactly what moment it was today, but we're noticing much better gameplay from them. They actually disappointed earlier, losing to an open bracket team 3-0. That was Alpha Esports. Now they're seeming to find their form, and Sentinels, it makes sense. They're a veteran team for the most part. They get better with age.
Yeah, I mean, Lethal also with a very funny tweet about his feelings on the schedule. I mean, maybe they were not playing their best in a situation because they were maybe a bit more tired. They're required to be in the venue a bit longer than some other teams, which, you know, it's hard to be at like full brain capacity at 12 a.m. and also be at full brain capacity at 7 p.m. You know, like,
good point.
if you've only got 3 hours to play your matches, it's pretty easy to guarantee you, like, you're locked in for that time period.
TJ had even tweeted earlier this season, you know, at 25, maybe I get that back, but nearing 35, I don't recover the same way I used to. So you're right, it's a marathon, not a sprint here. You got to put together 3 consecutive days of the best Halo you've ever played, and that's difficult to do, especially when you're getting milked by the schedule.
Exactly right, and I highly recommend you guys read the tweet. By the way, he's hilarious.
Oh,
says he's entering his Karen era. And understands why
someone
Karen's
photoshopped
Karen.
Lethal with a
yeah,
with
someone photoshopped Lethal with the Karen haircut. That would be fantastic.
Well, no jokes here as Sentinels is starting to grow on this lead, up 30 seconds and more as they continue to lock down that oddball. Most importantly, they're locking down control of the Stalker rifle. Previously, we saw Precision with it. Now it's Boo Boo Doo looking to do some more work with it. Spots Jimbo, and oh, Jimbo, the reversal perfy. Killing spree from Boo Boo Doo, stacking up bodies and medals.
It's so satisfying when 3 medals appear on your screen at the same time. You're like, man, I got so many accolades. Like, it just feels good, man. Boo Boo knows he's locked in now. 18 and 12, 13 assists. We're used to seeing that high assist column, but several members of Sentinels with a lot of assists, including Lethal, who's got 20 kills and 16 assists. That's an insane game so far from him.
4 go down, another triple here for Precision. And he's going to turn that into immediate ball time. And again, that's another skill difference. I was going to say skill issue, skill differential. Teams that get 3 down and immediately turn it into objective time. That's what we just saw from Precision. He's having himself a hell of a game. The most slays for Sentinels and the most oddball time too.
Falcated's usually that dude for the slaying department on this squad, but when he doesn't have to, he probably feels pretty good about it. He's got a minute oddball time himself, which is a lot more than we're used to seeing for him.
Yeah.
Not that he's a selfish player, but he's just so valuable running around the map and just out-banditing everyone that he's typically not the guy holding it. But clearly, look at the way he's patient here as well. Calculated just when he should start shooting his gun there. Gets the most out of that camouflage.
I'll never forget, what was it? I think it was on this map. Was it 56 or was it recharge with
I think recharge.
oddball?
Yeah, I think he got to the 60s.
Maybe it was even 62.
I think he has the record for most kills in the tournament.
He does.
In a single game.
Absolutely does. I'll never forget that performance. I forget exactly how many slays he got, but that's good. It's because he got so many. Falcated now sending his opponent to the sky. That's Woodham, and he gets taken down. A little bit of help from his duo, it feels like now. Precision, as the 2 frag buddies are now doing both, fragging out and scoring more OBJ, as Sentinels in the lead here, up by about double or so on match point. Already won round number 1, looking to seal the deal.
ITB would really like to keep their tournament alive, but they've got their work cut out for them. Just a minute and a half on the clock. You're down by double in this round. All it would take is like a squad wipe, a solid hold, and a solid defensive effort, and they could bring themselves back into it. It's got to start right here, right now. As I say that, 3 dead for Sentinels. Maybe I've predicted the future because this is starting to look like a comeback situation.
Curious to see how ITB play this. As Woodham has the oddball and the push comes through from Sentinels. He's going to have to drop it now and play for time. Chick with a fantastic cluster look. Double kill grenade, and they're going to get that team wipe. 4 go down once again for Sentinels, and ITB might just steal the lead.
Was that the opposite of a caster curse? Did I just caster bless ITB? Because it's happening in real time. The exact conditions they needed to bring themselves back in and keep their tournament hopes alive is happening right before our eyes, but they have to hold off Sentinels for a couple more pushes to win this round.
69 as ITB now have the lead, up by just 3. As 3 go down for ITB, 2 down for Sentinels, so gonna get a little mixy here. Woodham looking to work a rotation, maybe a reset here. Drops that oddball out to the streets. Thought maybe he'd drop it out to the trash can, but instead must have some intel. Yes, based on the PD spawns, maybe the coach Wonderboy calling for Woodham to take it to the right. As he does go down shortly afterwards, which was expected in a 1v4 scenario, but he did buy his team enough time to get back in the fight.
3 dead again for Sentinels. This should be more oddball time. They've got to be worried about Falcated though. And they do. Jimbo, perfect grenade. Ball's being held by Chick. Now the spawns from Sentinels coming up in the PD side. This has to be a perfect push if they want to close the door on this series.
85 and rolling to 70. Sentinels are down in this fight, but not in the game. As Chick looking to score the remaining 10 seconds, but with 2 going down for ITB, he's got to drop the oddball. Lucky enough to take down Precision and trade out there, but possession should go back to Sentinels. Do they rotate it? Do they take it back to C? They try to, but shortly go down after. Lethal now in a tricky situation, looking to score some more time, but first he's got to score more slays.
Took a single point of damage from the B rail. Understands that, patiently waiting, but so many grenades are coming through. Falcated finds a grenade kill onto Woodham, but look at the push from ITB. They're both in here. 2v2 on the map now. Mighties and Jimbo versus Boo Boo. Falcated, the roommates from Dallas, Texas. Can they come out on top in this situation? They need to close this out.
Only 24 seconds left on the clock, and that gives the lead and the edge, the advantage in this round to ITB. They can milk that clock and force Sentinels to overextend for this oddball and hopefully pick up a few freebies if you're ITB. As Jimbo, the captain, works his way through the high side, continuing to dwindle down that regulation clock, continuing to dwindle down the life force for Sentinels, and it looks more and more likely like we're going to a round 3.
ITB have life, and it's kind of reminded me of a certain series we casted back in Arlington against Proton Gaming. ITB icing up in a round 2, catapulting themselves to a reverse sweep. Could they do it versus Sentinels here? We'll have to see it picture-in-picture showing Pure versus Quadrant on the other side. Quadrant up 2-0 over Pure.
Pure from top 4 to top 12. That would not be the consistency factor you were expecting and looking to see from Pure. Everybody wanted to know, was it a fluke or not? Not the best performance here so far. They do have a chance to reverse sweep Quadrant, but boy, is that going to be difficult. Opening moments now of round number 3 here in a 2-1 series. Sentinels up by 1. We're tied in this oddball. Both teams playing for crucial slays in the early going to feel safe to make a rotation with this oddball, and it's Boo Boo Doo can go left to A, can go right to C, but it looks like he's going to take that one to A.
I like Lethal's rotation here with the camo. By the way, I don't know if we can call any victory or placement a fluke at this point in Halo Infinite. Everyone's just so good. It's like, who just iced up at the end of the game? Often all the difference, and so many upsets happening already this weekend. We're going to see a very different top 8 this time around for sure. Here we go. Sentinels want to take their place into that top 8, prove that they are still here. And right now, pretty comfortably have control of this A side of the map, but probably not comfortable to hold it the entire time. Boo Boo going to drop this ball and help his teammate fight, most likely here shortly.
Stalker possession again. It's tied 1-1 game, but the Stalker and sandbox control has heavily been in favor of Sentinels as they start to work that rotation, but Chick and his teammate sense it. Mighties goes down though. That Stalker rifle has been so strong for Sentinels, able to take Chick down to 1 HP, but Chick playing his life so well, surviving on top of the shotgun. Now he's just calling for Woodham to help him out. A little bit of a 1v1 here from Booba Dooba, but some nice shots there, and help actually from Lethal. So more impressive teamwork in that instance from Sentinels, but can they turn it into more time? Happy enough to be up by 26 in the early goings.
Wasn't I saying earlier how, oh yeah, Falcade is not slaying out, so he can be the oddball guy. He stopped being the oddball guy. He's got 36 now, out of nowhere. This guy just popping off.
Said you guys were talking about my world record. Maybe I can go for it once again. I don't think he's going to get there now, but a 40 bomb is well within sight for Sentinels top fragger, Falcated, but 3 go down in that moment. Z Mighties is going to earn an easy possession of the oddball, take it back to A, and he had camo in his back pocket, so he's going to activate it delayed, and it's going to be on Chig, the coach for Sentinels, to have somehow been able to time that and give his team the heads-up alert.
Mighty's being very careful. You can tell Sentinels are looking for him, and 3 members of Sentinels just show up and cut him down in an instant. Mighty's only able to get a few shots down before being taken down himself. So great neutralization of that camo by Sentinels, and they still maintain the lead and give ITB a lot less resources to work with.
Falcated now, going to clean up the remaining shields for Chick as he does just that. Woodham has some defensive shots there from Falcated, looking to set up Sentinels for a rotation with that oddball, but after Boo Boo Dooba goes down with it, Falcated just playing for slays on the left side, recognizing that 2v1 so quickly. My God, he gets the hell out of dodge at just the right time. But can he stay alive? No, he goes down to Chick. How many times has Chick thrown 2 cluster luck grenades that, if not take down both outright, get him with a clean headshot, clean up for the double kill? Chick has routinely been on fire with the frags.
This frag grenade precision is absolutely out of this world right now. He's got 21 assists this game as well, just some monumental damage output. But man, Sentinels just feel like you can get 2 of them dead, but the other 2 are gonna make you pay for it very quickly. So far, they've been very hard to keep down for very long. Rarely do they go 4 dead all at the same time. There's always somebody there to clean up the pieces. As we see 3 dead for ITB and a clean ball grab into Ivy. And this looks like a good chance for a lot of ball time.
What do you know? Stalker still in the hands of Sentinels. That's one thing ITV has to do if they want to get back in this one. As we take a look at the picture-in-picture split screen, Quadrant take a 3-2 lead with 30 seconds left. Pure might just go home with a top 12 finish.
Pure, the talk of the town after the last event, could just go down, but they do still have a chance to pull the flag. We'll have to check back in on that. Falcated does cross that 40 kill threshold that we had priorly mentioned. But honestly, ITB not looking too bad in this round. When we just swapped over to the picture-in-picture, Sentinels looked to have a good hold, but ITB shut it down very quickly.
Routinely seen EU earn 2 teams in the top 8 throughout HCS Season 3, and 1 of 2 are going to secure that right here. Can ITB get back in the series against Sentinels to earn what we've seen throughout the season for the European Halo community, as Jimbo has the oddball in his hand, sensing pressure, plays that oddball preemptively, now gets a predictive grenade toss out, baiting the oddball actually, so Sentinels wants to go take it, Jimbo nades it, only able to earn an assist from that, but it does help take down 2. It's Mixie right now on the cuts, 2 versus 2, Booba Dooba looking to stay alive, gets repulsored back, gets his shields back up though, and takes that oddball, but that's bait, I think he's gonna go down, he does!
This is starting to get mixy, both teams really just trying to get these slays in any way they can. So many kills trading out left and right. No one really comfortable to grab the oddball for quite a while now. ITB going to be totally fine with all this time burning off the clock as they currently do maintain the lead, but this one should certainly come down to the wire.
90 seconds left in regulation and a 12-second lead. ITB hopping on board here with Booba Dooba. Got the back of Mighty's. Takes it, but Mighty somehow, quick press of the B button, earns a trade that he maybe shouldn't have.
I think one of his teammates must have shot Boo Boo in the back there to weaken him just enough to make that trade possible, but I have to agree with you, Boo Boo with cleaner shots could have got that kill without trading for sure. Lethal gonna sneak away with the oddball, kind of in the middle of a fight. I kind of like this. Camo's coming up soon, but how do they play this? Do they drop the ball and prioritize the camo grab? I think Lethal's trying to play multitasker here. He wants to get the ball, but also have eyes on mid to see if he can help his teammates get it. Shroud does go down over it. Boo Boo Doobu swung in for it, but looks like a member of ITB probably the ones to get out with that camo.
4 go down, and ITB have a chance in the final minute of this match to regain the lead, 59 and rolling to 58. Gonna take much more than that though, as Sentinels are on the push after some B spawns. They're splitting 2-2 down the pink and red side of the map, as Woodham takes to the heaven to have some high side positioning. Chick finds a back smack once again. Chick with the front fist takes down 2. And how many times have we seen Chick in the feed with a double kill? Chick is having a great performance here. 32 and 37, sure he's -5, but it feels like every single slay of those 32 has been so impactful. 82 and rolling now as ITB look to win game 4 and set us to a game 5.
He's also got 24 assists, but you're right, that's coming down to the wire. 45 seconds on the clock. Sentinel's got to not only get the ball, but get enough slays to hold it comfortably without burning too much time off the clock. Looks like step 1 and 2 are in effect. Falcated wants to hold this ball, but he can't afford to drop it too much. 41 seconds, though, is actually a good enough amount of time that they can win at least 1 or 2 more fights and drop the ball.
That's right. Sentinels don't have to overextend for this time. They can play for this next gunfight, but they gotta win it. Falcated earns 1. Gonna be tough to take down Woodham. Oh, Woodham works past that grenade, drops down the Shroud screen with mouse and keyboard, but he goes down shortly after, so despite going down, Falcated does, he earns an assist. A killing spree double kill here in the end game for Booba Doobu. Might just bring them back, but they've only got 15 seconds to work with, and the clock is quickly dwindling down.
Ball gets reset right before Booba could grab it, so they took a lot of time to try to win that fight, but didn't touch it at all in the process. That reset is very good for ITB, but Falcated is able to get away. No, sorry, Booba Dooba gets away with the ball, and they're about to take the lead, but 3 seconds on the clock. Where is ITB?
One final push up the map. Jimbo leads the way. The tip of the spear takes down 1, and he's looking to take down the oddball carrier. Booba Dooba goes down, and with 1 second left, ITB are gonna force that game 5.
By 1 second in round 3. Are you kidding me? That was insane.
We have not had a chance to catch our breath, but I'm not mad. And tick-tock goes the clock. We're still watching more Halo.
Was that Woodham with the mouse?
Yes, I was just
That's the hardest shot I've ever seen.
Everybody else has a Halo weapon, but Woodham shows a different kind of weapon.
That's his weapon of choice.
Mouse and keyboard.
There he is.
I thought it was so fun seeing the way he played that last moment to stay alive. Like the way he was able to move on keyboard and just drop the Shroud and turn around. Like it's crazy how quick you can be as a a mouse and keyboard player. I wonder if at some point it'll be valuable to just have one mouse and keyboard player on your team.
Dude,
That's so hard.
That might be my favorite shot of the weekend.
That's so
Wow,
hard.
2-2 here for these two. 2-2 here for these two. This is gonna be a heated game 5. I don't think Sentinels is happy about this at all, but ITV might just be excited to, you know, take this one.
Woodham dropped 37 in that game, by the way, which I think is insane.
Yeah.
Sneakiest 37 ever?
On Streets, mouse and keyboard doesn't feel like a Streets map for me, just like conceptually, because I don't know, it's just, it feels like the controller player should have the edge in a majority of fights.
Look at the series layout, Eli. We started off on Livefire. Granted, we didn't get to see it because we were covering so much of the action here on LVT, but it was a 4-1 victory for Into the Breach. Clearly, they take some sort of advantage and edge into this Game 5 in the previous momentum for winning a nail-biter Game 4.
So one thing, though, to remember is Sentinels are always so meticulous. They play like a chess match when it comes to Team Slayers, right? They're so methodical. They don't give an inch. They play that neutral space, right? But Sentinels haven't really felt like the normal Sentinels this weekend so far. I feel like now's the time to take advantage of the fact that they're not in their comfort zone. And if ITV play this fast and aggressive, I think they could catch Sentinels off guard.
No, I agree. I feel like they might still be feeling that loss from Alpha Esports still even now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a head-scratcher. Absolutely. And you have to have a short memory. You have to have that athletic amnesia. Whether you dominate 3-0 or lose 0-3, you got to be able to just put it in the past because it's all about playing in the present moment, putting yourself grounded, playing where your feet are, being where your feet are. And that's hard to do when there's all this chaos firing around. You got bullets flying, frags flying from Chick, and more mouse and keyboard madness from Woodham. I cannot wait to get into this Game 5. Oh.
By the way, this is another Game 5. SSG and Cloud9, elimination round 1. So Space Station at risk of finishing top 12 after winning 2 of the last 3 tournaments.
Unbelievable. We are witnessing madness here on HCS day number 2 here from Salt Lake City, live from the Salt Palace, and there might be some salty gamers after some unexpected top 12 finishes.
Legend with the sniper. We've seen him hit some of the most insane clips of all time with this weapon on this map. Needs to find some slays right here. But Cloud9, how do they play this? They're down by 4, trapped in the garage, and you got to feel like Space Station is not going to give them an inch.
Last I saw Legend was on Twitter, on Livefire, hitting a nasty overkill with it. And he goes down there. Zab picks it up, and that's not the guy you want to give the snipe up to. Another one of those sneaky top 5, top 10 snipers in the HCS. I think Zab's right along the lines of a Gilkey as he looks to make use of one shot left. Doesn't do so, but is able to earn the melee onto Bound, and I thought Bound was going to at least earn the trade.
All the members of Cloud9 have really been impressing me this weekend. Suspector, I feel like, hitting a new high, playing at his absolute best. Manny, chip on his shoulder, coming off that, getting dropped from another team to join this squad. And he has really been stepping up. Often the main Slayer on a squad with Zab.
Triple into overkill to win that King of the Hill on recharge and win the series, by the way. So, yeah, Manny has been earning his stripes, but now it's Septify earning the perfect slay as 2 go down. 3 for Space Station Gaming, and Cloud9 are going to regain the lead. 16, now 17 to 15. They get the camo as well. Perfect, flawless plays there to keep Manny alive with 1 HP. Masterful bait and switch there. I can't believe Cloud9 didn't lose a single resource. In fact, they're gaining even more.
Look at this. They're going to try to get the sniper as well. Sab still has enough camo that he can grab the sniper with it. They're just shooting at the sniper, understanding that that's exactly what's going on. Stellar knows now that Sab has camo sniper. How does Space Station play in this situation? Looks like Eco decides to try to play as a scout and try to find intel for his teammates, but they lose 2 in the process, and the lead is only growing for Cloud9.
Cloud9 had the opportunity to win a Game 5 thriller yesterday against Shopify Rebellion. Will they take back control of their destiny and their fate here in a Game 5 against the back-to-back world champs, defending champs, get ahead of myself, Space Station Gaming. Sab with the quick scope shows why. He's one of the nastiest snipers in the HCS. Lining up a double onto Bound. Happy enough just to stay alive and maintain positioning, but he throws it off into the drink. Heads up play there from Sab is the difference between losing this game 50-49 and winning it instead.
insane that just went over the edge there. I think that the physics, RNG, gods are on his side in that moment, because sometimes that sniper just plops right down to the ground.
Yeah, like
if you recall the Lucid,
it like drops like dead weight.
Yeah. If you recall, Lucid's overkill wouldn't have happened if Mentals had thrown that sniper off the map at the last tournament. So, whew. But as we yip-yap about that, Space Station closing the gap, now down by 1. But I don't like their positioning. They're kind of scurrying in the back of the garage, and this is not a successful place to play out of.
25 all, and it does feel like Cloud9 could have done a little bit more with their resources there, taking down all 4 for Space Station. Nobody going down for Cloud9. They earned camo and snipe in that sequence and weren't able to do much with it. Instead, it's actually going to be Space Station who regain control of the lead, but that's momentarily. We're tied, 27 all.
Just looked at Aliak, and she looks like she's going to have a heart attack because this is so intense. It's been nonstop intensity. Are you guys not entertained?
This is Halo.
This is tied. Okay, now Cloud9 back in the lead by 1. 7 minutes on the clock. Camo's spawning. Everyone needs to rotate across the map.
Eli, the action's so frenetic you can hardly keep up with it, but we'll do our best. Stellar now. Season 2 MVP making his way through the rat tunnel, spots Manny and Sab right in front of him, throws out these grenades to get more additional damage, only earns the trade, and Manny somehow has continued to stay alive. He's done so well to play his life. How is he not dead yet? Suspected goes down, but Manny stays up, and that difference gives Cloud9 the edge by 1.
Down, chasing down. Manny doesn't want him to get away. He does find the kill, but can he escape? Yes. Also has a teammate here to watch his big door from Nest's side that's going to keep Bound alive. SSG always so good at covering each other's backs, but the meticulous gameplay out of Cloud9 has been so impressive. Still a 1-kill game. 6-minute mark approaching rapidly. That's where the next S7 sniper rifle will respawn.
Sense of calm there from Bound, but I believe we are going to head into that main matchup here between Sentinels and ITB, our Game 5 highlighted match. Lower bracket round 1. Feels like we're in the winners quarterfinals or something at this point. This is unbelievable, the halo that we're witnessing at a high level here as ITB win the opening break, but only by 1.
Gonna definitely switch back to the other game before it ends, but just to keep eyes on this, so much action happening at the same time. This game's also close, tied 10-10 in the early goings. Looks like Woodham got that first camo. What can he do with it here?
Ubadubu trying to stay alive at the backside of A. He's had a fantastic start here in Game 5 with 5.
Woodham got a double here as well, looking for 3. Finds Falcon, and then crazy no-scope headshot out of Legends, and then Bound gets a kill as well. Leaves the sniper on the ground. I don't know if it's bugged or if he just decided he needed his bandit in the fight. Yes, does backtrack for that sniper. And now it's a 4-kill lead for Space Station when they needed it most.
Again, it's that sense of calm I see in the player cam for Bound, despite this moment here so tense and tight. That's where the advantage and experience lies, and Space Station have more of it than Cloud9. Granted, you got Suspector, who's a second-place finalist in the Halo World Championship, the first Halo World Championship, but boy, do Space Station look icy right now. Legend with that previous no-scope double kill gives Space Station Gaming a 3-kill lead, 39-36. Bound looking to rack up some more with the snipe, and he's looking at some potential headshots here. Going to be a difficult shot to hit here. Oh, but before his opponent Suspector can drop into trading, he drops him back to the respawn screen. 40-36. Space Station about to move on to round number 2, if not for a miraculous comeback here from Cloud9, but they do take down Bound.
Wow. I mean, it's only down by 2 now. This is absolutely doable for Cloud9. That sniper's still on the ground. I don't know if Stellar is going to go for it. No, he's going to rotate through. Skeptify gets a kill. Suspector gets out with the camo, and this is not over yet, Hunter.
Close in both matches. On the bottom right, 20-20. On our top left, on the main stage, 41-39. And now Suspector has the game in his Molnar armor. It's in the form of that camo, and he's looking to use that power up to take advantage with 4 minutes left. Earns the back smack. No, not a back smack, but he does get the slay onto Bound nonetheless. Cloud9 are only down by 1.
They get 2. Skeptify brings it back within 1. Suspector wanted a little bit more value out of this camo. It's about to dissipate now as it does. He's been spotted out by Legend, who just completely fries him with the commando somehow. Now Space Station 2-kill lead. This is still so close.
44, 45, 44. It all comes down to this, and Bound looking to stamp his ticket to round number 2. It sounds so ridiculous to say that. That's the fact of the matter. Bound has 19 slays, absolutely frying here in game number 5. And if he adds a few more, he'll advance Space Station Gaming to lower round 2. For now, we're going to have a standstill. It's going to take the sandbox to get both of these 2 teams off their starting point.
We're also tied in the bottom right, 25 all between Sentinels and ITB, and round 5 or game 5. This is absolutely incredible Halo that we're witnessing. This is coming to a crawl. And Sab gets the opening slay.
It's tied 45 all. Bound makes his way through. G sliding his way into the cuts. Cuts down Skeptified. Does he get the double? No! Sab takes down Bound instead. 46 all. We're tied. Stiller has the snipe in his hand, but he goes down to Sab's fist. Legend trades out with Sab and might just get that sniper back. But the Spectre takes him down on the cuts. Unbelievable match we're witnessing. 47-46. Who's gonna win it?
Man, he has the sniper. The game's in his hand. I've seen him ice up in these spots before. Can he do it again? I've seen him hit these snipe headshots when his team needs it. No, he gives the sniper to Skep. Skep is going to be that dude for them this game.
What a vote of confidence for the free-for-all legend, Septify, to have the snipe in his hand, lining up a free-fire shot, but it's a little high. Vico pushes through. I don't know if he'll hit that shot. Just there, noticing the Spartan silhouette. Oh, to gather some intel and gather some more shots.
Bound playing so risky, bottom center.
Bound peeks, and I'm surprised that frag grenade didn't take him down.
Many swings for the cleanup, but he can't get it. Another member of SSG there to protect Bound's life. They're playing so risky, but they have to in this moment. Down by 1, they have to get clean kills without trading.
It's a 1-kill game in both our matches, 32-31 and 48-47 on the main stage. Cloud9 about to pull the upset of the year as Septify playing calm, cool, and collected, patient with that snipe, but now he makes his move with his bandit out, shots into Eco and Legend, anticipating the push here, looking to line up a no-scope, a quick scope onto Stellar or Bound. It's a bait and switch potential. 2 players there. Bound gets the opening strike, Suspector goes down. They're gonna start collapsing on the tunnel system, and somehow, some way, Space Station have regained the lead, and they're gonna win the match! Unbelievable finish! SSG ice up, and they're not dead yet!
What is going on right now? ITB,
we don't have time to talk about it, It's 35, 37-39. We're into another electric endgame finish. 4 go down for ITB, and that gives map control to Sentinels. Somebody give me an IV.
Oh! Precision with the headshot. That's so clutch right now. He's still got 7 bullets left. Fresh sniper. Just got it at the 6-minute mark. Booba ties it up, 39 all. Alliak has to catch her breath. Just getting up. Oh my God, this has been an absolutely insane block of Halo Infinite right now.
This is what we live for. I love this shit. Precision with the sniper in his hands. 39 all. We're tied in another electric endgame finish, and it's just lower. Round 1, Precision with the game in his hand, but Wooden looking to spoil the fun. Gets the headshot, but Precision cleans him up. Jimbo trades out. And it's going to be a 1-point advantage here for ITB early into the 40s. My God.
That sniper is just laying in wait for someone to find it. Jimbo is that guy. Grabs it. Also has a charge of the repulse. That should come into play at some point. If he does get approached at close range, can send that player back. Now, Jimbo with the game in his hands. They do have a 2-kill lead already, but cannot give this weapon to the opposition. Gonna rotate through. I love the positioning from ITB here. They're able to support Jimbo and keep him alive in this moment. Mighty's now takes down Precision. A 3-kill lead is massive right now in this moment.
45-42. It feels like a big lead, but it's not. ITB do, however, take the advantage into the end game here. And the camo is up, and no contention. No shots going to the suit of Jimbo. He's got the kit. He can ice up. Here he is! Quick scope on a Falcon. It takes him down. Nose go for the double. No, he does not hit it, but he earns the assist. ITB are about to ice up and send Sentinels home with a top 12 finish.
ITB have done it. Send Sentinels home in top 12. ITB advanced to top 8 with some icy plays in the end game. What is going on?
What is going on? That is the question. I mean, just watching these 2 games at the same time was wild. Incredible Halo being played here by all of these teams, but Space Station Gaming also almost getting eliminated. Now we get Sentinels actually getting eliminated. What is going on here in Salt Lake City? We don't know, but hey, it's keeping things interesting for us. Into the Breach moves on forward, securing top 8. And here we have joining us.
Hi guys. What's Barcode? What's up, dude?
Barcode. You've been watching everything going on, huh?
I'm lost for words. To be honest, I thought Cloud9 had that in the bag.
It looked like it.
I'm not gonna name any names, but that when Skep no scope Bound bottom middle and that kill didn't get got.
Manny swung
with the frag
out.
finish, right? On the bottom mid.
No, Manny swung
just in general.
But there was probably somebody else on SSG pushing him back as soon as he peeked, but he probably should have still been able to clean it up and then get out.
Exactly. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh no, here we go.
If he cleans that up, they probably win that game.
Oh, absolutely, because I'm pretty sure they got a trade, right, at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
unfortunate.
Definitely
I mean,
unfortunate.
Space Station ended up sending multiple players through bottom mid at the same time. I mean, just a
they
crazy
stacked
play.
it. They made sure that guy wouldn't die, you know, averagely. Like, they got him out, evidently. Manny couldn't peek, like, wide enough. Pretty sure they had someone dummy door or something, just, like, looking over him. Dude, I'm not gonna lie,
that was the climax after us casting for like an hour and a half straight with no breaks.
No, just
like we've literally been casting since before the FFA, and like that's how it ends.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not gonna lie, that I just finished my series. I was chilling out back. I then like hear that Quadrant and Pure fighting, and Quadrant beat Pure, and then I'm on my way here, and I look at the screen. I'm like, wait, what's going on here? I'm like, whoa.
Well, we've seen enough heartbreak. Let's talk about you guys climbing the ladder, making the leap, finally getting over that top 12 curse. You guys are top 8 finishers. I can see the relief on your face. Talk about it.
Dude, I mean, even I was trying to like figure out how many top 12s that was in a row, even when I wasn't on the team for Native.
So many.
It's been ever since I was unfortunately last year let go. I'm not counting that Trey one where they had to play with Trey when I wasn't allowed.
That was an incredible top 12 finish.
Yeah,
Right,
I
with
mean,
the
I was watching that, and they were versing my Aussie boys, and I was like, oh, like I was like, oh my god, this is actually kind of looking close. But regardless, that's like, I don't know, it was like 5 or 6 top 12s in a row, man. And I remember like coming when I first came over here, I'm like, I gotta try like break this thing. Like if I'm being here, like I gotta actually try and make a difference. You know, it's but actually getting into the top 8 finally and just breaking that curse is like once again a huge relief. And it's like we qualified for Worlds on top of it, and so you know it's like a double whammy.
And you beat an Alpha roster that was not shabby at all. I mean, those guys were upsetting lots of strong
they
teams
were looking good, man, and they were playing good.
There's one specific match I really want to talk about, and it was that CTF. That CTF, that flag, they were just right there. Alpha was right there. Like, it was, what, inches away from scoring that? And you guys just...
I don't know. I just shot one dude that whole situation.
How did that happen, please?
So, if I recall correctly, I traded with... Like, we went 4 dead. And I was... like, we went 3 dead, actually, sorry. And I was stuck in Gen. And I was trying to listen to the death cam callouts for the guys pulling our flag. And I naded prematurely. I wasted both my nades way too early. I thought they were going to hit the curb side immediately. But what ended up happening is a guy just jumped up shrooms, and I traded with him. So we were 4 dead, and the last guy on their team was running the flag. And obviously, I was staying on death cam, so I couldn't really get a good picture of what actually ended up happening. But Ovi was also coming up because it was going into OT because they had the flag out. And I don't know if we just busted out in the middle of open, like in the middle of the map or anything like of the sort, but all I know is I came off spawn. We got 2 dead somehow. Like they were kind of, I think
like
they were kind of,
almost.
like it was weird. I feel like they were scamming almost.
Probably.
A guy was just sitting on their window, and I guess he got shredded, and then another guy was, I don't even know where he died. I think it might have been P.
Yeah.
But I came off spawn Gen. The last 2, one was a flag runner, and the other guy was like car 3 trying to drop on my teammate bottom middle, right? And so I spawned Gen, I get to our bridge, I just see him, I'm like, dumb middle.
Yeah.
He's gonna drop on you. And then he ended up doing something else, and then I just saw the last 2 kills in the kill feed. I'm pretty sure we had Ovi as well, and I just saw us on the flag ring. I'm like, oh my god, nice.
Gilkey had OS, so you weren't even really part of the play.
Yeah, I mean, I was just like kicking my feet up. I was just like, you know.
Teammates just carrying you halfway to victory.
Yeah.
The best feeling ever, though.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Gilkey got the OS, and Leor was the last guy with the flag and Jin, and like he was weak, like he took some damage. So he like waited a second or 2 before crossing the bridge because he knew that somebody was going to be watching it.
Yeah.
But then as his teammates fell, he thought, and I kind of agree with him, he had to just kind of YOLO it because like if he just waits there, he's going to get collapsed.
The pie chart goes down unless he's holding it.
He just had to go for it, and then somebody just cut him down. I think it was APG got the last kill on him, if I'm not mistaken.
It might have been.
I don't know. But
it was all a blur for me.
Yeah, it happened very fast.
It happened like really quickly.
That was incredible. Probably the closest margin of victory or defeat that we've seen yet this weekend, maybe even all year, honestly. That was 1 inch Glory.
Was it really that close?
Yes, it was inside of the stump.
Oh my god, I didn't even know that. I thought it was like on the pillar. I was like, oh, we got massive distance.
I thought overtime was happening, but it was like literally frames before he captured it.
But that's been the difference. For me at least, the top 12 curse has been broken because you guys have been icing up and executing in the end game. But what's led to that? How have you guys been able to be so much better this tournament when it's all on the line?
I mean, dude, like the biggest focus, like I've been trying to preach in scrims and like trying to get us on the same page about is like, dude, at Atlanta, that was like the first ever series against Complexity that I was really upset that we lost. And it's not like, it was just, I don't want to take credit away from Complexity, but we were just not playing to our strengths. And like, we were just playing too timid, too scared, and not really confident. And, you know, like going into this one, it's been like a big focus. Even this tournament, a few times, like people probably hear me yelling, collapse on this, you know, F word. You know? And, you know, it's like, it's been a very big focus on us to just get aggressive, kill these guys, and just, you know, take the map again. Just being quick on that sort of stuff.
I mean, it looks like you guys just needed time together to really, really get what it is you wanted to do, and it looks like it's working out right now with you guys.
Yeah, definitely like scrims and stuff. Scrims are usually typically rough from the West Coast as well, so lane is so different in terms of like you're getting the damage you should and you're getting the kills you should 99% of the time. Obviously there's still, you know, some inconsistencies with flank beatdowns and whatnot, but you know, for the most part, like Washington 80 ping minimum against people that are like in Central and East Coast, like there's not many West Coast players like in Halo, and so like it's really rough.
I told you guys, I'm playing on 75 plus ping.
Oh yeah, you're in hell.
Yeah.
That's why you're not on X2000, I know for sure.
Yeah, that's why.
That also kind of messes up your timing too, right? Because like you adjust to the timing of the ping disadvantage, and then you get to land, and then your timing is like you kind of stutter step a little bit because you're dealing more damage and you're taking more damage because no one has you know, bad shots. So
yeah, exactly.
Definitely an adjustment. You guys weren't able to like practice on land ahead of time, were you? Just
what do you mean by that? Like
like a boot camp or whatever?
Nah, we didn't do that.
Yeah, I think it's be useful for teams that don't have a good setup to play online.
Absolutely.
You know what
I mean, even like for team chemistry, that stuff is like wonderful.
What do you guys do for team chemistry?
Just vibe out?
Yeah, just chill, I guess. You know, I wouldn't say too much outside of the game, you know, like usually after scrims are done, like we're kind of just chilling in Discord, shooting the shit, just chatting about stuff. You
That's
know,
good.
After post-scrim, like results and whatnot, like we wait a bit and then, you know, like something pops up into our head, like, oh, let's watch this, and you know. But other than that, you know, not really too much, but you know, it's turning out to be okay.
Something or someone we haven't talked about enough, I don't think, is Hoaxer. What has Emmanuel been for you guys, like at this tournament? Like, because obviously you guys have had some rough series this tournament, some good series. Has he been kind of keeping you guys level-headed throughout all this?
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing a really good job of making sure that he's heard when like a power weapon and power-up is coming up. You know, he's like trying to get our focuses right. He's making like, obviously he has 4 screens, so he can see what's going on and sometimes can make a lot more educated calls than like the rest of us. So that's definitely been helpful. It's like if you're thinking of doing a play and then you just hear him say like the same play that you were thinking of, it's like reaffirmed.
Now you're
like,
not hesitating, you're just doing
exactly.
it.
And I mean, on top of like hesitating, I just want to quickly say it's like, that's like another big thing that we had, like, you know, and it bled into our timid playstyle was just hesitating to just get in there and get these kills and play off the damage, you know. Especially with how Infinite's played nowadays, it's definitely trade heavy and just like literally just aping.
If you lose
almost
a quarter second of timing, like you're too slow sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Like if your teammate gets into a push, like literally, like you said, half a second early, and then he gets melted, and you're just like kind of like sitting there. First of all, you're probably stuck in the middle of the map now, getting wrapped on someone.
Yeah.
And second of all, you just let your teammate die, and the push is already dead, and you're probably just going to get killed anyway. So
it's hard to tighten up on that timing. But I think, yeah, having a guy like Hoaxer behind you, because he's a damn good player himself.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, he grinds, dude.
plays
He
as much
grinds.
as he plays more than a lot of professional players.
He really does. Oh, yeah, he's on the playlist. He's on the playlist.
I always run into him. I feel like he's just... I mean, I hate playing against him, too, because he's just a sneaky guy that'll, like, get all the way behind enemy lines and, like, steal your flag. But now if I don't see Hoaxer for, like, 10 seconds, I'm like, okay, he's in our base. Turn around.
He's crouching
like,
somewhere.
Yeah, please find Hoaxer.
Yeah.
But,
Your next match is what, Quadrant, right?
Yeah.
Quadrant, is that happening today, right?
What was that, sorry?
Oh, there's a lot going on out here. I know, guys. Here, let me make that better.
That's fine. Yeah, good.
Your next matchup, Quadrant. They just won against, remind me.
Pure.
Pure, yeah.
Pure, yes.
Three
Pure
of them.
also.
Sorry, Pure.
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 We got you, yeah. Oh, here's the bracket. So, Space Station, oh my God, Space Station Gaming.
That was scary. That was scary.
Moving forward, I'm sure, I mean, this is their home. I'm sure a lot of fans are happy about that. ITB eliminating Sentinels, and then Quadrant also moving forward, going up against Native Barcode's team.
Oh, that's an interesting team. Cool.
Interesting team. How are you guys feeling? How are you feeling about that one?
Honestly, we were pre-scrimming them, I think both days of this event, you know, like at the PPA, and we were playing pretty well. Honestly, I'm pretty confident going into this series, as long as we're still playing our game and playing our tempo and making sure like this damage is being cleaned up and just not playing into their like little traps. And like the Quadrant is a very like team-focused like play style. If you see one person, there's always another one like around the corner. Like they're always going to be hitting stuff out together. They're always on top of that sort of stuff. And so you know when we're on the same page, it's kind of like the same feeling almost.
When I think of Quadrant, I think of like extremely precise spawn control and spawn manipulation as well.
And then they run at you after they do that.
They spread out into corners of the map and then let you spawn where they want you to spawn, and then they collapse on you afterwards. So. Yeah.
I mean, it's just like forcing teamwork. Like, they know there's only like one spot on the map they can be at. So, why not just put pressure and stop the other team from like getting any map control?
It's very effective, especially in strongholds. That's what makes them so dangerous.
Yeah.
Do you know the map pool that you're gonna play them in?
I believe no, I do not actually.
You need to
I was like thinking about it. I was like,
wait a minute.
It's like that's Hoaxer's job. He'll let us know.
I'll be like, all right, what's my pawn? What's my pawn?
Well, you know what? Why don't we let you go meet up with Hoaxer?
Yeah. I'll inform myself.
Inform yourself and get ready for your matchup with Quadrant. Thank you so much for joining us here on
Thank you guys for having me.
Welcome anytime.
Happy for you, dude.
Always
way to break through, man.
Here,
Way to stick with it, man. That's hard to do. Like a year and a half of top 12s. Now getting
dude, it's been brutal, man. It's been brutal.
First broken. Now the sky's the limit.
Still got a job to do, hopefully, so got to lock in. Get ready for this next series about in an hour, I believe. We play at 8 p.m. I'm not sure if they're doing the last chance qualifiers right now, so...
We will be.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we will be.
We will be. We'll be watching those.
Okay.
Guys, thank you so much, Barcode, once again. We will keep an eye on your Quadrant match. Congrats on top 8. All right, everybody. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break so that we can catch up to what's going on, catch our breath.
Take a nap.
Take a nap, get some snacks, and hopefully you guys too. All right, see you guys after this.
what felt like, what was 2 dead for Shopify and Ryan Noob with camo, and somehow becomes a triple cap for Shopify.
Those little things just start to multiply. And now Complexity have to fight their way out of this triple cap once more. A couple of kills from Huss might make this a little bit easier though. Ray gonna re-challenge! Cycle will hit the headshot to get a double kill of his own, and now we see the battle for B. Breaking shot will turn it in the favor of Complexity, and we have the 2 cap locked in again. So this time around, Shopify weren't able to punish Complexity in the same way they were with the previous triple cap.
Slays right now 34-30 in favor of Shopify. Now that was actually much heavier earlier. It was 21-14 in Slays. So Complexity have done well to bring this back in terms of Slays, but still in points down here by 70.
Shopify trying to turn C back into their favor as well. 2 players going to be here, and the Huss is trying to isolate 1 player to try and flush him out. And does some good damage, and actually gets the kill onto Mental as well. It is going to be a reset onto C and continued scoring now for Shopify Rebellion. 2 dead for them at the moment. Complexity might have a chance to try and turn their attentions towards flipping C, but you got to deal with Cycle, and Ryan hit some important shots there. If he loses that one, then they're not going to have a chance to turn in a stronghold over.
Yeah, Ryan Noob knows you cannot miss the shot against a player like Cycle. He does well to make sure he doesn't get turned on in that scenario.
Rain dropping the nade. Gonna get the kill as well. Complexity finding a bit of momentum, but the scoring is still going in the favor of Shopify at this point. AC is their hold. Looks like Complexity are trying to make a play onto C now to try and flip it over, and Ryan now has an opportunity to right the wrongs of the previous camo.
Let's see what he can do here now, as you say. A second chance to take advantage of the power up. B will start to flip. Cycle gets that, so despite once again camo hold and even the kill coming in, it's still Shopify scoring.
Rain gets one in the feed though. Numbers stacking up. Ryan with the chance to hit this headshot and turn A back into their favor. Patiently waits for that player to poke.
It was Mental too. We've seen what that man does with a peek shot.
And now you see Complexity managing to flip A over, so it will be another 2 cap for them. Ryan starting to find a little bit of form in this game as well. A couple of headshots, a couple of good individual fights being won. And now it will be Complexity who finally turn a double cap into a 1-1. Now, can they do the same thing that we saw a few moments ago from Shopify Rebellion and really make a run here?
Surely they knew Mental was still there. I was pretty sure the reason the Shroud went down was because they knew there was a player in pipes. I'm surprised they let Mental get away with this. A lot of damage, and he picks up some kills that you think maybe he shouldn't have. 223 to 140 on the board.
Momentary 1v1 on the map here. Cycle going to be closest to a stronghold to try and flip it though. Complexity trying to flip C. Might not quite have the timing to stop Cycle moving into tower. Some good damage coming in cross map. Going to slow him down, but Suppressed is going to be there to pick up a double. Complexity find themselves 2 dead. Shopify continue to try and work onto B here and flip it in their favor. But why they do, look at the rotation now coming in from Complexity over A. But they're also going to have to be aware of C because there's a split of resources from Shopify Rebellion. And by doing so, they now will continue scoring. BC is the hold, and they're around 25 points or so away from closing out game 1.
Keep an eye on the kill feed. Suppress is the first to fall. Could be an opportunity for Complexity to start to rally back here and start to work on C, but it is a long road back into the lead.
Ooh, that shot could not have been closer. There's the body. There's another one. He'll be credited with the kill, thanks to the grenade that drops at the feet. And it will be Complexity who continue to score, but it is a shaky situation for them now. No mistakes really left in the tank for them. 233 and rising. Mental will get the kill. And that might be the door shutting on Complexity here. A has been flipped. They're desperately trying to flip over B. The reset won't come in as well. The reset will come in on the side of Shopify, and this triple cap should mean this game.
Mental hitting some victory 360s here as the time will tick down on the AC hold to finish it out, and that will be game number 1. Shopify Rebellion with a 250 to 156 score. Beautiful objective efficiency out of them. In the end, they also outslay 58 to 52. But really, it's the points on the board that matter.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from Shopify. An element of control it felt like they had for the majority of that game. Even when the double cap went against them and Complexity, just the singular.
Just the Hawaiian version.
Good to keep everyone included.
Yeah.
They never let it get out of hand. They never let the triple cap come in. And even if they were getting double cap themselves, they weren't letting Complexity get a 3 or 4 dead situation off the back of it. They were playing their lives extremely well, managing to just kind of chip away at the kill feed, making sure the numbers got evened up. And then when they did get the opportunity to strike with that triple cap, that was where that first gap really began to extend between the two teams.
It was also very, very interesting. 2 particular triple caps, harder to say than I thought, that happened.
This is tough.
It is a tough job. We're learning actually today just how tough it is apparently. tell you what, during that game, 2 separate trip caps were very interesting for the side of Shopify. During each of them, they gained a 7 or more kill advantage as well in the Slay department. While trip capping, there were 2 separate opportunities where Complexity had to rally back, being completely outslayed, and they were able to do it. Let's not forget, they were only outslayed by 6. But when you look at the actual final score of that game, not a close one. It's really good objective efficiency and triple cap efficiency from Shopify as well.
Yeah, it never felt like they were on a different page to each other when they had that triple cap as well. They were willing, once a couple of kills went the way of Complexity, just to back up, play mid-map, hold the line, play for the 2 cap and allow respawners to come back in before they started to pressure once again. So just good all-round game plan and game execution from Shopify Rebellion in that game. And when you're looking at the statistics as well, you're looking at some standout players. Cycle, surprise, surprise, he's going to be 16 and 12 in that game, but Mental as well, having a really, really big performance on the side of Shopify Rebellion. He goes 18 and 12.
I mean, what more can you ask for? Especially between those 2 players, like we said, it was only a marginal Slay difference in the end, but they went 250 to 156. A very strong game, number 1. We'll take a look at a player from each side here, the rising stars of the squad.
Yeah, you can see the KD's pretty similar here in Salt Lake City for both players. The assists just start to stack up on the side when you look at the KDA for Cycle, and when you look at damage per minute, they're pretty similar as well. Both players having exceptional tournaments. I would say that the man on your screen right now, Cycle, has had an exceptional year. Certainly been a player that's been talked about a lot, especially as we've got into the Shopify Rebellion runs late into tournaments. On the other side of things, Breaking Shot, his performance yesterday on the main stage was one that a lot of people were talking about.
I mean, like we said, nobody had the pool falling the way that it did for Pool A, but it's been an amazing run for them. We'll see if they can keep it going here in the winners bracket. Shopify Rebellion up 1-0 over Complexity, and next up, we're going to Slayer Solitude.
See what Solitude has in store for us. For Complexity, this might be a game type where they can find a little bit of momentum here. We know that they can be one of the most obnoxious Slayer teams to play against, and we have to see what's in the bag of tricks for Complexity when it comes to Solitude. For Shopify Rebellion, it's an opportunity to create a gap in that series score, put themselves up 2-0, and if they can do so, they'll find themselves on map point.
A spicy opening here. A lot of teams just throwing themselves at the mid. Sometimes you see slower openings, but not in a game 2 between these 2 squads. Suppress going to be the first player with the camo.
Has information on where Complexity players are as well. He wants this shock rifle, but is he going to get it? The beat down, that's pretty good, but Rhino coming off respawn just lifts up to make sure it's traded out. It's going to be 3 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. Tied up at 4-4, but Rhino is already flying forward to try and help Huss, but Huss says, I don't need your help. Go and look at those spawners.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. Right now, about to find several players trying to go Cafe de Flowers. Just doesn't get the timing here. Instead, going to try to maybe hold the hotel side angle.
Such a cheeky angle, this, right?
It is, yeah.
A lot of the time you're going to see players holding angles, more traditional angles. But Rhino is, from this angle, trying to catch people off guard. But the problem is, of course, if someone spots you out, it's very difficult to escape from there. Yeah. And also very low percentage shots to be hit in comparison to maybe just staying over at the snipe side.
You saw him right before the player cam changed, actually. You might have seen Ryan Noob throw his head back in frustration there. As you said, was trying to get crafty. As we take a look here. 2 dead for both sides at the moment. Suppress is going to be the one who comes away with the shock in the end as well. It's just 9-8, a 1-kill game.
Suppress also got a thrust to play with as well, so he can be a little bit more aggressive if he wants to be. Ooh, just managed to have a little peek at Breaking Shot. Now he's got 2 players flying towards him. Does have a lot of help though, and this is an opportunity maybe to try and out-rotate Complexity. However, Huss is going to be there.
Oh, wow.
He finds one, line him up, and knock him down. That's the name of the game here for Suppress. Only finds 1 though.
It's going to be insult to injury. Let's not forget, it's Ryan Noob who lost that shock earlier, and he knows that that has traded hands once or twice since then, but in terms of the insult to injury, it's him getting caught just before he gets to go drive away. Still, during all of that scuffle, it's 13-12, still a 1-kill game.
It's such a high pace in this game. You see Complexity, it's kind of counterintuitive a lot of the time to how we expect a Complexity team to play. Usually a little bit more slow, usually a little bit more corners, being checked, shall we say, by their opposition teams. But this one's been a super, super high pace from both sides. 16-13, we're starting to see, for the first time in the game, a little bit of a gap open up between the 2. It's only 3, make it 4 kills now, as Soul Snipe will find 1, and Suppress will find another to keep that gap extending. Now Complexity have to be careful because they're starting to get cycled a little bit here. It's going to be a triple coming in for Suppress. That's 3 members taken down by 1 man.
Beautifully done here from Suppress. Just as you said, it was a 3-kill lead, and that now becomes a 7.
A real grip of Quadrant. And of course, Space Station almost played Quadrant's playstyle, but better. So a lot of questions are going to be asked of ITB. It's one thing stopping 1 or 2 setups. You have to do it consistently because Space Station will keep on coming. They are relentless.
Well, they did well to get B, did ITB. Alas, when they tried to push over towards either C or A, there was just players waiting. It's all well and good getting B, but then sometimes you can find yourself stuck in a little bit of a sandwich, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. Spawners will now be over towards A, so they'll at least not be under the trip cap. But now it's about trying to escape again as Eco is able to win that engagement. And ITB being heavily outslayed here in this first game.
Triple cap is almost like an ankle lock from wrestling. You really don't want to get locked into it because you'll be tapping very soon. You run out of points very quickly. Score and you put distance between you and your opposition. Space Station done here. Every single time ITB desperately try and stop the pushing, stop the points. Space Station are just there. They isolate the players they need to. So although now Chick has got that hill, he's going to fall now. Numbers advantage will favour Space Station again, and they can start to formulate more plans and more plots.
And whilst we have seen incredible comebacks on Stronghold so far this tournament,
coming up as well, and those kills being picked up at just the wrong time for Complexity, because the camo is now completely open for Shopify Rebellion to run top middle, to grab it, and now Soul Snipe has the opportunity to make some plays.
Able to pick off one, and also only shoots twice selectively to maintain his camo for as long as he can. Eventually 1v3 is too much, but he's able to at least take down 2 on his way out. Just like that, though, Shopify continues to extend their lead. Ryan Noob wants to slow that down.
Double for Ryan. And the gap starts to close. Still 3 shock rifle shots here for Ryan Noob to try and bring the game closer. And if he hits every single one of these, then we pretty much find ourselves at a tie game. Complexity once again just trying to pin them in the back. Ryan's going to find one. Suppressed will cut him down, but is there a trade here for Ryan Noob? Mental. Couple of grenades going down defensively just to try and play his life, but with those shots being hit, and with the push now coming in from Complexity, we find ourselves all tied up at 30 kills apiece.
All tied up at 30. This is exactly how you want a game 2 to go. These two teams neck and neck, and it's not really a surprise given the runs they've had so far. As Lottie mentioned, both 4-0, of course. Soul Snipe, but unbelievable double back there and loop to win a battle that you might think he probably shouldn't have won. Suppress picks up another one and a double, the trade at the end as well. 3 dead momentarily for Shopify, however, still a 1 kill lead.
Just the 1 kill still separating the two teams. It's been back and forth for the majority of this game. A little bit of a comeback from Complexity in the last few moments, but these kind of 1v1s are the ones that might add up towards the end of this game. Huss will win his, immediately traded out. Rhino finds another kill onto Cycle, and that will put us all tied up again. But Rhino finds a grenade at the feet of Suppress, and that is going to give Complexity a 1 kill advantage.
This is really a big moment in the game here. We have Snipe coming up. We also have Camo coming up at the 35 kill mark. This could really determine who pulls away here.
A little bit of a Hail Mary nade coming in towards where that shock rifle is going to be spawning. Soul Snipe wins a 1v1. Traded out almost immediately, but the trades are just back and forth, back and forth. Huss in a 1v1 again! But it's going to be Suppressed who wins it this time round. 3 dead for Complexity, which means Suppressed now is rewarded with that camo.
Even a clean 4 dead. Ryan Noob's your first spawner. They should have shock. Ryan Noob likely has it S1.
They are all trapped.
40 to 38 now. Camo in his hand. Suppressed needs some makeup play.
Breaking shot though with that shock rifle. At least gives Complexity a chance to get back on the map. Suppress is going to fly forward though. He finds 1. He turns it into 2. And now he finds himself the shock rifle. Mental will fly through to clean up some remaining members and leftovers from Complexity on the lift, but has the damage been done at this point? 5 kills the difference between the two teams.
What timing there to get 4 dead right before the camo and the shock pop. Even though they let go of shock for a second, they were able to flood and use the camo to construct a perfect collapse. Up by 6 here, 46 to 40, make it 47. A double from Suppressed as well.
19 kills for Suppressed in this game, 19 and 7. The man who usually leads the leaderboards when it comes to kills for his team, he's going to break 20. It's a 20 bomb in a game number 2 in our winners semi-final.
It's huge. He's not done yet. Just dealing damage, not afraid to challenge because they have that type of lead. 48 to 42, only 2 to go for Shopify Rebellion.
Complexity is that moment they're going to look back on, and you highlighted it perfectly, and we'll talk more about it at the end of this game, but certainly easy to hone in on where it all went wrong. Breaking shot will find 1, but it's only 1 more kill required. It will be picked up on the side of Shopify Rebellion, and with a 50 to 43 final score here, they find themselves 2 up in the series and 1 game away from moving even further from that winner side.
Very strong from Shopify. That's a nervy moment.
They carry on that momentum through from their victory against Cloud9. And as for ITB, maybe it wasn't the best start for them. I thought their strongholds on recharge could have been a good chance, because you alluded to it, right? They played a lot against Quadrant, who are very good at strongholds as well. However, not able to fare well here against SSG, the reigning champions here in the HCS. That's map 1, done and dusted. Of course, we'll take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have map number 2.
Up until those final moments, but it was interesting, right? Because it felt like Complexity, when we're talking about that final camo that came up that kind of decided where this game was going to go, Complexity had the numbers advantage just before it. It was just a couple of kills off of respawn that Shopify Rebellion managed to pick up. Maybe Complexity look back at that and they're like, they're trying to pressure a little bit too much. Maybe they're thinking we can split the spawns here if we get these kills, but unfortunately all it really did was give the numbers opportunity to Shopify Rebellion, and then they could just push across the map, because you're thinking about surviving against 4 instead of providing your team with that camo.
Yeah, here's that exact play on the end. Suppressed even, just very nice shots into the LR as well. They will close that one out 50-43, as you said. Suppressed going positive 11 in a game that they win by 7. Amazing stuff. Also, big shout out to Cycle. He goes 8 and 11, however, 11 assists as well. He leads the entire game in that category.
Very, very impressive stuff from Shopify Rebellion, and they are starting to look like a team who's extremely well drilled and starting to look like the team that we always talk about as being a great looking team on a Friday and a Saturday, right? And if they can continue this form, maybe they get the opportunity to answer some of those questions that we still have about Sunday. Now, let's look at our series layout. Let's look at what is coming up next. We're heading over to Streets for some Oddball. Shopify Rebellion been pretty good at this, but Complexity won't be too sad, I don't think, to see an Oddball coming up next.
No, not at all. I think this is going to give Complexity an opportunity to not just be into battles where they can slowly control the game, rotate away, kind of play their slow, methodical game, but also just maybe a chance to breathe, right? You've got 3 rounds of ball, whereas you look at Stronghold's recharge, no room to breathe. And you saw the way that both teams played it. There's no room to breathe in that Solitude Slayer either. This could provide them maybe a game that's going to give them just a mid-series break, get back into the series, and see if you can get a game on the board.
I mean, it's been a crazy, crazy tournament up until this point, so Complexity maybe are thinking that this is an opportunity for us to get back into the series and start maybe continuing the story that we've seen from the other series, some big comebacks that we've seen, some reverse sweeps that we've seen, some game 5s that have gone right down to the wire. But with how the series is looking at the moment and the momentum that is heavily on the side of Shopify Rebellion, Complexity need to find a new level here, because if they continue to play at the level we've seen, this is looking like a 3-0.
Yeah, people need to remind themselves just what they did yesterday as well as earlier today to get here, right? There's been hard work done by Complexity. They need to lean on that. Take a look at the Slayers here in 2024.
And you can see that is Shopify Rebellion's story. This is a team that we were talking about before we even fired a bullet here at SLC as being arguably the best team in the league when it comes to those Slayers. 21-7 is a record that anyone would be happy with, especially with we know how we always term the Slayer in a series as the most coin flip of the game types that we do have. So to have that kind of dominance when it comes to Slayer is why they've had so much success in some of those big series that we've been talking about all year long for them. But an opportunity for them, seeing some of those big teams fall down to the elimination bracket a little bit earlier on. We've seen teams being pushed right to the limit. For Shopify Rebellion to really make another great run here, get rid of Complexity, get through this series in a 3-0 fashion, and then start thinking about the big challenge ahead of you.
Exactly. There's a lot more Halo to be played, but these two teams know they're going to need to go through one another.
Captured your flag.
Welcome back, everybody. We're currently watching the last chance qualifiers for Worlds Alpha Esports versus Chosen Legacy. Just to give you guys a little bit of context of what we're watching right now, 2 of these matches will be watched here. 2 of them will be held for a little bit later right now. The first one has already begun. In a moment, we'll be swapping over to watch Dead Inside versus Ascending Baseline. And here on the couch, we have Tools and Active.
Ah, this is so exciting, right? So much on the line for both of these rosters. Worlds, the event you play for all year long, and this is your chance to secure a spot there. Alpha Esports have impressed us a lot. Tools, what do you think about this Alpha Esports roster?
It has to break Alpha Esports' heart a little bit that they have to play against the other Lat AM team. But that being said, this Alpha Esports team is having a hell of a tournament. Top 12 is what they finish here in this tournament, but you really felt like they did so much more. I'm so happy with how they're performing, and there's a lot to be won from every side. But what is this? We got Dark Inside going up against Ascending Baseline as well.
What a match here. We've got, of course, on the side of Ascending Baseline, Complexion. He just won the free-for-all here at Salt Lake City, and he's qualified for World's free-for-all. But now he's looking to qualify his team here for the 4v4 in Worlds as well. But right off the bat, it's Dark Inside with a nice, solid lead of 1.
Baseline having some Worlds experience on that roster. Kratos got 2nd place at the first World Championships in Halo 5 alongside that native roster. And honestly, it'd be great to see them back. But Dark Inside is a tough customer here. You got some great players, and we're having a player that I think is having a bit of a breakout tournament, in my opinion. Ezzo looks so impressive on LAN. You know, we know what people can do online, but seeing them come out and play this well on LAN is another level. Descendant staying over at top mid, looking for opportunities with this sniper rifle. Flag's still out, and it's overshield that goes into the hands of Descendant. Everything seems to just keep going right for Dark Inside.
Yes, it's incredible that they're able to make this happen here this quickly. It's 2 caps, the lead, and Ascending Baseline have no chance to do anything here. It's 3 down once again.
Complexion, the only one that can stop anything for this team. Dark Inside checking all the routes. Love that they're looking for the OE, but there just simply isn't enough time at this moment. Descendant will go back and try to secure this lane, and that's 3-0, and that was awfully fast.
They do stop it short, but it'll be punched right in, a 3-0 like you mentioned, and that's not how you want to start your very first game of the LCQ. You're trying to secure that spot, and I mean, Complexion's got to come into this with a lot more confidence after winning that FFA. He wins the online FFA. Previous to that, he won the LVT FFA. Now, trying to make himself known here in the LCQ, and that's not a good start, man.
We really need to see. We need to see more fire, right?
I agree,
it's like these are teams that this is their chance. I mean, we have never seen Kratos' roster make it into pool play, and now he has a chance to get to Worlds. Like this roster really needs to step up.
A lot on the line here for both of these. Dark Inside, man, I feel like they might take this. My prediction. I'm being biased here. I'm sorry. I think it's because we had him over, sit on the couch, chat with them. They got a really cool vibe, don't they?
Ezzo just, the vibe is one way to put it. I 100% agree with you. He's got that professional vibe for me, and I mentioned this a few times, but there's an aura to some players, and there's an aura to some people, and he has that confident professional aura already, and he's not a professional player. You know, he's shooting for that. He's a top AM right now and trying to gun for his spot in the top 8 or on a top 8 team, but hasn't found it yet.
Well, you know who else was also very confident? Who we did have on the couch here earlier was Gunplexion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Goodness me.
Gunplexion
We got a check up there.
That's his check. He just left it here for us to. Is it
I'm
for
gonna
us?
steal. I'm gonna steal it.
You think he just gave it to
You
us?
think I can take it home?
Can we take
No,
it?
I'm gonna steal it and not
Yeah,
let him
you'd
know.
have to fly with it. It's like a pretty.
That's
big...
okay. I'll figure it out.
Whatever you say.
They'll let you take it on.
Yeah.
I think so.
Do you think you can check
Well,
that? You're saying you can check that into?
Yeah, I'll walk on the bank with it.
You're gonna put that over you're like, stuffing it in the top? Like, how do you do it?
Well, maybe that'll fit, you know, it'll cost how much for it to check it? You know, okay, can I bag check this?
Oh, you have to like bag check. It's gonna get ruined.
I mean, to be honest,
How do you
that is
you have to like mail it to
that is
yourself,
such
right?
a cool thing to put on your wall.
Right?
Imagine like you're like Gunny's gonna be streaming. He's gonna have that in the back of his wall. That's so sick. I think that's the coolest thing, man.
I think it's really cool that he just gets to win the FFA. He qualifies for a free-for-all for Worlds, and now he's trying to qualify for Worlds in the 4v4 right here against Dark Inside.
Dark inside. I'm feeling very dark inside. Tools makes me very dark inside because he always makes fun of me.
Are you giving him a massage right now?
Nope, I wasn't doing that.
It wasn't a massage.
Did he like it? Did you see something on his face?
I saw his eyes glimmer a little bit.
I was gonna say I'm a positive person. I don't know where this like reputation comes from.
Wait, aren't you the one that's usually saying no to the
daisy chain?
Daisy chain.
I gave him 2 daisy chains.
So different on camera. And he is off camera.
This is such a. Why are you doing this to me? You know we talked about this. Don't do that.
We share a room. He is a cuddle bear.
I do not. We are not sharing a room, ladies and gentlemen. That is not true. Get the frick off me.
I witnessed the cuddles and the.
Wait, you're in the room with us. Wow, that's crazy. Oh my goodness gracious! You're supposed to be on my side, Aliak, and you're not. You know.
I tell the truth, and I see how it is.
I didn't even go in an Uber. Oh man, goodness me.
I saw it. That's all that counts. That's all that matters. 3-0 on this forbidden flag against Ascending Baseline. Man, a lot in the line for both of these two teams, but the next one is a Slayer. Dark Inside, I said it right this time. Dark Inside has a lot of firepower, and these guys do too.
Oh, Alpha Esports is incredible. Noble's the player that I'm really just... I'm amazed by this man. He's honestly impressed me. I know he's always been a really solid player, but I feel like for this event, he's really stepped up, and Atso has something to say about it. He ends up going down, but we're on board with Acid now.
I always like Atso's name, Atso Yukida.
Yeah, how do you say it?
I don't know, I think it's Japanese.
Uchiha. Uchiha.
I'm pretty sure it's like from Naruto.
I would say Atsu Uchiha.
Yeah.
Atsu Uchiha.
Uchiha.
How do I say go in Spanish?
Go, like you're going?
Oh.
Yeah.
Like you yourself are going?
Oh, like go alpha.
Oh, vamos.
Vamos.
Alpha.
Yeah.
Vamos. So
Alpha.
I was correct. So I'm a part of it. Right? Isn't vamos like E?
Yeah, well,
no, vamos, let's go, isn't
let's
it?
Go.
Yeah.
You're included. I mean, you can be included. See, if it's yourself, boy, Joe, I guess. I don't know.
More Spanish lessons at 11 with
Spanish 101.
Hey, you know, one of these teams gonna win. We're gonna have to have them on for an interview. That's where we're looking to
Spanish
really
interview. Let's do it.
All right, so we've got 2 players on this Ascending Baseline roster who placed, Kid Nasty placed 4th in the free-for-all, all right, in the finals. Gunplexion placed 1st, obviously, and I believe Hayden was in that as well. I'm not sure what he placed, but this is Slayer now. It's time to slay, right? You know how to do it. Just get it done.
Have you ever seen that before? 3 players on the same team making it to an FFA final?
No.
You know, I think Kratos got to the semifinals. Big rips. They could have all 4 of them in.
Well, I mean, I hope that slayability really helps, and we'll see if that's the case here. Gunny starting off 2-0 already. It's on 4. He's again trying to make himself known on the mud side. Does have a snipe as well to work with. It's 3 bullets in that snipe, and we'll see what he's able to do with this, but a great hold by Ascending Baseline.
Armor's just gonna hold this down, keep this lane in check, and trust his teammates to tell him if anyone else comes from any other position. Really, Dark Inside doesn't have much space on the map to work with, and although they have Sniper and a lead in this game, it doesn't feel secure.
Yeah, not at all. They're stuck on the backside of green, and honestly, what are they gonna do? While being stuck on the backside of green, it's Ezo who ends up getting a kill, but Kid Nasty and Gunplexion traded out.
I saw that in chat. What does that mean?
Wait, can I see? You can't. Wait, what does that mean?
I don't know.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Left.
I think it's because you have your.
Oh, because this hand is underneath. That's awesome. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We're having a blast over here.
Criticized for how I fold my arms.
Yeah, can't fold your arms like that.
Alright, I guess I'm a weirdo.
Moving on.
Moving on, we are tied at 15. Ascending Baseline take their first lead. Kid Nasty, 7-5 in this game thus far. Kratos, a little bit of a slow start for him, but the camo in the hands of Kid Nasty. Let's see what he's able to do with it.
This is the big moment for Ascending Baseline. It really does feel like a must-win situation as we go into Slayer. You know how good this Dark Inside roster is. They're not going to give you a lot of opportunities on the objectives. It's really going to be about winning 2 Slayers in this series.
Sniper coming up top as well. It's a 20-17 lead here for Ascending Baseline. It's a really aggressive play by Kid Nasty, but he gets away, and honestly, he's starting to fry just a little bit. This is what you need out of at least one player. You said it yourself, this series is it. You win this series, you make it. You don't qualify.
I love this format that HCS has cooked up here. Just the hypeness of having a best of 5 and also allowing the open bracket teams that lost on Friday to have a second chance, right? And to still be playing for something. This Ascending Baseline roster, you know this means so much for them. Complexion immediately locked in the second we told them that, hey, you got something more coming in. Hatem and Kid Nasty are doing great things. I believe this is actually Hatem on our screen, not Kid Nasty, so ignore that thing on the bottom left.
Yeah, and then you see Gunny 7-3 as well. Starting to pop off too. Hatem with the snipe still in his hands, hitting some great shots. They're up by 5 now. QT coming up in about 5 seconds. 2 down for Dark Inside.
Be patient. Do not let this game get out of hand. Don't try to force anything. Just clean up what's left behind and play a clean game.
A little bit forced there, but he gets away with his life. Still bullets to work with here, 2 of them to be exact. Somehow, player makes it through the bottom. That's Piggy, traded out instantaneously.
Sniper's still on the ground. It's going to be up to anyone to grab, but Ascending Baseline, they obviously know where it's at, and they're going to prioritize
Gunny
getting that into their hands. Complexion on screen with the sniper, and well, target in sight.
He hasn't been missing with that snipe. We'll see if that's the case here. A triple push on the mud side. It predicts, the QT, but gets assassinated after.
The Ascending Baseline, they get those kills, but it was like NASCAR. They went 3 wide into the corner. It was insane to watch. Usually you want to have more space between you and your teammates. They were all condensed, and although they were able to get a couple kills, it resulted in a 4 down and an inopportune moment. Camouflage now moving into the hands of Dark Inside, and suddenly you have to really be thinking about the ramifications of that 4 down and playing so tight together.
They have to look for this camo. I believe the pings are coming out. They trade on the camo player. That's a ginormous trade. You see Gunny trying to stay alive in the top of sandbags here. A 3-kill lead for the side of Ascending Baseline. Everything rides on this for this roster. The trade comes out, and you got to know it, right? FFA has been played on Aquarius for such a long period of time, but this time, for this event, it was played on Livefire. And we find ourselves on Livefire Slayer. Gunny's feeling a bit comfortable right now.
You think the FFA still rubbing off on Gunny?
Yeah, he went for that trade right on he does a slide trade thing where he just makes sure to get the beat down after a couple shots, and it's just impossible to react to.
Ascending Baseline, I think if you're going to be comfortable going into this end game, you need to find yourself at least a buffer zone. Dark Inside just has so much LAN experience behind them and a great coach that can guide them through these end games. The same Baseline is going to do this. I think they have to find themselves a 3-4 kill buffer as we approach the end game.
I believe that sniper was picked up. It's in the hands of Piggy right now on the nest bridge, and it's a tied up game now at 37. 2 down for the side of Ascending Baseline, and Descendant trying to get the cleanup onto Gunny. They're getting pushed by 2 players here. They get them both weak, but they're trapped in a bad situation, and they'll get cleaned up, and now we're looking at a 2-kill lead for Dark Inside.
That push starts with Ezo and his ability to get behind the opponents because of the distractions that Descendant was providing at Nest. He got behind 2, got the smacks necessary, and then instantly went to the front lines. He is a demon on the map. Notice how he loves engagements when he has the opportunity. You pair him up with Descendant and Envoy, you might have the fastest team in the open bracket. These guys were unbelievably aggressive on all their past rosters.
Great 3 for 2 trade there, I think it was, but basically we're still at a 3-kill deficit here for the side of Ascending Baseline. Piggy once again has that sniper in his hands, used a lot of bullets. I'm not sure he's able to get was able to get much value, out of this snipe. And it's Dark Inside keeping this at a 4-kill lead now, and with that series lead, you really want Ascending Baseline to win this game.
Camouflage coming up soon. It's going to be Piggy and and lead the charge. Oh no, you know that Spike's gonna do it, and they'd have had no chance to survive. The pre-fire plus Spike combination gets the job done, and it's only 3 more kills for Dark Inside, and Descendant, he's gonna bait any teammate that comes into his vicinity. He is ready just to clean up damage with this camouflage.
Yeah, the pings have to come out here. Only 2 kills needed for Dark Inside in this situation. Camo finds one. He gets a second with the trade as well.
Wait, what?
It was a suicide.
The game must have just freaked out right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that was definitely the spike grenade.
That was weird, but 15-42. It's Dark Inside with a 2-series lead, Aliek.
What do Ascending Baseline have to do to just, how do I say it? Be better? No. How do we get them to like have more firepower than Dark Inside? What did they do maybe not as well here that they could improve upon on the next match?
I think you need to rely on your main talent.
Oh wait,
right?
hold on.
When we look
What's
at
this? Is Tools
left hand on backward?
All right, do that thing again. Do the fold thing again.
Do the fold.
Yeah, this is how I fold my arms. It's weird.
Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah, like
what
yeah,
is chat
you're
saying?
doing this. Yeah, how do you do that? Wait a minute.
Wait.
My left hand
Holy
rests.
frick! What the hell, dude?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
How does it work?
What?
Like this?
What do you mean?
My left hand folds underneath my arm.
You put your pinky on your like.
Yeah, like on the inside of my arm. It like rests on there.
Oh. What?
What's up, guys? My name's Tools.
You're making a caricature out of it.
Caricature? No, I'm not. My pinky
You're
is
going like this.
Look, my pinky's
going like
in
this.
here.
My pinky hurts
That's not how I
doing
do
that.
it. I do it like this. Like here.
He hooks his
It's
pinky.
like on the inside.
He hooks his pinky right
Some of
here.
y'all didn't pray in church.
This is
this
so
show.
uncomfortable.
Well, I'm telling you what, some of y'all
Listen,
never.
I pray.
some of y'all
I don't know what kind of prayers you're doing.
What
I
kind
do
of
You're
prayers
going like
are
this.
you
You're going
doing?
like
my
this.
prayers
I'm
on my
going
knees.
like
I
this.
don't know about you,
You
man, but
pray like this?
Like, that's how they did it.
That's how they did it.
am I
I
crossing
grew
my
up.
legs as well? I think we're talking about Buddhism here. It's a little bit different.
Is that how you cross your legs?
What? No, they do the floating thing. I don't know.
I'm just
They
asking
float.
how if you were to cross your legs, how do you do it?
I can't. I'm too fat.
Oh my
insane to say.
God. Moving on. Alpha Esports versus Chosen
That was kinda hot
Legacy.
right there. Look at that. Noble with the backwards jump up. You see that right there? That was cool.
Yeah, it's like some Halo 2 tech.
What was hot?
The way he
back
jumped
up.
backwards, grabbed shock rifle was smooth.
I blinked and I missed it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's like my life. Here we go. Drift. Nice little perfect there with the shock once again. Going to be a big factor, and we'll keep you involved in that other series as well. Ladies and gentlemen, these last chance qualifiers are happening at the exact same time, and if you're not watching these, then you don't understand what's at stake. It's Worlds qualification for these rosters.
Caps in, and Alpha Esports, they are not slowing down, not showing any mercy to their brethren over in Mexico. They understand that this is their chance to qualify for Worlds, and nothing is going to stand in their way. In fact, we saw them get very vocal on Twitter. It was the coach Nugget that went on and said, hey, 4 out of the 4 tournaments, we made it out of open bracket, yet we don't deserve a pool play spot. We don't deserve Worlds auto qualification. What's up with that? And you know what? After I've seen their performance this weekend, I have to agree. Alpha Esports is a fantastic team.
They deserve it. Oh, 100%. They've proven that time and time again. It's Noble, the player for me today. Obviously, all players have played phenomenal, but I'm one of those casters that like to just point out one player. It doesn't mean that all the players, it doesn't mean all the players aren't playing a part, but I just feel like Noble is that X factor this weekend. I think he's been playing like out of his mind.
I think he's probably performed the best for the team this weekend. I also want to give a shout out to Drift, though. Drift has been consistent for the team, and he also has those games where he just takes over. In my opinion, he's the best player in Mexico at the moment. Well, so far, it seems like they're having just a lot of freedom on the map. Camouflage making the plays. Mayor taking his turn at trapping this hill. And I like how he jumps up there. He's giving himself the option, if he sees the player weak, to jump through that window and take the challenge. Be ultra aggressive. If they're not there, then, or if he doesn't feel confident that he can get the kill, you still capture the hill.
There it is. Magico's gonna fall. Lior gonna fall as gonna get another kill as well. The double, almost the triple.
Nasty Boy almost got his head peeled off just a bit down and to the left for Leor. Does the damage into the shoulder, but the damage is done nonetheless. Chosen Legacy, you have nowhere you can hide. It's a shock to the system. Leor now pushing for the trip cap. Woo, that looked nice to me, but just off target. Leor finds redemption.
Beautiful shot once again. He's been dominating with this shock rifle, and you love to see it. Those are good
I like the
shots.
play. He does that for one reason. You know you're not going to get the kill.
Yeah.
But you can see where the shocking, like where the lightning goes. And you can tell your teammate what direction they're in.
L1, L2, yep.
Yeah, I like the play. Interesting tag. It also gets that tiny bit of damage for your teammate as they go into the fight.
All right, time to wake up, Gunny. Ascending baseline down 0-2 in the series. We'll keep you updated on both. Of course, we got the LVT split screen, baby.
Remember when we watched Ascending Baseline versus Dark Side in the open bracket, it was a very loud match. And these teams, there's no love lost between them.
Not at all. I think it's just really important that they play their best and both teams play their best. Dark Side, once again, starting to dominate on the map. And you know, we had interviews with Ezo, of course. We talked to On4, Piggy. These guys, I talked to On4, we talked to Piggy and Ezo, but they just all seem confident, ready to win. They're ready to play, and you know, still continuing on that confidence, even though they got knocked out yesterday. Still looking to make things happen here.
Cap is still in, and Dark Side are not only just trying to win this game, they're trying to beat down any hopes and dreams that Ascending Baseline has. This is one of the most aggressive teams I've seen yet. And Descendant, he got the kill at the right time. He'll stop A. Kratos is the next target.
Yeah, he's just playing with his food right now. My goodness gracious. He can't miss, and he continues to put damage in. It's careful. Yeah, you have to be careful. 107 to 0. Tools.
Well, I was curious why he left so fast out of A. He gave up that spawn, and you can see it is Ascending Baseline that take over. They'll capture C, but I don't know if you prefer having a BC hold here necessarily. It's okay to trap them at A, but giving Ascending Baseline quite a bit of space to work with, and oh my, Alpha Esports are bullying Chosen Legacy at the moment.
That Chosen Legacy looks like it may be a sweep at this point in time, and really unfortunate that both Lat AM teams can't make it through, but Alpha Esports has been dominating all weekend long, and they 1000% deserve that spot if they close this out.
You can see already Chosen Legacy starting to walk their way back a little bit into this game. It's a 2-cap hold for them, and Ascending Baseline trying to do the same. The question is, how can both these teams handle pressure? Because right now, they're so overly confident. I have no doubt in my mind that any player on Dark Side or Alpha Esports is going to ego challenge every fight to the death.
100%. See the triple cap locked in at the bottom right of your screen. It is Alpha Esports. C is being taken, I believe, but it's being contested. 243 and counting for Alpha Esports. And like we said, if they're able to win this, they will qualify for Worlds, and that kill will solidify it. 3-0, Alpha Esports against Chosen Legacy.
Congratulations to Alpha Esports. That's incredible for them, but Dark Side trying to join their brethren across the stage. I wasn't expecting such quick 3-0s.
Yeah, these are very quick 3-0s. I was expecting a little bit more contention here through Ascending Baseline. A little bit more oomph, I guess you could say, but we're not seeing that out of these guys, and we're seeing Dark Side, a team that really just feels more hungry for this victory, in my opinion.
Thing to note about this matchup, which is interesting, Dark Side was the higher seed. They had the chance to choose their side. They went to Cobra. Interesting. These games. Maybe some strategies being cooked up by the coach over there, understanding what the best of 5 is, and thinking that they preferred Cobra spawns for this match. Either way, it's been working for them. Piggy leading the charge so far with 10 kills. Armor right behind him at 9, and that's when you know Dark Side's feeling themselves. When they aren't relying on the Descendant and Ezo slays, this is when they're scary.
You talk about Dark Side's coach. Callus, one of the better coaches, I think, in the league. Doesn't get as much love as he should. He was on a top team. He was coaching a top team towards that season 1, but
you too.
Yeah, G2.
Actually, that roster with Gilkey, Barcode was on it for a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Basically the native gaming roster.
When I think of great coaches, of course, I think of Lunchbox, I think of Royal One, I think of Callus, honestly, and I think of Ashes. Those are the coaches that firstly pop in my mind. I'm not saying other coaches are not as good. It's just I like I got to talk to Ashes earlier. I like the regimen. I like the training regimen. I like the schedule. It's so important to have that professional schedule.
Think of Bill Belichick.
Right. He's a great coach. He cheated though, but he's a great coach.
M-E-H-E.
Listen, I'm a New Englander, so for me to say that, but anyway,
gun selection last alive.
Yeah.
With this strip cap in, when it's these next moments are going to be crucial for ascending baseline.
He's not slaying out like we normally see, man. Like none of them really are at this point. Kid Nasty's 9-9, 7-13. They're getting outslayed. It's just what it comes down to. The individual fights are being won on the side of Dark Side. You know that Encore is getting loud. You know he's probably getting loud in the face of Kratos. You know that. It's all the way over there on the other side because they're playing on PC, so we don't have them right next to us this time. But I guarantee Dark Inside is getting loud every single time they win. Every single time they quit a piv, they're getting loud.
It's a bit surprising that this series, it's not just this game, has been so lopsided. Remember, it was a 3-0 in game 1. They found some separation towards the end of the game in game 2, and now it's a skunk in game 3 currently, unless Ascending Baseline finds a way to turn this around. And when we watched them play in the open bracket, the first 2 games were extremely close between these teams. It's insane what a day can do, right? Dark Inside has so many reps in this tournament against the best rosters from pool play.
Good call.
And you can see that it's made a big difference for them.
Good call. It's a very good call. I truly feel like when you play against the best, you learn so much and you level up so much. And we're maybe seeing that here with the likes of Dark Inside. 105 to 239. Sending baseline, putting up a bit of a fight though. You'd love to see that. Gunny starting to slay out. Kratos still 4-12 though. I'd like to see him pick it up in the slays department here. Like I said, it's got to be a situation where Envor is in his ear constantly. That might be affecting him just a bit. But beautiful shots at trade out there, and it'll be B potentially being taken by Dark Inside.
Johnson, he's doing his best to survive, but it's just too much firepower, and this might be an opportunity for Ascending Baseline. They've been able to get a couple big kills. They have the captures in, and the spawns are known. The question with the shock rifle, this is what you need to work to
his teammates, dude. Those teammates are horrible in that situation. He's attempting to get his shields back. Unfortunately, they didn't expect him to push there. He couldn't get it. He couldn't recover whatsoever, and he loses shock because of it.
Dark Inside's just so quick to take advantage. It's 4 down. I just don't know what you can do. It's desperation mode, and it's just resigning and understanding that the job's been done.
The job's been done. Ascending Baseline definitely had some trouble there against Dark Inside, who had a great run through the open bracket, and now I feel like this squad definitely clicked on land, and now they've finally qualified for Worlds. So congrats to Dark Inside, and also let's not forget about the Latin American teams who also qualified. Alpha Esports versus Chosen Legacy. Alpha took that spot for Worlds, and man, these two teams must have had enough practice with each other to know what both of these teams would be doing, because they're both from the Latin American Mexican region.
Yeah, 100%. It's got to be a factor of like, you just understand and you can counter the plays that you're seeing on the screen. It's a really good point, Ali. Like you just go off of those scripts, go off of the knowledge of the bottom view and just use that against them. That's potentially what will happen, what happened. So, I mean, it's crazy. I think it's just cool. So we have Alpha, we have Dead Inside, we have Alpha Esports guaranteeing Worlds, which is nuts. 2 more
spots left open for Worlds, and hopefully we get to jump to those soon. You know, I was just thinking how there were 4 Mexico or Latin American teams competing here in Salt Lake City, and it feels like a lot more than other regions. So you guys were just mentioning about Mexico having a spot.
Hey, free Mexico, free Latin America. You know what I'm saying?
free Latin America.
We got some of the best Halo players in the game are from places like Colombia and other Latin American countries that don't get the opportunity to compete. I would love in the future games for that barricade to be opened up.
I would love to see, I understand there's reasons why it's like this right now, but I would love to see that whole region just unlocked.
Oh, yeah.
Not just specific just to Mexico, but the rest of the Latin America. There's just so many countries there that would have, I mean, and the rest of the world too, but there's just so much talent in the Latin American region that I would love to see them being able to showcase that talent over here too. Alpha Gaming will be able to do that at Worlds. And over here, what do we have over here? I can see in my sight line.
Let's get them over.
We got Alpha Gaming joining us on the couch. They're getting themselves over here. All right, guys, brush up on your Spanish, okay?
I don't have any Spanish.
Vamos!
That's all I know. Vamos.
Vamos. All right. Bienvenidos. Bienvenido al couch de LVT.
Gracias. ¿Cómo están?
Estamos muy bien. ¿Y tú? How are you doing?
We're doing fine. We're doing well.
You excited for Worlds?
Yeah, we're really excited for Worlds. We need to grind, practice. We made a little mistakes, but I think we're prepared for Worlds.
So I just asked, I asked them. They said these two squads must have had a lot of practice with each other. Both of you were from the Mexico region. Did you scrim against each other at all?
We usually do not scrim like Latin teams because they disband a lot. We look for NA scrims, but if I'm honest, like they do not really scrim us. Like there are a few teams that really play us, so it's really hard for us to find practice, but I hope that after these results, they scrim us more.
I think it's deserved right now because the result that you guys put up this weekend was really good. But the other thing is, like, you guys have been to the open bracket 4 times now. You've gotten out 4 times. Like,
yeah,
it's like I feel like the respect is should be there now. Like, how do you feel about having to compete in the open bracket? Do you feel like you guys should be getting the, sort of that entry into pools right away?
Yeah, I mean, open bracket is a really good practice before pool play, but it's really exhausting. Like years before, we had our pool play spots. Everyone was telling HCS that we do not deserve it. So our main goal this year was to prove everyone wrong.
And you did.
I think we proved them wrong, and I hope we get our pool play back. Well, our pool play spot back. Because, man, open bracket is really exhausting.
It is. Se siente. I can feel it over here.
Yeah.
¿Cómo está el resto del equipo? How's the rest of the team doing?
They're really happy. I mean, we're not like, how can I say it? Like, we're sad because we lost in winners and losers in the champ bracket. But I think that with this last result, we're confident that we're going to perform well at Worlds.
There were some games that you guys had that were incredible runs before. I think Tools might have some insight on what those... Alpha Gaming had incredible firepower and did amazing. So I can understand why you could be upset at your performance, but qualifying for Worlds is incredible.
Yeah, we just need to practice like how to close games, because I think that we're like 49-49, but the other teams are really icy. They have like a lot of experience, but if we like watch our bots and that stuff, we're going to close the series in Worlds.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall what game that was that I saw.
The Sentinels game was incredible to watch. Right?
Yes, yes, that's the one that we were at the edge of our seats as well. How was that match, este juego contra Sentinels?
We started with a good mentality. Like, first of all, we need to tell to ourselves that those guys are humans. Like, they can make mistakes, so we gave it all. Like, we do not respect you guys. I know that everyone on that team have like tournament earnings and that stuff, but we are here to prove that everyone's wrong.
I love that. It's that extra. It's that extra will to want to win. It's that extra, just something that's intangible. It's great to hear.
My big question for you is like, because we saw you guys play extremely well against Sentinels. Can you tell me what the difference between fighting a team like Sentinels and what it was like to fight a team like Space Station? Because like Space Station, that top 3 team, does it feel like another level when you were going up against Space Station? And how are you going to prepare for that at Worlds?
I mean, every team have like different game styles. I think that our buff is that everyone on our team has like a lot of skill. So I think it's more probable that we win our gunfights. We know how to play, but there's teams like Space Station that have like a lot of skill, have a lot of teamwork, and they're really fast. So we need to find a way that we counter them.
I think you guys play very, very, very fast. I'm trying to recall again that game that was incredibly fast. And it was like controlled chaos from the other side. I'm just going back a whole
Oh, are you talking about like open bracket? Like
I think
maybe
it was
like Mind
open
Freak?
Was it Mind Freak?
You guys' game against Mind Freak was insane. So
Yes.
you talk about the bounce back from open bracket, because it seemed like you guys were a little bit off on Friday when you played in the winners side against what was it? What are they called?
Solar,
Solar.
something
Yeah,
like that.
like Eclipse.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, big props to them. Like they performed really well against us. Like they weren't missing any shot, so they deserve to qualify for pool play. But after we lost, we had a small talk about what our mistakes were and what we do not have to do against Mind Freak.
You think you learned a lot from that one on
Yeah,
how to. Yeah, I see the rest of the squad is over there.
Any of you want to talk?
Yeah.
Any of you want to come on?
Que si quieren venir,
¿Quieren venir?
a saludar, aunque sea.
So here we have Nugget, ¿verdad? Nugget?
Yeah.
Nugget, this is the coach for Alpha Gaming. And here's the rest of the squad for Alpha Gaming, who just qualified for Worlds. Felicidades. Yo puedo traducir si quieren también. Díganme sus nombres porque no reconozco las caras con los nombres. Tell me your names.
Lewor.
Lewor.
Novel.
Novel. Drift.
Acid.
Y Acid. Felicidades, congrats on qualifying for Worlds. ¿Cómo se sienten? How are you guys feeling?
Emocionados, ganas de mejorar para el mundial porque nos falta un poquito.
Yeah, he says they're excited. He feels like they were missing something, right?
Yeah.
They were missing something, so a little bit, not as excited as they felt like they should be, but definitely excited to represent the Mexico region at Worlds. ¿Y cómo se sienten ahora de, cómo se dice, cualificar para Worlds ahora trayendo el nombre de México a Worlds?
Bueno, para mí es especial porque el año pasado me ganaron esos güeyes para clasificar. Entonces, es mi primer Worlds.
First Worlds.
Tengo muchas ganas de hacerlo bien, mejorar.
Really excited to do well.
Sí.
¿Y los demás? ¿Quién quiere hablar?
Que si estás emocionado por el mundial.
Sí, yo siento que tenemos todavía mucho que probar.
They have a lot to prove.
Y pienso que podemos hacerlo mucho mejor que lo que hicimos ahorita.
They can do a lot better than what they did today. So a lot more from Alpha Gaming. ¿Algo más que quieran compartir con el público que los está viendo ahora? Tienen muchos fanáticos en Twitch. En el chat de LVT a cada rato se ve Mexico, where's Alpha? Where's Alpha?
Pues primero que nada agradecerle a las personas que siempre nos apoyan, a nuestras familias, amigos, parejas, que sabemos que la carrera de ser pro player no es fácil, pero siempre están ahí alentándonos, siempre dando ese empujón para que no nos rindamos, porque es difícil a veces este estilo de vida, a veces tenemos que sacrificar cosas, pero pues, muchas gracias por aguantarnos, por apoyarnos y sobre todo por tanto cariño.
Thank you so much thank you so much for supporting us. The path of a pro player is not easy, but we're here, we made it, and we're excited for Worlds and represent Mexico. Yeah. Felicidades, muchas gracias. Thank you so much for joining us on the couch. Y emocionada de verlos en Worlds.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. All right, guys, that was Alpha Gaming here with us on the LVT couch. Stick with us for just a little bit longer. We're going to go ahead and get ready for our next. What's next? You guys must be wondering what's next. The 2v2 finals and the last chance qualifiers will be next. So we're going to go ahead and get on a quick break while we get that set up for you guys.
Hello and welcome back to the HCS Salt Lake City. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Mikowski and Eli the Ninja, bringing you guys the action. We got a fantastic semifinals of the Halo Infinite 2v2 side event on the teams here today. We have Mortally playing with Divine Damsel and Zoom Doctor playing with Morgan. And this is the semifinal to determine who will make it to the grand finals of this side event.
2v2s are very fun. I don't know. 2v2 in general is just excellent for Halo. It always has been ever since the Halo 1 days. 2v2 has just been a staple. I think it plays really well in this game. Solitude, a great map for it as well. We're going to look for a lot of ammo and shot control. Actually, Shock is not on it. We've got the sniper. And is it overshield on this map, actually, in this tournament?
And so the two settings is going to be a little bit different than your traditional Halo, your Halo Infinite 4v4 settings. It's going to be overshield that comes up and sniper rifle instead of shock rifle.
Actually like that.
Yeah, these have been a lot of fun. A little different than when we casted this together in Arlington Tools, where it's the last shot. Repulsor, or excuse me, not Repulsor, but Combat Evolved, Sticky launched the shock rifle to himself and then hit that no scope. I mean, that's a Twitter clip you can go find on LBT Halo. But man, this is a ferocious fast start here for Mortally and Divine Damsel, already up by 6.
Kind of surprising. Like, I think Mortally and Divine Damsel, certainly the more known players here, but Morgan and Zoom are not bad at all. Morgan, one of the top amateur players that's always making waves in the open bracket as well as in these draft tournaments. But it's been all about the snipe and overshield control on the side of Mortally and Divine Damsel that's built this lead pretty significantly.
Got to feel pretty confident here if you're Divine Damsel. Despite the snipe being up here in 5 seconds, she's going to push that out with a little bit less than half overshield left to work with, trying to get into a gunfight to take advantage of that power up, but the more that dwindles away, maybe the more she feels likely to pass on back to the sniper side. But no, she's going to make her way through, maybe Mortally wrapping back for the snipe instead, but no, he goes down. So here's Zoom Doctor and Morgan's chance to take a +2 advantage.
Okay. Damsel goes down here. You've got to think Morgan and Zoom should be able to get that sniper. I don't know if... No, it is still on its spawn point, so rotation coming in here. Mortally going to try to stop them from getting it. Very interestingly that neither team has even tried to go in that direction just yet. You have to think after these two plays, they should rotate over towards that sniper.
Mortally with the fist earns a double kill. It's still a 7-kill lead for him and Divine Damsel, and now after those two slays, probably feel more safe to grab that sniper rifle. But some fortunate spawns here on the Cavity side and the snipe one side, but not fortunate when you got Mortally beaming 5 shots into your forehead.
Perfect reversal, by the way. I mean, he was getting shot from one side already and was one shot before he turned, hits the perfect shot. That was disrespectful, I'm gonna be honest.
4 possession, 4 team wipe edge here for Mortally and Divine Damsel, as they got to feel really confident and comfortable with their chances to make it to the finals. It's Mortally lining up that scope, has a weak opponent, so he'll pull out the bandit, but it's Divine Damsel quick with the fix. Finds the slay and more. Continue to stack up for the blue crew.
Sniper only spawning with 4 rounds in it, so only 1 bullet left to work with. Camo goes in, or sorry, Overshield goes into the suit of Divine Damsel. She's gonna find her target. Very nice melee kill there. As Mortally gets a kill and a body flies by her like a circus movie. What was that?
That was the Patrick Starfish ragdoll. That player, like slow motion almost. In real time, it felt like it as they soared over their shoulder. Dead bodies stacking up for Mortally and Divine Damsel. This has been all out carnage.
Wow. That was a push that should have led to 2-0 swing for Mortally and Divine Damsel, but somehow don't get the trade, and that actually favors Zoom and Morgan.
Morgan now.
We're showing on 2.5 minutes, by the way.
Interesting enough. Surprised we didn't see as much emphasis as I would think. I'm thinking everybody's dream, I feel like, some people's dream in the chat, LBT chat, has been to replace the Shock with the S7 on Solitude, but it feels like neither two teams are really prioritizing it right now. Mortally and Divine Damsel up by 12. They're in the driver's seat, comfortably waltzing their way to a 1-0 lead.
In the semifinals, these guys have had time to kind of play through their process. They played other rounds on this map already. Maybe in previous games they were penalized for going for the sniper too much and decided, you know what, let's just play together. Let's earn the slays and we'll go back and get that sniper later. Part of the strategy is working out quite well.
2 players down to 1 shot after Divine Damsel lands 2 body shots, but HCS 353, that's Zoom Doctor, is able to regain here. And there we go, another +2 sequence for Morgan and Zoom Doctor. If they're able to find a few more, maybe they can come back in this one, but it feels unlikely with such a monstrous lead here from Mortally. Divine Damsel with the camo, Overshield up in 10.
By the way, have we confirmed that it's Zoom Doctor? I always called him Zoom DR. But like,
am I crazy? I thought he was working on his doctor. I thought he was like trying to be a doctor.
Would he not put Zoom PhD? Or
No,
Dr. Zoom?
like he's literally trying to be like a medical doctor.
It would be Zoom MD.
He's also,
or he would be Dr. Zoom.
He's also a college Halo player.
Also a college, okay. I mean, let's, maybe somebody in chat knows. My phone's dead and on the charger, so I can't check, but.
Well, I personally love the banter here on LPT. Love when Eli gets to school either Tools or myself, to be completely honest, as Divine Damsel and Mortally looking for just one more slay here to secure the win. Going for the insta-explode, a little too early with the timing, but it's not going to matter. Mortally should be able to clean this one up and earn the win.
That was all-out domination on the side of Mortally and Divine Damsel. Unsurprising. I'm pretty sure Divine Damsel very versed in 2v2 gameplay. If I'm not mistaken, she was always in those 2v2 money matches, even dating back to the Halo 5 days. Playing with the likes of Soul Snipe and Manny and that group of individuals, Queen X3. Very competitive 2v2 co-ed scene back then, and she's got her chops. Playing on a Halo 5 map, she looks like she's at home.
Okay, so this is from his Twitter. Zoom DR, dedication, consistency, commitment. HCS player for Team Forsaken. University of North Georgia esports Halo player, former Gears of War professional player.
Cool. That doesn't answer my question.
Nothing there about being a doctor.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think he's a doctor.
I feel like
I really thought we were gonna get an answer there.
I feel like the DR is like maybe that's his initials. You know, like Renegade JW.
It absolutely is. It's Dalton Raygon is his name.
I knew it.
Of course, Eli finds the answer.
I feel like he is a doctor. So.
We'll just call him Zoom Doctor from now on.
Eli has his PhD in toolsology, I guess.
I'm surprised that Mortally was able to play in this Halo Infinite 2 because he got all the way to grand finals in the FFA. So
he must have jumped right into this.
Yeah, he was balancing the act of like, okay, I got my FFA round, I got my 2v2 round, and well, he could find himself in the finals of 2 different side events this tournament.
He said, you know what, I didn't make it to pools, but I'm gonna make some money before I leave. I respect that. As people like Complexity are in pools and still won the Halo 3 tournament, and also, was it Descendant and Envor won the Halo 5 2v2, so these guys are double dipping. You know, if you're in pools, let somebody else win the side events.
Oh my lord, Zoom, DR, Dalton Raygon started off on.
Well, that's one way to get yourself back in this series. I believe in a best of 3, right? So this is it. Morgan and Zoom DR have got to find the win here, and despite that nice no-scope, loses control of the sniper right after, but a big win there for Morgan. He's got the camo, and curious to see how Mortally and Divine Damsel play this. Do they play patient and slow to wait out the time, or no, the ninja comes through, back smack. Don't see it in the feed, but might as well have been.
All right, Live Fire, a bit of a different story here. Looks like the rotation's coming through. Camo in the suit of Morgan. Does finally dissipate though. It feels like Mortally and Divine Damsel just kind of waiting it out, knowing like, okay, he's got camo, but who cares if we just sit around and wait for 30 seconds. Now that it has dissipated, I think they're gonna try to get into the play.
Yeah, and I thought that was the interesting switch on Solitude we saw, replacing camo with Overshield. I don't think camo has much of an impact in 2v2s where you can just wait out the 30 seconds rather easily, go to the opposite side of the map and make that a moot point, as that's exactly what we saw there. Camo, no matter, and no impact on this one so far. We've seen the snipers take effect in the early goings, but still early. Morgan and Zoom up by 2.
Much better look than the last game. Solitude must just be that comfort zone for Mortally and Divine Damsel. Cut off guard too. Morgan and Zoom playing in a way that's a bit unpredictable, perhaps. And Mortally and Divine Damsel away from each other now, 2v1 situation. And if you're Mortally in this position like this, you want to follow up on the damage, but it's risky. Almost turns 2 somehow. That would have been disgusting.
Instead, Morgan finds the sleigh. It was a tough one, though. Skill jump back up to the sandbags gives him the first look at that sniper rifle, but still with 10 seconds left to go, that's going to give Borderline Divine Damsel a chance at it. Well, Flake coming through, but Morgan handles it really well. This is an impressive bounce back game too, Eli.
I have to agree. Morgan looking like a different player right now. 5 and 3 already. Zoom Dr. Zoom. The camo in the suit, but he gets naded out. Great nade there.
What a predictive play call there from Divine Damsel. Read that like a book, takes down the camo right after. As we've seen multiple times, 2 players down on each side of the map. Even trades benefits Morgan and Zoom, who have had the lead here in the early goings, still up by 3.
That tower positioning here on the side of Morley and Divine Damsel. Damsel pushing up pretty far away from Morley. They're split here, so I'd like to see her rotating back. Does, but she gets taken out. The thing about 2v2 is if your teammate dies and you're alone, you're probably better off waiting, but not if you're disgusting like Morley and you have a sniper rifle and hit those shots. So despite being caught by himself, finding a way to come out on top in that situation.
That was filthy. Morley's the man, and an unbelievable play gives them a chance to regain the lead, only down by 1 now. But it's Zoom with possession of the snipe tower and the high ground advantage. Borderline Divine Damsel in the training. Not sure where Morgan is, just below him at the dummy door. Now pushing up the dummy ramp. The flank comes through on the mud side, and Zoom recognizes it. Oh, now he's got an answer back to Morley's double kill with a double of his own.
That was great teamwork as well. Morgan saw the push, immediately came to the aid, got enough damage into that player so that the melee could come through. And these guys looking like a whole different team in this game.
They really do. But Mortal and Divine Damsel are much more in it than what we saw from Morgan and Zoom in the previous game. And wow, it's not a 1-1 trade out, it's a 2-2 trade out, and everybody's dead on the map.
It's not often you say 4 dead in 2s, but
yeah,
it happened there. Always interesting how the spawns happen after a 4 dead situation like that. Like, who gets the better spawn?
Especially because the game prioritizes squad spawns, but if nobody's alive on either squad, what does the game start to think?
Yeah, it's just random, but you'll often spawn in a complete diagonal away from your opponent, though. So if you spawn in, like, screens, you can expect the other team to probably spawn mud. If you spawn back B, the other team probably spawn dummies, so.
Yeah, that's that fold the map in half, like paper origami. Easy predictive spawns and easy 5 shots in there for Divine Damsel. And with the cleanup finish on 2, an easy double kill for her. Gives Mortally and Divine Damsel just a 2-kill deficit and an easy pickup of the next camo.
Yeah, they've really righted the ship. Started off a little bit slow this game, but have tightened up their teamwork a bit. It's easy to kind of get separated. You want to be aggressive, but and take different angles. But yeah, that was a huge shutdown. They just turn on Mortally, sorry, on Divine Damsel, kill her very easily, and now Mortally's trying to find his way to safety.
I thought she had perfect timing and positioning on that. It was just better camo-wise there for the opposition, and now the ops got the S7 in their hands, but with low shields, doesn't feel safe enough to try and hit some pop shots for the no-scope body damage. Allow the teammate to clean it up instead. Works their way to the cuts, picks up a couple spikes, and regroups with Zoom.
The lead. Gotta play careful here. As long as you play close enough together and deal damage before going down, most situations you can trade out. Like this decision to back up, wants to stay within his teammate's sight line. Ping from the teammate, knows his player is weak, but also wants to help on the other side. Does enough damage that his teammate can get the trade. One snipe bullet left, gonna retreat through at the bottom center to try to regroup with his spawning teammate.
18-15 here. Morgan and Zoom still with a 3-kill lead. Most importantly, the possession of that snipe, but Morgan's not gonna stay back with it. They're gonna push up and take on Divine Damsel in a 1v2. Zoom does trade out, so 1v1 now. Advantage to Morgan with the snipe, but he's only got 1 bullet to work with. Now Mortally aggressively pushing through, hits the curb slide, and takes Morgan off guard and down.
Love that play. Sometimes just closing the gap between you and your opponent when you have a shield advantage, do so quickly is the best move. Don't want to give them even a chance. Get that shield start to recharge. Aggression paying off. Divine Damsel now 10 kills. Mortally with 8 assists. Teamwork together for these two.
19-17 here. Morgan and Zoom have been able to hold on to the lead until now after the double kill for Mortally. It's now tied 19-all. Spawns on the screen door, I would imagine. On the side of A for Morgan and Zoom. There they are at the screen door now. Working up to the sandbags, dropping down, and dropping down to low shields as well. Consistent damage from Mortally gives them the numbers edge here in terms of shield advantage. But wow, the flank coming in through. Great positioning from Morgan and Zoom. They take Mortally off guard and really regain that lead.
The aggressiveness there is really paying off, especially now with both Camo and Sniper spawning at the same time. What can they do with it, though?
Patient with the snipe. And despite losing her teammate, Mortally, Divine Damsel pushes on through to clean up on that damage. The decision pays off, but now she's looking to get cleaned up on by Zoom. Chase grenade goes out. That Stinky's going to stop that push, and might just send Zoom back to the screen. No, Zoom's going to actually back up, I imagine, to the dummy side to get a squad spawn. But wow, you don't see Morgan right next to him. So curious where the split spawn may have come through. Mixiness as we approach the 20s, 21-20. Morgan and Zoom still in that lead.
Damsel just trying to find a target, but Morgan and Zoom seem to have done a full rotation. We don't see them on screen. Yes, they've gone all the way into A. But a huge headshot after quickly identifying the target. Trying to do something fancy here for the next one.
Did you see Zoom's reaction to that? He couldn't believe he went down. Oh, Divine Damsel ripping domes with that snipe. Unbelievable shot. She might just ice up to win this game, but 3-5-3, that Zoom clutches up himself. Ooh, another no-scope attempt. Sticky from the grave attempt, neither connect. And now Morgan and Zoom are just one slay away from sending us to a decisive game 3.
Had the lead for most of the time, almost relinquished it, but holds strong in the end. Very strong finish there of game 2.
Well, they had a strong start, right? Got a little bit caught up in the mid-game, but ended up clutching up pretty well in the end. Honestly, I'm glad that we got a game 3 out of it. It's going to be exciting. Divine Damsel, I thought was going to clutch the hell up there for a second, though.
With that snipe?
She got the first snipe, slid in, got the second. I was like, okay, but interference will be what decides it all.
I actually love this because I think I was talking to Meg earlier, one of the lovely photographers of the HCS, and I said, I'm not as big a fan of Stronghold's interference, but I don't mind it in Slayers, and we're about to see that here in this 2v2.
Wow, I could not more disagree with that statement. How much should we like?
I don't like the map at all, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm on that team as well.
I'll say Choose. Choose is a completely different game, obviously, but that thing might put me in an insane asylum if I play a Slayer on it once again.
Slayer's pretty bad, to be honest. But I'm curious what the sandbox looks like for Choose. Totally different ball game.
It's a camouflage sniper.
Camo snipe. So camo spawns where OS
and
does, of course.
It's a thruster that is. I'm trying to remember. Actually, there might not be a camo spawn. Thruster goes to yellow corner.
Okay.
It's a sniper for sure. I'm just trying to remember if it's over shield or camo. I believe it's camo.
Seems like holding top middle is going to be highly crucial.
Yeah, usually at white corner towers, like kind of the areas that you get a lot of power position for.
Yep.
White corner, so powerful on interference.
It really is.
That's where it kind of felt like Divine Damsel had snatched this game.
If you want to hit this, can you imagine she hits this clip right here?
Oh.
It's a curb slide and then quick scope.
I wish we had the cam on the replay, because you get both these teams very reactionary whenever something happens in game. Mortally's like raising up his hands when he dies. It's like they're really a team after my heart. Let me tell you what, they look just like me at home.
Yeah, I love these player cams from LVT. You really get a sense of the emotion, the atmosphere, and the vibes here from Salt Lake City as we start to load into our game number 3, Interference Slayer.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah, Mortally probably reacts like that when he gets me on his team and watches me throw. I feel like it's happened many times.
Yeah, you never want to be on the. I've learned that you never really want to be on the pro players team. It feels like
right.
It feels like you're just letting them down each time. Here we go.
Yeah, dude, especially when I get Lucid on my team.
Lucid, I think, has me on a list. I think he would kill me if he had the opportunity. I think I have a 0% win percentage when Lucid's on my team.
Lucid's on my team, I throw, I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, I'm not formal. Like, it's just...
Now, my thing is like, I'm okay with Lucid having a problem with my game. That's fine. It's when his chat starts tuning in. I'm like, all right, look, every single one of you that have typed my name in your chat, you're all terrible. Like you don't get to join in onto the shit talking. That slowly goes to Lucid. But here we go. Game 3, final decisive game to figure out who will go to grand finals. Mortally, Divine Damsel having to find their bounce back after losing game 2. Morgan and Zoom trying to keep that momentum forward.
Wow, great grenade there from aiding Divine Damsel. Kind of hard to get the exact distance right on those bounce grenades sometimes. But even start here. Like the sniper. Oh, that was disgusting out of Zoom. Looking clinical as the doctor delivers the Zoom headshot.
Jump shot, quick scope gives Morgan and Zoom a 3-2 lead. And after that quick scope, you can sense the respect that the blue team have for that snipe. Now Zoom with some checkmate grenades, not allowing that player for the blue team, that's Divine Damsel, to even work her way off the bottom, the basement of the map.
Okay. One snipe bullet left to work with. I like the way he's moving around cover here. Trying to be a little bit sneaky. But now that he's here, he's kind of in a bad position, cannot find his way out. Bailed out. I thought he was going to get bailed out by a teammate, but teammate goes down, as does he. So Morley and Divine Damsel play that situation perfectly. They now take the lead.
4-5. As Divine Damsel drops off the side towards the caution tape. Overshield's up, so she's going to set her attention to that next power-up, all the while finishing the damage she initiated onto Zoom. Flawlessly played process here from Divine Damsel, and I imagine she just opened up the door for Morley to grab that OS. She did.
She grabbed it for free because she opened up so much space. Now Carbine spawns so exposed on this map, and Morgan and Zoom have nowhere to run. They're being hunted down, probably spawning bunker now, as they do. I think Morley and Damsel are ready to spawn kill here.
Wow, look at Divine Damsel taking her presence and position to the top side of the tower, and she's already looking into the spawn, that back bunker spawn. And oh, that's actually a huge sticky there. Things are getting a little out of control. And with that trade from Zoom and the slave from Morgan, they actually find the +1 net outcome in that scenario, and it's still just a 3-kill game.
Also earn the sniper and know the next spawns. Like Divine Damsel gets caught out in the open down here. A lot of interesting spawns that can happen on this map where you're just already in a fight right away. Wow, look at that. That was the trick jump to get up, but is kind of predicted in doing so. Morgan ready for it.
8-10 now. Lead continues to dwindle as Morgan and Zoom are chipping into it, and most importantly, Morgan has the snipe. 3 shots left to work with, so they can regain the lead if Morgan felt like really popping off. Pops off 1 shot, misses that, but looking to clean up on that opponent. Drops with it. No, takes the pop shot. And my God, Divine Damsel and Morley are both gonna retain their shields and their life, despite what looked like a good push from Morgan and Zoom.
3-kill lead still for Morley and Divine Damsel. Trade in their favor. Morley, the first shot in this engagement goes down. Morgan with a huge reversal kill. That is massive. One thing that sticks out to me on the scoreboard, though, is only 1 assist in our red team, which means they are not working together. And I tell you what, you two, you got to be in tune with your teammate. Add a 2nd assist to that column, but kind of impressive that they're only down by 1 with just 2 assists.
Yeah, nearly half the slays have been assisted for Morley and Divine Damsel. 15% of the slays have been assisted for Morgan and Zoom, so much better team shot happening and much better sandbox control, though, on the other side from Morgan as they have another overshield. Take advantage of it to take down Divine Damsel, and it's not just a 1-kill game.
Okay. Top center control, this is what Tools pointed out. Power, one of the more powerful positions on this map. Look at that. Like, Morley gets behind enemy lines without opposition even knowing he's on the way at all. Now this player's running away. Very good prediction from Morley. Knows that's the escape route he's going for and cuts him off ahead of time.
Now with that slay, Divine Damsel and Morley have the best chance at earning that next OS. Sniper looks like it might be up as well, but for now their focus is on adding more to the scoreboard. Morley actually going to pass up the snipe, try to finish off the damage, but my God, the cross-map shots were incredible there. Morgan and Zoom somehow find the slay, but Divine Damsel does find that snipe. Looking left, looking right, can't find an opponent. Split spawn there for Morley means the middle of the map is occupied by Morgan and Zoom. She recognizes that, takes a nice pre-fire shot into the body of her opponent, sets him at bay. The flank comes through, and she's predicting that as well. Great game sense, great shots from Divine Damsel, and 2 more go down for Morgan and Zoom. And Morley and Divine Damsel are now up by 3. That was massive.
That was so clutch by her, too. The jump to kind of throw off her opponent's attempted melee. Kind of taking the melee out of the equation when she was already weak and knew she would die to it. herself a very difficult kill. Huge damage here as well, while half shield's expecting another opponent to push. Backs up, but when Morley goes down, knows that opponent is not near her. Very good at just changing her strategy based on new information. Look how tricky she is at being killed in these situations. Though she goes down there, Morley able to grab the overshield seemingly for free.
Yeah, she played a good distractionary role there, allowed Morley to grab that OS. So despite being in a 1v2, I guess it's even in the terms of the shields in total as Morley goes on through the middle of the map, looking to clean up on this Slay, but having a difficult finding it. But Divine Damsel does 16-19. Morley and Divine Damsel just 6 kills away from moving on to the finals.
Having a shield advantage, wants to push forward. The spawn is split though. It means Morley finds himself between two opponents. He's getting the body disrespect now. The closing moments of this 2v2, that's pretty massive right now.
Big grenade damage could go through there. Divine Damsel likely takes down the shields of both, and she's looking to take advantage of that great grenade toss. And I don't know where the hell Morgan went. I'm as confused as Divine Damsel is. Oh my God, Morgan finds the Slippy and the back smack onto Morley. Huge play to stay alive and earn another Slay.
Mind games coming through here. Body disrespect. This is game 3. 1 kill difference right now. This will advance to the finals. Neither team really knows where each other are. Heavy damage coming in on Divine Damsel, but she's going to hit this route out to this pipe area. Be able to get her shields back, but that means Morley's all by himself. Not where you want to be. I don't know if that body disrespect's making Morley play a little bit faster than he would otherwise.
It's the mental mind games. And obviously Morgan and Zoom knew what they were doing when they threw that elbow into the dead body of Morley, as they've now tied up this match at 25 kills needed for both of these two teams to move on to the finals. The next set of slays are crucial.
So intense right now. Overshield's coming up as well. Sniper has been up for about 30 seconds. You got to think this next overshield could decide the game. Pushing up, gets a lot of damage, gets 1 kill, but can't really contest the overshield. Probably asking Morley for help. He gets the kill. Massive teamwork in execution. Doesn't look like they're even interested to go straight for the sniper. Maybe decided that, hey, no, they are going to grab it now. Damsel finds herself pushed all the way up, probably playing scout here to find the opposition.
And the reason those next set of slays were so crucial was because not only are you going to take a 2-kill lead deep into the end game, you're going to get both the OS and the sniper, as Morley has both in his possession. Divine Damsel gets a trade. That's a win condition for Morley and Divine Damsel, as they're the ones in the lead. Now, Morley just needs to hit 1 clutch snipe. Doesn't even need to do that. Oh, he gets some shots in the back. Oh, man. Narrowly finds that trade. It could have been almost a tie game had he not.
I mean, he forced that. I don't know if it was necessary. Probably could have played that a little bit slower, but thinking, you know, if I just force this and I get it, only need 1 more to close out the game. Definitely not a terrible situation to find yourself in. And the nades come out, heavy damage. I think that's it, as Divine Damsel lands the last kill to secure themselves a spot in the grand finals.
Ooh, they're there. Let's go. I love to see the teams playing well. Great to see a game 3 in the semis as well, folks. What we got coming up soon, grand finals for the 2v2. Obviously, we also still have 2 more last chance qualifying matches over on the feature station. In the meantime, we're going to move over to the B stream, where Quadrant and Native Gaming are battling it out in an elimination match.
All right. It's going to be a tough one. Native finally getting over that hurdle into top 8, but they face some tough opponents. I tell you what, though, they're looking good in game 1 and one of Quadrant's best game types. These guys have always been absolute killers in recharge strongholds, but right now, Native with a 100-point lead.
Native was scheduled to play this match at 8 o'clock. It's 8:46 here in Salt Lake City, so that gave them a little bit more time to strategize, which could be in their favor. I'd argue with one of the greatest coaches in the HCS. Kronos for Quadrant, no slouch himself, but I really do think Hoaxer is one of the best to ever do it, as Gilkey, one of the best snipers to ever do it, on the needles, like a turret, just trying to find some more damage, find some more slays. Does take down Snipe Drone, but he goes down as well. Numbers are gaining here for Quadrant, and that's their advantage to take one of the best strongholds teams in all of Halo.
Tell you what, though, something's going on with SLG. 2-13, now 2-14. Not what we're used to seeing from this man, Norwin. Very talented gamer that is often one of the biggest slayers on their squad. So Native somehow shutting him down. I feel like if he comes online, maybe we see a different story, but for now, Native have his number.
Gilkey's got the high side, the high marks in this lobby right now with 15 slays, and those 15 slays are opening up a lot of space on the map for Native Gaming to take whatever cap point they want. Right now in possession of AB, but A, B, and C are all flipping in different colors. A and B rotating to Quadrant, and they will in fact take it to score, and if they can reset C and earn a trip cap, that's something they need, I'd even argue, to get back in this.
Feels like it. I think they're better than just about anyone at holding a trip cap, but not if tapping buttons is hitting shots like that. Clutch kill out of him to shut down Sika. Now they do flip B in their favor. Quadrant spawning on both A and C, able to protect both, and they might just hold this setup for a little while.
APG trying to stay alive, but boy, is that tough when you're getting shot in the side, the back, and the front. As he'll go down, SLG and the rest of Quadrant flow through the middle of the map. Seem to be forming a little bit of a comeback here. Native Gaming have been stuck at 170 all the while. Quadrant slowly approaching the 100-second threshold and down by 70 seconds, 1 minute in strongholds. You're right there in it.
What makes Quadrant so good at this map and mode is they're able to just apply pressure to all parts of the map at the same time, it seems. They'll spawn on one side or get one kill on one side and hit the fastest route to the opposite side to stop the flip on the opposite side of the map. They have had feet in all 3 strongholds for the last couple minutes. They've now somehow flipped the trip cap back in their favor, just winning 1v1 fights on multiple parts of the map. Whew. Native is flipping A back though. And they are flipping B, so might be able to get into that comfortable A-B setup. In a situation like this, I'd expect them to be comfortable to allow Quadrant to spawn at C.
APG controlling so much of the map. When he was previously at the door there at the bottom A side, he was not allowing Quadrant to push through and take control of the middle of the map or A like they wanted to there with Glory. And now the camo seems like an afterthought. It's been up for a while, but APG picks it up swiftly with that grapple. And Native Gaming, they've not placed top 6. They've not placed top 8 all season. Quadrant have, but Native Gaming might just break the top 12 curse and cut it in half.
Yeah, amazing. This series has just begun, though. You got to imagine Quadrant are not going to make it easy. Quadrant with an impressive 3-0 win over Pure, who finished top 4 in the last event. So just so insane, the level of gameplay that we're seeing across the HCS. Every series seemingly going to a game 5. Doesn't matter if you're a top 3 team in the world. You are not safe. These players are hungry and want to stamp their ticket to the World's Finals.
Obviously, all wins in Halo count for 1 in the series, but I think there's ways mentally to hype yourself up to feel like it counted for 2. And with Native Gaming, not only maybe winning this Game 1 Strongholds against one of the best Strongholds teams in the HCS, but doing it so dominantly, I think this is one of those ways you can kind of hype yourself up, get in your own head as APG gets in the head of 2. The double kill secures game number 1, and boy, do Native Gaming look good.
They outslayed them heavily.
Talk about doing something impressive there. You know, not only taking down Quadrant, who's red hot. Remember, they beat Pure 3-0 in elimination round 1. That's nothing to scoff at. But they also were able to beat Quadrant on their game type. Remember, that this is the team that was able to really define the meta on Recharge Strongholds.
What was it, like 26-2? They had a 30-game stretch where they only lost twice, something like that.
I think it was 19 before they had lost.
It was 19-1.
19 in a row.
And then the game they lost was against Complexity when they were up like 249 to like 1 something, and they like choked it away. It was like absurd.
Yeah. So I do think that we just witnessed what I was speaking to was that game 1 or one game that feels like it counts for 2, and that really probably took a little bit of the life force out of Quadrant. They're looking at the series layout, like all these teams do before a series. They get together, they huddle up, and they take a look at each game type. The coach breaks down how they want to play each one, and they're probably licking their chops to get into game 1 because that's their best map and game mode combination, and they just got doubly dominated.
Very impressive out of Native. I did see, though, is SLG 5-20. That is not the numbers we're used to seeing out of Mr. Norwin. He is an incredible talent, and I don't know what's going on with that.
A little bit of a rough game. See if we can figure it out. Over on the 2v2 stage, you see Mortally, Divine Dams obviously not having to get up. I believe that's No Limits. And do you know who the other one is? Just looking at it?
I'm not familiar with these players.
Well, we'll get that info soon enough. We'll get Mortally in focus as well. We got to see those luscious locks. He's like he's got that 90s look. A little bit of
This looks like a 90s kid.
What's the actor's name?
Macaulay Culkin you're thinking of, maybe?
No, the much more famous. Titanic.
Leonardo
DiCaprio? Yeah. He's got the Leonardo DiCaprio look with the curtains.
He says we got Leo on the main stage
You got
here.
Leo on
Maybe
the
a
main
mix
stage.
between Macaulay and Leo. I don't know.
Yeah. Just mix them all together.
Oh, it's hella sick in camp.
Oh, no, not No Limits. I thought it was No Limits. My bad, hell, he's sick in camp.
Oh, these guys are solid. Aren't they teaming? I'm pretty sure Mortally is teaming with Hella Sick in camp in fours, right?
Yeah, I believe he played with them. It was like Daylight, Camp, and was it Hella Sick?
I believe so.
So 3 of the 4 make
Yeah,
it.
so
familiarity
their
has the
teammates.
narrative in
Yeah.
this one.
Divine Damsel teamed with what? It was like Jaren,
Placement and Jukes.
Jukes.
Yeah.
Also another good team. Some great. It's like I wish that the open bracket still fed into champ bracket like it did back in year 1. Because that's when you would see like at least a little bit more. The pro teams would have to play against some of these open bracket teams. It'd be like a little bit more interesting.
Yeah. Maybe for next season, we'll see if there's any big shakeups in the way these brackets work.
Next season, we're gonna go like invite only. Reduce the open bracket.
I want to talk about an advantage that I think about a lot on LAN here. And we know this from competing and casting at LDT Orlando, going from setup to setup to setup, and making sure all your settings are just right, making sure that your screen's oriented just right, making sure you're sitting just far enough away from the monitor. All the little things that make you play as well as you possibly can on LAN are in Mortally and Divine Damsel's favor because they didn't have to get up from that main stage. So you can see on the right, that team is setting up their settings. And on the left, they're probably shooting bots, and they're already on fire. They're already warmed up on this stage. So I think they take a decisive advantage here into this grand finals.
Yeah, I think staying on the same setup is a huge advantage for Mortally and Divine Damsel. But it's grand finals. Anything can happen, right? We have no idea. We also have some other things going on. Mind Freak and Eclipse. This has started, honestly,
LCQ.
This is going to be our main focus because this is a banger of a matchup. Remember, Eclipse was the team that got through winner's side. They beat Alpha Esports, who have already cinched their last chance qualification with their win earlier today. Now it's Mind Freak, the Australians, and Eclipse that get to play. One of the big difference makers in this series, Scoob and Rice playing on PC versus Xbox. The mouse and keyboard players probably getting a little bit of a buff from that, and already up 2-0 in the series.
This is the Cinderella story of the year. If Eclipse could come from the depths of anonymity, nobody really knowing who they were or expecting them to get this far, and to qualify for the World Championship from nothing and nowhere, that would be an incredible story that we could all celebrate in the Halo community. But on the other side, you've got staples in the Halo scene, the best in the Australian Halo community, Mind Freak, and they're not going to make it easy. Already up 2-0 in this series. Scored 2 more slays as Plasma, and it's looking like a rough start for Eclipse.
Plasma 9-2, Rice 7-1. These guys are here to play. 2 caps and not much time.
I just want to point out Plasma has more kills than Eclipse by himself. Rice almost has more kills than Eclipse.
This is to be expected, not because, again, the fact that Mind Freak been there before, done that. Eclipse, this is their first time experiencing anything like this. The nerfs must be on point. But the buff, hopping off of the Xboxes in the open bracket, Eli, we had a chance to talk to Scoob and Rice just before this, and we told them, man, you guys are really set up to take this. You guys are getting a 200% buff. The latency, not only with the clicking on the mouse, but the WASD movement is delayed as well on the Xboxes. Mind Freak just had the ankle weights taken off, and they're showing it here in Game 1.
Rice looks like a whole different player. Oh my God, this guy is incredible right now. You saw him hit the late jump tech into clamber where he could have fallen off the map. I don't know, his movement is buffed, his aim is buffed. This guy is feeling like a whole new man on this PC right now. Does finally get taken down, but he's 10-2 already, and sways. Goes for the stylistic strong side curb slide turnaround 180, but looks like Eclipse don't want this game to be over just yet.
Okay, Eclipse earned the team wipe and a potential counter cap goal line stand combination. They're going to secure 1 of 2, and they need to make it a 1-2 match if they want to have a chance. There's still 8 minutes left, but boy, Mind Freak have started out hot. Now Looney's starting to add more advantages to his team's toolkit. In addition to that, despite previously goosing, now he's at 3-3-7, so out of nowhere, he's having himself a great game, and my God, this might be a chance to double cap here. No, it's just going to be a chance to secure that elongated counter cap now. Eclipse weren't able to get the flag very far despite all those slays.
I'm kind of surprised. I mentally had already added a point to their score, I'm not going to lie. But all of a sudden, they might not get a single score.
Wow.
Because Mindfreak are playing great off defense despite having a significant disadvantage in the sandbox department. Scoop doing his best.
Oh!
How does Scoop live there? That was insane. Oh, this is right. Sorry, bottom left says Scoop.
It's another crack mouse and keyboard player on Mindfreak.
One of them crack-headed mouse and keyboard players, man. Holy.
2 clicks, 2 sticks. Such an interesting team composition here in the HCS. The only team that has an even split of both input devices down the board. And Eli, like you said, mentally in my head, I visualized a 2-2 tie here after Eclipse earned back-to-back team-wise, but they weren't even able to get one.
That just played a mind game with me. I'm so confused. How did they not get that flag home? And they had overshield, they had 2 dead, flag got pulled at a good time.
Team wipes.
Somehow, I think maybe they accidentally blocked spawn and gave Mindfreak an out to stop that flag run. Only the explanation I can think of.
Now that's on their coach now to adapt to that on the fly and figure out how can we make the most out of our slays, out of our damages. There's still plenty of time left, approaching the halfway mark in this match, still 23 seconds away from that as Plasma in the back of the base finds another one. More slays here for Mindfreak, and look at the disparity in slays for Mindfreak too. Fury, Rice, and Plasma both at 14 and 13, and then Scoob and Sways at 7 and 4, but they've got more assists, so everybody's playing that balancing act, that even 25%, despite the disparity in slays.
Man, they're just playing with a lot more confidence than we saw earlier. I think no surprise that it's a little bit difficult to feel confident using mouse and keyboard on an Xbox. Now on the PCs, playing with all the confidence in the world. Flag is out for Mindfreak. Eclipse taking over the Mindfreak base here pretty well. Overshield also in the suit of Eclipse, and Despiteful has his flag on the move. Can Rice get this clutch kill here? No. Great teamwork. Bit Teaches gets the bailout, and this could be that first cap we expected earlier.
This has to go in for Eclipse. You can make the case that they should have had this insane 3-2 comeback victory, but instead it's just going to be a 1-2 match. But with 5.5 left on the clock, they have plenty of time to tie this up.
Okay. Not sure what happened with those snipers. Okay, looks like Sways has one of the snipers. I do remember talking to these guys in Atlanta, and Scoob and Rice were saying on the bigger, longer maps like this map, Argyle, they prefer the mouse and keyboard players to have the sniper, and on the smaller maps they give the sniper to the controller players, which is an interesting philosophy, but makes sense, right? You know, let the controller player walk through, utilize the aim assist, play like a shotgun, like Unplexion said he did in the FFA. But here we see one of the controller players with the sniper. That's kind of surprising to me. I'd love to see, Scoop get a hold of the sniper on a map like this.
Oh wow, we just had the trophy pull up here on the LBT Halo broadcast. Not only are championships on the line here, but so too is a spot. The Halo World Championship loser goes home, winner moves on, secures their spot. There could not be more to play for here, as we've got the championship, we've got the we've got the championship trophy, we've got the world championship qualification on the line. It feels like it's all coming to a heed, but all 4 going down for Eclipse, as Mindfreak might just secure this game with another score.
Looking like they want to. Overshield's coming up though. This is going to be highly consequential. I think Sways getting it for free is a bad sign for Eclipse. Scoob has also got this flag on the move. Just getting it to this tunnel is a big deal right now, especially with his teammates having that overshield. They should be able to clean up the situation and get this flag on the move.
2 down for Eclipse. They have less numbers to work with defensively here. They are working towards that reset, and they're going to get it. So nice plays there from Eclipse. Mindfreak aren't able to take advantage of their pull, similar to the one that we saw from Eclipse just minutes ago. But now we're in the end game, 3.5 minutes left. Eclipse need to ice up, and they need to have more efficiency if they do find another pull. 3v3 for now. Looney working his way through the undercuts as he cuts down Sways with the frag toss, and Eclipse are starting to build what looks like the next pull.
Very interesting route here by Looney. He's going to push the spawners over to the snipe side, try to cut the map, get all the way behind them with perfect time. He's going to find the double kill on Plasma and Sways. Can he get one on Scoob? He does.
Kill.
Looney! Huge kills out of Looney as the sniper as well.
Overkill! Headshot, and he might
just get more. Sorry, it's a body, but it's still nasty, sick nasty, as he brings his team back, saying, come on, boys. After 3 go down for Eclipse, he earns the overkill, 4 dead, and allows Eclipse, despite going 3 down, to get back on Mindfreak's side of the map. 2:30 left on the clock, and can Eclipse take advantage again of another team wipe, this time all at the hands of Looney?
He is an absolute monster. Oh my god, that shot for the overkill with the perfect precision, the timing. As he peeks out, still applying pressure to the spawners of Mindfreak, but
they're running.
Only now is the flag on the move. They've got to get this a bit further, and a couple kills do come out. The flag has been stopped.
Oh no,
despite
it's a 2v2.
the standout performance from Looney, they're unable to get the flag to the tunnel.
Oh no, and don't let this be 3 times. You should have scored. It could be 4-2, but it sways. Answers back with a snipe of his own. He stole it, the Eclipse snipe. Looney previously stealing the Mindfreak snipe. It's a topsy-turvy back and forth affair here with the S7. And this flag is still out for Eclipse. They might just find a way to ice up and adapt on the fly like we previously asked them to do. This will be incredible.
Sways has other ideas. He's at the top of their main ramp. This flag's not going through for free. They've got the OS as well. Rice stops it. Melee battle ensues. And
how does he win that?
In the favor of Eclipse. Ben Teaches does get cleaned up afterwards. Sylvanic, last player in the base here, has to retreat while one shot. Mindfreak looking to return this flag.
Oh, but if they stay on top of it too long, those nades will take them down to the last 3 seconds. You gotta take down Scoobmeister and pull it here to keep it alive, and they do! 2 go down for Mindfreak, 2 go down for Eclipse, and they might just ice up in the end game. Gotta play this perfectly here. You can't earn the reset here at a time, so you can play patiently enough, but not so much so that you wait too long to score this flag. Here we go, Eclipse have tied it up with less than 1 minute left. Unbelievable comeback here, and we're tied at 2.
Oh my god, this game has been absolutely insane. It feels like Eclipse should have 5 flag caps though, if I'm being completely honest with you. Because they've had to work so hard just to get these 2 though, because Mindfreak's defensive efforts have been so powerful. Here we go. Are we gonna go into overtime, or will a flag get forced here before overtime gets activated?
Here we go. A spot at Worlds on the line, and we could look back on this moment in the match, the deciding factor, as Sylvanic hits his last shot. If you go down for Mindfreak, Sylvanic just looking to maintain positioning in the middle of the map, be a turret here, and he's doing so with a killing spree. Popping off in the end game are many of Eclipse members. They're icing up when it matters most.
They're setting up to try to get a flagpole before 10 seconds expires. Despiteful, I think, is playing in an insurance fashion. Only gonna pull it if it makes sense. Don't want to activate that timer if you're not confident you can cap it, but I think this one's gonna get reset. Sways? Does he make a route? No, okay. I think Pie Chart is gonna end this one and send us to overtime.
Pie Chart looking like a box of pizza getting eaten quickly at a Halo LAN party.
I'm hungry.
As we will send ourselves to an OT sudden death next score wins finish. And here we go. Here's that overkill previously. Absolutely dominating in the positioning. Then has a 1v1 Scoobmeister. And then how the hell does he hit this? What? Overkill. I mean, it looks like an observer glitch, but I don't think it was. That's how insane that was. Glitchy with it. But Scoobmeister off the rip. Rips a face. 3 go down for Eclipse, and this could be a quick win for Mindfreak.
Aussie's getting loud too. I can hear them from over here. Need to get this kill.
Oh, predictive grenade toss. Takes down the 4th. Scoobmeister's on fire to start OT.
Was so smart. He knows that that player is going to drop in that moment, threw the grenade so far ahead of time. You know you're in your opponent's head when you get that grenade kill.
I bet he dropped. He's like, what the hell, man? Is that a Claymore or a frag grenade for Halo?
Right.
We don't have Claymores, by the way, if you're just tuning in. Maybe a new fan of Halo. Always new fans of Halo joining us on the stream. Love to see that as Rice works his way through the sniper bridge. Now dipping to the left side a little bit here, going into the attic. And he's got some shots into the back of Looney. Not suspecting this are Eclipse, and it's been really strong positioning off the start for Mindfreak, but a lot like Eclipse earlier in this game, Mindfreak getting all these slays, not doing much with it. They didn't even get a pull.
I mean, they did lose 2 in the process. I think that's why. So the last 2 players alive, not really strong enough to get the pull. They'd rather just hold the line, keep Eclipse stuck in their base, let the spawners come off, and then maybe they get some more slays, then start to advance to the flag. I like the way Mindfreak can play this patiently. Looney playing so good out of his spawn, making life so difficult. Can he get this kill? That would have been insane. But clutch shots out of Plasma slow that one down. Despiteful's in the Mindfreak base, though, and he gets shut down, so maybe not enough power really to get that pull.
Mindfreak are plus 13 in this match, so as inefficient as Eclipse has been, you can maybe make the case that Mindfreak has been just as much so. as we are deadlocked here. Sudden death OT, 3 minutes left in it as Sways works his way up the map. He's got to worry about a potential push here from the left side that's Bid Teaches, and he's ready for it. That predictive nade toss there, trying to get some early damage, but Bid Teaches times it perfectly, actually gets the jump onto Sways. More advantage in the shields, but the positioning battle is won by Sways, and he's utilizing the tunnels to stay alive. Now drops, and Sways is making himself such a difficult kill, but eventually Sylvanik finds it, and now Eclipse are setting up this next run. 2 players in the back of the base for Mindfreak. They got to get ready to play some defense.
A little surprised that Sylvanik took that chase, but looks like it was the right play. He's all the way behind them. Great plasma grenade as well. Can he get 2? That would be massive for his team's chances to get another flag out, but clutch kills from Rice and Plasma. Might be able to stop this flag run short. Despiteful doinks off the side of the map. Unable to land the clamber, and this is going to reset to square one. Just going to get control of top center. New snipers are about to come up.
Just got to brush your shoulders off there if you're Despiteful. Get back off spawn and back in the mix, and doesn't look like that fall off the map is going to be any matter. They're not going to be at any disadvantage for it. As Bid Teaches, once again, Eclipse are actually the ones that are in the base and pushing strong. Bid Teaches looking at the 1v1 win, but no, Rice takes it instead. That was huge. Would have been a pull for Eclipse instead. All 4 go down, and now Mindfreak can work on a little bit of a counter here.
Massive. Also got the, if he can just land a couple spawn kills with this sniper, gonna make all the difference here. Looney, you know he wants that sniper. He is disgusting with it, but trying to approach it patiently, but the pressure from Mindfreak stops Looney, but pressure from Eclipse stops Sways on the other side. So both teams kind of winning fights on opposite sides of the map. That sniper's still on its spawn point, and Overshield's coming up in 15 seconds.
Oh, we might just play 2 games in game 1 because that's how tight it's been here. 70 seconds left on the clock, and I don't see a route for either of these 2 teams to score in the next 30 seconds or so. So it's going to come down to a last-second finish, if not a reset of map 1.
Looking more and more likely, but I tell you what, Bid gets a spawn kill with the sniper. Flag gets taken out. Things are coming out from Looney. This looks like a good flag cap opportunity. Flag still in hand. I think this is it.
Despiteful can just bully his way through the Mindfreak base, and he does. And now Eclipse looking to score 3 uncontested. A reverse sweep in game 1 could just give them the win, and it does! Sylvanik scores, and Eclipse have a come-from-behind victory. Unbelievable. It feels like they should have won 6-2, though.
Oh my God. What did we just witness? Mindfreak capped 2 in the first 2.5 minutes, and then still lose the game. So, it's like Live Fire Slayer gonna be the next game.
Dude.
What a crazy game that was.
This is so hard for me. I love the Aussie boys. Aussie. I love those guys.
I wish both these teams could go to Worlds.
I know, right? It's exactly what I was thinking. I wish both these guys could go to the Worlds because I love the Aussies. They're so enjoyable to speak to before and after events. They always give you some time and insights. Love that, respect that. But on the side of Eclipse, I mean, I promise you, nobody had them on their Halo Bingo World Championship card. Not a single player on this squad. Everybody probably wrote Sylvanik off after he wasn't able to accomplish top 16 on that previous Typing Lives roster. Probably thought he was just eternally going to be stuck in top 24. But my God, if he can make his way to the Halo World Championship, that would be such an unbelievable Cinderella story. It's hard not to root for both of these 2 teams.
I have to agree with you. Looney, man. This guy's looking like the future of Halo, I'm not gonna lie. His screen is looking different. He plays on a high sensitivity, he hits all his shots. His movement's out of control. He knows how to predict where opponents are. Like, I don't know, he seems like way more of a complete player than we're used to seeing on a player that's only been to 2 lands. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
insane.
He just looks like a very, like, look at this overkill. Look at the way that he sets it up. Look at the understanding of exactly where this last target was. Oh my God.
Dude.
Like,
that was so filthy.
And look at the immediate reposition while full shields to go for the kill attack. Like, if these players peak, their wig is getting peeled straight up. This whole play is just beautiful. I'm not gonna lie.
I am not complaining about how many times we've seen this clip because it's nasty. Here we go. We get what we asked for.
Okay.
Louis slowed it all the way down.
In your mind here, you have to think about where the players, like they're saying top our main ramp or whatever their call out is here. Re-aims it and then just moves it into position while one shot with quickest reaction time. These guys would have definitely died if they peeked out.
That is insane. Think about, too, just by getting that overkill, he stops Mindfreak from feeling safe to push out of their base. So while he doesn't get the kill tag or the killtrosity that he was setting up for, he still, with his presence alone, pushes those players back and brings his team back. 3 unanswered, down 0-2 to take game 1 in sudden death OT with 30 seconds left as we now switch gears to another LCQ last chance qualifier. Do or die, the Halo World Championship on the line.
Team Mexico versus Team Europe. Both these teams trying to provide some more international representation at Worlds. Actually, I'm sorry, they might be Colombian? Is this team mostly Colombian?
Yeah, Colombians.
Okay, sorry about that.
Colombians.
But I think they've also moved to the US, so they're playing under NA technically, but they certainly waved the Colombian flag.
The international representation this year has been phenomenal. In a year where half of the international representation guarantees were stripped away from them, they've earned it back in blood as Bastos works his way through the back B side of the map, setting up for some shots on the Anthrax, but he's not going to give him those for free. Now on board here with Juan in the cut, setting up for a potential back smack, playing this sneaky, gets the opening jump on to Sunrise, and takes him down.
He's probably got some Riz too, but pretty sure it's
I like Sunrise, but yeah, Sunrise is cool too. He's got some Riz, that's for sure.
All right, it's gone back and forth. 2-kill lead for SWAT-LAN, and keep in mind, the Sin Baseline EU did win game number 1. Still a kill here from Bastos. Can he make it more? Little God wisely backs up, but he gets cleaned up by Sunrise. Now we got a tie game.
32 all, but that might not be for long. Oh my God, despite Bose seeming like he had the advantage, he goes down, and the lead goes back to SWAT-LAN, only up by 1. Anthrax now working his way through, preemptively setting up on the camo side, earns an assist, earns a slay, and these are imperative to earn the next camo.
Man, that nade on training, that got stuck in his teeth like a piece of lettuce, man. Like, looked ridiculous. Sniper trade, melee goes out, and camo is up. They've already been grabbed by one of Juan's teammates. Not sure, but picture in picture here, catching all the action. Both these matches happening at the same time. These are the last 2 last chance qualifiers.
I have like the happiest version of PTSD from earlier when we had Sentinels series and SSG series. Electric Game 5 finishes here. Split screen, just such an incredible, again, effort from the production team here at LBT as Plasma works his way down the wall sheet into the A garage. Oh, very, very decisive there to not take on a gunfight. He didn't feel like he could win. That was lessons from Lunchbox yesteryear.
Yeah, Lunchbox said, good players win their 1v1s, great players don't take them. One of the best quotes I think I've heard, especially in a team game. You know, trust your teammates to follow up on that damage, get your shields back, be ready for the next fight. Kind of the lessons to be learned there. Wow, what a sick repulsor there by Plasma to just give himself a little bit of extra space to land those shots, and that's making a big difference here. Mindfreak got 6-3.
Oh, Mindfreak might have gotten pissed off a little bit after that come from behind victory for Eclipse in game number 1. They're starting off game number 2 with the 4-kill lead. Sways with 3 shots left in that snipe as he lines up a player potentially moving on through the cuts, looking for a jump shot on Sylvanik. But Sylvanik knows what's around the corner. Oh no, he does not, excuse me! His wheel gets picked as his wig gets peeled as well. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words because these snipes are ridiculous.
Cut you some slack. You're on like hour 24 of casting in the last 2 days. 3 days, I guess. So we did start on Thursday, but this has been awesome, man. I got a chance to sit with Barcode for a while. We were watching these guys play last night. Obviously, Barcode, a big fan of his fellow countrymen. And after game 2, the Mindfreak guys got up to take a break, and I told Barcode, I said, you need to go talk to them, because he's like breaking down all the things that go wrong to me. I'm like, you go tell them that, bro. Like,
yeah, don't tell me that, tell them.
So he
but
got
again,
up.
that was when they were on Xbox.
Yeah, I mean, he gave them a pep talk and they listened. So I'm hoping that they apply some of the stuff they talked about. As I say that, though, Clips has started to find some form here. Brought this back, tied it up at the very least.
12-12. As Plasma works his way to top snipe. Gonna gather some intel and some damage on a bit. Teaches more than just that. He gets the 5 perfect shots, but the back smack comes through from Looney. How many times has Looney flanked Mindfreak this series, Eli? The young kid who's only got a couple of, less than a handful of LAN experience has better positioning time after time after time.
He cuts into situations in kind of a Renegade-esque way. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, it's crazy to compare a kid that's been in 2 LANs to a player like Renegade, but his timing to like find these flanks reminds me a lot of watching Renegade.
Oh, patch note, that was huge. Previously, before the most recent patch in Halo, Looney would have clambered there and stayed on the map, but because of the grenade bounce damage, sending him a little bit further off, he wasn't able to reach up with his fingertips and grab onto the map.
The impulse effect of the frag grenade is making a big difference here. Haven't seen it used intentionally, but it certainly will mess you up if you're getting hit by those grenades. Messes up your footing a little bit when you're trying to be tricky with your movement.
Despite that, 23 to 16, 24 to 6, 25 to 16. I can't even keep up with the slays stacking up for Eclipse. They've built a multi-possession, multi-team-wide lead, and this is awful for Mindfreak after relinquishing the lead in a game that they felt like they should have probably won in game number 1. They're about to get trounced in game 2.
This is insane. Eclipse just kick into high gear and just keep their opponent on the back foot. Sylvanik, by the way, 8 assists. So we hear a lot of commotion on the main stage.
Optic just beat FaZe and earned their spot in the winter final where they'll take on Rebellion tomorrow morning. But tonight, last chance qualifier, World Championship spots are still on the line, and we're playing for it here as Despiteful works his way to the nest bridge. Has that snipe in his hands, 29 to 19. Eclipse are already in a favorable position where they can play for trades.
At this point, Mindfreak have to push in. That's a great repulse by Sways, I think it was. Right, stole the kill with the bandit shot where he hits the drink, but very clutch to take the sniper out of play entirely. That's going to be one way for Mindfreak to come back into this.
30-22, down but not out are the Aussies. And they got to keep it to 2 possessions. Even one more slay here to take it to 9 makes it a 3-possession game, and I just don't know this deep into the match, already into the 30s, if they can do it. So this is big here. Stay within 8, and then going into the 40s, try to chip it down to within 4. So I know Mindfreak is down, but the path to a comeback is still there, but boy, is it tight.
This next camo, Plasma gets a kill as it's coming up. Sway's in a great spot to contest it as well, but nobody's physically going out there. Seems like they're content to use it as bait, and it's working. Huge play here. Sway shuts it down and gets the camo for himself. So he gets the kills to get the camo, and now should be able to use the camo to get even more kills. This is exactly the type of situation they needed to get back into.
All predictive grenade tosses towards the cuts. They know where Sways is despite that camo. And now, with that spiker, could earn a death from the grave trade, but instead he's going to throw that out to prevent the chase. Shots go down onto the C platform. Remote detonation for Scoobmeister takes down 1. Sways does earn the camo melee. 35-31. This is exactly what we just laid out for Mindfreak to bring it back within 4. They're coming back.
Oh my god, that player got unseen as he was walking through. I don't know which player of Eclipse that was, but you're right.
Double
Mindfreak seemingly doing everything they can to get back into this, but at the same time, Eclipse finally answer back with some trade outs. 6-kill lead going into the endgame.
Look at the grouping for Eclipse. Everybody playing their 25%, and the assist count is unbelievable as well. 10, 9, 9, 10. I mean, everybody playing their 25% here for Eclipse, and it's a reason why they're up, but they're only up 4 after previously being up 9. So Mindfreak are chipping away at this lead.
I think they were up as much as 10 at one point. So great comeback out of Mindfreak. They have done what Barcode said. So Barcode's main advice to them was you got to get more out of your advantage state. You have to start moving a bit more. The mouse and keyboard players can get comfortable cross-mapping when they need to be taking space. You know, shoot that player a little bit, but then move. Don't just rely on that mouse and keyboard long-range capability. Scoob's got the sniper, so I want to look at some Scoobmeister POV if we can.
Speaking of long range, Scoobmeister has the snipe in his hands, and he's got the opening strike. Now just a 2-kill game. Scoobmeister with the no-scope melee, I would assume, off screen with the snipe. Brings it back to within 1, does Ryson. Mindfreak have the momentum, but they don't yet have the lead. Sniper goes down at the bottom of the dummy door, and the next person to grab that snipe is absolutely massive. It looks like Mindfreak pick it back up, and Sylvanik is on the chase. Another snipe goes to Sways. And we're finally going to see some sniper POV. 41-0, Mindfreak have come back to tie it.
Sways went in, grabbed the sniper, and then QT'd back-to-back green and immediately sniped someone. Wish we could have seen that from his POV, but very smart use of the QT there.
Just waiting
Clips are making this hard, though.
Waiting for an opening break here from Eclipse. They get it. They take down 3. Oh no is right. 45-41, and Eclipse have that lead right back.
How many heartbreaking losses can Mindfreak take? These guys need to win this one to stay in it, I think. I mean, to go down 2-0 in games that you absolutely had a chance is so energy draining. Look at the push from Eclipse. They're just sending it through top center, taking positioning that maybe Mindfreak won't expect. I don't know if I like this push from Mindfreak. They got 3 guys cuts. It's so easy to nade them out. Need to send a bit more presence to the sandbags, I think, here. They do retreat. Very smart play there. Good call by the coach or the IGL here.
Scoobmeister with another opening break slay. We've seen that routinely from him in the feed, as it's now just a 2-kill game, 45-43, as Looney patiently sets up in the vents. Scoobmeister and Rice working on a flank here. Rice and Scoobmeister both going for the skill jump. They both hit it. Double skill jump secured. Will it turn into a double kill? They need it.
Oh my God.
Rice gets the opening slay. Bid Teaches goes down, and so too does Scoobmeister down to the bottom of Snipe 1, but it's still a 2-kill lead for Eclipse. 47-45, Repulsor, and he goes off the map into the drink. 48-45, just 2 more slays needed, but it's just a 2-kill game.
That was such a sick flank, but I don't know if it's gonna matter. Look at the spawns. Eclipse know they're there. They're one shot. Collapse is gonna come through. Mindfreak try to extend out to the tower side. They need 4 and can only die twice.
Oh, with the last shot, the Spiteful clutches up. 49-47, Eclipse need just 1 more to be 1 more game away from a Halo World Championship qualification match, as the Spiteful looking to make his way, but Rice gets the opening break, and they might just be able to collapse. Eclipse pick up the snipe. They have that advantage, but the advantage in Slays still goes to Mindfreak in that moment, trying to collapse on it, but the Spiteful is gonna secure it. Bodyguard Slayer for the 50th kill, and Eclipse are just 1 kill away, 1 game away from making it to the Halo World Championship from out of nowhere.
Unbelievable performances so far from both these teams. I mean, it looked like we were going to see the comeback happen for Mindfreak, but the Spiteful clutches up in the most important moment for his team. And remember, this was a team that was down 2-0 against Mindfreak early in that capture the flag, and have looked like a new team since. They look like they're on fire. What do you credit this success to right now, Eli, for this roster?
I mean, it's just aggression and timing. Like, they're just, every time they get 1 kill, they flood and collapse, and Mindfreak are unable to respond to it. And it feels like they're just kind of winning the chess match. Like, we kind of see this Eclipse roster as this, like, fast and aggressive squad, but they're actually playing chess at a pretty high level as well. They're predicting what Mindfreak go for, and they're countering it in almost every situation. Also, the sandbox control, if they don't have the repulse at the end of this game, I think this game looks very different. But they've just been holding more of the items in clutch situations.
1 score in game 1, 2 kills in game 2. The series could not be closer, despite a 2-0 lead for Eclipse here. So Mindfreak got to be telling himself, boys, we are so close. We just need to find some kind of counter. And you can't let Eclipse play that bully ball that we saw when they played Alpha Esports yesterday and 3-0'd them to qualify from the open bracket from winners to pool play.
Oh, we know 1 more game at least on the way over there. Potential 3-0 for Ascend Baseline. The team out of Europe going against SWAT Lane AM, the roster from Colombia, as they're deep into game 3. SWAT Lad AM's back against the wall.
Not only in the series, but also in this game, as Ascend Baseline have the lead, the scoring position, potential trip cap in effect. They've got the shock rifle to boot. Everything in favor of this Ascend Baseline EU roster, but as I'm saying that, Johan shuts it down. He can flip B, he cannot. Just a sliver, they stop it, which is actually massive for Ascend Baseline. They're gonna continue to score.
In a battle between Colombia and EU. EU right now with the advantage, up 2-0 and up double in this stronghold, as Mose works his way back up to A, secures it, resets it, 1v1 piv on the elevator. And he goes down. That was massive. One had to have it. He does. But despite those slays, 3 go down for Ascending Baseline, and we're still seeing them with the score advantage. So finally, SWAT Outlet AM take advantage of the slays to score on B, but took a little bit too much extra time, Eli.
I think so. You got to kind of multitask, right? You can't just hit the slays and cap. You got to do kind of both at the same time. You're going to come back, especially with a deficit of this magnitude. Ascend Baseline just need to be in scoring position for 25 more seconds. And right now, Let him have their work cut out for him. Juan, by the way, 21 kills. This guy just got out of the FFA finals for this series. And he's having himself a tournament.
Unbelievable. Sending baseline on the brink of stamping their ticket to Seattle. Just 1 month, but they still have one more hill to secure, one more game to win. As Millsy looking to lock down A and B. 5 seconds left. SWAT let him have to make their play. They do have the camo, but with that player stepping into B, he's somewhat notified and exposed as to where he is in the hill, but they stop the clock. They do secure B, and now SWAT let him cannot let go of any of the map. They need to score 100+ seconds to regain the lead and come from behind. It's going to be nearly impossible to do that.
Johan just made a huge impact on the map, though. If SWAT let him do end up coming back, it's all on the back of that play that Johan just made. It's got to be perfect Halo for an extended period of time here. 248, a single mistake will end this game and this series and send SWAT let him home.
Down by 100. SWAT let him have it within their grasp. But they've got to play perfect Halo, almost elimination style Halo. They do carry a numbers advantage for now. Rigo down for setting baseline. Most of the last player alive. SWAT let him are going to put more and more points on the board, at least 30 seconds potentially from this hold, and they're going to pick up the power weapon too. Can SWAT let him come from behind in miraculous fashion?
Everything they've done with back against the wall has been just about perfect.
Oh my God.
Johan staying alive to get this shock rifle was massive. Did not ego Mose in that last 1v1 battle. Now he's going to be rewarded with this shock rifle, and I like this play from baseline. Instead of getting into B, wanted to clear the pipe side first.
Oh, masterful work from ascending baseline. SWAT let him try to chase out the weak opponent, but ascending baseline set up the triple bait and switch, and now looking to score the points needed to secure their spot at the Halo World Championship, and they do. Ascending baseline. Buy your tickets to Seattle.
Why did they get out of C? There was 2 guys alive there.
I don't know.
They had to.
That was.
Did you see
that?
that?
Tough.
What?
Nerves, moments. Maybe they just wanted to let Europe have a spot at Worlds. Either way, we see some questionable endings over there, and we still have more action to come. Australia still trying to figure out if they can qualify going up against Eclipse Solar, Mind Freak in that series. We'll be back there soon. We have the 2v2 happening behind us right now as well, the grand finals going on right there. I'm not sure if they're potentially done with that one yet or not. We just saw Optic secure their spot in the grand final, so lots and lots. Winners final. Lots and lots of great stuff happening so far today. What's your guys' biggest takeaways? What's your highs and lows of the tournament so far this weekend?
I mean, the SSG Cloud9 Game 5, SSG on the brink of death, somehow come back from behind in the closing moments. That was insane. ITV taking phase to a Game 5. All these like lower seeded teams just putting the top teams to the brink and pressing them. Say, hey, you have to prove that you belong here because we're also here.
Well, the highlight of my weekend was seeing Eli's face, and the low light of my weekend was not seeing Eli's face enough. It's been a pleasure to be back in the mix.
Been
with
on the
guys.
couch together for like 20 hours in the last 3 days.
All right, 2-1 here in your grand finals of the Infinite 2v2 Championship, if you will, as Borderland Divine Damsel, who we previously saw on stream, carry the edge and match point into Game 4.
Okay. Our teammates going up against each other. Elisic, Camp, and Morley were on the same team in Force this weekend. So probably a bit friendly, but no friends on the battlefield. Really looking strong in these games so far. My Damsel's popping off every time I kind of look at her so far.
And I believe we just got word that Team Lethal Fox has secured their trip as well to the Halo World Championship. Big ups to them, as they had that 1 seed in the open bracket, stumbled a little bit, had to make it out through lower, but the end game, the end goal, like we talked to with Haynes about, was, man, our mission here was not to make it out of pool or make it out of open or into pools or even out of the champ bracket. We just wanted to make the World Championship, which they do. So congrats to them. So we switch gears here once again to the 2v2 matches here. Camp and Heliasic up 5-4.
Yeah, congrats to Thug Nasty. I know he's been thinking about making it to Worlds for a couple months now. That was his #1 goal. He's made it to all of them now, so shout out to that. This game is close, man. 5-5. Sniper is up. You have to think Helisic and Camp want to get that, give themselves a chance to provide some separation and force a game 5.
5-5. Helisic and Camp looking to force a game 5, but Camp goes down. It's Mortally and Helisic left on the map, and Mortally with those camo eyes. Despite Helisic not moving a millimeter, Mortally still picks it up, and Helisic's got to be a little frustrated. He earns the camo, but not able to do anything with it.
Yeah, it's OP to have young eyes, and it's OP to be able to hit no-scope headshots like that. I think that was Divine Damsel. No, that was Mortally, and just as he hits the killing spree, he falls off the map.
Man, you earn the camo, you pick up the power-up. Eli, we've been told for 20 years, earn the OS, earn the camo, and it's still not enough. As Divine Damsel works her way through into A. Not able to spot anybody just yet. I think she did actually spot one of the members there, either Camp or Helisic, and now, yeah, she did. So she's starting to make her move, but they knew that Divine Damsel saw her, so they rotate to the C platform. A little bit of a chess play here between both two teams.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to the wire at this pace. Divine Damsel trying to just scurry away to safety, get her shields back for the next engagement. Wow. Great use of Repulsor, but does not get that shield regenning in time. I cannot predict which way this one goes, Hunter. These teams seem so evenly balanced.
Even in the eye test, even on the scoreboard, 8-8 here with 7:40 left on the clock as Helisic regroups with his teammate on the cuts. Divine Damsel on the nest bridge, I believe Mortally over on B. No, he's under, yes, he was at B, now at the pillar. So Divine Damsel's all by her lonesome, but a bait switch could ensue. They could come to finish her off, but it's going to be a full shield of Mortally. They see instead, but the timing is off. Mortally sticks Divine Damsel, and he's got to make good on this with a double kill, and you know what?
Call it a triple kill.
He'll take that. That's a triple kill, that's right. A +1 net outcome in total. And despite the sweaty sequence there, Mortally and Divine Damsel escape with a 1-kill lead.
No matter who's on the map, if Mortally's on it, nobody is safe around here. Don't care the color of your Spartan, you're going down. Now this new sniper's coming up. He's got the plasma pistol in his back pocket. Wants to have the bandit out to use with the frag grenades. And looks like the rotation is going to be through bottom center as Mortally goes down. I like this play. Usually once your teammate dies in a 2s match, you want to just kind of be unseen and wait for your teammate to come off spawn. Obviously in a 2v1 situation, you're always at the downside.
Holding the line of scrimmage, that's your game plan after you see your teammate go down. Unless your teammate's able to earn a lot of damage on both players where you can 1-2 tap on both, I'd rather just play for next. And it looks like that's what Helisic and Camp are doing here. Up by 3 now, looking to force that game 5. Nice no-scope there, gives Camp the advantage. He pushes up on it, but wow, Mortally and or Divine Damsel are both able to escape.
Yeah, very impressive. Get their shields back and reposition. Like Helisic's on the chase. Both have full shields, but man, Mortally and Divine Damsel just playing so well together, just completely disengaged from that situation, re-engage with full shields, 2v1, one target, and force the other player out. Very impressive stuff. Looks like our feature match that we've had our eyes on, the Eclipse vs. Mindfreak, Game 3 is in action. We got Recharge Strongholds. We're gonna take a look at that, but keep an eye on that 2v2 finals for you. Can Eclipse secure their spot in Worlds? Coming into this 10th seed in the open bracket and make it all the way to Worlds would be an insane feat.
The Cinderella story of the year. Nobody predicted this. I'm on Twitter looking to see who's got who in the Halo World Championship. I didn't see Eclipse mentioned once, as they have the chance to do that here in a Game 3 up 2-0 in this series. And on fire here, Eli, it feels like ever since that Game 1 where Mindfreak were up 2-0 and they let 3 go unanswered to Eclipse, they lost their mojo, all the juice, all the wind sucked out of them, and now Eclipse have taken advantage of it. And that's what we saw again against Alpha Esports yesterday. You give Eclipse an inch, and almost like the Optic Gamings and Big 3s of the world, I know Eclipse isn't, but they take a mile with it. It's very impressive what they're able to do when you give them just a little bit of life.
They're very good at converting their advantage state into significant OBJ time, significant map control, everything.
All right, speaking of TLF, we got the qualification boys on the couch with us. We got Rami and Yaxon. Speaking of a couple of Cinderellas, Rami, you've been here before, but Yaxon, I know you haven't, but you were confident enough to be in Twitch chat over the last week, guaranteeing your spot here this weekend. What's it feel like, man?
Feels amazing. Just putting all the time and effort the whole season, seeing it pan out how you want it to. You know, it's just a dream come true. If you play Halo, you love it. Ultimate goal is to make the World Championship. So.
You've been grinding for a while now, bro. How many different teams have you been on? I feel like this is
not as many as you think.
Yeah.
My amateur team, Darkest Hour, we teamed with each other for a year.
All of last year.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, all of last year.
So after that, pretty much been sticking with Common since then. So not too many teams. I'm not one to jump around.
Yeah.
I like to get on a team, figure each other out. Because Halo's, you know, everyone can shoot their guns straight. Do all that. Like, it's just about the little things in Halo, you know.
Absolutely. And Rami, what's it been like teaming with Yaxon? Because I know it was what you and Haynes were together last. The King J and Piggy leave.
Oh yeah.
And then you're kind of in this weird position where you're like, okay, what do we do? How did you end up settling with Common and Yaxon?
Well, so originally the Piggy team, it kind of felt like a meme team. Like we're just we know we have the talent obviously, but we went in there like zero expectations. Like we were very like for fun team. Like we were losing a lot like online, and like even some of the matches like in our group stage where like we were losing and we would just laugh and like just having a good time, just being there. So like going from that to go to coming with like Common and Yak, who are obviously like competitors and like, they want to win. There's a more serious take where there's still like a lot of fun to be around. We knew that like on paper that it was just like a strict upgrade and like within both players. So we definitely had expectations coming in, but we didn't scrim for like the last week. Yeah, like week and a half.
Why was that? I read your tweet.
Yeah.
There's pros and cons to not scrimming the week before the event. Talk me through the pros and the cons of that.
Okay, so I think we were just kind of overanalyzing a lot of our gameplay. So we were like trying to put too many layers without having like a solid foundation first. So like, so we were listening to cons, but like just the way we would want to play a map, whether we want to take space if we have a 2-cap, or like we were taking space but we should just hold a 2-cap. We were just we just weren't really on the same page. Haynes and Common went to like a New York or a Philly land for the weekend, so we couldn't scrim. Yeah, we couldn't scrim for 3 days as is. But then our last scrim, I think it was last Monday, didn't really go too hot. We tried like VOD, we tried a lot of things, and we were just like, okay, well, we'll just take the whole week off. We'll just reset. Like when we first got together, our baseline like fundamentals, it's like should be good enough where we could beat the majority of open teams. And like if we just play a very like disciplined, just like bare bone Halo, like we all know how to play that, we're all good shooters, like that's gonna take us far enough like to get to Worlds. And when we get to Worlds within the next month, like we'll add more like depth to our game, we'll add more like, you know, to our bag essentially, and like that was gonna help us like close out, because like a lot of games we had this weekend were beyond close, 50-40, like 50-49, 50-48, 3-2s, like so it's just like if we just add a little depth to our bags, like help us with our breaks, help us like get that little inch, so like little inch will like win us these games. And like now we have 1 extra game to win the series, 2 extra games to win the series, whereas now we're just like, okay, let's just hold the 2-cap, don't even push for the 3, let's just bleed them out slowly and we'll just go from there.
I agree. I think there is a sense of analysis paralysis with over-analyzing too much Halo. And I agree, even if it's not as a full team of 4, just get some members of the squad on land the week before the tournament, because that's the best possible preparation you can get.
Yeah, quite literally.
Yeah, I mean, just playing on land at all ahead of time is a huge deal. But I like that game plan. Like, just trust the solid foundation, show up, let's make sure we get to Worlds. You guys have done that. Now we've got a month, basically, to work on stuff, sprinkle a little bit of extra on top of the strategies, find some nuance in the game. Let's talk about Thug Nasty, your coach, by the way.
Oh yeah, awesome.
Seems like a guy that is going to help you add that nuance and flair to your gameplay. How has he been instrumental for you guys?
You want to answer that?
He's the best coach I've had. I haven't had many, but
let's go, Nick.
He's definitely the best. He just lets you focus on playing Halo, man. He takes care of everything else. And as a player, that's huge, you know.
You said that.
As a player yourself, you know?
Yeah.
If all you can do is sit down, worry about what's on your screen, not getting a water, getting a Red Bull, like all
making
that
sure you eat,
exactly,
which is so hard to do in tournaments.
He's
easier
ordering
said than
breakfast
done
for us.
Yeah, he's like your dad, bro. Like he's just gonna be there to make sure
Halo dad.
you're on point. But I do want to interrupt this interview because this has been a sick comeback.
I'm watching this right
now.
From
Mind Freak.
They were down by 100 plus.
These guys are nasty. It was 3-0 Eclipse, so this is insane. And all the while, during those last couple of answers from Ramy and Yaxon, the roars from Rice, sitting at 12-4 and 6. He is willing the Aussies back into contention for a spot at the Halo World Championship.
He's been playing insane ever since they took the shackles of playing on an Xbox with mouse and keyboard, and he goes to the PC. He is a completely different player. Like, it's night and day.
As you can tell.
And he is like just an absolute monster. Now, Eclipse did get back into scoring position here. They've got AB, kind of a comfy hold, but they get 3 dead now. Sways with a huge kill. Last player alive is the Spiteful, and I kind of feel that's a bit of an overheat, man. I think you can take your time on that play, a bit of a desperate attempt, and Mindfreak are going to take advantage of that. We haven't seen them take advantage as quickly as they are now, but now they're in this cozy AB setup. They can kind of just watch the crosses and see what Eclipse try to do.
Oh, Mindfreak do a masterful job of flipping the map, giving Eclipse the C spawns, and that's the spawn trap here on Recharge as Mindfreak are just 20 seconds away from a come-from-behind victory and getting back that mojo that Eclipse stole in Game 1 and resetting the mental energy of this match.
They got to close it out, though, because if they take another heartbreak, like even if this gets kind of scary, I feel like Mindfreak could potentially crumble here, but they just need 7 more seconds. They're going to flip C. A is being flipped in the favor of Eclipse. How does Eclipse approach this? Plasma actually decides not to capture C, wants to play into tower first and apply some extra pressure. Maybe sensing that he would be collapsed on if he stayed there, and it looks like it's going to pan out.
Yeah, if you're Mindfreak, you're happy to take C here and earn the final 7 seconds you need, but Eclipse have feet in the hill at B. Bryce looking to reclaim that. Looney's now the last player alive, and there's no way he stays alive, right?
He's gonna live, he's gonna live. Oh,
he goes down, 5 seconds left, they're jumping in the hill, but they're dropping like flies. 3 go down for Eclipse, and the 3-0 sweep might just be an afterthought.
This is a Mindfreak game type for sure. Like, they play very fundamental, they try to at least.
They're extremely patient, for sure. They like to set traps. They wait for intel, they set traps, and then they make their play. They don't like take to their detriment, I would say at times, because they don't take risks to get the intel in certain situations, which you kind of have to in this game. You got to hit a timer, you got to get some vision on a part of the map. But I mean, I'm happy to see them come back. They keep themselves alive now, just 2-1. First 2 games, I don't know if you saw it, but
we were watching.
Okay, yeah, Forbidden, they were up 2 flags in like 2 minutes, and then lost, which is an extremely hard thing to bounce back from.
Really hard. It's one thing because like we were watching that game as well, and like at first we were talking about if the Spiteful we were gonna get a kill because they were up 2.
He was goosey for 4 minutes.
Yeah, literally. So like, you go down 2. They were also running the 3rd cap while he was still goose. So it's like you go from almost goosing somebody to getting like reverse. Reverse like on that same map. It's like that has to suck the life out of you.
There's a shock factor to that. Absolutely.
And here we go, on to the Halo Infinite 2v2 Grand Finals. Mortally and Divine Damsel forced a Game 5. Actually, they were up 2-1, so Intellistic and Camp did force the Game 5.
This is a Pluto matchup.
Yeah.
For those who know.
Yeah, because they were on the same team for this, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure they played this 2v2 matchup many times.
Divine Damsel is a beast. She beat me in Crown in twos at the last
I can tell she is extremely comfortable in twos. She's been playing since, I know you played a lot of Halo 5. I'm pretty sure I was told that she was in that group with like Soul Snipe and Queen, and they would do like co-ed twos, and it was extremely competitive. Like
non-stop 2v2s.
Divine Damsel might be one of the best players I've seen in Halo at watching her own 6.
Oh, yeah. She
learned that from Soul Sniper.
Soul Snipe taught her a thing or two about that.
Oh, yeah.
And that makes sense because Soul Snipe's the ultimate flanker. I always remember when he joined that Rebellion roster, I was like, man, this adds such a mix for Suppressed to be the main slayer of Halo like he is, because Suppressed, you're always looking over your shoulder. Soul Snipe, you're always looking over your shoulder for him, and so I'm not surprised to see Divine Damsel have some of that osmosis seep into her game, because every single time Helisic or Camp have tried to flank her, she's already on it.
Yeah, no, Soul Snipe might actually be one of the best like route players in the entire game.
I agree.
He's so good.
Timing is incredible.
Yeah, he's so good at making the map mixy, but like still be on the same page as like he will take the most random route, but still play for the same thing as the rest of his team. And we have shooters like Dawn, Cycle, and Mental, and like
oh my god,
it's literally perfection for that team.
Cycle.
Yeah, somebody was talking about like, oh, they should drop Soul Snipe and pick up like some other player. I'm like, dude, do you realize how much he does for that team? Like, he is their OBJ guy.
Yeah, that's one of those, like, it's not gonna show up on the stat sheet, but that the pressure. Exactly. I hate that pressure just does not show up on stat. Like that was like a legitimate stat. Like,
oh yeah,
people would actually like look at the game at a completely different way.
Somebody needs to create like an AI bot that like scans gameplay and like assigns like a pressure score.
Meters run per game.
Yeah,
that'd be sick.
Yeah,
total distance travel.
Distance, yeah.
Distance travel would be a crazy stat. It's probably something that's in the game.
I bet it is recorded in the game in the backlogs.
That's why Legend is so amazing.
Yeah, his probably
he runs everywhere and still lives.
He probably tops that chart, I would expect.
He runs laps around
and he
the
just
map.
lives. He just lives while doing this.
I don't think I've seen this guy not G-slide off a ledge ever. If you could G-slide, he's hitting it every time.
You watch like Legend play Aqua CTF, and he's just like, he's just like flowing from one side to the other as a turret, grabbing the flag. He's just like ballet dancing his way from one side of the map to the other.
But it's like it's not a stationary turret on pit top snipe. It's the turret at the back of a warthog with a good driver in the front seat.
Literally. Just Tokyo drifting around the whole map just for fun.
16-8 here is Mortally and Divine Damsel, despite the
I didn't know that was a jump.
Sketchy Game 5 start.
I've been learning jumps watching this today, to be honest. Was that a double jump, you think?
Yeah, you just jump off
it's like
the
a ghost
little
jump.
screen,
Like to the right side?
Yeah, that's probably the same thing as like the bottom blue jump on that little curve.
Exactly. And there's a lot of places, like right here on the hotel.
Yeah.
You can jump up onto dip without clambering.
Yeah, I used that one. But there's still like I swear every time I watch pro gameplay, I see like a new one that I didn't know about. One on the silo too that you can skip the clamber.
Yeah.
Bound in Legend running around.
You've seen Boo Boo do the one like jumping S2 off of like under S4 to top center. There's like a little ghost jump there as well.
No, I actually haven't seen that one.
Yeah. Boo Boo did it. But this looks like it's very likely gonna trend in Mortally's favor as he hits a nasty no-scope. I don't know if he was aiming at the guy in front or the guy behind, but hits the headshot regardless. Bullets left to work with, and they look like they're just ready to run it down and end this game.
Yeah, that's one of those, we're not down, we can't lose.
Yeah, let's just play for trades at the very least. He's also got the sniper to work with, and the repulse. Yeah, Mortally's disgusting.
Yeah, he is.
Unfortunate first team.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did he get dropped or leave
No,
last minute?
Nick couldn't attend the event, so they,
that's
despite
right.
having the 1 seed in open and travel coverage, did not get to attend as a team of 4.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that. That's so tragic.
Handed it over to us, thankfully.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Respect to Mortally for showing up this weekend, competing in the free-for-all, made it to the finals of the 2v2, and he's about to win it. So anytime I see a player go through some just disastrous moment in Halo, and they come out on top afterwards, I root for stuff like that.
I mean, it's like Ryan Noob, they got DQ'd from that tournament. He just wins the FFA. He's like, well, at least I was here for something, right?
And here we go. One more slay needed and only 10 on the side of Hellion second camp. You can play awful Halo, and it's not been awful. It's been fantastic, phenomenal Halo played by Mortally and Divine Damsel, as they will be your Halo Infinite 2v2 champs.
Congrats.
That's awesome. Yeah. Big ups to Katie and Mortally.
She got second last time, so she's been here before.
Yeah, she's normal with this.
Yeah, I would assume that she's got more experience in 2s than most people in the bracket.
Oh, yeah.
Well, great representation from the women of Halo. Eli and I had a chance to discuss the women of Halo with Celeste and Veronica recently, and that
was
podcast. Fun podcast, man. The resiliency from the women of Halo and some of the individuals in it, it's a really inspiring story. So make sure you guys check that out on our YouTube channels, as we have more storylines brewing here at HCS Salt Lake City, a World Championship spot on the line between these two teams. Eclipse previously up 2-0 on Mindfreak, but a 1-score game in CTF, a 2-kill game in Slayer. It's been close despite that 2-0 lead, and now Mindfreak in Game 3, it wasn't close. They were down by 2 minutes in the Strongholds, came back with a vengeance, and now have a little bit of momentum going into this Game 4.
One thing I always think about when I watch the Australians play is, like, in the back of their mind, they got to be thinking about that 30-hour flight home, right?
Yeah.
And it's like,
exactly.
That has to affect you one of two ways, right? It's either I want to get the most out of this trip, or like you just let it, like, man, are we really gonna lose? And then I gotta fly 30 hours. So I'm like, you kind of let like the dark thoughts and the doubt like get to you, but it kind of like rose up in that last game, came back, and that's the type of energy. It's like, okay, we didn't come this far just to come this far. And maybe now they kick into another gear because we know they're capable of it. These guys are disgusting at the game.
Yeah, I mean, in every single event, they get put it right there. Every single last round, like they they just have to close out some of these series, and they have the talent to do so. Like they've proven it time and time again.
Yeah, in Atlanta, Game 5, lost in winners.
The native.
Game 5, lost in losers.
Lost to us, yeah.
It's like
you literally can't get any closer than that.
And they've been teaming for a while. They should love each other.
Yeah.
They do, but the problem is they don't really get to practice.
Yeah,
it's impossible for them. They told us that they literally didn't touch the game for like 2 months, or they were just shooting bots for 2 months. Like that's the only practice that they get is shooting bots.
It's hard for them to find games, and even then you're playing on like 250 plus speed. It's not even playing a real game at that point.
All you can do is play Scuba's warm-up match and A-bots.
That's why he made it. So he could practice.
That's why he made it. That has to be.
It's like,
Rice
scram, but I can do this.
with the camo. 49-26 lead here, though, for Eclipse, as they do have the advantage, but Mind Freak have the oddball in the setup at the backside of C.
This is looking good. I like this extended setup here. Try to force the spawns into PD. They need to backtrack, though. This is good awareness by Rice, recognizing they force the spawns toward the arcade.
Oh, yeah, these guys are locked.
They are playing this setup very well. Plasma positioning himself bottom of the stairs. I don't know if his location is known yet. Really ready to pounce on some damage. He does get taken down. So I think this should be a play ball. Yes, ball does get thrown out, but what can Scoob and Sways do before their teammates spawn?
Uh-oh.
They got the trade at least.
Though.
Yeah, that's good.
Big trade.
It's a god spot.
50-48. Remy, Jackson, tell me about your perspective as controller players. You guys have been on controller for years, maybe your whole life now. What's it like now going up against mouse and keyboard players like Scoob and Rice?
They're so annoying. I hate this. They can literally do 360. Like, the best way I can describe it, man, is like they'll walk into a lane, 2 guns looking at them, and they'll 360 and walk out alive. When a controller player would never do that in a million years.
It freaks me out if I'm like playing matchmaking. I got a guy's back, and like if it's a controller player and I start shooting him in the back, I'm gonna kill him at like 95 or greater percent. But it's a MK. They just like turn and like lock on instantly. Like, bro, what? Like, sorry, man, I didn't know you were like that.
I think the biggest challenge for like MK versus controller is just how much dominance they could have over a lane. Because the first time I played an MK player was in Arlington. It was Utum actually. And like I remember specifically on Livefire, like his whole game plan was like he just sat nest on Livefire and watched backdoor, and like trying to win that fight as like a left trigger, like just like a regular aimer versus an MK was like it's literally so hard to win. But like I have to push green. Like I need some part of the map. I'm not gonna, if they have tower at this guy's nest, I'm not gonna hit cuss continuously into that tower player. So it's like it definitely has you like kind of change. You do have to. There's an adjustment period to it, to say the least.
Adapt to your routing and the way you approach situations. Maybe you have to send 2 people to that lane to overpower him.
Yeah, it's impressive though. I mean, they're aiming pure.
Yeah.
You know,
it's not like we're saying it's a crutch, because honestly, let's be honest, controller's probably still better in most situations, but there's like
there are good nuances.
Yeah, exactly. I think with equipment too, like repulse plays or like quickly flicking down to throw a grenade before dying.
That's the crazy. Ninjaing
the bounce pass,
jumping, somehow punching me in the back. Like I don't know, they're looking at me in the face or punching me in the back. Though that's
just like 70% of your interactions in this game are just like mid-range 1v1 bandit duels, and that's where controller has the edge. So it's like, okay, they can have the other 30%.
Yeah,
but very interesting to watch.
Well, Mind Freak, if they want to make it to a Game 5, they're going to have to earn 2 come-from-behind victories as Eclipse take round number 1. Mind Freak do score the first 10 points, but it looks like Eclipse are going to get that back with 2 down for Mind Freak. All 4 up for Eclipse. They're going to set up at A.
Mind Freak spawn mostly on that red room side. I think they're going to want to maybe backtrack towards C and then get some presence in Shoddy lane, but no, they're going to just push forward. And they might be punished for it. Looks like the Spiteful was ready for it.
Sways is the X factor here. I need him to wake
He's
up.
a beast, dude.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely disgusting. We scrimmed him before the last event, and I thought he was MK because of the snipes that he was hitting.
I asked Eli that. I said the same thing yesterday.
He was. They definitely need everybody for this match. Like.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. He's definitely their X factor. Like I think he's the best player on the team when he's playing his best. But like if he's not online, this team is going to struggle.
Yeah.
23-11 here as Eclipse doubled up on the lead after their possession. Just a little bit better than Mind Freak's opening start. But now Plasma has it, and 2 are down for Eclipse. So Mind Freak with a chance to hold strong. 2 players pushing through on the tires, 2 players spawning at the back of C. And this might be a chance for Mind Freak here to score more. And I love the way Plasma's setting up here, playing for the intel. He's quarterbacking the squad, making the most use of having the oddball. You can't score any damage there, but you can't score the intel. So he's calling the shots. He's IGLing with the oddball, scoring more time, and now it's Mindfreak in the lead.
Loved what I just saw out of Rice. This man's really feeling it. Really precise movement. Gets that double kill, does a lot of damage. Mindfreak should have got more ball time off of that play, though. I'm not sure why the ball is bottom center now.
He got reset.
Yeah.
Oh, it was. They didn't pick it up.
They didn't touch it.
Yeah, I was looking at that right now, actually. I feel like I wanted like a rotation or something. They had the kills. They had like a lot of control, like the better spots on the map. I'm not.
It might have been like a panic play ball early in the fight, and that's why it's in a bad position to grab now, but they probably still had the timing to grab it. I don't know.
Heavily outslaying our Eclipse. Just look at it. Double digits on the side of the left. Sylvanic already nearly at 20, and 2 players in single digits for Mindfreak. So they're going to have to get up off the floor and earn way more damage, way more slays if they want to score more time. Right now it's Eclipse scoring more of it.
Efficiency's got to step up here.
Okay. They're doing damage on kids that they can't kill. That's
That's what Barcode said. I was sitting next to Barcode when we were watching them last night. Obviously, he's supporting them as fellow countrymen. And he was like, the mouse and keyboard players just shoot across the map too much because that is kind of their comfort zone, right? And where they can like apply extra pressure to controller plays. But if you're not moving on the map, you know, the controller plays will eventually just start to collapse in around you. Like you said, if they're shooting a player that they're not going to kill, like they're just kind of wasting their time sometimes.
The resiliency, I'm impressed by it for Mindfreak. I mean, there's so many times they could have lied down in this series and just taken that 30-hour trip back to Australia, but they still got a little bit of fight left in them as it's an even 2v2. And in the efficiency opportunity, or in an efficient moment, Mindfreak setting up for a rotation, and they've now taken the lead. They're up 18 seconds.
Yeah, I think Rice ended up choking on the. He looked like he choked the ball on the staircase. So that's really unfortunate, actually. I love that rotation, but.
It does feel like
maybe the pressure might be getting to them.
these spawns.
I just feel like they've left a lot of time on the table. They should be up by more right now.
Yeah.
And if you're not outslaying, you can't be out efficiency as well, right? I don't know the words for it.
That's a crazy word.
You have to be more efficient. There we go.
Yeah.
Simplify it there. Bid teaches with the oddball. Set up a rotation potentially to B. It's going to all come down to the next couple of slays and the calls that get made. Instead, he's going to reset it, drop it out to the trash can. Even 2v2 as Plasma works his way through to the red room. Stalker might be up. It is, and that's his advantage to take. Oh, but that's tough. He only gets 1 shot off before it goes back to Eclipse.
They're just trying to stay alive here. Aggressive push forwards. So make an opening for his teammates to push through. Going to use the Shroud maybe as bait. Now going to go through it. Teammates are dying around him, and now he's just Amazon Prime the soccer rifle.
This could be the start. This could be the start.
Yeah, 4 dead.
Where's the oddball control, though?
Please pick
Way
it up.
too much time.
Who's got the red gun?
Eclipses without picking up the oddball.
They left it in the trash can,
nuts.
man. They had to dig it out.
There's no way.
I know, but it drives me nuts when you see a 4 down and it takes 4+ seconds to get control of an objective, whether it's King of the Hill strongholds. I don't care.
Look at this, though. They're running it down on spawn. I like to see this. They need to cut back, though, because the B players are pushing through. And the rotation, this is so smart. This is a fantastic rotation right now from Mindfreak.
Yep, all of Eclipse filling through the backside of red into trash can where the oddball previously was, now working their way into C, and all the while Mindfreak rotate the oddball all the way to Cafe, trying to get it into A, but they can't. Again at 2-2. Now 1v1, Sylvanic versus Scoobmeister. This is for the oddball and maybe the win in round 2.
Great shots. Forces Scoob out of the play.
Wow. That's such a good live by Sylvanic.
Ammo's up.
Wow.
I cannot look at it, though. 2 dead for Eclipse. And every time they get 2 dead, they're getting closer to the finish line. Only a minute left on the clock, so despite the inefficiency, just having the lead might come into play here. As long as they can play strong defense.
85 seconds and rolling. Now into the 90s.
Forced to rush through.
Might be heating up.
Ways. Definitely heating up. I mean, when we pointed him out, he had, what, 4 kills when we were pointing it out?
It was 4 and 6.
He's 16 assists as well.
Wow. They force a round 3. Oh my God. They're running back, boys. Do it again.
Life.
So at what point?
That's all they need.
Well, at what point do you start panicking when you're Eclipse, though? Because like you have multiple chances to like close the series
Well,
out.
this was the mental weight on the shoulders that Mindfreak carried in through 3 games, and now Mindfreak's taking that to Eclipse. So it's been so interesting to watch that mental dynamic go back and forth like a tennis match.
Oh, yeah.
You guys got to watch Looney play very much?
Not too much myself.
I have. I've watched him. I've played against him.
But
he's impressed me a lot this weekend. I think he's incredible. He plays a high sensitivity. He's extremely aware. This is only his second event on LAN. And like his extreme awareness, like got him some cheating accusations online. Like I've heard a lot of people say that.
His pre-fire reticle setup.
It looks like he's walling.
It looks, yeah.
But it's LAN, so he's not. But like I can. It's like when you watch this, you're like, okay, now I see why when people watch theater, their cognitive bias might say otherwise. But he's not cheating, man. And he's really impressed me this weekend.
Overkill Forbidden was
disgusting. Bruh. That was disgusting.
That snipe, that last snipe, how do you know that kid was there? Like, he jumped up and sniped him.
Yeah, someone must have called like top or main ramp or whatever they have that call out. I think different people have calls for that.
That's insane, because that's one that happens online, and you do think he's cheating because he had the instant awareness of that player sliding through top mid, and we have the advantage of the observer mode to know that player for the blue team is making that slide through, but he recognizes it with just a pixel after the jump, like instant recognition. It's unbelievable what Looney's capable of.
Definitely talented.
Yeah. Look at Mindfreak.
Yeah, Mindfreak
44 seconds off the start here. We might just get a game 5 to go to the world, man.
I'm been yapping about Looney, and they're like, talk about us.
Yeah. 3 go down, though. This is their chance to get back in the fight, get back on the board, and finally, Eclipse does. I believe so, right? Now they're working on a rotation. That's why we're seeing the oddball go red and then not. But my God, they haven't scored time. So off spawn, Mindfreak get right back in the mix and make it really difficult for Eclipse to get 1 single second.
Vanek's really stepping up in this game. 27 kills. Not enough, though.
I can't believe Eclipse doesn't have time still.
I mean, it's like Mindfreak, it just must have angles to stop them every time they peek. They just get shot. Now aren't comfortable. Now they get 2 dead. They're getting the camo. They've got presence in C. This looks like more time. Looney, the only player that could stop it, but it's a 3v1.
Oh, he got one.
He does get a trade, which is pretty massive in that situation.
Yeah.
Sway's definitely heating up, though.
Definitely. Oh, yeah. Sway's going from -9 to what?
He does not want to lose.
Now.
He's almost got the most on his team.
Yeah.
He does not want to lose.
Literally. I think Rice was like at 18 when Sway's at 6. And now he's literally just at the same amount of kills, essentially.
Plasma's been spotted here.
I just love when a player gets called out, because when a caster brings it up, you know they're playing it through their head as well. They're like, I need to step up. And when they do, it's just you just celebrate moments like that. So big ups to Sway.
Dude, this is going to be 100-0.
A big reason why. We're about to head to a Game 5 for a trip to the Halo World Championship. Your ticket to Seattle might just get stamped here in the next 10 minutes, man. Oh my God.
This is such a huge bounce back from Mindfreak. Your heart starts to break for these guys when they're down 2-0 in the series after 2 heartbreaking losses, but granted, this game's not over yet. Push is going to show up in time to stop it right here, but I mean, this would be the ultimate heartbreaking comeback.
What, Mindfreak have 7 chances to go up and down the map to score 5 seconds? They should have this one locked up, but
Plasma gets the opening slay. That's huge. That's probably all they need to kind of press forward. A bit. Okay. Clutch win from Plasma and Scoob there.
They got to go forward before they get pinched.
Yeah, Scoob gets a nade kill as well.
This could be it.
That's it.
Then it is. We're going to a Game 5.
Oh my
Last chance qualifier. The series of the night between Eclipse and Mindfreak. Your Cinderella story on the left. The heroes of Australia on your right. Who's going to win it?
This is so sick, man. I wish both these teams could make it to Worlds. I think they both deserve it, to be honest, just from what they've shown me this weekend. But it's not Worlds without the Aussies, man. Like,
yeah, it really isn't. Like,
gotta have the Aussies there. They've got to put it all together here. Solitude Slayer is the map to decide it all. So, I mean, Mindfreak did not win 255, by the way. That's an incorrect graphic. But what's similar about this, too, Recharge, is that we got Camo and Shock back on board, and Mindfreak previously successful in a similar format, so I could see an argument to why they might have the edge going into Game 5. They also have all the momentum in the last 2 games.
Sway's was popping off with the Shock in the previous matches we've watched, so
Sway's is an animal with the Shock. If he's on and he's feeling it, that guy is one of the best Shock players I've ever seen, straight up.
Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of it multiple times. I know exactly. Oh man, dude, this is a banger. The Aussies have been here. Like,
this is awesome.
Yeah, the Aussies have been here before though. Like Game 5 on LAN, like, it wouldn't be a Mindfreak game without a Game 5 on LAN. Like,
but can they rewrite the story? Because it's usually them losing that game 5.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like an omen or like a dark cloud in their mind. Like, we keep losing these, but it also means they've been talking about it a lot.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing wrong in this game 5? So can they put the pieces together and execute here? Because I know they should have a game plan by now.
Oh, yeah. But then, as you said before, on the opposite side with the Clips, the Cinderella story, I'm sure this is as far as, like, I think it might be the first time for any of these players to even make out of, like, open. So it's just like, now you're one game away, you're up 2-0, you were one game away from qualifying for Worlds, which is, I mean, I don't even know if this is, like, something that you guys even had, like, in mind, like, coming to the event.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, it's honestly, it's unrealistic for them to have expected to be in this situation.
Exactly.
Not a single person that's, like, predicting the brackets and looking at all this stuff predicted that they'd be in this position, but here they are.
Might just be the highest seeded team to ever qualify for the Halo World Championship
lowest.
if Eclipse are to complete this and make that miraculous Cinderella run. But we're getting late in the day here in Salt Lake City, 10 o'clock local time. The clock might just strike midnight a little early if Eclipse are to lose this. Mind Freak, they don't want, speaking of the clock, they don't want to take that 30-hour flight back without a chance to come back to the NA side of things. But the Halo World Championship just 1 month away in Seattle. We got Rami, we got Yaxin, we got Eli joining us on the couch. And what a way to finish what's been an incredible day 2, a game 5, one game to decide the fate and destiny of nations here, as we've got an NA versus Australia battle, hopes and dreams on the lines. One will come true, the other will be a nightmare.
This is a lot of money on the line too. I mean, just being at Worlds means you're guaranteed some prize money, right?
Yep.
So,
Exactly.
like, there's a lot on the line.
They beat Quadrant. And now they're playing FaZe. Native Gaming on a hell of a run to get that top 6 finish.
Oh, and they're up 1-0, dude.
3-1?
No, it had to be 3-1. Maybe game 5.
Quadrant and playing FaZe for top 4.
Shout out Gilkey, man.
Yeah, Gilkey is.
Shout out that guy, man. That's my OG right there.
Native actually like guaranteed us a spot at Worlds without us having to be an LCQ because of the fact that they beat Piggy and then they beat they beat Alpha. So basically, the 2 teams below us in points, they guaranteed they didn't get top 8, which guaranteed us into Worlds. So
wow.
We instantly went to the Native booth and started buying merch. Out of respect.
Let's go. Here you go, Dean. Let me pay you back real quick. By the way, shout out to Dean.
Yeah,
I mean,
man, what a legend.
Has to be one of the most like altruistic people in the scene, in my opinion. The guy's so supportive, such a great org owner as well. Great for the scene. But yeah,
this is game 1.
Native Gaming.
Native Gaming, you're up.
Surprising game at Royal too. He's been frying all weekend.
He's top in the KD chart, yeah.
Wow. 2.0 KD against FaZe. FaZe are the Slayer kids, the Slayer stars. And CTF for Native Gaming, man. Golly, if you see CTF on a series layout and Native Gaming is your opponent, you might want to chalk that up as an L.
I talked to their social media manager, and he was like, if all the best of 5s were just made up of only CTF, like, we'd win the tournament. But that's just not how it works.
It makes sense, too, when you think about it. What does CTF have in common? What's always in a CTF?
Sniper.
The sniper.
Well, not on Aquarius,
Gilkey,
but more often than not, yeah.
Outside of Aquarius, sorry.
Yeah.
So more often than not,
Sniper
3 out of
team.
the 4.
Yeah.
And Gilkey is a top 5 sniper. I'm just going to say it. Top
sure.
10 at the worst, but I really think he's
Best
top
pit
5.
player.
Yeah, perhaps has to be the best pit player.
I was gonna say if I'm on the opposite team and I'm loading in pit against Gilkey, like
Dude, it's APG.
right?
I think this is APG's best map as well. APG's,
exactly.
They've been playing this map for 20 years. Like, you got to be good at it by now. Come on.
Well, FaZe do tie it, though. Yep. That Magnum, speaking of classic Halos, looks like the Halo CE skin. Love that,
I love
man.
this skin.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's got the Forerunner vibes to it. Yeah, it does look like the Halo CE pistol. God, that's sick. You go down there for Native Gaming, so FaZe Clan. Gonna secure that next snipe. Barcode has it, though, and he's hitting some
You guys
shots.
talk
Snake
about
goes
Gilkey
down.
as like a great sniper, but dude, Barcode's
Barcode's
disgusting
been
with it as well.
Yeah,
I don't think I want anybody on this Native team to have a sniper against me, if I'm being honest. Because they're all disgusting.
Yeah, Gilkey is. we watched a lot of the Native games like towards the end of their run, but during like group stage and stuff. But like Gilkey is putting on like an actual like master class. Like even though like the stats don't say like I think it was like Streets Oddball and they're one of their group stage maps. Like every single like I think Gilkey like, on stats right shows that he went like -5. But I promise you every single kill Gilkey got was probably the most impactful on the whole map.
Yep.
He literally 1v3 like in smoke, just running in and out of smoke, buying time. Like this guy's doing the absolute most all weekend. Yeah.
Dude, yeah, he was playing like insane on that Streets Ball game.
Yeah.
This is tough. Right now, flag out for FaZe. Gilkey just behind enemy lines.
Yeah.
Forcing a lot of attention backwards, which in theory could give his teammates more space, but no, FaZe just turn around, bully back the other direction. Should be able to get a flag out, I would imagine here. No, tapping, holding the line of defense very well.
Great grenade toss there.
Trending towards overtime, just a minute and a half on the clock.
We're L2 now, working his way through bottom mid bridge. Frosty with a back smack onto APG, takes him down, looking for the double. Ooh. He gets it, and Frosty, anytime he's got an opportunity to hit two, he usually does.
Wastes no time to advance toward the flagpole as well. Pretty much as quickly as possible was moving towards this as he got that double kill.
Huge trade from tapping.
And tapping button says not today. You thought they were going to get the sneaky bottom bridge run, but my God, he came in out of nowhere.
Yeah, dead for FaZe. This looks like a return.
APG wise to know that time will reset that, can move up and extend on the map. Looking for players in his sniper tower or maybe even in his side of sword, but that I think is the player he was sensing at Snakebite, and they take him down. He was clearly the top priority for Native Gaming. Is now APG has some help down the sword side. Barcode with him, and FaZe are setting up for another bait and switch on the other side. APG has to make sure he doesn't get too far out of the fight here, checking for that bait and switch on the other side of sword. Just want to make sure that he plays with Barcode here and he gets back to his teammate.
So interesting. It kind of feels like FaZe wants to go to overtime. Okay, now they move forward. They were just taking their time, waiting for the play to come to them. Now they're okay to move into the native base.
This is not good.
Uh-oh, 3 go
seconds,
down.
Yeah. They have the time to grab it. Renegade's probably going to run this plat side. No, he does run it this way.
Good kill.
I thought he would run it plat side there, expecting to be killed in that direction.
Snakebite, one of the best OBJ players in HCS, but he goes down. He should head to sudden death OT.
Right chart counting down. We do.
And we will.
Okay, this opening break is going to be so consequential because sometimes one team just gets everything and
just win.
Just get the win instantly. So let's see how they choose to change their starting strats. We jumped into this late, so we didn't see the starting strat previously. Looks like the snipe has been grabbed on the side of Native. It's got to be in Gilkey's hands. It is. Frosty gets the OS basically for free, but looks like kills are trading out on the Rocket side.
Frosty gets the OS, but that means Native Gaming have the likely chance of grabbing Rockets, which they do. Tapping Buttons has already used one of those resources. There's only got one left, and Frosty, this is bad. He's got the snipe, he's got the OS, he's got the flag in his hand as he looks to make his way through on the platform. He's going to take down Tapping Buttons with the Rockets, and Frosty could run this all the way through, has one more player to deal with, that's Barcode, and with the use of that OS, survives the melee-to-melee fist fight. And now he's on the run, 3 down for Native Gaming. This is going to be difficult to come back from. Frosty continuing to play for the Slays. That I think he needs to here. So he's playing this so patiently well. He says, you run the flag instead, Renegade, I got the snipe.
Frosty's sense of timing to know exactly when those spawners are lifting and he would be shot if he tried to run that flag. He played that timing so perfectly. Frosty took the game into his hands there.
Indeed.
So impressive.
Is that a dragon on his right shoulder? That looks sick.
Yeah.
Oh, you know these guys spend thousands of dollars on their microtransactions. But man, that's got to hurt a little bit if you're Native.
Oh yeah.
Feeling like you had a good chance to take game 1, take some momentum into the series, and then FaZe doing FaZe things, they just find a way to win.
Frosty's guaranteeing it.
I feel like that's his thing. Like he just knows how to guarantee wins. I think he's probably the best in the world at guaranteeing a win.
So many players, even at the highest level of HCS, get stuck in that animation, whether it's with the oddball or with the flag in their hands, and that just gives yourself up for free. Frosty was a great example of how to play that perfect process where you don't have to completely give up on a flag run. You can still juggle it, but you got to drop it when the time is right, and his timing was perfect in that instance.
Great multitasker for sure. We're getting milked here on this game 5. Maybe there was a break.
Maybe a bathroom break.
I guarantee you both teams want to talk this out. And Grammy, this goes back to your conversation around not over-analyzing things. It almost feels like both teams are kind of getting baited into a situation where they might just.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm in this situation, I'm just saying, like, guys, just use the same starting strat we've been using. Like, don't try anything too crazy. Like, we ran the starting strat probably hundreds of times in scrims. And I mean, maybe not so much for the Aussie side, right? But if I'm baiting them, I'm like, we know how to play this. Like, it's all about comfortability, man. That's the game 5. Like, it doesn't get any more nerve-wracking than that. Like,
that's a great point. being comfortable in the uncomfortable. And the way you do that is by sticking to the game plan, not switching up as last minute. Like, wait, coach, what did you want me to do?
Yeah,
what was the opening strat you just drew up on the pen and paper?
For four-man bottom mid, like when did we do that? Like,
exactly.
We want to guarantee camo, but what about everything else?
That's a Chris Common call right there.
You remember the Suddens clip where it's like it was on Bazaar and they're like, let's just all 4 go big door. They'll never expect it. And they just get like blasted by 2 grenades, just triple kill.
Oh man.
So funny.
See a lot of the community gathering around the monitors here.
Yeah,
in
that's
Solid
your teammates right
lobby.
there. Yeah, no, they're locked in for this matchup. When we were given the bracket for all the LCQs, we literally circled this one. We're like, we need to watch this no matter what.
Yeah, we were like, can we cast that one? Like, we want to watch that.
Yeah. We finessed this one because we felt like it could go to a game 5, and it is. And here we go. You can see the thumbs up.
Last match of the night too. Well, I guess Native.
Yeah, Native.
It's gonna end up being the last one.
Is Complexity playing?
I think they should be playing, yeah.
Complexity versus SSG was the previous series. They just got off the main stage, so don't have an update for you guys on that, but one of those 2 teams just went home.
They were winners. They were in winners bracket. Complexity.
They were, but I think they lost to Shopify.
SR, yeah.
Oh yeah, they did.
But now they play SSG
in the
for
winner
top 4.
semis.
That's tough.
So winners finals is Optic, Shopify. Shopify secure themselves another Sunday, but can they win a game on Sunday? That's the question.
Hopefully they learned something from the last 2 times.
Yeah, the last 2 times.
Looney's feeling good, man. Look at the smile. I like that. That energy
good.
from the coach sets the tone for the players, and it seeps down into the like through osmosis, like we said with Divine Damsel and Soul Snipe. We saw that, and that's no different in 2v2 or 4v4.
Looney's energy is actually pretty insane.
SSG 3-0.
Oh, SSG 3-0 Cole.
Complexity. So
Shout
Complexity
out to our
finished
host,
top
Alia. She's been
6.
killing it all weekend. It has been such a joy to have a wonderful host on the team. Usually we got to go in and out of breaks and do more than just casting. It's been nice to just focus on casting, just like you said with Thug Nasty. All you got to do is focus on the game. That's what Alia has been like for us.
She's an amazing person. I'm a big fan of her.
Great energy for sure. So yeah, it looks like that FaZe Native series is going to be the last one in the bracket to determine our top 4. You guys just get to chill and watch games the rest of the weekend, huh? Job's been done.
Oh yeah, dude. As soon as Native beat Alpha, the first thing we did was just go get a drink and watch the rest of the game.
Pull up on the OBT couch and hang out.
Okay, we don't have to.
Again, huge thanks to you guys for showing up. But here we go, Game 5, a trip to the Halo World Championship on the line, and Looney's already picking faces with that shock rifle. And
this is where you make a
the
name
young
for
gun
yourself.
make a name for himself. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Looney's going to prove that this man has aura. I'm telling you, this kid's different. I've been watching him a lot this weekend, and he's going to be the future. I'm just going to call it right now.
Look at the pings in the feed, almost like
the spam.
The anticipation, the oh my God, the energy from Looney, the perfect shot, instantly turns over the cafe, takes down 2, make it 3 for the triple. Oh no, he goes down, but not before 3 slays to start the match. But it's Mind Freak who are up 2.
Yeah, started game 3 and 1, you die, and you're like, we're losing?
Absolutely.
That's kind of a weird feeling, right? But shout out to Mind Freak. Now it's Sways.
You gave the last guy you want to see for Mind Freak with that shock.
The guy was heating up the last 3 rounds.
Yeah. Okay. Gotta check his 6 here, though. Okay, no, nobody did extend, I don't think. Interesting, they choose to collapse here. Renegade with the... Oh, I thought that was an overkill for a second. Remote detonation, game 2. Try to keep an eye on both of these games for you guys.
Still close, Native Gaming. They've been keeping it close against FaZe, and this one is now ballooned up to a 4-kill lead early for Mind Freak. Sways with the last bolt of that shock rifle, loses it, and goes down. So hop on board here with Sylvanic. Goes down to 1 HP, doesn't want to take any of that nade damage. Doesn't chase, plays slow, plays this perfectly here. Calling for help, I would imagine, from the flower side from Looney. And yes, you can see Looney's answering the bell.
Camo's coming up. It's going to be very important to win this next fight. Mind Freak have a great position to seize the camo, but it's going to be hard for them to rounds to actually pick it up. Rifle with a clutch kill. Rice, I think Vid teaches, and not sure what's going on with Camo. Might still be sitting top mid. It looks like it is.
8-13. It's the first multi-possession lead of the match for Mind Freak, but it's still early as we hop on board here with Sways. Thinking about pushing into A, but he goes back to posters. That's to regroup with the camo user, the tip of the spear here from Mind Freak, and everybody's grouping up with it. Trades out though, so a 1-to-1 trade with the camo. Eclipse got to be pretty happy about that as they work their way back to a 4-kill match.
Definitely a clutch trade from Sylvanic. Mindfreak not really in great positioning here. I kind of like that Sylvanic and his teammate have both the blue window and the snipe side. Just have great crossfire angles to keep Mindfreak pinned on this tram side.
T just got his first slay. He goes down shortly after. He's already sitting at 1 and 5, but I know just from playing even in matchmaking, the longer a Slayer goes on and you're sitting at 0 and whatever, start to get a little bit more nervous, and that's not the energy you need in a game 5.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So interesting. Either team on the shock at all, it just respawned. Feels like Eclipse probably in better position to rotate over to it. No, nobody's going there. Everyone just duking it out over here.
Oh my
Tram.
God.
That means that Mindfreak should spawn next to the sniper, but I don't know if they want to. They're going to lift up and face some heavy pressure from Glass. Looks like they were able to grab it safely, though.
Yeah, S1 spawns for Mindfreak. And important enough, S1 is a potential collapse there for Eclipse, and they took no advantage of it. Could have got some nades on the lift, some grenades around the corner into S1, and none of that damage comes through on the map. So Eclipse are going to have to do it the hard way, and they're getting it done. They take down 2 and tie this game up at 18.
Yeah, they really should have just spawned them there, though. They should have kept spawning S1 over and over.
And not taking the position. Yep. 21-20 now. Eclipse have stolen the lead. 3 go down for Mindfreak, and now Sylvanic's reticle set up on those spawns. They're starting to predict it. They're starting to trap Mindfreak. Can they work their way out of Cafe? This is such a difficult. I used to think back A was the worst place to spawn. Cafe might be that instead.
I mean, honestly, every spot can be bad on this map. If the other team has the other 75% and you're just in a corner, like you can literally just collapse on them, just watch all the escape routes. You collapse, you kill, then you just spread back out into an L shape, force it into the other corner. Like, this map can snowball out of control very quickly.
Camo's up. You're going to see grenades go around trying to chase out the damage on Sylvanic. One does go into his back, but he's able to maintain just a little bit of HP to stay alive and stay alive with about 20 seconds left in this camo. We didn't see Mindfreak take advantage of the camo they had previously. Can Eclipse do that instead?
Yeah, he needs to get into the mix here. Has not been spotted yet. Let's get the back smack. Good patience. Finds 2, might make it 3.
Double kill.
Does make it 3, but Scoop gets the trade using the thrust and the melee.
26-25, this one's still close. Another trade goes through. No, T just gets it outright with the fisticuff. Takes down Plasma, and now it's Eclipse with a 2-kill lead.
Not in great positions, though. Kind of like Mindfreak to maybe try to extend a snipe side instead of only pushing the guard. You want to hit the other team from both the left and the right, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, Scoop with a triple!
I'm not sure how it happened, but the man made it happen. Now they've got more map to work with. This is looking a lot better now for Mindfreak to get even more of a lead.
Let's see if they keep them there.
Honestly, they don't have to do much. Yeah, if they could just keep them pinned, eventually they'll make a mistake as they do.
Killing.
Let's try to break out through the bottom center, and Looney with a crazy slide there.
Scoobmeister previously only had 2 kills, so he's on a spree here, 5 in a row to match the rest of his teammates, and that has gotten Mindfreak back up to that 4-kill lead. Scoobmeister continues on. You got to cool him up if you can, and he does a lot of damage, enough to take down 3 for Eclipse. So Scoobmeister takes the trade, and I think he'll take that. It was a plus net outcome for Mindfreak, and they still hold on to that 4-kill lead. Camo going to go into the suit of Rice, and now can Mindfreak make a play with it?
They just killed Sways, who grabbed this shock. No, I think another member of Mindfreak does have the shock here. No, it's still up. Why does Rice doesn't move for it? Rifle.
Oh, he wishes he had a nade.
Rice ends up bottom middle a lot on this map, I've noticed. Kind of a comfort zone for him, I guess.
Oh, no nades to chase him out. I'm so surprised at that. Now, Rice, I think his best option here is to take that shock rifle.
And sitting here for 30 seconds plus. He walks past it. I mean, he has told me he hates the gun, as most mouse and keyboard players do. And they don't need it. They just run past it and get 3 dead.
Another double multi in the feed, and
this is tough.
It's 38-31. Mindfreak about to secure a reverse sweep to stand third ticket to the Halo World Championship. Now they got to feel really comfortable with a 7-point lead and the sandbox in their possession.
30-hour flight starting to sound a bit better now.
Yeah, they're drinking champagne and Mai Tais on the way back. Cheers
Instead
at each
of
other.
sulking and trying to sleep their way through the whole thing. Okay. How do you play this if you're Eclipse? You just got to slowly earn some space, probably out to the blue side.
Yeah, if I'm Eclipse, I'm working blue and I'm keeping somebody Glass. Like,
yeah, to hold the other angle.
You definitely have to 3-1 and you just have to just hit something out.
What they're doing. Taking the ramming method.
Can't trade though.
Yeah. Trades are not ideal, but
3-3. They just got closer to the finish line. Does Mind Freak, and Rice all the while has held strong with this shock, but presence is known and the pressure might start flooding in. But look at the spawns coming in from Mind Freak. They actually spawn behind. They kind of have a natural pinch already. Rice finds himself bottom middle once again. 7-kill lead. The camo is up. Rice needs to get to higher ground.
Mind Freak with the 7-point lead will probably bait this next camo, but no, with that Slay, might feel more inclined to go for it, as Rice does. And now he's got the full kit to work with. Despite being on mouse and keyboard, he says, sure, I'll take shotgun camo.
Man, they have gotten all the sandbox this whole game, it feels like. I don't think Eclipse got the camos. It's made a huge difference.
Yeah, I think the only time I've seen Eclipse have shock was literally just at the 3-piece at the beginning of the game, and
yeah, when
they've been shut out since.
Start the game very strong. Okay, Rice does get shut down finally, but I feel like it's
too many trades.
It feels like it's just too little, too late.
Plasma.
Freak just 3 kills away from securing themselves a spot at the World Championship.
41-47, so they brought it back to within 6. And Swayze is the last player alive, so you can collapse here, but you cannot trade.
It's a veteran
and
play.
They do. What a veteran play there. You can see he says, okay, you want to play close up? I'll take the trade.
To bring out the fisticuffs, so I'll get as close as possible.
See, he's been in a couple game 5s. He's learned.
You have the lead, just play for the trade. Like,
that's exactly right.
Make it simple.
You're seeing the experience differential here. You're seeing that Eclipse is the Cinderella team, and at 10:30 local time here in Salt Lake City, it's about to strike midnight a little early as Mind Freak have taken their L's back to back to back to back. It feels like Game 5 losses in the previous lands to not make pools or to not make it out of open, and here they are, the Aussies about to stamp their ticket to the Halo World Championship.
All I know is you guys are going to see Rice at the bar till 3 in the morning if they get this dub.
Tonight and tomorrow.
Yes.
I'll be right there with them.
I'm buying this man a drink ASAP. He was slowed to a crawl.
Yeah, I love this out of Mind Freak. Like they are in winning position. Eclipse has to beat them. Like they don't have to do anything.
Talk about that all the time.
They have 2 minutes just to sit here and vibe and listen to music.
It's on you. Yeah. It's on you. It's that nonverbal communication that says you've got to push us. And Bid teaches, despite having the top side of the map at Snipe Tower, that's not the position you want to be in here. Down by 6. You got to make your move now. With less than 2 minutes left, you might just run out of time.
I feel like the camo's free, but they're too scared to go for it.
Yeah.
Because they don't know that it's free.
Yeah, they don't want to die.
Which, yeah, it's a little risky to grab from this side of the map. Rice, okay, Plasma finds the commando kill.
They're just 1 kill away. Australia looking to complete the global representation. We have Mexico, we have Canada, and now we have Australia at the Halo World Championship as Aussie secure their spot.
What a reverse sweep.
Wow.
Man, they had to dig deep for that too. After those heartbreaking losses in games 1 and 2. The reverse sweep. You got to feel for the guys on Eclipse, though. I mean, they made a hell of a statement this weekend.
GG's to them. Seriously, unbelievable. I mean, they've accomplished probably everything they could have imagined here this weekend. But my God, you got to swing it back to Mind Freak. Up in games 1 and 2, fairly convincingly so. And then down equally so in games 3 and 4. They were down by 2+ minutes in the strongholds, down by a round 1. They lost the first round in the oddball, and in the Slayer, it was all Mind Freak. So big ups to them. I know Barcode somewhere celebrating with the boys in the venue. Australia has stamped their ticket to Seattle.
Yeah, that's how we talked about Sway. That switch flip between rounds 1 and 2 in the oddball, I think that's what closed it out. Like if you don't flip that switch and you don't play as good as Swayze did the last 2 games, like I think he knew that it was kind of on him.
He's their X Factor.
Yeah,
he willed it.
Back against the wall.
Called it, man. He's their X Factor. Yeah, he just came out. Here we go. Last match of the night. FaZe Clan looking to end Native's run. I think Native, no matter how this ends, should be happy about their performance this weekend. Finally broke the top 12 curse.
Yeah, exactly.
Broke all the way to top 6. Very impressive from these guys. Insane. They've been looking better and better. They've been put even across all of their top 12s. It just felt like they were getting better. Like they're putting up bigger fights. Getting closer and closer, finally putting it all together here.
It takes time, right? Remember, they had McWin, who was the captain, the leader, the veteran, the IGL. I mean, everything to Native Gaming, and probably still is. I mean, probably still have shades of Austin on this Native Gaming roster, but with this new mix of 4 players, you have time. It takes time to feel it out and develop that hive mind type of play style, and that's what Native Gaming is starting to build. They're still not there just quite yet. We've in real time called out moments where one player pushes up when it looks like the other three want to call back. I think that's an advantage, though, because guys like Hoaxer, a coach like that, he's going to pick that up like a nice piece of pie.
I mean, this is one of the worst maps, though. Dude, especially against
Halo
a team
5.
As a team.
You have to win the opening break, it feels like. Other maps, it's like, all right, whatever, GG's go next, let's play well off spawn. You lose the opening break on interference, and you're probably staring at a 100-0 deficit.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you play like a fast-paced team or like a team that applies so much pressure, like literally the same exact thing happened to us. Like when we play Quadrant, like obviously FaZe on paper is going to be a lot better team, right? But Quadrant still is fast, so they apply just as much as pressure, and like it doesn't matter like what the skill level is. Like I feel like maps like this, you have to hope they make a mistake. Like it's so hard to like make a plan and like go from there.
FaZe does not make mistakes very often.
Yeah, exactly.
No. And also, you got like how many games between Halo 5 and Halo Infinite has FaZe won on this map? Like if you add the rig and interference, they've got to be the winningest team.
Oh, by far
on this map, right?
95% plus, like guaranteed, and like that 5% is probably just coming from Infinite. Like,
yeah, right, exactly. The other team just wins the opening break and actually doesn't make a mistake for a while. But Native have got back into scoring position. Not playing bad here. Renegade trying to find his way over to B. Applying a lot of pressure to APG. APG pushing him back. Actually pretty big right now. As long as you keep this man to one shot, you would think that you're going to keep scoring, but Renegade finds a small window of time that he can just jump into B and start capping it.
All right, well, Rami and Yaxon, we want to thank you guys so much for joining us on the couch. Yaxon, I don't want you to take the mic off just yet. I want to ask you your final words, man. You have put in the grind. This is your first opportunity at the Halo World Championship. Final thoughts before we bring in the Aussies on the couch.
I love Halo, and I just want the game to thrive, and I don't know. I just love Halo, man. I just love it. That's why I'm here.
What else is there to say?
It's the best game ever. Truly.
Let's go.
So.
I feel it, man. I feel it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys so much for having us on WT.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, shout out to Aliak for always like asking us, hey, do you guys want to come and just talk and like just I love hanging out here. You guys bring an awesome vibe, and you do a lot for the open and like the whole community as a whole, and we all appreciate you guys.
Yeah, we love LV2.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys for saying that, man.
Kind of like Yak says, we do it for the love of the game. We all do it for the love of the game.
Yeah, man.
We all wouldn't be here without each other. So I'm looking forward to Worlds and what LVT does there and what we do there, and we just have good memories.
Let's go, man.
Yep.
Well, congrats to TLF for qualifying and securing their spot at the Halo World Championship. They're going to hop off the couch, head to the bar, earn a couple of celebratory drinks. GG's, boys. Love to see it, man. And God, I could just hear it in Yaxon's voice. The way he said, I love Halo, almost made me shed a tear, and I'm not even trolling.
Bro, no, it's genuine. You know it for sure. Can't wait to get the Aussies on here, though, man. These guys.
I can't wait. I'm so
They
excited
went through hell and back.
Oh, man. I don't even, where do we start? It's like an Odyssey. Homer in the Odyssey.
We might have to wait a minute. They probably need to go to the bar and buy a couple of shots.
They're walking over here with a Tito's
here.
on the rocks. That's an outrageous drink to order, by the way.
Tito's on the rocks.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, getting late into the night, deep into the night. For now, we've got Tim joining us on the couch. Tim.
Hello, guys. You've been here for a while. I feel like I was letting you guys drown in the water.
Please help. They've chained us to these chairs.
No, nothing will ever top the marathon that we got from the free-for-all finals into casting 2 Game 5s back-to-back.
Yeah.
With that Sentinels and SSG series. I mean, that's just something I'll never forget, man. Those are moments I live for, and those are reasons why I love Halo. Just like Yaxon said as he head off the couch, this is everything, man. And wow, look at Native Gaming in a map that it looked like FaZe was about to run away with it. They've gotten back in the mix, only down by 30. As I said, that though FaZe Clan are scoring with control of A and B. 2 go down though for FaZe Clan. So here's Native Gaming's chance to strike.
Native actually not looking bad. This was looking ugly off the start. FaZe were up, I think, 140 to 3 or something.
Yep.
And then Native have looked a lot better ever since, just playing off their advantages. Like they've talked about, they've been working on. We keep hearing it time and time again from Barcode, from APG. Just need to play a bit more aggressively, and they're showing that they can.
133 to a rolling 199. FaZe Clan will approach the 200s first, but Native Gaming have done enough to get themselves back in the fight. 60 seconds is not really that much in the grand scheme of things. A trip cap gets you back in just 30 seconds as Snakebite works his way to the top tower, positioning himself to potentially take shots into players crossing through in the middle hall as he does just that. Opponent drops, that's APG, and able to clean him up.
Yeah, APG just kind of being a distraction there. Actually opens the door for his teammates to get 2 kills. Now have also flipped B in the process, so interestingly, Renegade lowest kills in the lobby, not something we're used to seeing halfway through a game. Royal 2 kind of riding the ship. Earlier it was Royal 2 kind of underperforming in the kills department. First game on the pit, but 4 dead for Native Gaming. This is going to be a trip cap and a forced bunker spawn, maybe a forced split spawn here for Native. First 3 do spawn in bunker. Last player probably spawned out on Carbine.
Renegade now doesn't need any extra advantage, and wow, that advantage gets absolutely melted. My God, Barcode, was that all himself?
No, yeah, there was 3 of them there. There was 3 of them there, yeah.
All right, well, Barcode, he's so good. I think sometimes maybe he can deplete the overshield that quickly, but he has a little bit of help. Good prioritization of opponents, but it might not be good enough as FaZe Clan are on the brink of this 3-0 series sweep, and they will, in fact, secure it. But hey, Native Gaming secure a top 6 finish after having the curse of top 12 seemingly in their blood. They get that curse out and now finish top 6. Great job from the Native Gaming boys. And is that the trophy that's behind us, dude?
It is. Yeah,
I see that?
I've never held the trophy
I've never even seen it this
and
close.
never will hold